Chapter 5602, An Honest and Righteous Feng Tianci. The head manager has ordered that once you come out of your retreat, you have to immediately go and see her, the disciple from High Heaven Palace said. The head manager. A woman's image flashed across Feng Tianci's mind. If he remembered correctly, the head manager was standing beside the Tao Lord at that time. It seemed that the Tao Lord valued her. Understanding this, Feng Tianci wouldn't dare to be negligent as he extended his hand. Please lead the way. Soon they arrived at a grand hall where Feng Tianci saw the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Wuxia. This woman was fairly powerful. Just like him, she was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Nonetheless, it must have been quite a long time since she achieved her ascension, for she had an ample heritage and robust aura. Feng Tianci saluted her. Greetings, head manager. Wuxia responded with a smile and caringly asked him about his retreat. When she learned that he had stabilized his cultivation, she set her mind at ease. Over the years, when the Open Heaven Realm masters who came from the Void World ended their retreat, they would be led to this place to meet her. Then she would assign them to different Great Territory battlefields. After all, it was Yang Kai's order, so she had to meticulously execute the task. However, because these Open Heaven Realm masters who came from the Void Dao Temple were not familiar with the outside world, Wuxia had compiled some information to be given to them before they set off. Palace Master has ordered that once all of you are done stabilizing your cultivation, you are to deploy to the Great Territory battlefields for training. This is the information about those great territories. Take a look at it. If there's any particular place you want to go, you can tell me about it. As Wuxia spoke, she fished out a jade slip. Although she had the right to send them to any place she wanted, she would always discuss the matter with these people first. Yang Kai only told them to get some training, but he didn't specify where they had to go. As such, Wuxia's action was reasonable. Feng Tianci took the jade slip and thanked her. As he infused his divine sense into it and went through the information, he soon had a better understanding of the 3,000 worlds and the situation that the humans were in. The information he saw astounded him. Back then in the Void Dao Temple, he had heard Lu Jingshan mention that in the world where the Tao Lord lived, the humans were fighting the Black Ink clan, a powerful and malicious enemy. However, he had never expected that the human race was in such a perilous situation. Suddenly, a sense of urgency rose within him. The human race had been forced to retreat to a mere 15 great territories. Once the Black Ink clan occupied these great territories, the humans would no longer have a place they could call their own in this expansive universe. Nevertheless, when he read that the Black Ink clan had taken the initiative to strike a peace deal with the humans after the Tao Lord applied pressure on them, which helped alleviate the human situation, he couldn't help admiring the Tao Lord, who seemed able to achieve anything. Although there were many Eighth Order masters, the Tao Lord was still in a league of his own. At that moment, Feng Tianci felt honored and secretly decided that when he ventured into the outside world, he must not tarnish the Tao Lord's name. After all, they came from the Tao Lord's small universe, so they were different from the other Open Heaven Realm masters. When Wuxia saw him lowering the jade slip, she asked softly, "Is there any place you'd like to go?" Feng Tianci replied, "I'll let you make the decision, head manager." He didn't have a particular place in mind as he felt that it made no difference where he went. After all, wherever he went, he would be fighting the Black Ink clan. After spending 2,000 years to build his current heritage, he had the confidence that even if he came across a feudal lord, even if he couldn't win, he would be able to escape. He was confident but not conceited. Although he had never exchanged moves with the Black Ink clan before, he was different from the newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters who were impulsive in their youth. Before that, I'd like to see the Tao Lord. I have some doubts that I'd like to consult with him about. You mean Palace Master? Wuxia appeared to be in a tight spot. She was aware that Yang Kai had returned to the star boundary and opened a cave mansion in the World Tree clone to recuperate. As such, they shouldn't disturb him at this point. After giving it some thought, she asked, "If there's anything you'd like to know, I can tell you." Feng Tianci shook his head and said apologetically, "I can only tell the Tao Lord about it." Wuxia hesitated for a bit. Since this man appeared serious, she knew that it must be something important. As such, she rose from the chair and said, "Come with me, however, I can't guarantee that the Tao Lord will see you. If the Palace Master is recuperating, he might not respond to us." "Many thanks, head manager." They then left the grand hall and shot into the sky. A moment later, Feng Tianci looked at the gargantuan tree in the distance and fell into a dazed state. In fact, when he ascended to the open heaven realm 10 years ago, he had seen this tree while following Hua Qingxi back to the star boundary. However, he was preoccupied with the joy of having achieved an ascension and also confounded by the mysteries surrounding his circumstances, so he didn't ask her about it. It wasn't until this moment that he asked, "What tree is that, head manager?" Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, "It is a clone of the world tree." She then related to him the clone's background. A myriad of expressions flashed across Fang Tianxi's face as he subconsciously placed his hand on his abdomen. He initially thought that it was just a large tree that had lived for a very long time, so he was surprised to learn that the tree was the human race's very foundation. It was thanks to this tree that the star boundary could continuously produce prodigies, who were the humans' hope for opposing the Black Ink clan. If not for this tree, the human race's future would have been bleak. Furthermore, such an enormous tree was only a clone. Fang Tianxi wondered how majestic the real world tree must be. What about the other one? Fang Tianxi took a look at the other tree beside the world tree clone. The tree was significantly smaller than the clone, and its tree crown wasn't as expansive. However, there was no denying that it was gigantic as well. From a distance, the tree even looked somewhat translucent and immaterial. One could hardly tell if the tree really existed in this world. Just then, a curvy figure flew down to the tree and disappeared the next moment. "That is the immortal parasol tree," Hua Qingxi explained patiently. "It is a sacred treasure that belongs to the Phoenix clan. You should keep your distance from it if you're not required to approach it. Phoenix clan members are very proud people, so they may attack you if you intrude into their sacred ground." The Phoenix clan, Fang Tianxi fell into a dazed state. Although he had never met a phoenix before as he came from the void world, he knew that the Phoenix clan members were some of the most powerful divine spirits in existence, second only to the Dragon clan. Just then, another curvy figure appeared from the tree before leaping into the air. The next moment, a dazzling light exploded as a high-pitched phoenix cry reverberated across the sky. Fang Tianxi instantly saw a stunning and glorious phoenix with a very long tail manifest before him. The figure soon disappeared into the void, but the afterimage lingered for quite some time. How beautiful! Fang Tianxi couldn't help feeling awed. He wondered who would be capable of winning the favor of such beautiful and noble creatures. While he was lost in his thoughts, Hua Qingxi suddenly said, "I'll let you in on a little secret. One of the palace master's wives is a Phoenix clan member." Fang Tianxi wasn't surprised one bit, for he thought that the Dao Lord totally had the right to marry a noble Phoenix clan member. Soon they arrived at the bottom of the world tree clone. Instantly, Fang Tianxi felt many divine senses probing him from all directions, each one of them at least as powerful as his own. There were also several divine senses that were especially powerful which Fang Tianxi believed belonged to the Eighth Order Masters. After giving it some thought, he realized it was only natural that some formidable masters were protecting such an important place. Hua Qingxi looked up at a particular spot on the clone and turned to Fang Tianxi before sending him a divine sense transmission, "Don't disturb the others." Hearing that, Fang Tianxi bent his back as he spoke, "Disciple Fang Tianxi requests an audience with the Dao Lord." He didn't use a divine sense transmission, nor did he dare to speak too loudly. If the Dao Lord wanted to see him, he would naturally hear it. If not, Fang Tianxi wouldn't dare to be insistent. Fortunately, not long after he finished speaking, the Dao Lord's voice was heard coming from that direction, "Come over." An elated Fang Tianxi turned around and saluted Hua Qingxi, "Many thanks, head manager." Hua Qingxi responded with a smile and waved her hand, "Go on." Fang Tianxi leapt into the air and traced the source of the voice before arriving at a huge tree cave. The instant he stepped inside, he saw the Dao Lord looking smilingly at him. "Dao Lord," Fang Tianxi hurriedly saluted him. "Have a seat." Yang Kai motioned for him to sit down and raised his hand to reactivate the cave mansion's restrictions, ensuring that no one could see or hear them. Fang Tianxi took a seat as he was told. When he noticed how pale Yang Kai looked, he exclaimed, "Are you hurt, Dao Lord?" Finally, he realized why the head manager appeared hesitant when he requested to see the Dao Lord, for the latter seemed to be in the middle of recuperating. At that moment, Fang Tianxi felt guilty and apologized, "I shouldn't have disturbed you, Dao Lord. Please forgive me." Meanwhile, he was shocked that even a powerful master like the Dao Lord had been so heavily injured. It seemed that the humans were indeed in a perilous situation. There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face as he said gently, "It's not serious. I'll recover in no time. What are you here for? Fang Tianci replied respectfully, there's something I need to ask you about, Tao Lord. Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. Without asking him what the matter was, he said, everyone has their own secrets. Some secrets can be shared with others, but some are best kept to oneself. You have to know that humans are born with greed and selfishness. Sometimes you think you're just being frank, but such qualities may make your relationships difficult to handle. Fang Tianci was surprised by the insinuation in his words. Does the Tao Lord know already? That's impossible, even I didn't notice it at all in the past. It wasn't until I started focusing on stabilizing my cultivation these past few years that I realized it. Although he's the Tao Lord, he can't possibly know everything. Tao Lord, you've given me everything, so I trust you, Fang Tianci said solemnly. Yang Kai felt speechless. What's going on with my human self? He's way too honest and upright. He doesn't have any of my shrewdness or caution. After pondering for a moment though, he realized that the trust Fang Tianci had in him was a kind of virtue and courage. Furthermore, the disciples from the Tao Temple all had some blind admiration for him, so it was only natural that Fang Tianci trusted him. At that moment, Yang Kai put on a gratified expression. I'm glad that you think so. However, he felt awkward in secret, for in reality he was having a chat with himself. Probably no one had experienced such a strange situation before in history. Nonetheless, his human self was oblivious to everything. Chapter 5603. What's so surprising about it? Fang Tianci couldn't be blamed for this, as he should have died when he was still in his mother's belly. If not for Yang Kai tearing his soul apart and saving him, Fang Tianci wouldn't have been born at all. However, Fang Tianci was only a fetus at that time, so he couldn't bear the immense power of half an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's soul. As such, Yang Kai had sealed most of his soul fragment, including all of his memories and powers. As Fang Tianci grew powerful, these seals would gradually dissolve and allow him to realize his true self. In other words, Fang Tianci was still his own person at this point. Nonetheless, he was now in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so the seal in his soul must have loosened, and when he ascended to the 8th Order one day, the seal would shatter entirely and he would find out everything. This was the same case for both Yang Kai's human self and monster self. Fang Tianci trusted Yang Kai not only because he was a Tao Temple disciple who typically admired the Tao Lord, it was also because he, as the human self, trusted his true body. There was no way anyone would harm himself in this world. Fang Tianci of course hadn't noticed this yet, but he instinctually understood that the man before him only had the best of intentions for him. Tao Lord, do you remember I told you before that my small universe had materialized? Fang Tianci asked. Yang Kai snapped back to reality and nodded, yes, I remember. Fang Tianci went on to say, you told me that perhaps it has something to do with the fact that I've cultivated the Tao of space, however, I feel that might not be the case. Why do you think so? Yang Kai pretended that he knew nothing. Fang Tianci replied solemnly, please have a look, Tao Lord. Saying so, he suddenly opened a portal to his small universe and let Yang Kai see inside. Yang Kai secretly sighed to himself, thinking that an honest person like Fang Tianci would easily suffer setbacks in life. He hoped that this guy wouldn't be so naive in front of the enemy and just casually open the portal to his small universe, for that would be disastrous. As he looked into the small universe with his divine sense, Yang Kai feigned surprise. This? There was no doubt his human self had a solid heritage. Although Fang Tianci was a newly promoted 6th Order Master, the world force in his small universe was only slightly weaker than that of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized it wasn't so surprising. His human self had the right to directly ascend to the 7th Order, and in fact, he had succeeded in just that, but due to the true body's restrictions, Fang Tianci was forced to regress to the 6th Order. Despite that, his heritage didn't decrease much. The human self was destined to be a master who would be able to fight enemies much stronger than his realm would suggest was possible. With a solemn expression, Fang Tianci said, I only discovered this thing in my small universe when I was cultivating in seclusion. Clearly, it was already there when I first formed my own small universe. When I discovered it for the first time, it was still a sapling. However, as time passed, it grew into a huge tree. With this thing around, I feel that my small universe is stable and impervious to outside interference. I have a feeling that this thing seems to have something to do with the fact that my small universe has materialized. What do you think this thing looks like, Tao Lord? Yang Kai looked up at him. It's a world tree clone. I was the one who put it into your body, so how could I not know about it? Back then Yang Kai acquired 3 world tree clones from the old tree. One of them was given to Wu Kuang, another was planted in the myriad monsters world. The final one was sealed in Fang Tianxi's body. Before he ascended to the open heaven realm, the world tree clone was in a dormant state and naturally unnoticeable, but now that he was an open heaven realm master, the world tree clone sprung to life. Time waited for no man. If Yang Kai wanted Fang Tianxi to grow as quickly as possible, this world tree clone was essential. It really is a world tree clone. Fang Tianxi seemed to have expected this, but was still shocked by the answer. If he hadn't seen the world tree clone in the star boundary, he wouldn't have associated it with the one in his small universe. He only knew that it must be some kind of amazing tree. However, when he saw the giant world tree clone in the star boundary, he instantly realized that there was also one in his small universe. Dao Lord, do you know why there is a world tree clone in my small universe? Fang Tianxi appeared puzzled. He wanted to see Yang Kai because he wanted to ask him about this. What's so surprising about it? Yang Kai smiled. Look. As he spoke, he opened a portal to his own small universe. Fang Tianxi looked up and infused his divine sense into the portal, after which he saw the entirety of the void world. He also saw the Void Dao Temple and a massive tree in the center of this world that was even larger than the world tree clone in the star boundary. Dao Lord you, Fang Tianxi widened his eyes in disbelief. He had lived in the void world for 2,000 years and traveled the entire world as far as he knew, but he had not known that there was such an enormous tree in the void world. It was apparent that the Dao Lord had hidden it from them. You're not the only one who obtained such an opportunity. Yang Kai closed the portal and didn't intend to explain anything. When the seal in his human self dissolved one day, Fang Tianxi would understand everything. It was pointless to explain anything to him now. Fang Tianxi was still baffled. He felt that he had gotten the answer to his doubts, but it also felt as though he had learned nothing. Having this opportunity is just one factor in your life, the key is how you turn this opportunity into your own power, Yang Kai explained. The human self appeared to be straightforward and honest, so Yang Kai decided to be a little more direct. Do you know why I've become who I am today and why I'm more powerful than other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Fang Tianxi shook his head. It's because I've had many opportunities in life, Yang Kai stated bluntly. There's no use only doing things step by step when it comes to cultivation. Only by seizing opportunities will you grow stronger quickly. It's only been around 2,000 years since I started cultivating, but I'm now an 8th Order Master. Moreover, I started as a 5th Order Master. Anyone else would have been considered lucky if he could ascend to the next order in 2,000 years. After a moment of silence he continued, the world tree clone contains a mysterious power that seals and stabilizes one's small universe. With the clone in your possession, your small universe is naturally shielded from any external forces. More importantly, you do not have to fear Black Ink strength. Other Open Heaven Realm Masters, even 8th Order Masters, have to divert part of their strength and attention to resist Black Ink strength while fighting the Black Ink clan, but we don't have to do that. Just let it wash over you, for you can suppress it with ease. You're not at risk of getting corrupted by Black Ink strength. Therefore, when you battle against the Black Ink clan in the future, go all out without fear. Don't let the other party off if you can defeat them. If you're less powerful than them, run. You're also an expert in the Tao of space now, and given your 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, no one can harm you unless an innate territory lord makes a move. Yang Kai paused for a moment before saying, also, the World Tree clone can condense and purify world force, which will help you refine your strength. You've been cultivating for many years already, so I'm sure you know that the purer one's power is, the more powerful one is. Fang Tianxi nodded. What Yang Kai said was simple to understand. Hitting someone with a 1 kilogram wooden slab or a 1 kilogram iron block had totally different effects. Although they weighed the same, there was no doubt the latter would cause more damage. That was the benefit of having purer power. Over the years, Fang Tianxi had fought many battles, but he had never been defeated. What he relied on wasn't his realm, but his solid foundation, which brought him very pure power. Most of the time his opponents had higher cultivation than his own, but he remained more powerful. When Yang Kai saw that Fang Tianxi was mesmerized, he went on to say, certainly these benefits are useful for going against enemies, but let's also talk about the benefits this thing has when it comes to cultivation. When an Open Heaven Realm Master ascends to the 7th Order, their small universe will materialize. that allows them to raise living beings in their body. However, if you ask around, you'll realize that no open heaven realm master, not even the ninth order old ancestors, keeps living beings in their small universes. Do you know why? Fang Tianxi shook his head as he appeared eager to find out more. Certainly, Yang Kai was pleased with his reaction. That's because, without something to seal and stabilize one's small universe, when an open heaven realm master deals with a powerful opponent, their small universe inevitably shakes violently. When that happens, the entire world is thrown into turmoil. In that case, how many living beings do you think will survive? Upon hearing the explanation, Fang Tianxi said, "Does Tao Lord mean that with the World Tree clone protecting my small universe, when I fight with someone, my small universe won't be affected?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You're a promising young man. I've exchanged moves with countless masters before, and even some royal lords who tried to hunt me down. However, when you lived in the Void World back then, did you ever feel any tremors? Without the World Tree clone to guard my small universe, the Void World would have been destroyed instead of becoming as prosperous as it is today." A puzzled Fang Tianxi asked, "Tao Lord, what benefits do we get by doing so?" "There are a lot of benefits," Yang Kai explained enthusiastically. "As living beings are born, live, and die in the one small universe, they produce a lot of world force. In other words, even if you don't cultivate, your heritage will still grow slowly. The more living beings there are, the quicker your power will grow." Fang Tianxi finally realized something. Is that why Tao Lord's cultivation speed is much quicker than others? Yes. An excited Fang Tianxi said, "Disciple understands now. What Tao Lord means is that I should find some living beings and place them into my small universe as well. That way, I'll also become a 7th order or even 8th order master sooner." "There's no need for that. Don't tell anyone you have a World Tree clone. There will always be some wicked people out there who will stop at nothing to acquire treasures. I have enough power to protect myself, so no one will dare to harm me. However, once others find out that you have a World Tree clone, you might fall into danger." "What should this disciple do then?" Fang Tianxi asked humbly. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't know the World Tree clone's advantages, but now that he was aware of them, he had to make good use of it. "I'll give you something. Open up your small universe," Yang Kai ordered. Fang Tianxi opened up the portal as he was told. Yang Kai did the same as a thought flashed across his mind. The next moment, Fang Tianxi felt that the Tao Lord had stuffed something into his small universe. As he looked into his small universe, he was amazed. A moment later, Yang Kai closed the portal and explained, "They are small stone race members. Although they have very low sentience, they reproduce rapidly. Moreover, by raising them, you'll gain 10 times the benefits compared to raising other living beings. Take good care of them. They'll be useful to you." "Many thanks, Tao Lord." Fang Tianxi saluted him. "I'll also give you some resources. You'll need them when you cultivate." Disciple thanks Tao Lord for his generosity. "I also have some artifacts for you. You're a 6th order master now. Just take them and refine them when you're free. They might save your life when you're in danger." "Yes. Good, I have to continue recuperating. You may leave now." Fang Tianxi got to his feet and saluted him. Disciple will take his leave now. Yang Kai only waved his hand. Chapter 5604, An Illegitimate Child. Fang Tianxi felt his emotions undulating in his heart as he left the cave mansion. After cultivating for 2,000 years, he finally had the chance to fight against the Black Ink clan. He decided that he must not disappoint the Tao Lord or tarnish the Tao Temple's name. Suddenly, he realized that the Tao Lord hadn't actually answered his question. He still had no idea whether the fact that his small universe had materialized had something to do with the World Tree clone or not. Soon, he shook his head with a smile, for it was no longer necessary to harp on this issue. After his chat with the Tao Lord, he now knew what he had to do for his future. Just by heading in that direction, he would grow stronger quickly. Furthermore, the Tao Lord had given him many things. Hua Qingxi had been waiting for him. Fang Tianxi walked up to her and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, head manager." She shook her head with a smile. "Don't mention it." "Head manager, which great territory should I head to?" Hua Qingxi replied, "There's no rush. There's something I have to ask you." "Please go ahead, head manager." "The palace master. Your Tao Lord is an expert in 3 grand Taos, which are the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. I'm sure you're aware of this." Fang Tianxi nodded. Every cultivator in the void world knew this, for the Tao essences of these three grand Taos were the richest in the atmosphere. Have you cultivated one of these three grand Taos? Hua Qingxi asked. Fang Tianxi replied, I've cultivated all of them. Hua Qingxi was startled. Really? She had come into contact with many disciples from the Void Tao Temple before, and it could be said that 1 out of 10 had a certain mastery of one of these three grand Taos. A much smaller number of them had dabbled in 2 of these grand Taos. However, she had never met anyone who had cultivated all 3 grand Taos before. Fang Tianxi was the first. It was no wonder that the palace master was willing to see him even though he was recuperating. It seemed that he valued Fang Tianxi highly. Then, do you know your level of mastery over these 3 grand Taos? Fang Tianxi appeared hesitant as he had no idea how to reply to her. Hua Qingxi smiled. It's fine. Come with me. She knew that it wasn't easy to answer this question. Saying so, she led the way for him while Fang Tianxi followed her. Soon they arrived at a secret place at the back of High Heaven Palace. There were 3 palaces in front of them. Fang Tianxi looked intently and felt that some mysterious powers were undulating from those 3 palaces. Hua Qingxi explained, these are the sealed worlds that the palace master has left behind for the disciples of the Void Tao Temple. They correspond to the Tao of Space, the Tao of Time, and the Spear Tao. If anyone has inherited part of his legacy into one of these grand Taos, they can enter and get some training. It's also a place to test your mastery over these grand Taos. Fang Tianxi's eyes brightened when he heard that. Since the Tao Lord had left behind these sealed worlds, they must be amazing. If he could go in and cultivate, he would benefit from it. Test our mastery over these grand Taos. Hua Qingxi nodded. There is no end to the cultivation of the grand Tao. In the past, there were no guidelines or specific quantitative measures to gauge one's mastery. The palace master invented some guidelines for categorizing one's mastery over each grand Tao, and most people have acknowledged it. Fang Tianxi's interest was piqued. What are the guidelines? Hua Qingxi explained, the guidelines are based on the open heaven realm, so there are 9 levels in total. The first level is the lowest and 9th level is the highest. In sequence, they are superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking the initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak and shocking history and dazzling the present. Usually, when a person manages to condense their Tao seal using their main grand Tao, they will be at a level of peering through the doors. When they ascend to the open heaven realm, they will automatically reach the level of taking the initial steps. Fang Tianxi gave it some thought and felt shocked. When a person condensed his or her Tao seal, they had only reached the 2nd level of mastery, and when they ascended to the open heaven realm, they reached the 3rd level. Fang Tianxi couldn't help but wonder how high the Tao Lord's achievements in the 3 grand Taos were. Furthermore, the categorization showed that the higher the level, the more difficult it was to comprehend new insights. These 3 sealed worlds correspond to the 3 grand Taos. There are some hurdles inside, and every hurdle represents a level. Your limit will be the level of your mastery of a specific grand Tao, Hua Qingxi explained. Upon hearing her explanation, Fang Tianxi nodded. Disciple understands. Which sealed world would you like to try first? Hua Qingxi looked at him. Fang Tianxi replied, the Space Tao sealed world. Hua Qingxi pointed at the leftmost grand hall. That is the Space Tao sealed world. Just go in on your own. I'll be waiting outside. Fang Tianxi saluted her and stepped into the grand hall while Hua Qingxi waited outside. After Yang Kai left behind these 3 sealed worlds back then, those from High Heaven Palace were the ones who built these palaces. Over the years, many disciples from the Void Tao Temple came to this place to get some training. They had inherited the 3 grand Taos thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Even some Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan members were interested in the Time Tao sealed world and the Space Tao sealed world. These sealed worlds were not only places to test one's mastery of grand Taos but also wonderful training grounds. Hua Qingxi had never entered any of these palaces before, so she had no idea what was inside. However, she was sure that the palace master must have left behind many of his own insights. By breaking through the hurdles inside, those who had cultivated these 3 grand Taos would gain massive benefits. It wasn't until half a month later that an energetic Fang Tianxi left the grand hall. Without stopping, he entered the 2nd palace where the Time Tao sealed world was located. Half a month later, he stepped into the Spear Tao sealed world. When he finally shuffled out of the third grand hall, Hua Qingxi could feel that his aura had become far more stable. Although his cultivation didn't increase much, his strength must have improved significantly. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, head manager," Fang Tianxi saluted her with a joyful expression. He had gained massive benefits by going through the 3 sealed worlds this time. Nonetheless, he had reached his limits. He reckoned that when he cultivated for a longer time and gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Daos, he would be able to cross even more hurdles. Hua Qingxi shook her head to show that it was fine. "How many hurdles have you passed in the Space Dao sealed world?" Fang Tianxi replied, "It's embarrassing, but I was stuck at the 6th hurdle." Hua Qingxi was slightly surprised. Fang Tianxi had just ascended to the open heaven realm, but he had managed to overcome 5 hurdles. Such an achievement had never happened before. Many disciples had left the Dao Temple over the years, and some of them had cultivated the Dao of space. However, the best result achieved so far was the 4th hurdle. In other words, they were on the level of traversing a familiar path. Nonetheless, Fang Tianxi had achieved the level of attaining mastery through a comprehensive understanding of the Dao of space. One must not underestimate the difference of one level, for it meant a vast disparity between achievements. The difference was akin to the differences in order in the open heaven realm. The palace master's first disciple, Zhao Yibai, had only achieved the 6th level when his mastery was tested. Hua Qingxi thought that it was such a shame. There was no doubt Fang Tianxi was a talented person, but unfortunately he had only ascended to the 6th order. Had he directly ascended to the 7th order, he could have attained amazing achievements like the palace master's 3 disciples. The mastery of a grand Dao was different from cultivation. As long as one hadn't reached their innate limit, they could improve their cultivation by putting in the effort and resources. However, comprehension and enlightenment were required to master grand Daos. Without enough wits, one couldn't advance far in any grand Dao regardless of how powerful their cultivation was. Hua Qingxi was also a veteran 6th order open heaven realm master, so she naturally understood this. She initially only wanted to find out Fang Tianxi's mastery over the Dao of space, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity as she asked, "What about your results in the Time Dao sealed world and the Spear Dao sealed world?" A bashful Fang Tianxi replied, "I only overcame the 5th hurdle in the Time Dao sealed world. It's worse in the Spear Dao sealed world. I only passed the 4th hurdle." He looked embarrassed as though he had disappointed the Dao Lord. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was lost for words. When she heard Fang Tianxi say that he had cultivated all 3 grand Daos, she thought that he had only majored in one and perhaps dabbled a bit in the other 2. Now that didn't seem to be the case. This Fang Tianxi had attained a high level of mastery in all 3 grand Daos. One had to know that Fang Tianxi had just made it to the 6th order open heaven realm, but he had already attained such achievements. There was no doubt he had a bright future ahead of him. Although the Spear Dao was his worst grand Dao, he had still passed the 4th hurdle, which was already something most Dao Temple disciples were unable to achieve. Given this man's amazing comprehension skills and achievements, Hua Qingxi even suspected that he might be the palace master's illegitimate child. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so gifted even though he came from the void world. After examining his face though, Hua Qingxi shook her head, for Fang Tianxi looked nothing like Yang Kai. Finding her thoughts ridiculous, she smiled helplessly. The palace master had many beautiful wives, so if he wanted to have a child, he didn't have to do it furtively. Since the palace master still didn't have any descendants after so many years, he apparently didn't want to distract himself by having to look after his offspring yet. Nonetheless, she didn't know that this seemingly preposterous idea was actually quite close to the truth. Fang Tianxi wasn't an illegitimate child. Instead, he had an even closer relationship with Yang Kai, for he was the latter's human self. "Head manager?" Fang Tianxi called out to her. For some reason, he felt there was something off about the head manager's gaze when she looked at him. Hua Qingxi came to her senses and cast away her wild ideas before saying, "Is there any great territory you'd like to go to?" Fang Tianxi shook his head with a smile. "No. I'm fine with any assignment given to me." After pondering for a moment, Hua Qingxi said, "In that case you should probably head to Profound Nether Territory. The palace master is in charge of that place on paper. However, since there's an agreement in place, he can't make a move as he pleases. As such, he decided to return here to cultivate." Fang Tianxi didn't understand when she mentioned the agreement, but when he learned that Yang Kai was in charge of Profound Nether Territory, he nodded joyfully. "I'll go to Profound Nether Territory then." Certainly, he had to take a look at the great territory where the Tao Lord was in charge. Good. If you are interested, once you arrive at profound nether territory, you can look for a little young man named Yang Xiao. His squad is recruiting members who are experts in the Tao of space. You can make your own decision, of course, and this is by no means an order. In fact, no one in profound nether territory will give you any orders. You'll be free to do as you see fit there, Hua Qingxi explained with a smile. Stinking brat, I've done my best to help you. As for whether you'll be able to keep him, that depends on your own capabilities. Chapter 5605 10 Directions Supreme. A few years ago, Yang Xiao had sent a message to Hua Qingxi and asked her to look out for disciples from the Void Tao Temple who had cultivated the Tao of space. Although quite a number of disciples had left the Void Tao Temple over the years, there still weren't a lot of them. As such, there were even fewer people who were skilled in the Tao of space. Hua Qingxi had recommended 2 people so far, but unfortunately, their mastery over the Tao of space was not up to Yang Xiao's standards. Fang Tianci, on the other hand, was a suitable candidate. Nevertheless, it wasn't like she could force Fang Tianci to do anything. She had only given him a suggestion. As for whether he would look for Yang Xiao, that was his decision to make. Disciple understands, Fang Tianci nodded. Then Hua Qingxi gave him a universe chart. Head to profound nether territory on your own, then. Don't forget to check in at the army headquarters and register your name when you arrive. Yes. Fang Tianci replied and put away the universe chart before leaping into the air. He only had to pass through one great territory to go from high heaven territory to profound nether territory. It was also the great territory where the supreme headquarters was located, so it was safe. In fact, as long as the 13 great territory battlefields on the front lines were not broken through, the defense at the back would remain impenetrable. Fang Tianci kept checking the universe chart to verify his location while sometimes using space principles to hasten his pace. A month later, he passed through the great territory where the supreme headquarters was located and arrived at profound nether territory. Then he intercepted a squad of people who seemed like they were heading back from the battlefield to get some rest, and asked them for directions. Following that, he headed straight to the universe fragment where the army headquarters of profound nether territory was located. Upon his arrival, he reported his name and background. After his information was registered, he received an identity token. The person handling this matter for him was a beautiful woman who was only a third-order master. Due to her weak cultivation, she could not contribute much in terms of war potential, so she dealt with administrative matters as part of the support staff. The woman was very patient, and upon learning that it was Fang Tianci's first time in profound nether territory and that he had never fought with the Black Ink clan before, she explained many things to him, which Fang Tianci was grateful for. Then Fang Tianci asked, "Do you know Yang Xiao?" The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. "Sir Yang Xiao? I know him, of course. Are you looking for him?" Fang Tianci was startled. Hua Qingxi only told him to come to profound nether territory and look for Yang Xiao if he was interested, but she never gave him any details. He initially thought that it would be hard to look for one person on this vast battlefield, but it now seemed that it wasn't so difficult. Since a cultivator dealing with administrative tasks in the rear was aware of Yang Xiao's name, it seemed that he was pretty famous. However, when Fang Tianci realized that the woman was blushing, he knew that Yang Xiao was not just famous for his battle record. Just as he expected, when the woman realized that he was looking for Yang Xiao, she appeared more enthusiastic. "Why are you looking for Sir Yang Xiao, senior brother?" Fang Tianci explained, "I just came from High Heaven Palace where the head manager told me to look for him." The woman's eyes became even brighter. "You're from High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai was in charge of profound nether territory on paper, and he was the palace master of High Heaven Palace. Many of the cultivators in this place also came from High Heaven Palace. There was no doubt that High Heaven Palace was the most famous great force in the entire profound nether territory. Even the cave heavens and paradises were no match for it. "Do you have a universe chart?" the woman asked. "Yes." Fang Tianci promptly fished out his universe chart and passed it to her. The woman took it and searched her divine sense before giving it back to him. "Sir Yang Xiao's squad always remains on the front lines. Recently, they're supposed to be getting some rest at this forward outpost. If you head over now, you might find them there." Fang Tianci looked into the universe chart and saw a marked location in profound nether territory. "Many thanks," he nodded gratefully. Following that, he was ready to leave. "Wait a moment." The woman called out to him. Is there anything else, junior sister? The woman bashfully passed him a space ring. Fang Tianci was puzzled as to what was going on. The woman said sheepishly, "Please pass this to Sir Yang Xiao. Since I can't fight the enemy directly, I'd like to give Sir Yang Xiao some pills that can heal his wounds and restore his energy. Please tell him to stay safe." "All right," Fang Tianci nodded. Although he had never met Yang Xiao before, he thought that the latter must be quite popular among the ladies. That was why this woman only wanted to give some pills to Yang Xiao even though there were so many soldiers at the front line. "By the way, my name is Yun Shi," the woman added. Fang Tianci was torn between tears and laughter, thinking that Yang Xiao might not even know who this woman was if he gave him her name. Following the directions in the universe chart, Fang Tianci took a few days to arrive at the forward outpost. However, before he even entered the place he was stopped. Although he had shown them his identity token, he was still asked to enter a purifying array. The soldiers who fought with the enemy were at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength. Once that happened, they would become black ink disciples who didn't look different from the normal cultivators. Because it was impossible to tell a black ink disciple from an ordinary human just by observing them, a large purifying array was arranged at every forward outpost. Its design was based on the interior of a purifying black ink battleship and it contained a lot of purifying light. Anyone who had been corrupted by black ink strength or had become a black ink disciple would have that black ink strength dispelled by purifying light the moment they stepped into this array. Someone who hadn't been corrupted by black ink strength wouldn't lose anything by entering it. When there was a change of affairs in profound nether territory back then, some black ink disciples tried to sneak into the forward outposts. However, their black ink strength was purified by the purifying array, which allowed them to regain their original nature. Soon the black ink clan stopped doing such a futile thing. All the same, the purifying array remained, for some cultivators might be accidentally corrupted by black ink strength. The array could save their lives. The moment Fang Tianci stepped out of the array, he was amazed by what he saw. The huge forward outpost was like a prosperous city. The streets were neat and clean, with shops lining them for as far as the eye could see. There was also a massive number of people walking around. The cultivators who moved around this place were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Fang Tianci had never seen so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in one place before, and this was just one of the forward outposts operated by the humans. It was said that there were a total of 10 similar forward outposts in profound nether territory. That wasn't even including the headquarters at the rear. Nonetheless, it also made Fang Tianci realize how formidable the Black Ink clan must be. So many Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered in the same great territory, yet they were still unable to destroy the Black Ink clan, which went to show how powerful the enemy was. The cultivators were mostly in groups of 3 to 5 people, with some bigger groups reaching a dozen or so. Rarely was anyone on his own like Fang Tianci. While he was looking around, someone came up to him and cupped his fist. "Greetings, senior brother." Fang Tianci looked around, but upon confirming that the other party was speaking to him, he saluted him back with an awkward expression. "What's the matter, junior brother?" The other party's aura suggested that he was a 5th Order Master. Given the fact that Fang Tianci was a 6th Order Master, it was only reasonable that he called him junior brother. If they were in the same sect, seniority would be important. If they were not from the same sect, they would usually address each other according to their cultivation. "Is it your first time here, senior brother? If so, please come with me." Saying so, the person passionately took his sleeve and tried to drag him away. Fang Tianci found it strange. Is it so obvious that it's my first time here? Unbeknownst to him, his reaction was indeed conspicuous to the others. Only a cultivator who arrived at this place for the first time would be curious about his surroundings. Just then, another person leaped forward and intercepted them before politely greeting Fang Tianci. "Well met, senior brother." Then he looked at the 5th Order Master who was holding Fang Tianci's sleeve and said, "Brother Zhou, it's Fei Yun Squad's turn this time. You've crossed the line by snatching him like this." Brother Zhou shook his head. "There are only a few people in the Fei Yun Squad. I told you to merge yours with another squad, but you just wouldn't listen to me. So what if you manage to persuade him to join your squad? You won't keep him for long." The cultivator from Fei Yun Squad snapped, "Nonsense. All 4 of us in the Fei Yun Squad are above the 5th Order. In fact, Squad Leader Chai is a 6th Order Master. All of us are powerful, so how could you compare us to the other squads? It's not like our squad leader isn't a 6th Order Master. Senior brother, we have one 6th Order Master and two 5th Order Masters in the Thousand Mountain Squad. There are 6 people in total. Given our collective power, we're even able to deal with a feudal lord if we come across one. Don't listen to his nonsense, senior brother. If his Thousand Mountain Squad ran into a feudal lord, they'd immediately run away instead of fighting. The Feiyun Squad is different. We accidentally bumped into a feudal lord the other day, and under squad leader Chai's leadership, not only did we manage to withdraw safely, but we also dealt that feudal lord a painful blow. Fang Tianci was perplexed as he listened to these two, but after giving it some thought, he soon realized what was going on. Apart from the 6 great territories where things remained unchanged, the other great territories didn't have any 8th Order Masters and territory lords involved directly in the war. As such, both the humans and the Black Ink clan had scattered their soldiers around. The humans relied heavily on squads as they hunted the Black Ink clansmen down. Apparently, when these two people saw that Fang Tianci was new to this place, and as such wasn't part of any squad, they decided to recruit him into theirs. Nonetheless, Hua Qingxi had already given him a suggestion regarding this matter. Even if she hadn't, Fang Tianci wasn't ready to join any squad in a hurry. At the very least, he had to figure out the current state of affairs in profound nether territory first. One had to sharpen his tools before starting to work. It was crucial to collect more information first. Fang Tianci raised his hand to stop them from arguing and cupped his fist with a smile. Many thanks for inviting this Fang to your squads, but I'm afraid I must decline. Before coming to profound nether territory, head manager Hua told me to look for a certain senior brother. Both of the recruiters instantly fell silent while Brother Zhou smiled helplessly. You already have somewhere to go? In that case, please forgive our rudeness. Then he asked curiously, who are you looking for, senior brother? Fang Tianci had the intention of asking them about Yang Xiao. After all, they seem to be stationed at this forward outpost, so they should be familiar with the goings-on in this place. He then told them he was looking for Yang Xiao. Instantly they wore respectful looks. Are you from High Heaven Palace, senior brother? Yes. I see. If you're looking for senior brother Yang, you just have to wait here for a few days. Senior brother Yang has just taken his 10 Directions Supreme Squad out on a hunt. I suppose it'll take him some time before he returns. 10 Directions Supreme Squad? After pondering for a moment, Fang Tianci replied with a smile, that's an interesting name for senior brother Yang's squad. The two of them exchanged glances and let out a dry laugh. The squad's name was more than just being interesting, for its full name was, My Adoptive Father in All 10 Directions Reigns Supreme, but I am second to him. Chapter 5606, Somewhat Strange. Upon learning that Yang Zhao's squad would come back sometime later, Fang Tianci decided to wait beside the purifying array. That way, as soon as Yang Xiao returned, Fang Tianci would find out about it, ensuring that he wouldn't miss the chance to meet him. Having cultivated for thousands of years already, Fang Tianci had grown to be a patient person. He could wait for years at a time, let alone a few days. No one came up to him again, as such, he was able to sit down and cultivate with peace of mind. Some 10 days later, Fang Tianci heard some shouts of excitement while he was cultivating. The 10 Directions Supreme Squad has returned. They've done something big this time by destroying a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. For real? It's true. I heard that they've even killed 8 feudal lords this time. He's just as formidable as his father. Well, that's nothing. We could do the same if our squad had so many powerful members. What nonsense are you saying? It's extremely difficult to destroy a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. No one would dare to challenge so many Black Ink clansmen if they weren't capable enough. Usually, it'll take more than 10 squads and at least the same number of 7th Order Masters to deal with so many Black Ink clansmen. The 10 Directions Supreme Squad hadn't sought any external help this time. Furthermore, it seems that they've returned unscathed. As Fang Tianci listened to the noise around him, he realized something and opened his eyes, only to see the cultivators around him staring fixedly at the purifying array. There was a look of reverence on their faces, as though they were waiting for a heroic general who had just won a great war to return. As a light flashed across the purifying array, a figure emerged. He was a young man who was clad in white robes. Even his hair was silvery white. Not only did he look handsome, but he also appeared noble and imposing. The moment he appeared, the people around him started greeting him hospitably. It seemed that this white-robed young man was quite popular in this forward outpost. The men looked at him with admiration while the women stared at him with fervor, as though they were trying to melt the young man with their eyes. They kept greeting him by calling him Big Brother Yang Xiao, and Sir Yang Xiao. Is this the Yang Xiao that the head manager told me to look for? Fang Tianxi examined the young man and realized that the latter was indeed an outstanding individual. After stepping out of the array, Yang Xiao greeted everyone with a faint smile. He wasn't aloof, but he wasn't passionate either. However, what puzzled Fang Tianxi was that there was an old-looking turtle the size of a small plate sitting on the young man's head, looking just like a hat. As though noticing his stare, the old turtle extended his neck and took a look at him. Fang Tianxi was startled, for this small turtle was obviously a powerful master. The aura he exuded momentarily suggested that he was no less powerful than a seventh-order master. Following behind Yang Xiao was a woman who was also clad in a white dress. Fang Tianxi wasn't sure if it was just his delusion, but he felt that the woman and the Tao Lord looked similar. Then more figures shuffled out of the array. Following behind Yang Xiao and the white-robed woman were two young men and one young woman. One of the men looked like an honest and cheerful person, but something seemed to be troubling him as he kept shaking his head. The woman walked alongside him as she whispered to him. Although she was gorgeous, her expression was frigid, like an unsheathed blade. Fang Tianxi only looked at her for a moment, but he still felt as though something had pierced into his soul. The other young man had a distinct bowl-cut hairstyle. Just like Yang Xiao at the front, he kept greeting the cultivators around him, seemingly enjoying the attention. Behind them was an ancient ominous beast. On its head sat a stone man with his arms crossed, looking as though he was full of himself. Meanwhile, riding on the ominous beast's back were a young boy and a young girl. The young boy appeared to be adorable, but when he smiled, his mouth tore apart and revealed a hideous set of teeth. On the other hand, the young girl appeared quite cute and delicate. This 10 Direction Supreme Squad's members are a bit strange. Despite their eccentricity, Fang Tianxi could feel that they were all powerful. None of the members in the squad were weak, as most of them exuded a might equivalent to 7th Order Masters. As for those who didn't, they were all 6th Order Masters. It was no wonder that this squad was able to destroy a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. Any Black Ink clan army would be doomed if they came across such a lineup. Nevertheless, the fact that they were completely unharmed illustrated just how strong they were. The head manager had given Fang Tianxi a good recommendation. If he could join such a squad, Fang Tianxi would never be bored again. After giving it some thought, he stepped forward and soon arrived in front of Yang Xiao. Then he cupped his fist and said, "High Heaven Palace Fang Tianxi, greets senior brother Yang." It wasn't until this moment that he realized the Tao Lord and this senior brother shared the surname Yang. Are they related in any way? However, Yang Xiao looked nothing like Yang Kai. On the other hand, the white-robed woman beside him resembled the Tao Lord quite a bit. Oh. Yang Xiao looked at him with surprise. "You're from High Heaven Palace?" Yang Xiao found the other man unfamiliar. Since he didn't know him, he reckoned that the latter was a newly promoted 6th Order Master. "Yes. The head manager said you're recruiting members and she told me to look for you." Hearing that, Yang Xiao appeared pleasantly surprised. "Head manager Hua told you to look for me?" He then realized that this guy was from the Void Dao Temple. Otherwise, head manager Hua wouldn't have asked him to seek him out. At that moment, Yang Xiao started feeling expectant. Hua Qingxi had recommended 2 people previously, but unfortunately, their abilities were not up to his standards. As such, he recommended them to other squads. Anyway, cultivators who had cultivated the Tao of Space were universally welcome, so they were soon accepted. When fighting with the Black Ink clan, even though strong masters could help kill more enemies, there would also be times when escaping was essential. In times like these, cultivators who had cultivated the Tao of Space proved to be invaluable. On all the battlefields, there was no doubt that the disciples from the Void Dao Temple were the most popular, especially those who had cultivated the Tao of Space. Once such people appeared, countless squads would invite them to join them by offering many perks. Yang Xiao was eager to find out Fang Tianxi's abilities, so without hesitation he turned to the honest-looking young man and said, "Junior brother Zhao, give him a test." Zhao Yibai stepped forward and motioned for Fang Tianxi to follow him. Fang Tianxi knew that it was a test he had to pass if he wanted to join the 10 Direction Supreme Squad. As such, he followed the other man without any questions. Soon they left the forward outpost and disappeared into the void. An hour later they returned together. While Zhao Yibai remained calm and collected, Fang Tianxi seemed to be lost in his thoughts. The test was nothing special as Fang Tianxi was only tested on his utilization of the Tao of Space. Fang Tianxi was initially confident, but he never expected that Zhao Yibai was also a master of the Tao of Space. Moreover, Zhao Yibai had a greater mastery over this grand Tao than he did. There was no doubt that Fang Tianxi had been defeated by the other man when it came to the Tao of Space, and it wasn't because Zhao Yibai was an order above him, but rather because his comprehension of the Tao of Space was greater. Fang Tianxi felt that he had learned a lot, and he also came to realize that there were always people beyond people. How was it? Yang Xiao asked eagerly. Zhao Yibai gently nodded in response. Yang Xiao guffawed and passionately patted Fang Tianxi's shoulder. From now on, you're a member of the 10 Directions Supreme Squad. We can finally do something greater. His squad was basically unrivaled in the entire profound Nether territory. Others were envious that they were able to kill enemies with ease, but the truth was, how was it possible for them to improve themselves if they felt no pressure? Only the weak bullied those weaker than themselves, while those who were strong challenged those who were stronger. Their goal wasn't to make a name for themselves in profound Nether territory. Instead, they wanted to storm into the great territories that the Black Ink clansmen had occupied, destroy their Black Ink nests, and ruthlessly kill all the Black Ink clansmen they could find. However, if they wanted to do that, they would face a huge risk even though their squad members were powerful. As such, they needed enough power to protect themselves. They initially had such a member. Back then, with Lu Yan and Zhao Yibai joining forces, they could escape if they came across enemies they were unable to defeat. However, after Lu Yan returned to the star boundary to cultivate in seclusion in her phoenix nest, the squad's mobility and ability to escape had been significantly reduced. That was why Yang Xiao sent a message to Hua Qingxi, asking her to look out for people who were experts in the Tao of Space. Since Fang Tianxi had passed Zhao Yibai's test, there was no doubt that he had gained the latter's acknowledgement. Yang Xiao had faith in Zhao Yibai's judgment. Come on. I'll introduce our members to you, Yang Xiao said enthusiastically. As he introduced the squad members to Fang Tianxi, the cultivators around them were envious. They knew what it would mean if one could join the 10 Directions Supreme Squad. However, they also knew that it wasn't easy to become one of them. Yang Xiao wasn't interested in anyone who wasn't capable enough. Although it was Fang Tianxi's first time meeting these people, he somehow felt as though he had known them for a long time. As such, he became close to them very quickly. He sincerely admired Zhao Yibai as he cupped his fist and said, "Please give me more guidance in the future, senior brother Zhao." Zhao Yibai smiled frankly, "If there's some free time, we can discuss the Tao of Space and have a friendly competition. Since you've cultivated the Tao of Space, you must be from the Void Tao Temple and have inherited the Honored Master's Grand Tao. As such, you shouldn't underestimate yourself." Honored Master? Fang Tianxi was stunned. Yang Xiao smilingly wrapped his arm around Fang Tianxi's shoulders. "Junior brother Zhao is my adoptive father's first legacy disciple." Adoptive father? Fang Tianxi was astounded. "I'm talking about the Tao Lord as you all call him," Yang Xiao explained nonchalantly. Then he appeared somewhat envious. "That old man certainly has had some fun by building a Tao temple in his small universe. If I had one of the 4 universe pillars in a small universe, I would have done the same." Fang Tianxi was bewildered. Hua Qingxi only told him to come look for Yang Xiao, but she didn't give him many details. It wasn't until this moment that he realized many members of this squad were closely related to the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord's adoptive son, little sister, and 3 legacy disciples were all members. Certainly, Fang Tianxi was aware of Zhao Yibai and the other 2 legacy disciples. When he was cultivating in the Tao Temple back then, he was informed that the Tao Lord had taken on 3 disciples in the Void World. They were all legendary figures, but they were now standing right in front of him. Upon that realization, Fang Tianxi felt relieved. It was no wonder that Zhao Yibai had a better grasp of the Tao of Space. He was the Tao Lord's first disciple who inherited his Tao of Space. It wasn't surprising that he was more skillful in this grand Tao. It was only reasonable that Fang Tianxi was defeated. Chapter 5607, You Should Not Follow the Crooked Path. Fang Tianxi felt that the head manager had found him a wonderful squad to be a part of. Initially, he only decided to take a look at Yang Xiao in profound Nether territory after getting a suggestion from the head manager, but he hadn't made up his mind yet to join his squad. After all, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the star boundary since he left the Void World. As such, he knew little about the 3,000 worlds. He had his own ideas, but he would also accept kind recommendations. He had passed Zhao Yibai's test, and he acknowledged that the latter had a better grasp of the Tao of space. By cultivating alongside such a powerful person, he would gain immense benefits. However, he soon realized that the 10 Direction Supreme Squad did not only have senior brother Zhao, but also senior sister Zhao and senior brother Su. The Tao Lord's 3 disciples had respectively inherited his 3 primary Grand Taos. By joining the 10 Direction Supreme Squad, it would mean that Fang Tianxi had a chance to frequently exchange insights on these Grand Taos with them. It was a good reason for him to join the squad. An energetic Yang Xiao declared, "Since that is settled, we should go and get some resources first. Then we'll throw a welcome party for junior brother Fang. When we're done getting prepared, we'll set off." They could finally leave the profound Nether territory and roam the great territories that the Black Ink clan had occupied. Yang Xiao could not wait to get started. The others were naturally fine with it. Over the years, Yang Xiao had been the one leading the squad. It wasn't that he was the strongest. In fact, the 7th Order Masters in the squad were all equally powerful. It was just that the others had no interest in managing the squad's affairs, so they decided to let Yang Xiao take charge of everything. At the mention of resources, Fang Tianxi suddenly recalled something and fished out a space ring. "By the way, senior brother Yang, when I was at the army headquarters the other day, a junior sister named Yun she told me to pass this to you. There are some pills inside." Before he could finish his words, he felt a forceful clasp on his shoulder, which caused him some pain. Fang Tianxi was astounded, thinking that Yang Zhao's strength was quite intense. "What are you talking about, junior brother? I don't understand." Fang Tianxi was confused, so he tried to explain again. "Senior brother, it was a junior sister named Yun Shi." Hee hee, a melodious laugh was suddenly heard from the side. Fang Tianxi reckoned that it was Yang Shue's voice, and he could feel that Yang Xiao was shuddering. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Xiao glaring at him. "Junior brother, you should not follow the crooked path." Fang Tianxi was puzzled. Without explaining further, Yang Xiao left him and walked up to Yang Shui before whispering to her. Fang Tianxi could faintly hear him saying, "I don't know any such woman. Don't listen to his nonsense." Zhao Yibai came over and patted Fang Tianxi's shoulder with a smile. "Let's go, junior brother Fang." A worried Fang Tianxi said, "Senior brother Yang?" He had it coming. Zhao Yi walked past them and snorted. In a dense forest, the sprawling branches seemed to be connected. All the trees were gigantic, and their crowns were so vast that when one looked down at the continent from above, it was as though it was a sea of green. Although many humans lived in the myriad monsters world now, the environment hadn't changed much. Such wilderness had been sustained for uncountable years, so not much change would happen in a short time. In this dense forest, danger was hidden everywhere. The roles of hunters and prey could be flipped upside down in an instant. A more powerful creature might just be hiding somewhere behind, waiting to pounce on its prey and gnaw at it. It was the perfect representation of natural selection. In such an environment, the monster race had an unrivaled advantage when it came to their cultivation. The heavenly way and principles of this world favored monster race too. It was made even more conspicuous after a world tree clone was planted several hundred years ago. More and more great monsters broke through their shackles and shook off the universe world shackles, allowing them to head out into the expansive outer universe to explore the unknown. As the strongest great monsters left, the original balance was shattered. After several hundred years of change, there was now a new order in this world. Even though it was daytime, it was still extremely dark in the forest as the tree crowns blocked all sunlight. An arm-thick snake with glistening skin slithered around a branch and approached its target in silence, a tree cave in the trunk that exuded the aura of blood and flesh. Although the snake was furtive, the prey in the tree cave still noticed its presence. Just as the snake stuck its head into the tree cave, a gray shadow dashed out at the speed of lighting. The snake seemed prepared. The moment the gray shadow appeared, the snake shot forward and opened its hideous mouth before biting down. The gray shadow howled in pain, but it couldn't get rid of the snake. As poison entered its body, the gray shadow soon stopped moving. The snake then wrapped its body around the trunk and widened its bloody mouth. It was ready to enjoy its meal. Unbeknownst to it, there was a shadow behind it that moved slightly. The shadow perfectly blended into the tree's shadow, ensuring no one could see it. The shadow had seen the snake successfully take down its prey, but it remained unmoving, which showed how patient it was. Just as the snake was deluged with the joy of having killed its prey, the dark shadow leapt out. Compared to the snake, there was no doubt that the dark shadow was smaller, but it was extremely agile and appeared behind the snake in the blink of an eye before biting its neck. The snake hissed in pain as its figure started writhing and fell to the ground. The dark shadow quickly leapt away with a piece of flesh in its mouth and gulped it down. As a metallic tang permeated the area, the snake hissed wildly as it coiled up and raised its head high to intimidate the opponent. However, the dark shadow remained unfazed. As it stepped on the fallen leaves, it made no noise. It just kept circling the snake, patiently waiting for a chance to strike. This kind of life-and-death battle frequently took place in the forest. The winner would enjoy its delicious meal while the loser ended up in the other's stomach. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The snake lay on the ground with countless wounds on its body, many of which were bone-deep. The dark shadow was the winner as it now devoured its prey. However, the dark shadow soon collapsed to the ground. Although it had gained victory, it wasn't unharmed. Its prey resisted fiercely and bit the dark shadow several times earlier. As such, the dark shadow had been struck with poison. This kind of poison wasn't lethal, but it would make the dark shadow black out for a while. However, in such a dangerous forest, the dark shadow probably wouldn't wake up again. An incense stick later, the sound of something brushing through the canopy was heard in this silent forest and several figures dexterously jumped from branch to branch. Although the human race had started living in the myriad monsters world over 200 years ago, this world remained a treasure trove that was yet to be fully exploited. Apart from monster beasts in this world, the things that were most useful to the humans were spirit flowers and herbs. After all, this was a universe world where ancient wilderness remained unexplored, and monster race knew nothing about alchemy. Other than the spirit herbs that could be consumed directly, the rest wasn't put to good use. As such, the humans living in this place would come together and enter the forest to collect precious resources every so often, gaining massive rewards each time. However, this came with many risks. Although Yang Kai had told the great monsters in the myriad monsters world they could not hunt the humans back then, this kind of thing couldn't be prevented entirely. There were still some monster beasts who retained their wild nature and who functioned more on instinct than reason, so if they came across a human on their own, they would normally just eat them. Under most circumstances, the humans and monster race got along fairly well in the myriad monsters world. Neither side made a move on the other for no reason, which was why the humans dared to enter the forest and collect herbs. Without Yang Kai's restriction in the past, these human cultivators would have been destroyed the moment they stepped into the forest. Suddenly, a petite figure stopped in her tracks. She looked like a beautiful young woman in her early 20s, and her aptitude was clearly quite good as she was already in the separation and reunion boundary. The metallic tang in the air was obvious, so she certainly noticed it. As she looked around, she soon saw the bloodied battlefield. She leaped from the branches and landed beside the snake. Then she saw the dark shadow lying on the ground. Junior sister, another figure landed beside her. He seemed to be a young man who was a few years older. The young woman pointed at the dark shadow and said, "It's a shadow leopard." "Is it dead?" the man asked. "I don't think so," the young woman replied. Then she placed her hand on the shadow leopard's neck and said affirmatively, "It's still alive, but I think it's been struck with poison." The man urged her by saying, "Ignore it. In the myriad monsters world, it's only normal that monster beasts fight with each other. We should focus on our mission. However, if we ignore it, it will be eaten by other monster beasts." The woman didn't have the heart to let the small leopard die, so she looked up at the man. "Please save it, senior brother." The man frowned as he wasn't willing to have a hand in the affairs between monster beasts, so he dissuaded her, saying, "It would be terrible if its parents misunderstand us. This shadow leopard is still very young, so perhaps its parents are nearby." The young woman replied, "If they were nearby, they would have saved it already. Its parents must be dead. It's such a pity that this leopard has to start hunting at such a young age." As she recalled certain memories, she felt a lump in her throat. She went on to say, "Moreover, it's fine even if its parents come looking for it. We'll just give the leopard back to them. Please save it, senior brother." As she tipped her head back, she looked at the man with teary eyes. The man didn't have the heart to see the woman cry, so he raised his hands and gave in. "All right. We'll save it. Stop crying." The young woman instantly stopped crying and smiled. "You're the best, senior brother." Then she crouched down and picked up the shadow leopard. "Let's go, senior brother." "Are you going to carry it just like this?" "Yes." "Shouldn't you give it a detoxifying pill and dress up its wounds?" "Ah." Only then did the young woman come to her senses and start treating the little leopard. Since they had to enter the forest to collect spirit herbs frequently, they always made sure to bring some detoxifying pills with them as they never knew what they might encounter. Such pills were useful at this moment. Chapter 5608 Shadow Leopard. In the expansive universe there were countless sects and great forces. The cave heavens and paradises had a long history with ample heritage, and were unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds. As such, they were considered first class. Under the cave heavens and paradises, the great forces with mid-rank open heaven realm masters assuming command were considered second class. For the great forces that didn't even have any mid-rank open heaven realm masters, they were classified as third class. Supposedly, the universe should be filled with the lowest class great forces, but the truth was, second class great forces came in the largest number in the 3,000 worlds. Mid-rank open heaven realm ranged from the 4th order to the 6th order, and as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too terrible, he or she could make an initial breakthrough to the 2nd or 3rd order open heaven realm. After that, given enough time, effort, and resources, such a person would become a 4th order master. As such, there were a lot of 4th order and 5th order masters in any great territory, while there would be quite a number of 6th order masters as well. However, even if the two great forces were both second class, the difference in their heritages could be immense. As long as there was a single 4th order master in a sect, it was considered second class. On the other hand, a sect with several 6th order masters in charge was also considered second class, but no one would say two such sects were comparable. Great Feather Pavilion was a below-average second-class great force. At the peak of its power, it only had 2 5th order masters and 4 4th order masters. This kind of heritage could only be described as ordinary. However, even a great force like Great Feather Pavilion had occupied a great territory and had it named after their sect. Following the Black Ink clan's invasion, however, all great forces, no matter their size or strength, had no choice but to give up on their heritages and evacuate to high heaven territory, even the cave heavens and paradises. Back then, Great Feather Pavilion was visited by a human squad that was deployed from the barren territory. Following their instructions, they met up with the great forces from the other nearby great territories and headed to high heaven territory. Although they experienced some dangers along the way, they safely arrived at their destination. Their lives in high heaven territory were hard. At that time, there were countless cultivators from different great forces that had gathered together. Just like those from Great Feather Pavilion, they had left their homes and didn't have a place to stay. There were 2 universe worlds in high heaven territory. One of them was the star boundary and the other was the demon realm. No ordinary people could go to the former, while the latter wasn't suitable for most people to live in. Since there was a lack of space and resources, everyone from Great Feather Pavilion was filled with a sense of despair. It wasn't until High Heaven Palace sent them to a universe world in the new great territory that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After such a traumatizing experience, everyone from the elders down to the lowest disciples of the sect realized just how miserable it was to be weak. However, it was extremely difficult to increase one's strength. Therefore, when the masters of the star boundary spread word about the myriad monsters world, the open heaven realm masters from Great Feather Pavilion all headed to profound nether territory without hesitation to join the war against the Black Ink clan so that they could earn military merits, which could be traded for the right to live in the myriad monsters world. The appearance of the myriad monsters world was like a beacon of hope for the weaker great forces. They didn't have the right to enter the star boundary, but the myriad monsters world represented a new beginning. As long as they could let their juniors cultivate in the myriad monsters world, they would get nourishment from the World Tree clone. Perhaps there would be a prodigy who could directly ascend to the 6th order or 7th order in the future. Just one such person would be enough to help them overcome their destitute destiny. Finally, when the myriad monsters world was opened up, the first batch of people from Great Feather Pavilion settled down in that place. Initially there were only 10 or so disciples from their sect, but as time passed, more and more moved into the myriad monsters world. They occupied a small spirit peak and rebuilt Great Feather Pavilion. Although the beginning was tough, they were no longer in the position like that of several hundred years ago where they were unable to even imagine a future for themselves. Now, there were 8,000 to 10,000 great forces that had settled down in the myriad monsters world, and there would surely be even more in the future. Fortunately, the myriad monsters world was vast. When Yang Kai inspected this place back then, he realized that it was much larger than an average universe world. If it wasn't, it couldn't have accommodated so many great forces. Presently, the open heaven realm masters above the 3rd order from Great Feather Pavilion had headed to the battlefields to battle the enemy. Only several old and frail second-order masters stayed behind in the sect to teach the younger disciples. Fortunately, there wasn't much danger in the myriad monsters world. Otherwise, these second-order masters couldn't have ensured everyone's safety. Several young kids stood outside the sect's entrance and appeared expectant. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Senior brothers and senior sisters are back." Following the cheers, many agile figures passed through the forest and approached them in the blink of an eye. There were fewer than 100 people, and they were all young people in their teens and 20s. The effectiveness of the World Tree clone's nourishment had a lot to do with cultivation and age. A young person with low cultivation would get the most benefits, while an old third-order Emperor Realm Master might not gain any benefits at all. Every quota to live in the myriad monsters world was valuable. As such, those from Great Feather Pavilion wouldn't dare to waste them, sending those young disciples who had excellent aptitudes to this place with the bare minimum of elders to look after them. Chatters and laughter were heard in front of the entrance. Soon the young kids were attracted to a particular anomaly. It was a little beast with black and smooth fur. The little beast seemed to be injured as it was asleep in a senior sister's arms. Blood had seeped through the bandages around its body. The young kids surrounded the senior sister and chirruped. It appeared they had instantly become fond of this little beast. A young disciple asked, "Senior sister Qin Shui, is this a monster beast?" Qin Shui smiled and nodded, "And it's a shadow leopard." The disciple extended his hand in an attempt to touch the shadow leopard, but he soon retracted it as he was worried that the shadow leopard would wake up suddenly and bite him. A second-order master asked, "What's going on?" Qin Shui then briefly relayed to him what happened to the snow leopard and asked, "Elder, can I raise it?" The elder replied, "I don't mind you raising it, but how do you intend to feed it?" "I can bring it out and do some hunting." The elder shook his head. When that sir planted the World Tree clone in this place 300 years ago, he made an agreement with the great monsters that both races should coexist harmoniously and that we couldn't harm each other for no reason. Although there have been incidents of monster beasts hunting humans over the years, that was mostly related to beasts who had retained their wild nature. As such, we couldn't settle the score with them. If you make a move on the monster race though, it will be a breach of the agreement between that sir and the monster race. If the monster race members flare up, no one can protect you. It was the first time Qin Shui heard about this, so she was caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Will it be all right if we hunt some normal beasts?" The elder nodded, "That should be fine." Normal beasts were not part of the agreement. After all, some weaker cultivators still needed to eat to survive. An elated Qin Shui said, "I'll keep it for now then. Now that it's hurt, it won't survive if we release it back to the forest. When it recovers, I'll let it go if it doesn't want to stay." "Good," the elder nodded. As such, the little shadow leopard was kept in the Great Feather Pavilion. Qin Shui was initially worried that the shadow leopard wouldn't be able to adapt to the new environment, but she soon realized that her concerns were unnecessary. Although the shadow leopard was still very young, it seemed to have some sentience as it knew who saved it. After it awakened, it didn't show any hostility towards Qin Shui. As Qin Shui took good care of the shadow leopard and it recovered quickly. When she went to visit the shadow leopard a month later, she realized that it was nowhere to be seen. She searched everywhere in Great Feather Pavilion but still couldn't find it. It seemed that the shadow leopard had left without a word. This made the young woman sad. However, after giving it some thought, she realized that a monster beast like the shadow leopard was supposed to live in the wild. By keeping it in the Great Feather Pavilion, it might wear away the leopard's instincts, which would inevitably weaken it. As such, she soon accepted this reality. It wasn't until half a year later that she came across the shadow leopard again. As though they were destined to meet again, Qin Shui bumped into the dark shadow when she was collecting spirit herbs in the forest. The shadow leopard walked up to her with obvious affection, which pleasantly surprised Qin Shui. They hadn't met for half a year, and the shadow leopard had grown much larger. She managed to collect more resources this time, as with the shadow leopard leading the way, she easily found a lot of precious herbs. Since then, collecting spirit herbs was the activity that she looked forward to the most. As time passed, both Qin Shui and the shadow leopard both grew stronger. The young woman had grown up to be a beautiful lady like a blooming flower. She had married her beloved senior brother and given birth to children. She lived a full and happy life. On the other hand, the shadow leopard had grown from a monster beast to a monster general, then a monster commander, and eventually an intimidating monster king. The great forces nearby knew that there was a monster king that was equivalent to an emperor realm master protecting the Great Feather Pavilion's territory. As such, the disciples from the Great Feather Pavilion were safe whenever they headed out to collect herbs or wander around. All this was because a young woman took the initiative to save a shadow leopard in the past. Others couldn't help feeling envious. Although they wanted to do the same, they didn't know where to start. Several hundred years later, heavy rain poured down from the sky as lightning struck through the night. Qin Shui heard a familiar growl when she was cultivating. Her expression changed as she immediately stopped. Then she pressed her ear against the door and listened for a while. Following that, she dashed out of the Great Feather Pavilion and charged forward in the rain. Now she was an Emperor Realm Master who had condensed her Dao Seal. As long as she refined the 7 elements, she would be able to ascend to the Open Heaven Realm. Her aptitude was fairly good, though not the best, so she had been refining 5th Order materials over the years. As such, she could most likely directly ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. One had to know that just a few hundred years ago, the strongest master in Great Feather Pavilion was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, and he had worked his way up to that level from the 3rd Order. No one in Great Feather Pavilion's history had ever directly ascended to the 5th Order in the past. All this was thanks to the World Tree Clone's nourishment. Now, several people in the Great Feather Pavilion also had the potential to directly ascend to the 5th Order. Although no one had yet shown the aptitude to reach the 6th Order directly, there was no doubt Great Feather Pavilion was on the rise. Qin Shui's Emperor Qi blocked out the pouring rain for her as she dexterously ran forward and soon stood above a tall tree crown. When she looked up, she felt her chest tightening. On a peak that was several hundred meters above the ground, lightning struck and illuminated the entire world. She saw the well-built shadow leopard, who had been her friend for hundreds of years, standing on the peak and howling at the sky, no trace of fear in its voice. It's going to attempt to break through. Qin Shui couldn't help but feel worried at this sight. Chapter 5609 Snake King, please withdraw. Now, Qin Shui was no longer an inexperienced 20-year-old woman. At the very least, she was an Emperor Realm Master who had been living in the myriad monsters world for hundreds of years, so she was aware of many secrets that commoners did not know. This expansive universe had gone through 3 very long eras, which were the Primordial Era, the Early Ancient Era, and the Late Ancient Era. They were respectively ruled by the divine spirits, monster beasts, and finally the humans. In every era, the heavenly way favored these different rulers. In the Early Ancient Era, the heavenly way favored the monster race, and as such it was easier for the monster race to cultivate. Following the fall of the Early Ancient Era and the arrival of the Late Ancient Era, humans rose to prominence. Therefore, the preference was shifted from the monster race to the humans. In other words, the humans were the current favorites in this universe. Perhaps it had something to do with the humans' influence on the heavenly way due to their rise in power. However, even though Qin Shui was an Emperor Realm Master, she couldn't form judgments of her own as she had only heard about such things from others. The only thing she was certain of was that the current era wasn't friendly to the monster race, making it more difficult for them to cultivate than the humans. The ancient cultivation techniques of the monster race had been lost to time, so most relied on the humans' open heaven realm method to achieve an ascension. In other words, they had to assume human forms to shatter their shackles. However, the myriad monsters world was a place which somehow preserved the aura of the early ancient era quite well. It was said that when the Lord of the Star Boundary arrived at this place several hundred years ago, the great monsters here had not only lost the ancient cultivation techniques, but they had also never met humans before. As such, how were they supposed to assume human forms and make use of the humans' open heaven realm cultivation method to break their innate shackles? Therefore, in the past, the great monsters were unable to get rid of the world's restrictions. Once they became monster kings, they were unable to improve any further. The Lord of the Star Boundary did not only plant a world tree clone here though, he had also taught the great monsters the primal art. It was thanks to him that the great monsters were able to continue cultivating. Therefore, in the myriad monsters world now, there were 2 methods the monster race could use to cultivate. One was to use the primal art left behind by the Lord of the Star Boundary, and the other was the humans' open heaven realm method. There were pros and cons to both, so neither could be said to be superior. The monster race members had to make their own decisions. Many monster beasts became close to humans when they were still very young, and were subsequently raised by them. Since these monster beasts quickly learned how to assume human form, they naturally chose the humans' cultivation method. However, a monster race member like the shadow leopard, who had always remained a beast, chose the primal art. It had been over 10 years since Qin Shui last met the shadow leopard, and at that time she already felt that the beast was on the brink of achieving a breakthrough. Nevertheless, she hadn't heard any news from it since then. Much to her surprise, she heard the noise of its breakthrough on this stormy night. She had read a lot of ancient books and found out that monster race members who chose to achieve a breakthrough by using the primal art had to face a much greater risk than those who relied on the open heaven realm method. That was because monster race members cultivated the primal art by refining their monster cores, which were their very foundation. The stronger the monster core, the more powerful the monster race member was, but there were also a lot of uncertainties in this refining process. Qin Shui couldn't help feeling worried. She had spent the last few centuries with the shadow leopard, so she had already regarded it as her friend. In her heart, this monster race member was just as important as her husband and children. Now that the shadow leopard was at the most critical moment of its ascension, it was only natural that she was anxious. Just then, another roar reverberated across the sky. Following the roar, thick monster chi permeated the area as though it had materialized. In an instant, the peak was surrounded by a layer of fog, kacha. As though responding to the shadow leopard's roar, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Qin Shui could faintly see that on the peak, the shadow leopard spat out a round object that soon hovered above its head. It was the shadow leopard's monster core. A bolt of lightning struck down at the small monster core like it was a long whip. Qin Shui flinched as though she was the one being whipped. She widened her eyes and looked intently at the shadow leopard. The originally still monster core started rotating around after being hit by the lightning. Threads of lightning whirled around the dark monster core and formed some cracks in it. The shadow leopard growled as its monster chi surged to repair its monster core. Just like how the humans had to go through a world baptism when achieving an ascension, monster race members experienced a similar trial. However, the current situation was more dangerous than the trials humans had to face. After all, the heavenly way was in favor of the humans presently. If a monster race member relied on the open heaven method to achieve a breakthrough, they were essentially complying with the heavenly way. However, if they chose the primal art, they were defying the heavens. As such, the wrath of lightning wasn't just a trial, but a heavenly tribulation. It was thanks to the primitive environment in the myriad monsters world that the tribulation was less severe. If a monster race member attempted a breakthrough in such a way in any other universe world, it would face an even more ferocious attack. Everything seemed frail beneath the heavenly tribulation. If the shadow leopard couldn't persevere, it would be killed and its monster core would be destroyed. However, if it could survive, it would gain massive benefits. Another even more powerful flash of lightning struck just then, causing monster core to spin even faster. Seeing this, Qin Shui set her mind at ease. She had known the shadow leopard for years, so she was aware of its capabilities. This kind of heavenly tribulation supposedly wouldn't cause the beast serious harm. She secretly prayed that her friend would not get too greedy. If she had known what would happen, she would have looked for the beast and discussed with it earlier. Nevertheless, given the shadow leopard's temperament, she reckoned that it was useless to talk to the beast about it. This fellow was obstinate. When it was still a little beast back then, it left Great Feather Pavilion without a word after it recovered. As the bolts of lightning continued to strike, the shadow leopard remained unmoving. It only kept howling in response as though it was trying to shatter the sky. Who goes there? Qin Shui's expression turned cold abruptly as she charged forward in a particular direction. While in midair, a sword appeared in her hand. Jade Moon Sword Arts, 3,000 Sword Lights. A rain of sword lights poured down like a storm as countless trees were instantly leveled. However, a momentary glint from within the chaos made Qin Shui's heart sink. Violent monster chi surged from below. The sword light struck monster chi and disappeared, as though the latter was a mire. Certainly, Qin Shui hadn't fully unleashed her power, but it also showed how powerful the other party was. Finally, Qin Shui realized who had been acting furtively in this nearby place. It was a monster king, not a human. A series of hisses were heard. From the thick monster chi, a snake head that was as large as a house emerged. The snake head was angular, as though it was carved from a rock, and its scales looked extremely robust. The snake glowered at Qin Shui, who was standing on a nearby branch. There seemed to be a sense of ruthlessness behind those eyes. Rock Snake King. Qin Shui's pupils dilated, but she soon calmed herself down. Snake King, please withdraw. She secretly cursed, thinking that it indeed wouldn't be easy for the shadow leopard to achieve an ascension. Following the agreement between the Lord of the Star Boundary and the great monsters back then, the human race and monster race had been living together harmoniously in the myriad monsters world. However, the monster race still fought amongst themselves quite fiercely. Every living monster king made a name for itself by killing many other monster race members. The shadow leopard was no exception to this. When Qin Shui saw the shadow leopard for the first time, she felt that it was cute and adorable, but the truth was he was the most ferocious monster race member she was aware of. Moreover, it was quite arrogant. This kind of monster race member naturally had a lot of enemies. Qin Shui had saved the shadow leopard's life before. As such, a grateful shadow leopard never showed its wild side in front of her over the years. The Rock Snake King was one of the shadow leopard's enemies as their territories were next to each other. The shadow leopard was bullied by the snake when it was weak, so when it grew stronger, it was determined to get its revenge. Certainly, the Rock Snake King wouldn't allow its enemy to grow in power. If the shadow leopard passed through the tribulation and ascended above the Monster King realm, the Rock Snake King would be doomed. Therefore, the moment it realized that the shadow leopard was attempting a breakthrough, it slithered over and approached the shadow leopard in secret, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to its enemy. Nonetheless, Qin Shui managed to detect its presence. The Rock Snake King was extremely powerful. Furthermore, its skin was as hard as steel. The shadow leopard had exchanged moves with it several times but could never defeat it outright. Although Qin Shui was an Emperor Realm Master, she didn't have the confidence to defeat the Snake King either. In fact, she might not even be able to protect herself. Even though it was difficult for monster race members to cultivate, they were innately more powerful than the humans when in the same realm. That was because they had robust physiques and spent much longer accumulating heritage. "You dare make a move against me, human?" The Rock Snake King glared at Qin Shui as it hissed and spoke human language. Qin Shui frowned and cupped her fist. "Please forgive my earlier offense, Snake King." They had to comply with the agreement between the Lord of the Star Boundary and the Great Monsters, which was the very foundation of the human race's survival in the myriad monsters world. Without this agreement, the humans would find it hard to live in such a world. The Rock Snake King snorted, "Scram. I don't want to waste any time on you." Following that, its burly figure zigzagged towards the shadow leopard. Certainly, Qin Shui couldn't back down. Otherwise, the shadow leopard's ascension would be interrupted. Let alone break through to a higher realm, it might even lose its life. A hint of hesitation flashed across Qin Shui's eyes, but she soon brought down her sword and sent a sword wave slashing across the route where the Snake King was heading, forming a crack on the ground. "Please retreat, Snake King." Rain poured down from the dark sky as the small woman stood steadfastly on the tree branch in front of the Rock Snake King. The eyes on the snake head beamed with an insidious glow as it hissed rapidly. Soon, a human-like smile appeared on its face. "Good, this king has never eaten a human before. I'll devour you before dealing with that stupid leopard." The moment it finished speaking, its snake head appeared in front of Qin Shui all of a sudden and opened its hideous mouth, emanating a pungent breath. It was as though the snake wanted to swallow Qin Shui in one fell swoop. Chapter 56:10 Hard to Settle. A terrible stink exuded from the snake's gruesome mouth. Qin Shui's petite figure was stuck inside the mouth as though she would be devoured at any moment. At the most critical moment, she resisted the snake's teeth with her sword. Following a violent impact, she was sent flying away, thus widening her gap with the Rock Snake King. Although the snake was heavy, it zigzagged forward at an incredible speed. As its monster chi surged, the trees along the way cracked and fell to the ground as though they were just straws. The moment Qin Shui stabilized herself, she felt an immense force coming from behind. She swung her sword and infused her Emperor Chi into it to protect her back. With a boom, the huge snake tail struck, almost shattering her protective Emperor Chi. Qin Shui staggered forward, but before she could regain her footing, she saw a green fog coming at her. She was astounded. Although she knew that it wasn't easy to deal with a monster king, it wasn't until she exchanged moves with the Rock Snake King that she realized how powerful the other party was. Initially, she just wanted to stop the Rock Snake King from harming the shadow leopard, but she soon realized that she couldn't deter the other party without going all out. "Snake King, forgive my disrespect." She wielded her sword and cast the fog away with a flash of sword lights that soon formed a light screen and covered the snake. She had used the most powerful method she possessed to strike back. Good. The Rock Snake King was enraged. It let the sword lights rain on it and cut across its robust skin. As its blood streamed down from the wounds, it roared, "Since the agreement has been nullified, what are you all waiting for?" Qin Shui's expression changed drastically. "Snake King, you?" The Rock Snake King smiled wickedly. You're the one who broke the agreement first, so it is not our monster race's fault if your sect is destroyed. Several hundred years ago, that master who taught the monster race the primal art agreed with the strongest great monsters of the time, which stated that the two races must not harm each other for no reason. As such, both races had been living together harmoniously for the past few hundred years. However, the myriad monsters world originally belonged to monster race. More and more humans appeared in this place with each passing day, and although their existence posed no threat to the monster race, many of these humans had ample vitality in their bodies. Therefore, monster race members coveted them. If they could devour these cultivators, it would be beneficial to their growth. Many monster kings intended to eat these humans as food, however, they were unable to do so since there was an agreement in place. Nonetheless, several hundred years had passed, so the initial fear which enforced the agreement was less oppressive now. The monster race only needed a chance to nullify the agreement. Only now did Qin Shui figure out that the Rock Snake King did not only want to get its revenge, but was also plotting against the humans when it decided to interrupt the Shadow Leopard's ascension. Streams of monster chi started surging from all directions suddenly. They were all monster kings who were just as powerful as the Rock Snake King. These monster kings approached in the rain. Qin Shui was naturally flustered. Many figures emerged from Great Feather Pavilion and looked into the distance. The Shadow Leopard's ascension, the fight between Qin Shui and the Snake King, and the Snake King's roar were by no means quiet, so there was no way those from Great Feather Pavilion didn't hear them. Among the crowd, a young woman who resembled Qin Shui exclaimed with a flustered expression, "Mother is over there." Several second-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge of the Great Feather Pavilion, sported solemn expressions. Given their strength, they were not afraid of those monster kings. Regardless of how powerful monster kings were, they hadn't broken free from the world's restrictions. On the other hand, even though their order was low, they were still Open Heaven Realm Masters. These monster kings were not comparable to them at all. However, these humans couldn't make a move. Otherwise, the peace that had been sustained for hundreds of years in the myriad monsters world would be shattered. When that happened, the entire myriad monsters world would descend into chaos. They couldn't possibly bear the responsibility. How could Qin Shui be so foolish to make a move on a monster king? One second-order master snapped. As he spoke, he took a step forward. "I'll bring her back." The humans were not supposed to meddle in the monster race's affairs. Nevertheless, after the second-order master took 2 steps forward, a figure stood in his way. She was the young woman who resembled Qin Shui, and although her cultivation was low, she still spread her arms and stood steadfastly there. "You can't go, Elder. Leopard King is achieving an ascension, and the Snake King is its enemy. If you bring Mother back, Leopard King will be killed. If I don't bring your mother back, she will die. If she's killed by a monster king, we won't even be able to avenge her death." The second-order elder stared at the young woman, who appeared hesitant. "Step aside," the elder ordered. Tears welled up in the young woman's eyes as she didn't know what to do. After a sigh, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. "I'll go over." He was also an Emperor Realm Master. The young woman called out in pleasant surprise, "Father." The middle-aged man lovingly stroked the young woman's head and looked at the second-order master. "Please look after Schwanger, Elder." The elder frowned and said solemnly, "You mustn't act on a whim." The middle-aged man smiled. "Don't worry." The next moment he turned into a ray of light and charged forward. Meanwhile, a large area of the forest where Qin Shui and the Rock Snake King were fighting had been leveled, covered with a thick green fog. Inside the poisonous fog, sword lights could faintly be seen flickering. The fight between them had reached a climax. Although Qin Shui had condensed her Dao seal, she still found it hard to deal with a monster king who was only one step away from achieving a breakthrough. Moreover, her Emperor Qi was draining quickly as she needed to defend herself from the poisonous fog and fight at the same time. There was no doubt she was in a perilous situation. Just then, a figure boldly charged into the fog with a sword in hand and joined the fight. As he and Qin Shui joined forces, they were able to fend off the Rock Snake King's violent attacks. "There's one more here." "Very good." The Rock Snake King guffawed at how foolish these humans were. Since one more human had joined the fight, things would be simpler for Monster Race. It had made the right decision to persuade the other Monster Kings to take action together. The middle-aged man wrapped his arm around Qin Shui's waist and flew backwards for several hundred meters. The moment they left the fog, the man shouted, "Snake King, why don't we stop things here?" "In your dreams." The Rock Snake King shot out of the fog. Although its figure was huge, it was extremely agile. The snake opened its mouth and hissed, "Since you dare make a move, don't even think about leaving this place alive." "So be it," the middle-aged man put on a bitter smile. He knew that they couldn't settle the problem easily, but he still wanted to give it a try. As such, he wasn't disappointed when he failed. Then he lifted his sword and surged his Emperor Qi before shouting, "I, Ho Qinghai, and my wife will take responsibility for today's matter. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Please abide by the agreement, Monster Kings. Don't be fooled by any unscrupulous villain and risk ruining your futures." His voice traveled for quite a distance, and the Monster Kings who were crossing the borders and approaching them were startled for a moment, but they soon shrugged it off. Inside Great Feather Pavilion, the Second Order elder sighed. He had already expected this kind of outcome when Ho Qinghai offered to go, but he was unable to stop him. The young woman cried, "Father! Mother!" Just as she was about to dash forward, the Second Order elder tapped his hand on her head, and the young woman collapsed. "Take her inside," the elder ordered. Some senior sisters who were close to her carried her and entered the pavilion. Several Second Order elders looked in the battlefield's direction and sighed. "I'm afraid this issue will be hard to settle. Since we're here, Great Feather Pavilion will be safe. The Monster Kings won't have the guts to attack us. I'm worried today's incident will affect the current affairs in the myriad monsters world. If the monster race members turn hostile against the humans as a whole, we will be held responsible. We have to inform the High Heaven Palace about this and ask them to help settle this issue. Do we just let Qinghai and Qin Shui fight on their own? There are monster emperors in the myriad monsters world. If we make a move, those monster emperors won't stay silent and do nothing. Unless we're ready to fight the entire monster race, we mustn't act rashly." Someone let out a long sigh. They were powerless to solve this crisis. After all, they were only Second Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they were not powerful enough to suppress all the monster race members in the myriad monsters world. It was a pity that two bright disciples were in trouble. Both Ho Qinghai and Qin Shui had the potential to directly ascend to the Fifth Order. They had already condensed their Dao seals and just had to keep cultivating for another century or two before making that final breakthrough. Although the elders were frustrated, they were unable to stop it. They were aware of Qin Shui's relationship with the Leopard King. Since the Leopard King was attempting a breakthrough, it was only natural that Qin Shui would stand up for it. On the battlefield, Ho Qinghai and Qin Shui joined forces and finally suppressed the Rock Snake King. However, they were not one bit pleased, for they could feel the streams of powerful monster qi approaching. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this, husband." Qin Shui sent a divine sense transmission apologetically. Ho Qinghai chuckled as he replied, "What are you saying? Since we're married, we will live and die together, there's nothing for you to apologize about. Moreover, this matter is not irresolvable." "Husband, you mean?" Ho Qinghai shifted his attention to the Shadow Leopard. "If Leopard King successfully breaks through, it will be able to protect us." Qin Shui's eyes brightened. Earlier she was too anxious to realize this. Upon her husband's reminder though, she finally understood they were not in a hopeless situation. Indeed, if the Shadow Leopard could achieve a breakthrough and become a monster emperor, it would be able to save them. Following a flash of lightning, a gigantic figure appeared in the sky and let out a high-pitched caw. Thick monster qi was approaching fast from the sky. Ho Qinghai's expression changed as he looked up and saw a huge figure descending. Iron Wing Eagle King. It would take most monster kings some time to arrive, but the Iron Wing Eagle King could move swiftly, so it naturally appeared sooner than the others. Seeing that the Rock Snake King was besieged, the eagle swooped down to lend its aid. The two Emperor Realm Masters had lost their advantage since they had to deal with two monster kings now. The Rock Snake King sneered, "You've come at the right time, Eagle King. We'll eat these two humans together, then kill that stupid leopard." Without responding to it, the Eagle King fiercely attacked the humans. Immediately, Qin Shui and her husband fell into a dangerous situation. During the intense battle, Qin Shui took a look at the Shadow Leopard and instantly felt a chill run up her spine. Chapter 56:11 Heavenly Tribulation. Since the Heavenly Tribulation started, bolts of lightning had never stopped striking down mercilessly at the spinning monster core. The flashes of lightning were the manifestation of the heaven's might, and they were horrifyingly destructive. Whenever lightning struck, it would form a new crack in the monster core. The Shadow Leopard continuously activated its power to repair its monster core, and as long as it could do so faster than the lightning could damage it, the beast would successfully achieve an ascension. Moreover, this kind of uninterrupted destruction and repair would purify and strengthen the monster core while it absorbed part of the power of the lightning. Usually, it wasn't too risky for a monster king to attempt to break through, only a bit more than an emperor realm master trying to make it to the open heaven realm. As long as he had accumulated enough heritage, it wouldn't be hard for a monster king to succeed. Since the Lord of the Star Boundary left behind the primal art in the myriad monsters world back then, no monster king had failed to break through their limits. However, their strengths varied greatly after their breakthroughs. Nevertheless, the Shadow Leopard was different. Compared to the long years of accumulation the older generation monster kings possessed, it had only cultivated for a relatively short time. The Shadow Leopard managed to become a monster king after just several hundred years because it had devoured many other monster beasts. In doing so, it had offended many monster kings. Half of the Rock Snake King's offspring had been eaten by the Shadow Leopard. Therefore, it was only natural that it hated the Shadow Leopard to its core. In just several hundred years, the Shadow Leopard grew from a little cub to a powerful monster king by devouring many others, which naturally resulted in its power being mixed with many others. The heavenly tribulation was a crisis, but also an opportunity. The flashes of lightning could dispel any impurities from its monster core, greatly strengthening its foundation and heritage. Any other monster king would have successfully achieved a breakthrough after such a long time. However, the Shadow Leopard was still making use of the heaven's power to purify its strength. It already had a high level of sentience, so it knew that this was a rare opportunity. If it didn't seize the chance to temper its monster core fully, its future would be limited even if it became a monster emperor. Bolts of lightning continued to strike and form even more cracks in the monster core, indicating that it had already reached its limit. But limits were meant to be broken through. The Shadow Leopard was ambitious, so it wasn't content with only becoming a weak monster emperor in the myriad monsters world. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that it had been friends with Qin Shui for years, but it had learned from her that there were extremely powerful humans. Even the current monster emperors were no match for those 7th Order, 8th Order and 9th Order human masters. The moment Qin Shui turned her head, she saw the monster core was full of cracks and that some lightning whirled around it. It seemed to her that the monster core would shatter at any moment, which was why she was anxious. More importantly, the Shadow Leopard appeared to be running out of power. Unlike how upstanding its figure was when the heavenly tribulation started, it had now crouched down. Under heaven's power, even the hardest backbone would shatter eventually. "That's enough, Leopard King," Qin Shui exclaimed. If the Shadow Leopard forcibly attempted a breakthrough at this moment, it would most likely succeed. However, if this dragged on, the situation would get worse. "You should worry about yourself first," the Rock Snake King said insidiously as a glint flashed across its hideous teeth. The storm seemed to have intensified. Another flash of lightning struck just then. The Shadow Leopard seemed unable to persevere any longer as its knees came into contact with the ground. Blood streamed out of its wounds. The monster core above its head appeared ruined as lightning flashed out through the cracks. "Got you!" A yell was heard all of a sudden as a gigantic figure shot out from the side of the peak and attempted to assault the Shadow Leopard with its huge hand. A flash of lightning revealed that this gigantic figure was a white-haired ape. More importantly, before it flared up, no one had detected its aura. It seemed to possess a method to conceal its aura. Monster chi undulated wildly around the huge hand. Even if the Shadow Leopard was at the peak of its power, it would be instantly killed after getting struck by such an attack, not to mention in its current, powerless state. "White-hair Ape King," Qin Shui exclaimed as her heart sank. Just like the Rock Snake King, the White-hair Ape King's territory was adjacent to the Shadow Leopard's. Since they were neighbors, conflicts were inevitable. While a lot of the Rock Snake King's offspring had been eaten by the Shadow Leopard, the same thing had happened to the White-hair Ape King. Since the Snake King had appeared, there was no way the White-hair Ape King would stay put. However, the Ape King had been hiding in the dark and waiting for a suitable chance, so it was even more insidious than the Rock Snake King. Following the bolt of lightning earlier, the Shadow Leopard's aura plunged. As such, the White-hair Ape King instantly appeared as it felt it was the best chance to make a move. Its strong hand struck the Shadow Leopard dead on, but the latter's skull was not shattered, nor was there any blood at all. The huge hand simply slipped through the Shadow Leopard's skull directly. At that moment, the Shadow Leopard seemed to be just an illusory figure. Huh. The White-hair Ape King's human-like face appeared doubtful, but before it could figure out what happened, it met the Shadow Leopard's amber eyes, which were tinged with mockery. "A trap." The white-hair ape king's heart was filled with trepidation. Although he had no idea what kind of divine ability the shadow leopard had used just now, the latter must have hidden it for such a moment. Both monster kings were so close they could feel each other's breath. The shadow leopard's aura appeared weak just moments ago, but now it surged all of a sudden. Its sharp claws accurately ripped open the white-hair ape king's abdomen, causing blood to splash out wildly. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been possible for the shadow leopard to kill the white-hair ape king in such a way, not to mention that it was exhausted. However, the white-hair ape king thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it had put down all its defenses when assaulting the latter. That was how the shadow leopard succeeded in one blow. A single moment was long enough to determine the white-hair ape king's fate. The instant the shadow leopard retracted its claws, a fist-sized monster core was pulled out. Without hesitation, the shadow leopard stuffed the monster core into its mouth and gulped it down. The white-hair ape king wasn't dead yet, but since its monster core was lost, around 90% of its cultivation was gone for good. Nonetheless, it was a monster race member, so it had intrepid vitality. If it could escape and spend some time recuperating, it might just survive. However, it would take a very long time for it to become a monster king again, if that was even possible. Gotcha! Another bolt of lightning struck. The white-hair ape king's face filled with terror. The shadow leopard didn't have the spare time to finish its opponent off, but the ape king couldn't possibly resist the heavenly tribulation in its current state. As lightning hit the ape king, it exploded and turned into ash. The shadow leopard was at the most critical moment of its ascension, and it was initially running out of power, but after it devoured a monster king's monster core, its power had been significantly replenished. Some of the monster core's power was of course wasted since the shadow leopard didn't have time to absorb it properly. Nevertheless, it was the last of the beast's concerns. Presently, it surged its monster chi to repair its monster core, healing the old cracks just as more were formed under the heavenly tribulation. The shadow leopard knew that if this dragged on, it would lose its life, so without hesitation, it swallowed the monster core in front of it. At that instant, lightning swirled around its figure. Beams of lightning were seen shooting out of its wounds, making it look like a lightning leopard. Not enough. It's still not enough. The shadow leopard roared as its amber eyes had been dyed red. It turned its head and glared at the two nearby monster kings who were fighting with the two Emperor Realm Masters. Both the Rock Snake King and Iron Wing Eagle King shuddered when they met the shadow leopard's gaze. They were already flabbergasted by the white-hair ape king's death. They initially thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it stunned them when they realized the latter had been concealing its power. The divine ability that helped its figure turn illusory didn't seem like something a monster race member could master. Instead, it looked more like a human secret technique. The white-hair ape king could never have expected that it would be killed in such a way. Presently, the two monster kings were shaken to the core since the shadow leopard had targeted them. Snake King, many thanks for everything that has happened today. I must give you something in return. The moment the shadow leopard finished speaking, it disappeared from the peak. Damn. The Rock Snake King secretly cursed. If it had known this would be the outcome, it wouldn't have tried to interrupt the shadow leopard's breakthrough today. The white-hair ape king was a fool, letting himself be killed so easily by the shadow leopard. The Snake King was certain that the shadow leopard was on its last legs, so all the ape king had to do was wait patiently and the heavenly tribulation would have taken care of everything. Nevertheless, the ape king's monster core had become the shadow leopard's source of power now. Without hesitation, the Rock Snake King turned around and shot off. It had given up on the idea of avenging its offspring's death. It stuck its head close to the ground and quickly retreated to its territory. Meanwhile, the Iron Wing Eagle King was doing the same. However, unlike how flustered the Snake King was, the Eagle King was still calm and collected. It was a monster king that specialized in flight after all, so its speed was far greater than average. Furthermore, it didn't have a blood feud with the shadow leopard. If the shadow leopard chased after the Snake King, the Eagle King could flee with ease. While it was still thinking so though, it felt a figure approaching it in the sky. The Eagle King was shocked, wondering why the shadow leopard had targeted it instead of its arch-nemesis, the Snake King. Just then, it felt a weight on its back as the shadow leopard landed. The next moment, a flash of lightning struck. Both monster kings quivered. Unlike when its monster core was out there withstanding the heavenly tribulation earlier, the shadow leopard had swallowed it now. As such, the heavenly tribulation now directly struck the shadow leopard, putting it in a more dangerous situation. However, the shadow leopard wasn't bothered. If it couldn't overcome the heavenly tribulation, it would lose its life. Both monster kings stiffened when they were struck by the heavenly tribulation, after which they fell from the sky. The shadow leopard had become somewhat adapted to the lightning and was prepared for its onslaught unlike its opponent, so it was the first to recover as it extended its claws and tore the eagle king's back apart. After digging its monster core out, the shadow leopard directly gobbled it up. Then, the shadow leopard landed on the ground as lightning swirled around its burly figure. It looked in the direction the Snake King was fleeing and roared, "Since you've come today, don't even think about leaving." Following that, it streaked across the land like a flash of lightning and reached the Snake King in the blink of an eye before pressing its claws against the snake and forcing its head down. "Why are you running off so quickly, Snake King?" "No." Following a shriek, another Monster King's monster core was dug out. Chapter 56:12 Wild Ambition. As the shadow leopard swallowed several monster cores of Monster Kings who were just as powerful as it was, its aura reached its peak. The invisible shackles broke apart as the shadow leopard achieved a breakthrough. While it roared painfully and wildly, its aura transformed into something new. Claps of thunder were still heard. While the heavenly tribulation was harming the shadow leopard, it was also purifying its power. There came a moment when, with the shadow leopard as the center, a round of visible shockwaves spread out in all directions. An extremely powerful aura exuded from the shadow leopard. It succeeded. Qin Shui, who had been paying close attention to the shadow leopard, cried tears of joy, oblivious to the fact that she had dug her fingers into her palms from all her worrying. She initially thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it surprised her when the latter overcame a seemingly impossible crisis and even achieved greater heights. Incredible! Ho Qinghai was standing beside her and was astounded by the shadow leopard's determination. If he were in the shadow leopard's situation, he reckoned that he wouldn't have survived. As he felt the shadow leopard's aura, he remarked, "It's now a third-order monster emperor." After a monster king achieved a breakthrough, it would become a monster emperor, and the orders were categorized based on the human's open heaven realm method. As such, the orders corresponded to those of the humans. In other words, the shadow leopard, who was now a third-order monster emperor, was equivalent to a third-order open heaven realm human master. This kind of cultivation was low compared to human standards, and if the shadow leopard had achieved an ascension through the open heaven realm method, its limit would be the fifth order. On the various Great Territory battlefields, there were innumerable fifth-order open heaven realm masters. However, the shadow leopard had achieved a breakthrough using the primal art, so its potential was limitless. As long as it continuously tempered its monster core and absorbed enough power, it would reach the ninth order one day. Certainly, it would take the beast a long time to achieve that. After all, the strongest monster emperors from the myriad monsters world were currently only in the fifth order. In the dense forest, many monster kings were initially making their way over from all directions, but following the deaths of the Whitehair Ape King, Iron Wing Eagle King, and Rock Snake King, these monster kings quickly hid themselves and retreated. They had wanted to hold the humans responsible using today's incident and invade several human sects to feast on them. They were determined to nullify the agreement and chase the humans out of the myriad monsters world. However, the monster kings who were the masterminds behind this plot were dead, so what was the point of the others staying there? Not enough. It's still not enough. The shadow leopard growled. Finally, Qin Shui realized that something was off. Supposedly, since the shadow leopard had successfully achieved a breakthrough, its aura would stabilize soon. Instead, the shadow leopard's aura, which showed that it was a third-order monster emperor, was still rising. As a bolt of lightning struck, the shadow leopard disappeared once again. Soon, a shriek was heard from the distance as a monster king questioned furiously, "Why?" Following the monster king's demise, the dark clouds, which were initially fading, returned. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be brewing again in those dark clouds. Another roar was heard moments later. The originally quiet forest became clamorous as though a handful of salt had been thrown into a frying pan full of hot oil. These monster kings seemed to have detected danger, so they stopped hiding and madly surged their powers to retreat to their territories as quickly as possible. A monster king growled, "Leopard King, since you've become a monster emperor, why do you still want to kill us ruthlessly?" The shadow leopard didn't answer the question as it focused on killing and devouring. Qin Shui's face turned pale again as she looked up at the increasingly thick dark clouds and the flashes of lightning. What is it trying to do? The heavenly tribulation was supposedly over, and the shadow leopard had become the leopard emperor. However, it was still hunting those monster kings down. It didn't seem to have the intention of letting them off. Although the Shadow Leopard had just achieved an ascension, the difference in power between a Monster Emperor and a Monster King was unimaginably huge, not to mention that the Leopard Emperor was still withstanding the bolts of lightning. As the heavenly tribulation struck randomly and with enough strength to harm the Leopard Emperor, these Monster Kings were unable to bear the fallout. The auras of these powerful Monster Kings subsequently disappeared, and in the blink of an eye 4 or 5 Monster Kings had been killed. The Shadow Leopard was dexterous to begin with, and now that it had become a Monster Emperor, it could move even faster. From a bird's eye view, one could see a leopard moving across the land like a flash of lightning. The Shadow Leopard was badly injured, but it had never felt more alive than it did today. It knew that it had made the right decision. The Third Order Monster Emperor realm wasn't the end of its ascension this time. Ho Qinghai was dumbfounded, but he soon recalled something. Great Emperor. What? Qin Shui was startled for a moment before coming to her senses. Husband, you mean it is trying to become a great emperor of the myriad monsters world? That's the only possibility, Ho Qinghai nodded with certainty. Did you tell it about the great emperors? Qin Shui nodded. It did ask me about it once. In fact, most monster kings are aware of the existence of great emperors. When they became monster emperors, they certainly hoped to become great emperors as well. However, none of them have received the acknowledgement of the world's will over the years. As such, there has never been a great emperor in the myriad monsters world. Ho Qinghai sighed. It seems that the leopard emperor has found a way to become a great emperor. Perhaps the leopard didn't look for the way as it merely conformed to the heavenly way of this world. There was no order to speak of among the monster race. Compared to humans, monster race members lived in a constant state of battle. Furthermore, the myriad monsters world's environment was primitive. Regardless of what the Shadow Leopard had done, it had undoubtedly garnered the attention of the world's Grand Tao. If it succeeded, it would most likely become a great emperor. However, if it failed, it would be doomed. It was a huge gamble. The dark clouds showed signs of dissipating after the Shadow Leopard first became a monster emperor, but as its aura continued to rise and it relentlessly killed and devoured other monster kings, the dark clouds reconstituted and grew in scale. Flashes of lightning struck down at the Shadow Leopard like whips, both wounding it while also purifying its aura all at once. The Shadow Leopard, which was originally a Third Order Monster Emperor, was about to break through to the Fourth Order. As such, it became increasingly easy for it to kill other Monster Kings. A Monster King that looked like a fox had returned to its territory and withdrawn its aura. While hiding in its den, it shuddered. However, the next moment, the earth was lifted off as a figure with lightning whirling around it appeared above the fox's head. Its eyes were like 2 blood moons as it glared at the fox. A monster. The fox spoke in human language with anxiety. Its voice was soft and demure, so one could imagine that if the fox assumed human form, it would be a seductive woman. Its mind had turned blank at the most critical moment, so it could only muster such a response. Damn you, Leopard Emperor! You demon! The Shadow Leopard yanked the fox out of the den and opened its bloody maw to devour its prey. Leopard Emperor, stop! A growl that sounded like it came from a hefty beast was heard at that moment. In the distance, a gigantic figure rushed over and landed in front of the Shadow Leopard. It was a monster with an ox head and a human body. The 2 horns on its head made it look intimidating, and scorching breath was seen puffing out from its nostrils. Given its power, it was already able to assume a full human form. Nevertheless, it seemed too lazy to do so and only took a half-human form to move around more easily. Save me, sir! The fox exclaimed. You're finally here. The Shadow Leopard directly stuffed the fox into its mouth and chewed it as blood spilled through its teeth. There was no doubt the beast was cruel and merciless, its eyes appearing nonchalant, as though it had just killed an ordinary monster beast instead of a powerful monster king. Bolts of lightning continued to hit the Shadow Leopard, which made it quiver. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was both shocked and furious as he roared, "You dare!" The fox was the ox's favorite concubine, as it knew many tricks to infuse some fun into its boring life. The ox was shocked to see the fox being killed right before its eyes. The Shadow Leopard's voice sounded like a sneer. So what if I've killed her? Do you want to avenge its death? The breath emitted from the Ox-Head Monster Emperor's nostrils seemed to have materialized, which showed how incensed it was. Nevertheless, it forced itself to calm down and nodded. Leopard Emperor, since you're also a Monster Emperor now, you should comply with the rules in this world and mustn't kill Monster Kings as you please. No one had set such rules, but a tacit agreement had been passed down over the generations. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor initially thought that since it had personally shown up to deal with the matter, the Shadow Leopard would give it some face, but much to its surprise the Shadow Leopard didn't show any regard for it at all. If the Shadow Leopard were any other Monster Emperor, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor wouldn't have let it off so easily. Monster race members loved fighting after all, and it had been a Monster Emperor in the Myriad Monsters world for 300 years, so it wasn't afraid of anyone. However, the Leopard Emperor's aura showed that it was about to reach the Fourth Order, and heavenly lightning continued to strike it. As such, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor wasn't willing to get into a conflict with it. It hoped that the Shadow Leopard would be killed by the lightning. "Why don't you finish your heavenly tribulation first? We can talk after that." "Cut the crap. Do you think this Emperor doesn't know that you're the one behind all this? That slut must have instigated you to do this as well. I was going to look for you anyway, but since you're here already, it saved me some trouble." "You wanted to look for me?" The Ox-Head Monster Emperor widened its eyes and looked at the Shadow Leopard in disbelief. The Shadow Leopard laughed cruelly, "Give me your monster core and I'll spare your life." The moment it finished speaking, it turned into a flash of light and charged towards the Ox-Head Monster Emperor. The heavenly tribulation still hadn't ceased, and the Shadow Leopard wasn't so foolish as to think that the other party would agree to its demand, so it struck first. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was flabbergasted, for it never expected the crazy leopard to take action without even trying to negotiate. It now regretted coming here. As monster chi surged, both Monster Emperors engaged in battle, elevating the conflict beyond a mere brawl between monster kings. Monster Emperors were already the most powerful beings in the Myriad Monsters world, so a life-and-death fight between the two could cause unimaginable damage. Mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. The heavenly tribulation intensified amidst the thunderstorm as claps of thunder seemed to be cheering on this battle. Chapter 56:13 Thunder Shadow. In the distance, Qin Shuai and Ho Qin Hai stood on the crown of a tree, pale as they circulated their Emperor Qi to fend off the aftereffects of the battle. Although they had no idea whether the Shadow Leopard would win, its words made them realize that the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was the culprit behind the incident tonight. In the Myriad Monsters world, not all monster race members were willing to comply with the agreement. Some of them believed that the Myriad Monsters world belonged to the monster race, and as such all the humans should be killed or become their food. Despite having such thoughts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to directly break the agreement. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was a leader among this faction of the monster race. It had expressed its hostility against the human race on many occasions, and the sects run by the humans in its territory had an especially hard time. The disciples from these sects would even disappear from time to time. Although it didn't dare to brazenly target the humans, the disciples of those sects could never collect herbs from the forests as easily as those from Great Feather Pavilion. The disciples in its territory didn't have the guts to move far away from their sects as they were worried they wouldn't be able to return. Similarly, there were several monster emperors who shared the same sentiment as the Ox-Head Monster Emperor, but most never showed their intentions explicitly. Upon hearing Shadow Leopard's words, Qin Shuai and her husband were certain that the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was the mastermind behind this incident. Qin Shuai and Shadow Leopard had been close friends for hundreds of years, which was no secret. As Shadow Leopard went through the heavenly tribulation that night, Rock Snake King and Whitehair Ape King, who were on bad terms with it, would make a move. There was no way Qin Shuai would sit back and do nothing. Once she decided to meddle though, it was no different from destroying the agreement. As such, there wouldn't be a problem for those of the monster race to flare up and retaliate. It was hard to imagine that a monster race member could come up with such a vicious plan. After all, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor looked like a forthright being. Nevertheless, monster emperors were no less intelligent than humans. Everywhere in the Myriad Monsters world, some monster race members were secretly paying close attention to the battle between these two monster emperors. They were not monster kings who were unable to have a hand in the battle between two monster emperors. Those who could watch this fight were all monster emperors in the Myriad Monsters world. This single breakthrough had affected the entire Myriad Monsters world. Qin Shuai was worried that if Shadow Leopard lost the fight, the Myriad Monsters world would descend into turmoil. She wasn't certain if Shadow Leopard would win. Although its aura suggested that it was only one step away from becoming a fourth-order monster emperor, it was badly injured because of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it had just achieved a breakthrough, so no one knew how much of its power it could utilize. On the other hand, even though the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was only a third-order monster emperor as well, it had been 300 years since it entered that realm. Not only did it have ample heritage, it was also steady and obstinate. There was no doubt it was a formidable opponent for Shadow Leopard. Shadow Leopard's growls and Ox-Head Monster Emperor's bellows reverberated across the sky. These two gigantic figures crashed into the ground, causing a radius of 10,000 kilometers around them to tremble. Lightning continued to strike Shadow Leopard, increasing its wounds. Presently, it was fighting against the heavens and a monster emperor, making this the greatest crisis it had ever faced. However, it was the Ox-Head Monster Emperor who felt increasingly terrified. Although the heavenly tribulation mainly struck Shadow Leopard, its fallout was giving the Ox-Head Monster Emperor a hard time. Although it was a third-order Monster Emperor, such fallout was still deadly to it, and as more time passed, the impact would only become more pronounced. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was also astonished that instead of plummeting, Shadow Leopard's aura continued to rise. "Just die already?" Shadow Leopard roared. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was both terrified and furious. It had already regretted making use of the Shadow Leopard's ascension to deal with the humans. Initially, it was worried that the stronger Open Heaven Realm Masters might intervene to ruin its plan, but it never crossed its mind that before it could even carry out its plot, it would be destroyed by Shadow Leopard. Another bolt of lightning struck, as though responding to Shadow Leopard's roar. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor widened its eyes in disbelief because it realized that Shadow Leopard had broken through to the Fourth-Order Monster Emperor realm. Such an incident was simply unheard of. Usually, when a Monster King became a Monster Emperor, its order would be fixed. It was inconceivable that even though Shadow Leopard had become a Monster Emperor, it could still ascend to the next order during its heavenly tribulation. Initially, both of them were third-order Monster Emperors, so the Ox-Head Monster Emperor had the confidence to oppose Shadow Leopard since it had been hundreds of years since its own ascension. However, the moment Shadow Leopard became a fourth-order Monster Emperor, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor knew that it was doomed. What's more, it felt uneasy because the myriad monsters world seemed to be favoring Shadow Leopard. Presently, Shadow Leopard was no longer defying the heavens. Instead, it was harmonizing itself with the will of the myriad monsters world. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor suddenly realized that this was the true grand Tao of the monster race. If it could survive this day, it would only take a short time to make it to the Fourth Order, and in the future, it would probably have great achievements. However, could it escape from death's door? Its epiphany at this point seemed laughable. It's incredible. Good. Great. Shadow Leopard seemed to have gone mad as its amber eyes were filled with ecstasy when all of a sudden, it stepped backwards. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor, who had been bearing the storm of attacks, could finally take a breather. Although it had no idea why Shadow Leopard suddenly retreated, it did not question this unexpected reprieve. While panting, it took a look at Shadow Leopard, but just as it was ready to say something, it saw Shadow Leopard's robust figure crouching down. One of its paws was in front of the other while it bent both of its back legs. The leopard looked like a bow that was ready to shoot. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor felt a chill running down its spine, for it was most familiar with Shadow Leopard's posture. The posture showed that it was ready to take down its prey. "Hear me out, Leopard Emperor," the Ox-Head Monster Emperor exclaimed despite feeling embarrassed. An unfazed Shadow Leopard roared, "Block my move and I'll spare your life." Upon finishing its words, it seemed to draw in all the lightning around it before vanishing into the darkness. However, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor wasn't elated at all as it felt the aura of death coming right at it. Faced with the leopard's glare, it involuntarily stiffened. As the lightning struck, the Shadow Leopard's figure was illuminated. It leaped into the air and pounced on the Ox-Head Monster Emperor. As it opened its hideous maw, lightning flickered in it. It was as though the leopard had bolts of lightning in its mouth. Thunderbite. Following a flash of lightning, a low shriek was heard reverberating across the myriad monsters world. Upon hearing the shriek, all monster race members shuddered and remained silent in their dens. A powerful aura died out in the next instant. It had been 800 years since the myriad monsters world opened up to the outside world, but the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was the first Monster Emperor to pass away on it. Following the use of Thunder Bite, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor didn't even have the strength to counterattack. It stiffened after the lightning struck its figure. Shadow Leopard bit its neck and dug out its monster core before gulping it down. A third-order Monster Emperor's monster core was quite nourishing to the leopard. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have become more violent at that moment as 9 lightning columns struck consecutively. The peak where Shadow Leopard was located became a valley upon impact. It felt as if only an instant had passed, but simultaneously like a million years had gone by. Dark clouds continued to gather in the sky, but there was no more lightning. In the mountain valley, a battered shadow leopard got up with difficulty and roared at the sky, after which the dark clouds dissipated. In the void, the figure of a sturdy black leopard was reflected. The figure looked exactly like Shadow Leopard, right down to its fur. Throughout the entire Myriad Monsters world, wherever the humans and monster race members were, as long as they looked up, they could see this magnificent figure. The world hummed as it seemed to be filled with joy. The Shadow Leopard's illusory figure in the sky warped before transforming into two ancient characters. The language didn't belong to the humans or the monster race and seemed to be a direct manifestation of the heavenly way. They represented the world's will, so everyone could recognize their meaning in an instant. Thunder Shadow. The trillions of living creatures in the Myriad Monsters world instantly realized that there was a new great emperor that had gained the world's acknowledgement, and Thunder Shadow was its title. While the humans were astonished, the monster race celebrated. They had only heard about great emperors from the humans. However, while many monster race members had managed to become monster emperors over the years, none had risen to claim the mantle of great emperor. They initially thought that it was because the monster race was different from the humans. After all, the heavenly way in this era favored humans while the monster race was only the darling of the previous era. As such, they were worried there would never be a great emperor from the monster race. The birth of Thunder Shadow Great Emperor allowed them to see new hope. Fortunately, the heavens had not cut off the dream of becoming great emperors. They were in the Myriad Monsters world where the environment and aura were primitive and favored them, which was almost like an extension of the previous era. Since Shadow Leopard had become a great emperor, it meant that the other monster kings had such a chance as well. In comparison, the deaths of more than 10 monster kings and a third-order monster emperor were nothing worth mentioning. Initially, many longtime monster emperors were worried about Shadow Leopard's actions and planned on suppressing it after the dust settled to let it know that it couldn't kill as it pleased. Now though, none dared to suppress it, nor were they capable of doing so. Shadow Leopard was the only great emperor in the Myriad Monsters world, so they would consider themselves lucky if Shadow Leopard didn't find fault with them. How would they have the audacity to challenge it? This fellow had killed countless monster race members to get to where it was today, so if it was disgruntled one day, it might just kill some monster emperors and eat them as a snack. Soon, the two abstruse characters turned into rays of light and shot into Shadow Leopard's body, leaving a mark in the deepest part of its soul. Shadow Leopard had gained the acknowledgement of the Myriad Monsters world and earned a title. Its aura, which was faint and withering, immediately started burning again as though it had been splashed with oil. In all directions, the might of the world streamed into its body, allowing its battered figure to acquire immense nourishment. Its blood stopped flowing out of its wounds, which were now healing at an incredible speed. Even its monster core, which was about to shatter due to the heavenly tribulation, became hard and perfect once more. The rapid increase in its aura allowed it to rapidly ascend to the fifth order before it gradually stopped. It was a gift from the world, openly showing its favor to Shadow Leopard. Countless living beings were dumbfounded upon sensing this, and many couldn't help feeling envious. Chapter 56:14 Congratulations from all around. The One-Legged Ox clan offers congratulations to Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. From now on, you will be our leader and we will always obey your commands. A loud voice was heard coming from the southwest. It was a monster king from the Ox-Head Monster Emperor's clan who was expressing his loyalty. Since their clan's monster emperor was killed, there was supposed to be a blood feud between them. However, to the monster race, strength mattered above all else, so the dead monster emperor no longer mattered. The Ice Frog clan congratulates Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. May you reign over the Myriad Monsters world for generations to come. A croak was heard coming from the northeast. The Snow Mink clan congratulates Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. It was from the southeast this time. One by one, monster emperors and monster kings raised their voices. Besides monster race members, even the Open Heaven Realm masters from various sects congratulated Shadow Leopard. After it became a great emperor, congratulations came from all around. To the humans, a fifth-order monster emperor was certainly not worth much attention. After all, millions of Open Heaven Realm masters ranged from the 5th Order to the 7th Order on the various battlefields. A great emperor was nothing special either, as every universe world could produce their own great emperors who were powerful in their domains, but insignificant in the expansive universe. However, a great emperor of the Myriad Monsters world was different. After all, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was of the monster race. The humans were fully aware of the achievements of the great emperors who came from the star boundary. Apart from the universe-famous Yang Kai, there was Zhan Wu Hen, Duan Hongchen, and Mo Huang, and others who were also well-known figures. They all had made a name for themselves on the battlefields as they slaughtered Black Ink clansmen. These great emperors only directly ascended to the Sixth Order when they made it to the Open Heaven realm in the past, but now, most of them were already in the Eighth Order. 2 or 3 of them were still in the Seventh Order, but it wouldn't be long before they made it to the next order. The key was that it had only been about 2,000 years since they first ascended to the Open Heaven realm. It would take the average person 2,000 or more years just to ascend from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order, while it should be impossible to make it to the Eighth Order no matter how many resources they had available. After all, it took time to refine resources too. However, by relying on their identities as great emperors or the star boundary, they were able to take advantage of the abundant world force drawn in and purified by the world tree clone to shorten the time they needed to cultivate, allowing them to create countless miracles. Unfortunately, every universe world had its limit. The world's bottle in the star boundary was already full, and all the positions had been occupied. Unless a great emperor fell, there wouldn't be new ones rising up. Hence, no one else could enjoy this advantage. Perhaps the capacity in the star boundary would increase in the future, but that would take a long time, and there would surely be fierce competition for any newly opened spot. In the beginning, the world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors, but that number had expanded to 12 now. Apart from the star boundary though, there was also the myriad monsters world. The first great emperor from the monster race was born in the myriad monsters world today. Although it was currently only a 5th order monster emperor, everyone knew the monster emperor titled Thunder Shadow would be able to grow in power at an unimaginable pace. If the Shadow Leopard had used the Open Heaven Realm method to achieve its ascension, its limit would be the 7th Order since it was now in the 5th Order. However, it had achieved a breakthrough by relying on the primal art. As such, it had a chance to make it to the 8th Order or even the 9th Order. Once it became a 9th Order Monster Emperor, given how fierce the monster race was, perhaps no human 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be a match for it. Certainly, the humans wouldn't dare to disregard such a rising star, not to mention that it was the only great emperor in the myriad monsters world for now. In other words, the entire universe world was its territory. Since the humans wanted to make a living in this world, they had to give face to the Shadow Leopard. At that instant, many people shifted their attention to the Great Feather Pavilion. They were aware the great emperor was good friends with a woman from the Great Feather Pavilion. It was a well-known fact that it was hard to get along with the monster race, but they reckoned that they could try approaching those from the Great Feather Pavilion. As long as they could strike up a relationship with Thunder Shadow Great Emperor through Great Feather Pavilion, that would be beneficial to their sects. Currently, the sects found in the myriad monsters world were all smaller great forces. The truly powerful great forces of the 3,000 worlds had already settled down in the star boundary. The disciples from these smaller great forces wouldn't dare to ignore a great emperor's influence. This was destined to be a restless night. The great forces started planning on how to establish ties with Great Feather Pavilion. Although Great Feather Pavilion was ordinary, it was now the center of attention in the entire myriad monsters world. Since the sky was now clear, stars shone down brilliantly at this moment. The heavenly tribulation was over as the dark clouds had dissipated. However, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor had fallen into a deep slumber. It was exhausted from all the battles, not to mention that it had to go against the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Although it had become the 5th Order Monster Emperor, its body and soul were now quite weary. Just then 2 figures came over. They were Qin Shui and her husband, who had been paying close attention to the Shadow Leopard. When they heard its loud snoring from a distance, they were startled, but after exchanging glances, they were torn between tears and laughter. While the myriad monsters world experienced a paradigm shift, the one who caused everything was flopped onto its belly, snoring away peacefully, leaving them quite speechless. "Please go back first, husband. Don't let Schwanger and the others worry about us." Qin Shui sent him a divine sense transmission. "I'll stay here and take care of it." Ho Qinghai nodded. Good. There wasn't a need to say anything else. The Shadow Leopard was on good terms with Qin Shui, and now that it was a great emperor, no one in the myriad monsters world would dare to harm her. After Ho Qinghai left, Qin Shui walked over lightly and took a seat beside the Shadow Leopard. As she ran her fingers through its smooth fur, she couldn't help but recall the first time she met the Shadow Leopard several hundred years ago. It never crossed her mind that the little cub from back then would grow up to be so powerful one day. She decided to hurry up and break through to the open heaven realm to catch up to it. As for the agreement between the two races, there was no need to worry about it. Since the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was dead, its plan had failed miserably. Moreover, the Shadow Leopard was now the sole Great Emperor, so as long as it was willing to uphold the agreement, everything would remain the same even though it was just an oral agreement. No humans or monster race members would dare to disobey a Great Emperor in the myriad monsters world at this point. Shadow Leopard had never shown any hostility towards humans, and it had always let the disciples from Great Feather Pavilion roam its territory and collect spirit herbs at will. The monster race members in its territory had also never antagonized the humans. As the Shadow Leopard continued to snore, it changed to a more comfortable position. All of a sudden, its eyes shot open and it gazed up into the sky, but its amber eyes reflected nothing. "What's wrong?" Qin Shui asked. "Nothing," the Shadow Leopard replied while feeling doubtful. Earlier, it sensed that someone was observing it, but it discovered no one upon scanning the surroundings. Either it perceived wrongly or the one spying on it was far more powerful. It was a monster beast with a sensitive perception, so the former was unlikely, hence, the person lurking in the shadows must be significantly more powerful than it. It reckoned that the person was either a 7th order or 8th order human master, as only such a formidable being could hide its presence so completely. Nevertheless, it wasn't worried because it didn't detect any hostility from this gaze. The other side was merely examining it. As such, it closed its eyes again and dozed off. Up in the sky, Yang Kai looked down with a faint smile. It seemed that his monster self indeed had sharp senses. It had been 500 years since he built a cave mansion in the World Tree clone in the star boundary to enter secluded cultivation. Over the years, he had been refining all sorts of resources to strengthen the heritage of his small universe and had gained a lot. If not for a sense of danger suddenly washing over him one night, he wouldn't have stopped cultivating and exited retreat. Since he was only cultivating inside the World Tree, he naturally wouldn't fall into danger. The feeling he had suggested that either his human self or monster self was in peril. The two soul clones were independent beings who didn't even know of their connection to the true body's existence. However, they were still closely related to him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai concluded that his human self was likely fine, so he immediately left the star boundary and headed to the myriad monsters world. Given his strength, it only took him 2 hours to travel from the star boundary to the myriad monsters world. Upon his arrival, he saw the Shadow Leopard facing its heavenly tribulation. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Kai was still shocked by Shadow Leopard's cultivation speed. It only took Shadow Leopard 500 years to grow from a little cub to a monster emperor. The average monster race member could never have achieved this. Although monster race members were powerful, their cultivation rate was innately slower compared to that of humans. It usually took them a long time for them to reach the same relative realm as their human counterparts, though they were usually more powerful as a result. It was for this reason that many monster race members assumed human form early on and gave up on refining their monster cores through the primal art. Nevertheless, the Shadow Leopard's achievements went against common sense. Its cultivation speed was even quicker than that of talented humans. When Shadow Leopard came across Qin Shui back then, it was only 2 years old. At that time, Qin Shui was already in the separation and reunion boundary, but now it was a great emperor while Qin Shui had only condensed her Dao seal. Although Qin Shui's cultivation speed wasn't considered fast among the humans, it wasn't slow by any means. The Shadow Leopard's growth had broken all rules and conventions. Even some human prodigies paled compared to the Shadow Leopard when it came to their cultivation speed. Certainly, this wasn't solely due to the Shadow Leopard's capabilities. It was thanks to an amazing secret art named the Heaven-Devouring Bloodlight Scripture. It was the combination of the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law and Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Yang Kai had cultivated both secret arts before, and given that he was an 8th order master now, it wasn't hard for him to combine these heaven-defying secret arts and devise a new one. The secret art was specifically prepared for his monster self. When he split his soul to create his monster self back then, Yang Kai imprinted this secret art into Shadow Leopard's petite figure, turning it into its own innate secret art. That was the reason Shadow Leopard had been making enemies everywhere over the years. To cultivate the heaven-devouring bloodlight scripture, it had to kill and gobble up the physiques and monster cores of other monster beasts to strengthen itself. Now it seemed that Shadow Leopard had done a great job. Chapter 56:15, Exiting Retreat. Yang Kai had traveled far and wide since he started cultivating and considered himself quite knowledgeable, but the heaven-devouring battle law was still the most profound and powerful secret art he had ever encountered. This wasn't a surprise though, seeing how it was deduced by the martial ancestor most skilled at creating secret arts and techniques. Sure. Even the core secret arts used by the cave heavens and paradises paled in comparison to the heaven-devouring battle law. Of course, it also had obvious drawbacks. This secret art allowed a cultivator to devour anything and everything which possessed even the slightest bit of energy, embracing and consuming all of creation like how every river eventually flowed into the sea. However, a cultivator's body wasn't a sea and what was being devoured weren't rivers. Unbridled devouring of external power for oneself could help a cultivator gain a large amount of strength quickly, but having too many kinds of strength gathered in one's body was akin to drinking impurities which would affect one's mentality. Hence, this secret act could easily cause dissonance in one's cultivation. Since Wukong had the flawless purifying golden lotus, which kept one's physical body completely free of all impurities, he could safely practice the heaven-devouring battle law while others couldn't. Only one heaven-devouring great emperor had ever existed since ancient times for this exact reason. In truth, the ones who were the most suited to cultivate this secret art were the Stone Spirit clan members. The Stone Spirit clan possessed the innate ability to extract and purge all impurities, so it was a perfect match for them to practice this secret art. Embodiment, who Yang Kai retrieved from the demon realm, had cultivated using the heaven-devouring battle law. Compared to the heaven-devouring battle law, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture didn't have as many drawbacks. However, it had a huge limitation because it could only devour blood essence. Yang Kai merged the advantages of the two secret arts and deduced the heaven-devouring bloodlight scripture. Though it wasn't as profound as the heaven-devouring battle law or even the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight scripture, it was incredibly well suited for his monster self. The growth of the monster race had always been accompanied by bloodshed. After a battle, the victorious monster would devour the losing monster's physique and monster core. This sort of devouring was instinctual, so Yang Kai only turned that instinct into an innate secret art which greatly accelerated his monster self's growth rate. This only worked because devouring and refining power from a monster beast's physique and monster core wouldn't have large drawbacks compared to the heaven-devouring battle law. Since the power contained in a monster beast's physiques and monster cores was already compatible with other members of the monster race, even without the flawless purifying golden lotus, a monster race member's body could naturally expel any impurities, while this new secret art helped it far more efficiently and effectively refine that strength for its own use. Now there were clear results. In just a short 500 years, his monster self advanced to the Monster Emperor realm and rose to claim the mantle of Great Emperor. Yang Kai only felt a bit remorseful now because his monster self would no longer be able to kill other members of the monster race recklessly and devour their monster cores and essence. Now that his monster self was a great emperor, the entire myriad monsters world was its territory, and all monster race members looked up to him, so if it did start a massacre, it would break the balance and might even lose the acknowledgement of the myriad monsters world. Fortunately, Yang Kai's monster self didn't necessarily need to use such methods to gain more strength. Moreover, there weren't many monster emperors in the myriad monsters world in the first place, so even if it killed them all, it wouldn't gain much growth. His monster self was now the myriad monsters world's only great emperor and could follow the example set by Jianghu Hen and the others by absorbing world force directly from the world itself to cultivate. In that sense, it could use the entire myriad monsters world's power without having to share it with any others. Unless a second great emperor rose up, Yang Kai's monster self could easily break through to the 6th order, 7th order, or even the 8th order monster emperor realm extremely quickly. In this way, its growth rate would greatly surpass even Jianghu Hen and the other star boundary great emperors. His human self had a world tree clone inside his small universe, while the title of great emperor gained by his monster self allowed it to cultivate the power of the world tree clone in the myriad monsters world. Both his soul clones had promising futures. Currently, the humans and Black Ink clan were maintaining a delicate balance. The agreement between the two races stated that besides the 6 great territories where any form of war was permitted, the 8th Order masters and territory lords were not allowed to interfere in the ongoing battles. However, no one could be sure when this balance would be broken. After a rough estimation, Yang Kai realized that it had been about 1,000 years since the great armies had retreated from the barren territory battlefield. During this millennium, the human race had seen the rise of many talented individuals, but so had the Black Ink clan. Even though Yang Kai was in retreat inside the World Tree, it didn't mean he didn't know what was happening outside. He was a great emperor of the star boundary, so nothing that happened in the star boundary escaped his senses. There were also reports coming in from the 13 battlefields, so Yang Kai knew the humans had gained several rising stars that shone brightly in each of the great territories. Of course, many highly regarded and aspiring youths had also died in battle. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had successfully nurtured a new batch of territory lords. Though these territory lords weren't as strong as innate territory lords, they symbolized infinite possibilities as they could one day become royal lords. With how much territory and resources the Black Ink clan had conquered, they could nurture quite a lot of royal lords if they were willing to dedicate all their resources to this pursuit. Both races were gathering their strength for the future, so the relative calm they were maintaining was just an illusion. Once one of the clans gained enough of an advantage to wipe the other out, the final battle would commence. How long would that take? 2,000 years? 3,000? No one could say for certain. However, Yang Kai knew that there wasn't much time left. Judging by the situation on the battlefields, the human race didn't have much of an advantage. Many aspiring individuals had directly broken through to the 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven realm, saving them a lot of cultivation time. However, these individuals still needed a long time to enhance their heritages before advancing to the 8th and 9th Order Open Heaven realms. On the other hand, with their Black Ink nests, though the Black Ink clan had to steadily rise up from the very weakest as well, they could still advance quicker than the humans. Therefore, it could be estimated that when a new 9th Order Open Heaven realm master appeared among the humans, the Black Ink clan would also see the birth of new royal lords. After returning to the star boundary, Yang Kai threw himself into his secluded cave mansion and started another round of cultivation. Years went by. Yang Kai had completely lost track of time and his secluded cave mansion had slowly been covered in a thick layer of green leaves. Now, if passing Open Heaven realm masters didn't look closely, they would never notice that there was a tree cave here. A full 1,200 years later, the sealed-up cave mansion opened again, and Yang Kai emerged. After more than 1,000 years of seclusion, and adding on the time from before he was interrupted by his monster self's advancement, Yang Kai's retreat lasted for 1,700 years. This wasn't the longest time Yang Kai had ever spent cultivating. That distinction belonged to his stay in the temporal rivers inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, where from his perspective he had secluded himself for some 4,000 years. Since he had spent so much time in retreat though, Yang Kai had depleted all the resources he had gathered. One had to know that the number of resources he had collected was simply unfathomable, as he had huge piles of various valuable things he had gained through various exploits over the years, but now all of that was gone. Of course, with such a huge expenditure he had achieved equally great results. Though he hadn't reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he was not far from it. Also, his small universe now had countless living beings inside which would constantly bring him more benefits. Even if he didn't enter retreat ever again, he would have still reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in short order. That was also his limit in this lifetime. Yang Kai gently clenched his fists as he felt the majestic strength inside his small universe. If he encountered an innate territory lord now, he was confident that even without using a soul-rending thorn, he could kill the other party within 10 moves. This was something impossible for him 1,700 years ago. After nearly 2,000 years of retreat, Yang Kai was eager to find some ignorant innate territory lord and test his current strength. Unfortunately, that idea could only exist in his head, for if he took action, it would violate the peace deal. For now, the human race wasn't ready for a final battle with the Black Ink clan, and neither was Yang Kai. A shadow flashed before Yang Kai's eyes at that moment as a slender figure landed nearby. The woman had a surprised expression as she exclaimed, "Palace Master." Looking at the familiar face, Yang Kai nodded lightly, "You've worked hard." Hua Qingxi had already broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, many years had passed, and the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation materials, so it wasn't hard for her to break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order. However, the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was her limit because her aptitude back then was average and she only made her initial breakthrough to the 5th Order. "I've only done what is necessary," Hua Qingxi replied humbly as she observed Yang Kai and discovered that while his appearance didn't change much after all these years, his aura had become heavier. This showed that Yang Kai's strength had significantly increased after this retreat. "I have something for you to do." While Yang Kai spoke, he casually waved his hand, and in the next instant, 800 people appeared before them. All of them were at the peak of the Emperor realm, and judging by their auras, they had all condensed their Dao seals and refined all sorts of materials. they were now just one step away from breaking through to the open heaven realm. These people were naturally the disciples gathered in the Void Dao Temple over the years. While looking at the situation, Hua Qingxi understood what Yang Kai meant. After all, it wasn't the first time she had seen this scene before. As such, she simply nodded, "Palace Master, please rest assured that I will make the necessary arrangements." After that, she addressed these Emperor Realm Masters, "Follow me." The Emperor Realm Masters respectfully bid the Tao Lord Yang Kai goodbye before leaving with Hua Qingxi. Once the head manager distributed Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the group of Emperor Realm Masters started breaking through to open heaven realm outside of the star boundary. This scene attracted many bystanders. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in place and used his divine sense to cover the entire star boundary. Instantly, he heard a multitude of conversations. While listening, Yang Kai soon understood the latest situation on the various Great Territory battlefields. In general, both clans were still maintaining their side of the agreement, and it seemed like it would stay that way for some time to come. Besides the ones in those 6 Great Territory battlefields, the other territory lords and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters remained silent. On the contrary, the 6 Great Territory battlefields which had remained unchanged from the beginning now had very few ordinary soldiers, as many territory lords and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now used these vast expanses as their own battlegrounds. While quite a number of new territory lords had appeared in the Black Ink clan, the humans also had many new 8th Order Masters, all of whom swarmed into those 6 Great Territory battlefields, intending to temper themselves while weakening the enemy's strength by killing their top masters. It could be said that the intensity of the battles in those 6 Great Territory battlefields vastly exceeded all others. There were constantly 8th Order Masters and territory lords dying in battle, which was very tragic news. After 1,700 years of retreat, Yang Kai was now eager to move his body. Moreover, he had long decided to search for the first primordial light after finishing his latest retreat. To his knowledge, the primordial light was the only instrument capable of completely wiping out Mo. Therefore, after gathering some intel, Yang Kai flew up to the sky and soon left High Heaven territory. Chapter 56:16 One Punch. Now that nearly 2,000 years of changes had passed, the situation in Azure Sun territory had already changed. Originally, the humans and Black Ink clan in Azure Sun territory were engaged in a massive total war with battles of all sizes never ceasing. But as time passed, such sights became rarer. This place was now the battlefield where only the strongest masters battled each other. Ordinary soldiers from both races had already moved out of this great territory. After all, ordinary soldiers had no right to participate in battles involving such masters. At this moment, those who were still actively moving about in this great territory were at least feudal lords and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who came here to gain some stimulation and break through their bottlenecks. There were masters from both races fighting each other in every corner of this great territory, the fallout so intense that it could be felt across vast distances in all directions. These fights wouldn't continue for long periods, as those who gained small victories would immediately fall back, lest they attract the attention of reinforcements from the other side. The quiet void was like a sleeping monster that would wake up at any moment and devour all the active masters from both races. Amidst all his tension and chaos, a figure leisurely toured around the void, and though he was alone, he was completely calm and relaxed. It was as though that figure thought of this dangerous battlefield as his own home garden. His divine sense carefully swept through the entire void as if he was looking for something but couldn't find it, causing a disappointed expression to fill his face. At some point in time, 3 large black ink clouds rushed over from 3 different directions, coincidentally surrounding him. However, this person didn't seem to notice them at all and just continued searching his surroundings. When this person arrived at the center of the 3 black ink clouds, 3 figures appeared from within the 3 black ink clouds. Those 3 had strong auras and were clearly territory lords. In the front was a burly territory lord with a single horn. He had a vicious expression as his black ink strength surged, and he fiercely slammed his palm towards that human while roaring, "Die!" Behind him was a slender female territory lord that charged towards the human at breakneck speed. Then she reached out her hand, which was equipped with nails that were as sharp as knives, aiming at her target's heart from behind. Finally, the 3rd territory lord launched his own attack at that human. Though he wasn't as burly as the 1st territory lord, and he wasn't as fast as the female territory lord, a huge amount of black ink strength enveloped a large patch of the void at the shake of his arms. That dense black ink strength was like the astral wind from the 9 heavens, cutting through the void as it sliced towards the human. The 3 territory lords attacked together, creating a vortex of death that surrounded their lone target. Such a lethal momentum wasn't something any Eighth Order master could resist. The territory lord in front was smiling wickedly, as if he could already see the terrified expression of his enemy. I wonder where this Eighth Order human came from. How bold of him to wander around Azure Sun territory alone. He'll pay for his ignorance. However, what happened next stunned that territory lord. The Eighth Order master, who should be terrified, was smiling at him with an expression that seemed excited and eager. Palming his fist, the human cracked his knuckles and joyously called out, "You guys did this to yourselves, so don't blame me for what happens next." The gleeful expression on the human's face looked like he had just received a huge gift and was celebrating his good fortune. Something's not right. However, it was too late to turn back. Since the three territory lords had already surrounded the human, they didn't care that something felt off and decided to kill first before figuring out anything else. Instantly, all three territory lords arrived before the lone Eighth Order master, and the first burly territory lord threw a punch as a violent wave of black ink strength surged out. The next moment, however, his expression froze and the look of determination and resolve on his face quickly warped with confusion and doubt. It was because that Eighth Order master had also thrown a punch. Even though this punch seemed small and weak, it shattered his own attack. The burly territory lord clearly saw how the other party's fist seemed to vaporize his arm as it advanced towards him, an overwhelming strength surging behind it. The next moment, this seemingly slow punch moved upwards unimpeded and landed on his head. Like an exploded watermelon, the burly territory lord was instantly turned into a headless corpse. The Eighth Order human turned around abruptly, his bright eyes coincidentally meeting those of the female territory lord attacking him from behind. Both of them were so close their faces were practically touching. The female territory lord felt her body tremble as she suddenly felt as though she wasn't facing an Eighth Order human, but some ancient ominous beast that had been caged for countless eons. The shocking and terrifying murderous intent that radiated from this human gave the female territory lord chills as her heart continuously sank. In desperation, she gathered all her black ink strength at her fingertips as her nails turned black before striking at the human. To her astonishment though, rather than the feeling of her nails sinking into flesh, she felt a tight grip around her wrist, clearly indicating that the enemy had somehow caught her. A low whisper sounded from beside her ear, causing her heart to clench. "You're next." Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a violent energy that resembled a volcanic eruption exploding inside her. She felt like her enemy had punched through her body and completely broken her spine. The violent energy then surged out and attacked her strong body, and in less than a breath's time, the female territory lord exploded into a mist of blood. It was only after the death of the first two territory lords that the violent black ink strength wave created by the third territory lord reached its target. This was supposed to be a powerful secret technique that could create an optimum battleground for his two companions, but now, it was what saved the third territory lord. Seeing his two companions being decapitated and exploded by a single attack each from the mysterious human before him, the third territory lord didn't dare to remain any longer. In a state of utter shock, the third territory lord instinctually tried to escape, but the space around him warped, instantly giving him an illusion that it was being stretched out infinitely. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move from the spot where he stood. At that moment, a figure shot out of the rolling black ink strength, splitting the black ink cloud apart before arriving in front of the third territory lord in the blink of an eye. Then, the human casually reached out and easily grabbed the territory lord's neck like he was picking up a chicken, tilting his head as he wondered aloud, "You guys are so weak." Weak. When the remaining territory lord heard that comment, he didn't know what to say. Are we weak? Since they were territory lords, of course they weren't weak. Though the joint attack these three territory lords used wasn't invincible in Azure Sun territory, there was rarely anyone who could beat them. They had killed some human masters using this tactic and thought that since this human was alone, it would be impossible for him to do anything to them, no matter how strong he may be. However, it was only now that this territory lord understood the human expression, "There are always mountains beyond mountains." It wasn't that they were weak, it was just that their enemy was absurdly strong. How could there be such a strong Eighth Order master? Perhaps it was because the territory lord was near death that his memory was suddenly jogged and he recalled a name that had disappeared for nearly 2,000 years. You're? Alright, time's up. Yang Kai didn't let the territory lord finish his words as he simply exerted some strength with his hand before separating the latter's head from his body, causing a fountain of blood to spurt everywhere. As I expected, these 1,700 years of retreat weren't in vain. I'm now far stronger than I was before. However, Yang Kai immediately understood that he could kill these 3 territory lords so easily because they weren't innate territory lords but acquired territory lords. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, it was common knowledge that under normal circumstances, a territory lord's strength would be weaker than an 8th order master's because humans acquired their strength through long-term accumulation. Yang Kai had killed quite a few innate territory lords, so these acquired territory lords were nothing to him. With his current ability, he could kill one of them with a single punch, just like when he was at the peak of the 7th order open heaven realm back then and slaughtered feudal lords like chickens and dogs. If he were to encounter those strong innate territory lords, it might not be as easy to kill them, but with his fearful reputation, those innate territory lords wouldn't dare to come and find trouble with him. Only these acquired territory lords who never experienced his terror would have forgotten his infamy and mistakenly targeted him. Though Azure Sun territory was vast, the sudden annihilation of 3 territory lord auras was enough to attract the attention of many masters. Following that, several divine senses came from all directions, including divine senses from territory lords, feudal lords, and 7th and 8th order masters. During these years of continuous battles, both races suffered losses, but never had a battle ended so quickly, much less with 3 territory lords dying at once. Yang Kai naturally sensed these probes and secretly sighed. There has indeed been a significant increase in masters from both races during my years of retreat. The Black Ink clan could use their Black Ink nest to cultivate, so it was normal for them to become stronger quickly. As long as there were enough resources and Black Ink nests, it wasn't surprising for them to nurture many feudal lords and territory lords. However, it was surprising that so many 7th order and 8th order masters had appeared so quickly. Theoretically, it would be difficult for so many humans to break through to the 8th order open heaven realm after just 2,000 years, especially those rising stars because they wouldn't have enough accumulation. The truth, however, was that the rate of breaking through to a new realm amongst those rising stars was not any slower than those veteran open heaven realm masters. Moreover, some of them even broke through to the 8th order open heaven realm earlier than veteran 7th order masters. Perhaps this was a blessing from the heavens. Just like how the heavens chose Yang Kai as a means of protecting themselves from the Black Ink clan's invasion, all the human soldiers who fought against the Black Ink clan had gained the heavens' favor as they were complying with the heavens' will. Such people could be said to be fighting on behalf of the heavens and would thus receive far more opportunities and good fortune. In the past, there weren't many such people around, but now that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and the humans were forced to defend just a handful of great territories, was the time when they needed to increase their overall strength the most. It was for this reason that the 9th order old ancestors and Yang Kai worked hard to create a safe environment for them to grow. This very scenario imperceptibly shortened the time the humans needed to grow stronger. It was said to be difficult to predict the heavens' will, but in truth it could be seen in everything. While in a trance, Yang Kai seemed to have realized something. But soon, he was interrupted by a frantic divine sense. Those acquired territory lords didn't know of Yang Kai's reputation, but the innate territory lords certainly did. Back in the day, all innate territory lords were shown images of him so that they could memorize what he looked like. 1,700 years had passed, and the Black Ink clan had gradually forgotten the shadow cast over them by Yang Kai. Moreover, according to the reports from the various Black Ink disciples, this killing star had seemingly entered retreat in the star boundary soon after the peace deal was signed and not shown his face ever since. No one expected that he would suddenly appear inside Azure Sun territory and announce his return by slaughtering 3 territory lords. Chapter 56:17 I'm just looking around. Sir Yang Kai, what's the meaning of this? A magnificent divine sense suddenly reverberated from the depths of the void. Though it sounded like the voice was questioning Yang Kai, it didn't dare to be too reckless with its tone or words. Clearly, it was the innate territory lord who was overseeing this place. 1,700 years ago, the number of innate territory lords Yang Kai killed had reached more than 30. What's more, those innate territory lords were basically killed in a single blow by Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had used special external means to kill them back then, that did nothing to diminish his incredible strength. Now that 1,700 years had passed, no one knew exactly how this killing star's ability had changed, but from how he killed 3 acquired territory lords in just a few short breaths, everyone could tell he was stronger than before. The terror that had faded away after nearly 2,000 years of silence had now resurfaced and tightly gripped the innate territory lords. Is this monster going to start another killing spree? If that's true, the peace we maintained for more than 1,000 years will surely shatter. Sir, are you planning on breaking the peace treaty our two races agreed upon? The innate territory lords asked again, his voice echoing from many different directions, as if he was deliberately trying to hide his whereabouts. Yang Kai snorted disdainfully as he felt somewhat displeased. These innate territory lords reacted too quickly. It seemed he had killed those territory lords too quickly. He should have taken more time to tear them apart so he could have killed a few more territory lords without drawing attention to himself. However, he hadn't taken action for nearly 2,000 years, so his fine control of his strength was somewhat lacking at the moment. Yang Kai's gaze drifted for a moment, then seeming to have ignored the barriers of space, he fixed his eyes on a particular position in the void. Then he yawned out of boredom and waved his hand. I'm just looking around. You can all go back to what you were doing. The innate territory lord who had spoken earlier while hiding in the dark had already broken out into a cold sweat as he felt a fierce aura locking onto him from far away and pinning him down. Fortunately, that aura disappeared in the next instant. Knowing that his position had been exposed and that his tricks to hide his whereabouts meant nothing before Yang Kai, the innate territory lord realized that if the latter wanted to kill him, Yang Kai could have arrived in front of him within a couple of breaths. He didn't have the slightest confidence in resisting Yang Kai's assault. On the other hand, Yang Kai's answer made several territory lords feel their chests tighten. Looking around? He's just looking around, yet he killed 3 acquired territory lords. However, they also knew that couldn't be helped because it was those 3 territory lords who attacked first. In other words, they were the ones who courted death themselves. The peace treaty did state that Yang Kai couldn't participate in the war or attack any of the territory lords, but it never said Yang Kai couldn't fight back if he was the one attacked. Moreover, since those 3 were killed by this killing star, the other Black Ink clansmen didn't dare to harp on this matter for fear they would be next. I hope what you said is true. That innate territory lord barely managed to keep his remaining dignity by broadcasting such words in all directions. A short while later, a frenzy of activity occurred in Azure Sun territory as all the feudal lords and territory lords around their main base hurried back inside while those too far away simply found places to hide. Panicked energy fluctuations could be felt coming from all directions. How could the 7th and 8th Order Masters let such an opportunity go? Immediately, they began intercepting those feudal lords and territory lords while going all out to kill them. In an instant, the originally quiet Azure Sun territory became extremely lively. Meanwhile, Yang Kai slowly moved across the void while sweeping his divine sense around. He soon came across several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding a group of feudal lords. The humans already had a slight upper hand, but when Yang Kai passed by, the feudal lords became terrified. Even though Yang Kai didn't even glance at them, those feudal lords felt like death itself was stalking them, causing their strength to plummet by some 30 or 40%. Before Yang Kai even left, the feudal lords who had barely maintained a balance before, were now at a total disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were killed by those 7th Order Masters. A while later, Yang Kai came across another battlefield, but this time he stopped to take a look. There were 3 8th Order human masters currently battling a single innate territory lord. Though it was 3 against 1, the humans didn't hold much of an advantage. Besides the fact that an innate territory lord was already a very powerful foe, these 3 8th Order masters had clearly broken through to their current realm not long ago, so they didn't have much heritage. However, the 3 8th Order's masters were able to work together seamlessly and were proficient in many kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. Despite not having an overwhelming advantage in this battle, they were still able to surround and pin down this innate territory lord. The space around this battlefield was warped, especially at its center, and rays of bright light and murderous intent flared wildly. Yang Kai's arrival had naturally attracted the attention of these 4, and the terrified innate territory lord couldn't help bellowing, "Sir Yang Kai, are you going to attack?" Yang Kai chuckled, "No. I'm just having a look. You guys can continue your fight." Then, his expression turned grim as he reprimanded those 8th Order masters. "You 3 little brats, what have you been cultivating for all these years? It's 3 against 1 and this is the best you can do? If word of this spread out, my reputation would be completely ruined." A young man with an innocent expression immediately wore a bitter look on his face as he complained, "Honored Master, we only broke through to the 8th Order 300 years ago, and this guy is an innate territory lord." If their opponent had been an ordinary territory lord, their fight wouldn't have been nearly this difficult. but innate territory lords were far more powerful than the current generation of acquired territory lords. Yang Kai's face darkened. You dare talk back to me? Has this honored master's teachings been in vain for all those years? He then raised his head slightly and spoke in a sorrowful tone. Didn't your honored master ever tell you that he killed a royal lord just after breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm? Among those 3 8th Order masters, the young man with a bowl cut pursed his lips. Honored master, all you know is how to boast about your achievements. They would have believed Yang Kai if he had said he killed an innate territory lord, as they had heard about how powerful he was for many years. However, killing a royal lord? Even they Yang Kai's legacy disciples wouldn't believe him, let alone others. All 3 of them were silently complaining about how they never knew their honored master was so shameless. How could you all get distracted during a battle? Do you want to die? Yang Kai scolded them. The only female 8th Order master amongst them gripped her spear and swept it out fiercely with an angry roar. Kill! Yang Kai applauded. Yi Bai, you should learn more from your junior sister. How can a man not have any murderous intent? When fighting an enemy master, it's either you die or they do, so if you don't give it your all, you won't be the one to laugh in the end. Yes. Zhao Yi Bai's expression became stern as his murderous intent surged. The innate territory lord was already afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly make a move and kill him, but now he felt completely hopeless after listening to this conversation. Honored master? Yang Kai is these 3 8th Order masters' honored master? What the hell am I supposed to do now? If these 3 had been any other 8th Order masters, it wouldn't have mattered if he killed them, but these were Yang Kai's disciples. Once he made a killing attack, would Yang Kai really just stand there and do nothing? Even if Yang Kai killed him today, the Black Ink clan would not bring up the peace agreement for discussion and would just let the matter slide. At that instant, the innate territory lord fell into a dilemma. Meanwhile, the 3 8th Order masters had been through many battles, so they wouldn't show any mercy to their enemies when given such a good opportunity. Now that the innate territory lord could only defend himself and had no way of striking back, the 3 redoubled their assault, sending out all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques which illuminated the entire void. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You 3 can barely achieve 1 or 2 parts of my strength back then. Hearing that, Zhao Ye felt her veins bulging and couldn't stand it anymore, so she spoke while thrusting out her spear. Honored master, why don't you go look around somewhere else? We 3 senior brothers and sister are fighting a life-or-death battle. It's fine if this old fart can't help us, but can he not just stand there boasting shamelessly while making sarcastic remarks? Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her head. What's wrong? Don't you want me here? Zhao Ye felt aggrieved, but at the same time she was secretly astonished at her honored master's ability. Although she didn't have her guard up against him and was fully focused on fighting the innate territory lord, she was still an 8th Order master after all. However, she didn't even notice when her honored master arrived beside her. While thinking of that, she couldn't help but exclaim inside, indeed, old ginger is spicier than young ginger. Boasting might be a habit every man has, but this old man does have some skill, it seems. I guess I'll just let him continue to boast. As such, she didn't say anything. Why is it only the 3 of you? Where's that little bastard Yang Xiao? Yang Kai looked around curiously. If he remembered correctly, his 3 disciples should have been with Yang Xiao because they seemed to have formed a group called the 10 Directions Supreme and had also made a name for themselves. But now, there were only the 3 of them and Yang Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Su Yi used time principles to disrupt the innate territory lord's senses while finding a moment to answer. These years, our fellow brothers and sisters have broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm one after another, so it's not suitable for us to stay in a single squad and kill enemies together anymore. The 3 of us parted ways with senior brother Yang some time ago. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Back then they formed a squad to kill the enemy because they weren't strong enough. Although there were quite a lot of 7th Order masters among them, going into the great territories conquered by the Black Ink clan was extremely dangerous. Therefore it was a better choice to band together. But now these little ones had all broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so there was no need to act as a unit anymore. Also, this was a wise choice because only in this way could they continue to break through their limitations by exposing themselves to dangerous situations. Yang Kai's 3 disciples had all directly broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm back then and were now 8th Order masters. Once they had accumulated enough heritage, they could strive to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. If they did, they would become pillars of the war against the Black Ink clan. It was the same for Yang Xiao. He was a pure Dragon Clan member and had a very strong bloodline talent, so he could only rely on purifying and tempering his dragon vein and nothing else to achieve a breakthrough. As for Yang Shui, she was the same as Yang Kai. The 8th Order Open Heaven realm was her limit. Die. A fierce roar suddenly sounded as Zhao Yi pierced the innate territory lord's chest with her spear. Violent energy exploded, directly opening a huge hole in the enemy's chest. With her strength, she couldn't land such a blow on an innate territory lord so easily. The best outcome for today's battle would have been both sides suffering injuries or both sides retreating on their own. However, Yang Kai standing there talking non-stop forced the innate territory lord to divide some attention to guard against him. Also, the innate territory lord had to be mindful of Zhao Yi Bai and the others being Yang Kai's disciples, so he didn't dare to kill them. Since the innate territory lord couldn't escape or pay full attention to fighting his opponents, he naturally wouldn't have a good end. Senior brother? Sui bellowed. The 3 brothers and sister had been together for many years and had gone through countless battles together, so they knew each other incredibly well by now. When Zhao Yi succeeded in attacking the enemy, Sui immediately seized the chance. Zhao Yi Bai roared, "Coming." The two of them immediately pushed their time principles and space principles, intertwining their strength to create a mysterious energy. Chapter 56:18 One final lesson. At that moment, the local space became a mess, and the entire battlefield was rendered into a patchwork of light. The innate territory lord had a surprised and frightened expression on his face as he watched a spear coming at him, swiftly moving about as it slashed him 18 times. During this critical life and death moment, the territory lord no longer cared about Yang Kai. The black ink strength surrounding his body surged as it spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The chaotic space was disrupted and 3 figures were sent flying, all of them coughing up fresh blood. At the same time, the territory lord had 18 new injuries and was covered in fresh black blood, making him look incredibly haggard. Not intending to remain a moment longer, he turned around and transformed into a black ink cloud before making his escape. In your dreams? Zhao Yi Bai roared. The trio had exerted a lot of effort to heavily injure their enemy. If they let their opponent escape, they would have spent their years of cultivation in vain. Moreover, their honored master was watching them from the side. Zhao Yi Bai had no expectations that his honored master would lend a helping hand, and Yang Kai had no such intentions either. Instead, he just watched them with interest. While Zhao Yi Bai roared, his figure flickered. Then, with a slight step, a vague shadow remained in place while his true body appeared in front of the escaping innate territory lord. At some point, a mysterious object appeared in Zhao Yi Bai's hand. It seemed like a sword, but it also looked like a snake. The thing was squirming in his hand like an untamed animal that could bite back at him at any moment. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he offered some silent praise. Though he did not pay much attention to his disciples, he didn't expect the dopiest little one to have grown so much. The thing in Zhao Yi Bai's hand wasn't a sword or a snake, it was a void crack. He was using a void crack as a weapon. Scram! The territory lord yelled madly as a palm appeared from within the rolling black ink cloud and slammed towards Zhao Yi Bai. The space sword didn't slash downwards but nimbly formed a curve that cut into the black ink cloud. At the same time, Zhao Yi Bai ducked and avoided the territory lord's palm while also revealing Su Yi standing behind him. While using space principles to intercept his enemy, he also brought along his 3rd junior brother with him. The innate territory lord had been completely focused on running away, and the 2 brothers had combined their auras, so he didn't notice that there were 2 humans before him rather than 1. Su Yi had a stern expression as he placed his palms together. Then, a dense layer of time principles surrounded his body, and with a gentle slap, time itself was sent flying. As this palm struck, the surrounding void seemed to pass through countless years in an instant. When the innate territory lord's attack reached Su Yi's palm, only half of its power remained. With a shake of Su Yi's body, the innate territory lord was sent flying, and Zhao Yi Bai's space sword slashed downwards. The huge black ink cloud roiled and split, revealing the territory lord's figure with a large wound at his waist that was gushing out blood. The wound didn't look like it was from a sharp object piercing him. Instead, it was as if some beast had ripped a chunk of his flesh out. Before the territory lord could steady himself, an intense murderous intent struck him from behind. Zhao Yi had harnessed the essence of the supreme limitless spear art and transformed her weapon into a giant phantom image that swiftly enveloped the innate territory lord. At that moment, the innate territory lord could no longer escape. Kill? Su Yi called out and charged forward with his eldest senior brother. However, the trio didn't dare to be reckless, and the fight with the innate territory lord lasted another half an hour before they finally took him down with great difficulty. After Zhao Ye used her spear to blast the innate territory lord's head off, she withdrew it while all three of them looked pale and panted heavily. However, they were feeling indescribably happy inside. This was the first innate territory lord they had killed. Even though they had fought innate territory lords before, it would always end with them suffering a loss and the three of them escaping under their eldest senior brother's lead. There were also some rare times when both sides suffered heavy losses and mutually withdrew, but never had they imagined killing an innate territory lord so soon. Yang Kai overseeing the situation might have contributed to their win, but during the latter half of the battle, the innate territory lord had gone all out and no longer restrained his attacks. This life-or-death battle was certainly beneficial to them. Once they had absorbed the experience from this fight, they were confident that they wouldn't be in such a wretched state when encountering another innate territory lord in the future. "Honored Master, please give us some guidance." After steadying his breath, Zhao Yibai looked at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. Yang Kai smiled, "Your master simply shows you the path, how you walk it is up to you. Your honored master has no more advice for you. I only have one comment. Well done." Although he felt that the three little ones still had a few rough edges while battling their opponent, and many opportunities weren't grasped perfectly, nothing was truly perfect in this world. Even he had times when he made mistakes and misjudgments. Moreover, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and only by continuously overcoming their limitations could they grow strong. Also, Yang Kai noticed that they had adopted an original approach when using their martial daos, especially when Zhao Yibai and Su Yi combined both time and space principles, allowing them to display a kind of space-time strength. Yang Kai could summon the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel and use space-time strength because he was proficient in both the Tao of space and the Tao of time. It was like a person's left and right hands working together seamlessly and not too difficult to achieve. However, Zhao Yibai and Su Yi were two different individuals. When one person's left hand had to work with another person's right hand, it didn't only require perfect timing but also absolute trust in each other. As Yang Kai thought of that, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like the young eagles had grown their feathers and were able to soar in the sky. He suddenly understood how Ouyang Lai and the others felt back then. Each age offered new talents, and those new talents would surpass the older ones. The veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might have had high hopes and felt like they had passed their prime when looking at the young and active him back then. "After so many years, Honored Master has never taught you anything in detail, but since we've encountered each other today, I will give you one final lesson." Yang Kai wore a kind smile on his face. The three disciples looked serious as they felt inexplicably sad. Though their honored master didn't seem old and could even be considered young when compared to other veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they knew that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm was their honored master's limit in this lifetime. That was undoubtedly a ruthless fate for a cultivator who used up all his life to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. Though their honored master's appearance would not age for tens of thousands of years at least, his ambition to pursue martial Tao would no longer be as strong as it once was. Zhao Ye's eyes reddened slightly as she remembered how Yang Kai had taken such gentle care of them when they were young. All these years they seemed to have never been filial to their honored master, so she secretly decided that if they could wipe out the Black Ink clan, they must stay beside their honored master and take care of him. However, while such thoughts flashed across her head, Yang Kai raised his fist to his lips and coughed twice before suddenly shouting, "This king's 3 legacy disciples are right here. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If any of you territory lords have a grudge against me, feel free to target them. If you manage to kill them, that just proves your capability, and this king will not avenge them in the future." The 3 disciples slowly widened their eyes as their sadness instantly disappeared while looking at their honored master with stunned expressions. Yang Kai then winked at them. "The final lesson is that your honored master can't protect you for a lifetime, so you have to learn how to fend for yourselves." After saying that, Yang Kai didn't bother to see what their reactions were before taking a step and appearing 1,000,000 kilometers away from them. Then, he laughed from afar and announced, "There will come a day when the eagle learns to fly and soars high in the sky." He seemed to be in an extremely pleasant mood. In just a few short moments, his aura disappeared from Azure Sun territory, obviously indicating that he had left through one of the territory gates. At that instant, many divine senses swept towards Zhao Yibai and the others from all directions, and the trio felt like countless pairs of eyes were now staring at them from the dark. "Run!" In a panic, Zhao Yibai grabbed his junior sister and brother before turning around and dashing towards one of the human race's forward outposts. Master. How could there be such a terrible master in this life? I'm going to drop out of the master's sect. Sui felt like he was going mad. In this world, the number of those who knew they were Yang Kai's legacy disciples was not low, but it also wasn't high. After all, Yang Kai had arranged for them to be cared for at the High Heaven Palace before he went to the Black Ink battlefield, which was some 3,000 years ago. Back then, the three of them were still weak, so the others only thought of them as ordinary High Heaven Palace disciples. No one had ever expected them and Yang Kai to be disciples and master. Of course, they also wouldn't announce this fact to the wider world. They knew what their honored master had done to the Black Ink clan, so if the Black Ink clan found out about their relationship, they would definitely be targeted. That was also why the human higher-ups never said a word about them despite knowing the whole story. Never would they have imagined that Yang Kai would take the initiative to expose their master and disciple relationship today. There were so many territory lords who died because of Yang Kai, but since the Black Ink clan couldn't do anything about him, their next best option was to target his three disciples. It was easy to predict that the dangers and risks these three would be facing in the future would vastly surpass what they encountered previously. Perhaps they would be targeted by multiple territory lords the moment they appeared in any great territory. Zhao Ye bit her lips as her eyes reddened even more. She had secretly decided that once her honored master turned old, could no longer move about and was bedridden, she would show him the real meaning of filial piety. After giving it some more thought, she realized that this old fart had never taught them anything these past few millennia. All he did was take them under his wing when they were young and naive. Since he brought them out from the void world, they had hardly even met, so how could he have taught them anything? Yet this old ghost dared to say this was their final lesson. Eldest senior brother, run faster. They're chasing us. Sui screamed in panic. It had only been a short moment, but several powerful auras which obviously belonged to innate territory lords were rapidly closing in on them. On top of that, there were dozens of weaker auras following closely behind them in the dark. Clearly, everyone now saw the three of them as prime targets. Don't resist. Zhao Yibai shouted while using space principles to wrap around his junior sister and brother, their figures beginning to flicker. By the time he had almost run out of energy, they finally reached the human race's main camp. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground, feeling like he didn't even have the energy to move a finger. While he looked up at the jet-black void, he only had one thought in mind. Honored Master is definitely trying to screw with us. Chapter 56-19 The Search Continues. After nearly 2,000 years, the human race's biggest killing star, Yang Kai, had emerged from retreat. Then he appeared in Azure Sun territory and killed 3 acquired territory lords. When the news spread out, the Black Ink clan was terrified. Acquired territory lords were also territory lords, and although they weren't as powerful as innate territory lords, or even ordinary 8th Order human masters, they weren't easy to kill by any means. The Black Ink clan then heard that those 3 territory lords were the ones who initiated the attack, but all of them were killed within 3 breaths. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't start a killing spree or even intend to break the treaty they had agreed on previously. Instead, he just strolled around Azure Sun territory and left. At that moment, all the Black Ink clansmen in all the great territory battlefields shivered in fright as they did all they could to get news about Yang Kai. Soon, they received word from all directions that Yang Kai had appeared on the great territory battlefields one after another. However, he never started a fight and just wandered around as if searching for something. No one knew what he was searching for. There were many times when he appeared near the Black Ink clan's bases, which made the territory lords eager to start a fight but also extremely wary. They were eager to start a fight because if they did, they might stand a chance of defeating Yang Kai if the entire army attacked him together. However, they were worried that if a battle broke out, there was no telling how many territory lords would die, and there was also a chance that they might not be able to defeat Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai left that the Black Ink clan finally felt relieved. However, more news spread across the great territories, saying that Yang Kai's 3 legacy disciples were in Azure Sun territory, so many began thinking of ways to surround and kill them. This news greatly energized the Black Ink clan. The fear of Yang Kai would forever stay with them because he was so strong and overbearing that no Black Ink clansman dared to offend him. Since the Black Ink clan couldn't do anything about Yang Kai though, they could take out their frustrations on his 3 legacy disciples. Moreover, it was Yang Kai who exposed their relationship before leaving Azure Sun territory. Also, he said that if the Black Ink clan managed to kill his disciples, he would not take revenge. Just as countless Black Ink clansmen were focusing their attention on Azure Sun territory, they heard even more news from other great territories. Yang Xiao and Yang Yu, who made a name for themselves recently, were revealed to be Yang Kai's adopted son and younger sister. Also, a few women who had recently broken through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm were said to be his wives. In an instant, the Black Ink clan began targeting everyone with close connections to Yang Kai. The Black Ink clan had also devised several plans to round them up and slaughter them. However, whether they would actually kill them was doubtful, as none of the higher-ups in the Black Ink clan believed Yang Kai would really not seek revenge. If they could capture these important people and corrupt them with Black Ink strength, though, turning them into Black Ink disciples, it would certainly allow them to restrain Yang Kai's actions greatly. Undercurrents surged throughout the various battlefields surrounding those cultivators with close relationships with Yang Kai. The human race and the Black Ink clan continuously fought each other in battle after battle, turning the situation into a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had long left the 13 battlefields. With a universe chart in hand, he began touring around all the great territories. If the human race wanted to get rid of the Black Ink clan once and for all, they had to find the primordial light. Although Yang Kai had ventured into the chaotic dead territory to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan about it, the information he received wasn't of much use. Therefore, Yang Kai still didn't have a clue about what the primordial light was or where to find it. Now, he could only use the dumbest method of performing an exhaustive search, hoping he would get lucky. Song had previously said that when the primordial light was born, primordial darkness appeared alongside it. Light and darkness were opposite sides of the same coin and were inextricably linked. But now that darkness had become MO and was set on devouring the universe while the light was nowhere to be seen. The primordial light might not take the form of light, just like how darkness had taken the form of MO. The light could be a blade of grass, a simple tree, or even a monster or a human. There was even the possibility of it being everything in this world. Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could find it, but he believed that where there was a will, there would be a way. Moreover, his cultivation was approaching his personal limit. Though it hadn't reached the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm yet, the heritage in his small universe was constantly increasing without the need to go through bitter secluded cultivation. After chasing his limits for all his life, Yang Kai had reached the end of his martial Tao, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. That was because he knew that this wasn't the peak of the martial Tao. This knowledge was undoubtedly the greatest despair to a cultivator. Since he didn't need to cultivate and couldn't head to the battlefield to fight the enemy, Yang Kai couldn't stay idle. If he were an ordinary man, he could stay with his family and be filial to his parents, or spend the rest of his life in peace, but he wasn't an ordinary man. It would be best if he could find the primordial light, but if he couldn't, he would take this journey as a trip to reorganize his mind and calm his spirit. His divine sense was constantly surging like the tide, leaving no stone unturned. In every great territory he visited, he would bring out his universe chart and use his divine sense to draw a cross on its corresponding position. Now, most of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds were conquered by the Black Ink clan, and the universe worlds that used to be flourishing and filled with vitality were now dead because they were depleted of world force and had their grand Daos destroyed. Numerous Black Ink clansmen could be seen moving about the void, and there were many Black Ink nests above the dead universe world. Back when the Black Ink clan had just started invading the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai had also visited many great territories, but back then he was rushing about refining the universe worlds in an attempt to save as many living beings as possible. That journey was frantic and brief. This time, his journey was more deliberate as he performed a thorough search of every corner of each great territory, including all the dead universe worlds and universe fragments. In comparison to back then, the great territories were now undoubtedly duller. Even the void was permeated with the extremely wicked and loathsome aura of Black Ink strength. The dead universe worlds were like decaying corpses. Black Ink strength had swept through the universe. No one could avoid their personal responsibility when faced with such a tragedy. During his journey, Yang Kai met quite a few hunters. These hunters traveled around each great territory, destroying Black Ink nests and being chased after by the Black Ink clan, which they all considered exciting and terrifying experiences. While facing such dangers, though, they also gained a lot. As Yang Kai passed through each great territory, the number of crosses on his universe chart gradually increased and soon almost covered the entire map. He didn't pay much attention to how many years he had been searching for until he suddenly came to an extremely quiet place. After cross-checking with his universe chart, he suddenly realized that this was actually the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai was very surprised as he had visited the chaotic dead territory thrice, but no matter when he came, this place had always been in complete chaos. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were extremely powerful but couldn't control their own strength. Therefore, wherever they were, the violent might of Yang and Yin they possessed shattered the void. It was because of this that Yang Kai didn't succeed when asking them to descend the mountain and help the humans deal with the Black Ink clan. If they did so, many other great territories would become a part of the chaotic dead territory, which was something the humans couldn't accept. Although many great territories now were filled with dead universe worlds and were conquered by the Black Ink clan, restoring them in the future was still possible. However, if a great territory became a part of the chaotic dead territory, there would be no hope for restoration. When Yang Kai came again this time and noticed there was actually something different, he couldn't help but be curious. Therefore, he flew deeper into the void while calling out, "Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, your little brother is here to visit." Following a faint aura he sensed, Yang Kai soon found Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, but when he saw them he was taken aback. "What are you two doing?" Standing before Yang Kai was a single figure, or more precisely, the combined figures of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The left half of the figure looked like Big Brother Huang, while the right side looked like Big Sister Lan. The figure's appearance seemed extremely strange, as if some sort of power had forcefully merged them together but failed. The strange combined figure looked at Yang Kai, and its two different colored eyes also showed different emotions. Then, with a roll of their eyes, the combined body split into two. With a soft popping sound, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were separated entirely. The two of them looked a little exhausted and depressed. Big Brother Huang massaged his temples, looking like he had a headache. "We're trying to fuse. When you were here the last time, didn't you say we might have a connection with the primordial light? We thought about it after you left and thought perhaps you were right, so we gave it a try. What's the result?" "The result is what you just saw." Big Brother Huang spread his hands. "It's your fault. If you hadn't tried to gain control, I wouldn't have fought with you because I was afraid to get devoured," Big Sister Lan complained. Big Brother Huang looked aggrieved. "How can that be my fault? You initiated it. How could I comply silently? As a proper little brother, you should carry out your big sister's will," Big Sister Lan chastised. "Nonsense." Big Brother Huang jumped 1 meter high. "I'm the big brother, so you should listen to me." Then Big Sister Lan grabbed Big Brother Huang's collar and threatened angrily, "Say that again." Big Brother Huang looked down at her and repeated arrogantly, "I'm the big." All right. Yang Kai grabbed them before placing them on either side of himself. "Stop arguing. You guys have been together for so many years. What's there to argue about?" They had been arguing about who was the big sister or big brother for Yins, but they still hadn't reached a conclusion. Both of them coldly snorted before turning their heads to the side as if they didn't want to talk to each other anymore. Yang Kai touched his chin and commented, "When this little brother saw your condition just now, I seem to have seen signs of integration." "We can integrate with each other," Big Brother Huang sighed and shook his head. After so many tries he finally understood something. "However, unless one of us is willing to be devoured by the other, we'll never truly become one." Big Sister Lan added, "Also, even if one of us is willing to be devoured, the most likely possibility is that we'll simply destroy each other entirely. They were originally the manifestation of Yang and Yin, so their powers were opposed, the epitome of incompatibility, so how could they possibly integrate? If that's true, then why are you guys still trying?" Yang Kai was confused. Big Brother Huang shrugged, "We have nothing to do anyway. Also, she wouldn't let me devour her." Chapter 56-20 Catalyst. That answer was impeccable. It was the same reason why Yang Kai went to look for the primordial light. He felt he had to do something, but there was literally nothing else for him to do. In short, he was bored. "But we did learn something," Big Sister Lan suddenly spoke up. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "What did you discover?" Instead of answering him, Big Sister Lan asked a question. "Do you know alchemy?" Not knowing what alchemy had to do with this situation, Yang Kai still answered honestly, "I know a little." He had some alchemic Tao essence inside his small universe. Though he wasn't as proficient in it as his 3 primary Grand Daos, his accomplishments weren't low either. If he was willing, Yang Kai figured he could easily become an alchemy grandmaster. Moreover, he actively cultivated the alchemic Tao in his youth. Since there were many cultivators in his small universe, they were able to benefit from this, and some became quite talented in the alchemic Tao. Big Sister Lan continued, "Since you know alchemy, you should know that there are many times when herbs that have opposing natures are put together inside the same furnace, but not only do they not destroy each other, they enhance each other's medicinal efficiency. Nodding, Yang Kai replied, "Indeed. The alchemic Tao is profound and boundless, and what it focuses on is the ratio of herbs and how they counteract and enhance each other." After thinking about it, he questioned, "Are you saying, if you think of me and Big Brother Huang as counteracting herbs, what would you do to blend our medicinal efficacies?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. A catalyst. It wasn't true that two counteracting herbs couldn't be placed in the same furnace. One only had to add a suitable medicinal catalyst, and disaster could be turned into a miracle. Not only could a catalyst help maximize the two herbs' medicinal efficacies, but it could help them fuse together and produce new and astonishing effects. "I understand now." Yang Kai was elated, like a terminally ill patient who suddenly found a cure after searching for so long. He was acting almost epileptic. The last time Yang Kai came to the chaotic dead territory and talked with these two, he realized that they had a huge connection with the primordial light, and perhaps were even part of it at one point. That was because Big Sister Lan previously said that she vaguely remembered being abandoned. Who would abandon them? And what kind of being could abandon them? The answer to that was undoubtedly the primordial light. Although Yang Kai didn't know the reason behind all of this, the primordial light did separate from the yang and yin that eventually became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. That was why they vaguely remembered feeling like they were abandoned. They were originally the same being but were separated by a powerful force. If they wanted to fuse, they would have to reverse what happened. So, there must be a special existence in this world, and that existence was the medicinal catalyst to help Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan reintegrate with each other. If he could find that catalyst, perhaps they might be able to recreate that glorious light. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other, feeling speechless. But soon Yang Kai's expression turned stiff, and he frowned deeply. It only took a moment for his happy expression to disappear. He managed to figure something out, but it all seemed meaningless. Would he be able to find the catalyst when he couldn't even find the primordial light? He had been searching around so many great territories, but so far hadn't found anything at all. Even if he searched every great territory, there was still a chance that he wouldn't find what he was looking for. Logically speaking, Mo was born at the same time as the primordial light, so if the latter hadn't separated from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, it might also have become a sentient existence in the 3,000 worlds that was equally strong by now. However, the primordial light separated yang and yin eons ago, and now no one knew what it looked like. Even the world tree had no idea. The old tree had been around since the dawn of time and was connected to all the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, so who would know something that he didn't? Yang Kai suddenly felt devastated. "Hey!" A leg suddenly landed on Yang Kai's face. The force was so great that he was sent flying out and even saw stars. When he finally found his footing, he felt something wet on his face. When he touched it, his hands were stained by blood. He shook his head as he walked back and looked aggrieved at Big Brother Huang as he asked, "Why did you kick me?" Big Brother Huang snorted coldly, "You looked so depressed, like your family died or something. It was annoying to look at it." Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai asked, "Is it that obvious?" Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan nodded in sync. Then Big Brother Huang jumped up and slapped his small hand on Yang Kai's shoulder while speaking like an elder. "Little brother, there is no difficulty that can't be solved. If you admit defeat before even starting, you'd be better off dead. At least you could have some peace and quiet that way." Feeling aggrieved, Yang Kai argued, "I'm not admitting defeat. I just thought." "Don't think," Big Brother Huang interrupted Yang Kai, "all beings have their own fate. Don't put everything on your shoulders because you can't bear that weight. This tragedy that is happening, it's the whole world's tragedy, not just yours. If the world would be destroyed without you, so be it." Yang Kai lowered his head, suddenly reminded of all he had done all those years ago. Back then he was invincible on the battlefield. With the soul-rending thorn and his various divine abilities and secret techniques, he killed so many territory lords in profound nether territory that the enemy became traumatized by his mere mention. However, even with such a huge advantage, Yang Kai still chose to make peace with them. Didn't he do that because of this exact reason? This war wasn't solely his struggle. No matter how strong a person was, there was a limit to their strength. This was the human race's war, and only by the constant strengthening of their successive generations could they have hope of defeating the Black Ink clan. How could he have forgotten his original intention after so many years? Yang Kai suddenly turned serious and nodded, "Big Brother Huang, you're right." Also, he saw a new side to Big Brother Huang, as he didn't expect this little guy to have such insight after having stayed in the chaotic dead territory for such a long time. When Big Brother Huang heard Yang Kai compliment him, he eagerly added, "Don't worry. If there ever comes a day when you humans are defeated, your big sister Lan and I will charge out from the chaotic dead territory and make this vast world into a dead zone so that the Black Ink clan will be buried along with you." Yang Kai felt his brow twitch when he heard that, as he thought, this might be Big Brother Huang's real intentions. No matter how isolated he and Big Sister Lan were, or how reasonably they seemed to behave, they were still avatars of chaos and destruction. When the humans were in charge of the universe, they could still stay here peacefully, but if the humans disappeared from existence, nothing would be restraining them anymore. At that point, charging out of the chaotic dead territory wasn't just talk. Can the two of you stand against Mo? Yang Kai felt doubtful. According to what he knew, these two might have abilities that were on par with a giant spirit god or stronger. However, was that enough to rival the strength of Mo? When he thought about it, Mo created black ink giant spirit gods, while the primordial light created the burning light and serene glimmer. Therefore, the primordial light might have been in the creation realm as well. After pondering for a moment, Big Brother Huang replied, "We aren't his opponent, but nothing will happen if you don't act. Besides, we can't just sit here and wait for death." Yang Kai exhaled lightly before sighing, "That's right. We can't just give in and wait for death to come." No one knew whether they could find the proper catalyst, but they had to try before knowing the answer. Slapping his cheeks, Yang Kai thought, "Cheer up, the future is full of difficulties, but you can't let that stop you from forging ahead." Suddenly, he thought of something. Since these two represented chaos and destruction, how could they have peacefully stayed in the chaotic dead territory for so many years? Shouldn't they be freely roaming around the 3,000 worlds and releasing their strength? When Yang Kai unconsciously asked that question, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "You're right." Big Brother Huang was puzzled. "This is a good question. Why do we have to stay in the chaotic dead territory?" Frowning, Big Sister Lan said, "But we don't have the urge to wipe out the humans and destroy this world. What's more, I think staying here is quite good." Could this be the thoughts left by the primordial light? Yang Kai asked. The two couldn't answer him. At that moment, Big Brother Huang suddenly felt frustrated. "Hey! Why do you have so many questions? There aren't that many whys in the world." For so many years they had been living their lives this way and didn't find it unusual, but this annoying little brother kept coming over and asking them so many questions that left them confused. "Is there anything else? If not, please leave." Big Brother Huang had no trace of politeness when he said that. Ugh. Yang Kai was speechless and thought about it before saying, "Please bestow me some yellow and blue crystals. Also, after so many years, the small stone race." Although Yang Kai had brought away a huge batch of yellow and blue crystals and a massive small stone race army from the chaotic dead territory, so many years of war with the Black Ink clan had consumed many of the yellow and blue crystals, while few small stone race were remaining. The small stone race soldiers still remaining were mostly the ones who had strength on par with the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but thanks to their low sentience, they couldn't exert nearly as much power as the humans. "You're so annoying." Big Brother Huang felt a headache. "You've already taken away everything the last time you were here, yet you're doing it again." Even though it had been nearly 2,000 years since Yang Kai's last visit, that wasn't actually a long time from the burning light and serene glimmer's perspective. But despite Big Brother Huang's complaints, he and Big Sister Lan had already prepared a huge pile of supplies for Yang Kai. It didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't mention it, but now that he did, they wouldn't be stingy with him. Therefore, Big Sister Lan waved her hand, and a giant mountain-sized pile of yellow and blue crystals floated over from deep inside the void. Then she shouted out an order, and several small stone race armies charged out from all directions in the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai happily opened his small universe, and under Big Brother Huang's constant grumblings, he put away the huge pile of materials and small stone race armies. After that was done, burning light and serene glimmers, nearly 2,000 years of accumulation were gone. Such a huge pile of materials and reinforcements were enough to influence the final result of the war between the two races. Without mentioning anything else, if Yang Kai distributed the small stone clan armies he received to the various battlefields, they could deliver a huge blow to the Black Ink clan, as those small stone race armies had many that were on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once Yang Kai was done, he respectfully thanked the two. Since the two races still wanted to maintain their current situation of the war, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to head back and distribute these small stone race armies. Also, he had to start his search for the medicinal catalyst. I think you should try visiting the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. Before he could go though, Big Sister Lan suddenly made this suggestion. Chapter 56:21, Thieves. According to ancient stories, the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. The various divine spirits only appeared after these two, followed by the primordial era and the glorious days when divine spirits ruled the universe. During that era, all sorts of different divine spirits were found throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that a brutal war that went on for millennia caused the extinction of many divine spirit clans. Today, only a handful of divine spirits remained, and many of those divine spirits that managed to survive were on the verge of disappearing. The undeniable fact was that divine spirits were incredibly powerful, and every mature divine spirit was equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at least. What's more, all they needed to do was constantly refine their bloodline, and their strength would increase until one day they stood on par with 9th Order old ancestors, if not higher. However, according to the information Yang Kai received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, the rumor about them being the first ancestors was made up. Since they first gained sentience, the only matter that had concerned them was deciding who was the elder sibling. Moreover, Yang and Yin were counteracting forces, so how could they produce so many divine spirits? The only real joint creation of these two supreme beings was when Yang Kai used the great sun and moon marks to fuse their power to create purifying light, which was the most effective method the humans currently had to restrain Black Ink strength. Before purifying light appeared, the only thing that could restrain Black Ink's strength was the power of divine spirits. Of course, the divine spirits' power wasn't as effective as purifying light, but it was still far better than what mere humans were capable of. Ancestral strength from the divine spirit ancestral land was particularly good at this and could be thought of as a purer, stronger version of the divine spirit's power. At the end of the early ancient era, a Black Ink giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the demon sealing land by the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of that generation with the help of the sacred treasures from 16 powerful divine spirit clans and more than half of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land. After so many years, even the Black Ink strength inside that Black Ink giant spirit god had been continuously ground away by the ancestral strength. When Yang Kai opened the demon sealing land back then, the Black Ink giant spirit god was only an empty husk. If Mo's soul clone hadn't been injected into the dead Black Ink giant spirit god, it would have been impossible for it to be revived. The primordial light was the opposite of the initial darkness, and both the burning light and serene glimmer were separated from it. That was why the combination of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's strength could perfectly counter Black Ink's strength. If that were true though, why could the divine spirits also resist Black Ink's strength? Did the divine spirits really have no connection with the primordial light? Now, the divine spirits were on the brink of extinction, and there weren't many of them still alive. Only a few divine spirit clans were left, but even they were no longer as glorious as they were during the primordial era. However, the divine spirit ancestral land endured, so even if Big Sister Lan didn't suggest this to Yang Kai, he was already preparing to head over there as he might find some clues. The Shattered Heaven was the land of exile in the 3,000 worlds. It was where the wicked gathered, so there had been all sorts of characters living there in the past. Back then, those Open Heaven Realm Masters who wanted to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, but weren't from any cave heaven in paradise would head to the Shattered Heaven. That was because even the cave heavens and paradises couldn't control that place. They could peacefully break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm without having to worry about being besieged by the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Of course, looking back now, the cave heavens and paradises did have the ability to wipe clean and control the Shattered Heaven. They simply chose not to because the world needed a place to hide its dirty and dark secrets. Even though the 3,000 worlds was a vast and endless place, it couldn't be entirely clean. Order and chaos were like light and dark, impossible to exist on their own. Everything had a positive and negative side, and both sides relied on each other to survive. Deep inside the Shattered Heaven was the Divine Ability Sea, which was placed there by great experts near the end of the early ancient era to surround the divine spirit ancestral land. It was a natural barrier and also an invisible cage. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing outside the Divine Ability Sea and could see a huge, safe passageway that led straight to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. This pathway was obviously the one the Black Ink Giant Spirit God opened when it emerged from the Ancestral Land. This made things easy for Yang Kai as he didn't need to deal with the Divine Ability Sea now. Taking one step after another, Yang Kai strode forward, and with the help of space principles, each step carried him 100,000 kilometers further. Soon, Yang Kai passed through that pathway and arrived at the Ancestral Land. The Ancestral Land was a vast world that was filled with an ancient aura. If one were to say the myriad monsters world had barely managed to retain the aura of the early ancient era, the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land could be said to have perfectly preserved the primordial era's environment without the slightest change. Counting this trip as well, Yang Kai had visited the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land 3 times. The first time was when Xingyang chased him here. He was escaping with a female 7th Order master named Xiaolin Lang, and they accidentally barged into this place. Perhaps it was because he had a Dragon Clan bloodline that he was able to arrive here alive as, back then, Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm master. The second time was when he came to prevent an 8th Order Black Ink disciple from reviving the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Unfortunately, he was too late and was forced to personally kill a respected senior, Luan. Then, he personally witnessed the revival of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. That Black Ink Giant Spirit God was the one that charged out of the Demon Sealing Land to the Ancestral Land and then out through the Shattered Heaven before arriving at the Barren Territory battlefield. This was Yang Kai's 3rd visit to this place. During his first visit, though he had a potent dragon vein, he wasn't a pure-blood Dragon Clan member. During the second visit, all his focus had been on the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, so he didn't have any spare attention to investigate this place. But this time he could feel a natural sense of comfort and closeness when he arrived here. It felt like he had returned home from a long journey and ran back into his mother's arms. His dragon blood was surging inside him, and he couldn't help wanting to let out a dragon roar to vent his feelings. Although he was born a human, the current Yang Kai could be fundamentally considered a pure-blooded dragon, so he had a natural feeling of belonging with this land. However, Yang Kai soon frowned. It was because this place was occupied by many black ink nests of all sizes, most of them low rank but 3 of them mid rank. There were no high rank ones, fortunately. All the high rank black ink nests were placed at the no-return pass and were guarded by the only remaining royal lord. Despite having already known that the ancestral land wouldn't remain unaffected by the war, Yang Kai still felt enraged when he witnessed this scene. It felt as though thieves had overrun his home, and not only did they steal his belongings, but they even took his home for themselves. How could Yang Kai endure this? These thieves wanted to take over the ancestral land, but it seemed like they weren't very successful because in any universe world outside, one low-rank black ink nest would be enough to cover it in black ink strength, turning it into the Black Ink clan's territory. But here, even though all the black ink nests were pumping out black ink strength, the area they managed to cover was quite limited. One low-rank black ink nest could only cover about a 100-kilometer radius with black ink strength, and the further away from the black ink nest, the thinner the black ink strength became. The mid-rank black ink nests were stronger, but even they could only cover about a 10,000-kilometer radius. While such distances were not small, compared to the billions upon billions of kilometers diameter of the ancestral land, it was actually quite insignificant. It seemed like there was an invisible force restraining the black ink strength from spreading. Obviously, it was the ancestral strength which could restrain and even dissolve black ink strength. Though it wasn't as effective as purifying light, with the vast ancestral land supporting the ancestral strength, it could uninterruptedly resist the corruption and spread of black ink strength without much difficulty even after a couple of millennia. Judging from the scene before him, Yang Kai became even more certain that the divine spirits had some link to the primordial light. It was because of the ancestral land's resistance that so many black ink nests had appeared here. Otherwise, why would the Black Ink clan arrange their black ink nest in such a way? A human? A shocked and puzzled voice sounded. Yang Kai lowered his head to look in the direction of the voice and saw a feudal lord looking up at him from one of the low-rank black ink nests. Since Yang Kai didn't hide himself, the feudal lord immediately discovered him when he entered the range of the ancestral land. When their 4 eyes suddenly met, the feudal lord was certain that the other party was a human. He immediately grinned and revealed a vicious smile before bellowing, "Kill him!" Where did this human come from? How insolent of him to appear here. The Black Ink clan had been occupying this vast land for many years, but had never seen any humans come over, After all, this place was too far from the Great Territory battlefields while also very close to the Black Ink battlefield, so even hunters wouldn't easily venture this deep into their territory. In this place, the Black Ink clan didn't live a comfortable life because some kind of mysterious energy was suppressing their Black Ink strength and preventing it from spreading. If they had a choice, the Black Ink clan here would rather fight on the battlefield than remain here. Previously, there were territory lords that had tried to destroy this vast land, but even when an innate territory lord used all his strength to bombard its surface, much of their strength would dissipate before it even struck the ground, which made it impossible to do any real damage. Unfortunately for them, their progress was still very slow despite their long years of effort. Now that a human had appeared here, it naturally stimulated the feudal lord's predatory instincts. He thought of capturing this human and turning him into a Black Ink disciple to be commanded at will. Once the feudal lord gave the order, numerous Black Ink clansmen from the surrounding 100-kilometer radius charged over, including some feudal lords. Those feudal lords didn't have their own Black Ink nest and could only obey the feudal lord who gave out the order. Instantly, Black Ink's strength surged and a dense stream of figures flew at Yang Kai, swiftly surrounding him. That first feudal lord stood above his Black Ink nest and watched the scene with interest, but suddenly he had a bad feeling and frowned as he noticed that the other party was behaving a little too calmly. Moreover, he couldn't sense this human's cultivation. Once that thought flashed across the feudal lord's mind, a burst of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the encirclement. Following that, every Black Ink clansman that went over froze in place like they were struck by lightning. Then the sound of spurting fresh blood sounded, and all at once, every Black Ink clansman, no matter their strength, fell to pieces, literally. The feudal lord's pupils contracted as he turned around to retreat towards his Black Ink nest without hesitation. When the human attacked, the feudal lord immediately sensed his cultivation. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the feudal lord didn't know why this human came here, he knew this wasn't someone he could mess with. However, just as he turned around, an oppressive force appeared above him. This pressure was like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He barely managed to raise his head to see a palm coming down on him, followed by complete darkness. Then he didn't know what had happened next. Chapter 56:22, Resist 3 moves and you're free. In the sky, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his palm. A large palm print had appeared on the ground, and not only did it crush the feudal lord, but also the Black Ink nest below him was smashed to pieces. That movement wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Soon, even more Black Ink clansmen were attracted by the noise. Inside the area covered by the Black Ink nests, numerous Black Ink clansmen were alerted by the movement and came over to investigate. When they discovered Yang Kai's aura, they immediately became excited. Their lives in this vast land were too bitter and boring as there was nothing to do but resist the suppression of the strange force. It was unheard of for a human to barge in here, so how could the Black Ink clansmen's violent desires not be stimulated? Soon, numerous Black Ink clansmen arrived from all directions. Yang Kai laughed out loud, "Very good." If these Black Ink clansmen didn't take the initiative to attack, Yang Kai couldn't start a killing spree because of the agreement between the two races. Back in Azure Sun territory, it was also those 3 territory lords who struck first, justifying him to kill them. Facing the incoming Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai charged forward. Instantly, Yang Kai was like a tiger in a herd of sheep, utterly unstoppable. Though he was surrounded by countless Black Ink clansmen with Black Ink strength surging everywhere, none of them was his match. In a blink of an eye, Yang Kai had moved thousands of kilometers away from his original spot, and unleashed a reign of terror in his wake, destroying low-rank Black Ink nests and leaving fresh corpses. Although Yang Kai didn't exert too much of his strength, he could still kill these Black Ink clansmen with a single punch or palm. He was almost at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, and the strongest among these Black Ink clansmen were feudal lords, so how could they hope to stop him? To put it bluntly, Yang Kai could ruthlessly kill all these Black Ink clansmen with a single sweep of his dragon breath. The huge difference between their strength was not something these Black Ink clansmen could make up for with numbers alone. A loud roar suddenly came from the distance. "Yang Kai, stop!" Yang Kai was instantly frustrated. Did my identity get exposed so quickly? It wasn't because Yang Kai didn't take care to hide his strength, but that the Black Ink clan had been tracking him. Before this, he had been visiting one great territory after another in search of the primordial light. He didn't even leave out the universe worlds taken over by the Black Ink clan and personally went over to investigate each and every one of them. It could be said that the Black Ink clan knew his whereabouts at all times because everywhere he went, the Black Ink clan in that territory would use their Black Ink nest to report it as soon as possible. This meant that it was only after Yang Kai entered the chaotic dead territory that the Black Ink clan lost track of him. The Black Ink clan seemed to know that he had been searching for something recently, but they had no idea what it was. Also, orders had been passed down from the no-return pass saying that the Black Ink clan was not to interfere no matter what Yang Kai did. History had proven that if not provoked, Yang Kai would maintain the agreement, so the best option was to just let him be. All the Black Ink clansmen in all of the great territories had received these orders, so many who were overseeing each great territory were on edge, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear in their territory and lash out. Of course, the ancestral land had received the order from the royal lord as well. Everything happened so suddenly that the feudal lords didn't have much time to think about it, but how could the territory lord overseeing this place not know what was going on? When he sensed the eruption of battle, he immediately used his divine sense to scan the place and realized Yang Kai had come. There were 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, so 3 innate territory lords had been dispatched here to act as supervisors. The territory lord who just spoke up was a black-faced individual that seemed to resemble a human at first glance, but he was taller and much bulkier than a human. However, some masters were skilled in body tempering amongst the humans and had figures that weren't much worse than this territory lord's. Since those Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink nests killed and destroyed by Yang Kai were all under his jurisdiction, he was naturally furious and called out. But Yang Kai didn't seem like he was going to stand down, so the territory lord became even more furious and threw out a punch from afar while roaring, "I said stop." Yang Kai's palm slammed down again and destroyed another low-rank Black Ink nest before he faced the punch coming from afar without any intention of dodging and accepted it. Instantly, his body trembled and a shimmer of light appeared across his body. He wasn't the slightest bit injured by the attack. He then turned his head to look at the black-faced territory lord charging at him and asked, "Did you just attack me?" Both of Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a trace of cunning flashed in their depths, making him seem overjoyed. The black-faced territory lord was beyond furious at first, but when he met those eyes, he couldn't help but be reminded of what happened in Azure Sun territory. He silently cursed himself for letting his anger take over and cause this situation. Hurriedly stopping, the territory lord stammered, "It wasn't me. I didn't." Since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, this territory lord had been ordered to oversee the Divine Spirit ancestral land and use Black Ink's strength to corrupt this piece of land, so he had not battled a human race master in several millennia. However, with the use of his Black Ink nest, he could still gather information from battlefields without having to leave this place. There were quite a lot of masters amongst the humans, and there were even a few that were stronger than innate territory lords, but no matter how strong, all humans had their limits, except for one who defied all reason. During these recent years, a single 8th Order master named Yang Kai undoubtedly shone the brightest. From what this territory lord heard from the No-Return Pass, Yang Kai had gone to the No-Return Pass alone, killed several territory lords, and destroyed many high-rank Black Ink nests before escaping from the pursuit of the royal lord. Later, news came from Profound Nether territory, saying that the number of territory lords killed directly or indirectly by Yang Kai had reached over 30. News that came from the Acacia territory said that 10 territory lords had worked together to besiege Yang Kai, but 7 of them died while in the end, Yang Kai and the over 10,000 human refugees mysteriously escaped. Fortunately, after Yang Kai returned to Profound Nether territory, he made peace with the territory lords there, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. 300 years later, Yang Kai appeared in Twin Poles territory and killed 4 innate territory lords in a single battle, forcing the Black Ink clan there to retreat to their camps in panic. The Black Ink clan didn't dare to come out and were even forced to take the initiative to offer peace. In the subsequent peace talks, the Black Ink clan established numerous restrictions on Yang Kai and finally restrained the humans' most terrifying killing star. During the 1,700 years after that, there were no signs of the killing star on the battlefields, so the territory lords didn't have to be on edge anymore because the Black Ink disciples they corrupted occasionally all confirmed that Yang Kai had been in retreat all this time. Once those 1,700 years were up though, Yang Kai exited his retreat and instantly killed 3 acquired territory lords in Azure Sun territory. Later, no territory lord dared to challenge him as he was allowed to wander around freely. Following that, Yang Kai began his long journey, until this day when he appeared in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Despite the fact that the black-faced territory lord hadn't fought with a human master in many centuries, He knew that he wasn't this killing star's opponent. Amongst all innate territory lords, his strength only ranked somewhere in the middle, and he personally knew several territory lords who were stronger than him that had died at Yang Kai's hands. If those territory lords had died, would he be able to survive if Yang Kai attacked him? He attacked in a moment of anger and didn't consider the situation too seriously. Moreover, his attack from a distance had only been intended to get Yang Kai's attention and stop him from killing more of his subordinates. Therefore, Yang Kai only had to dodge slightly to not get hit by that punch. The reason Yang Kai didn't dodge was not that he couldn't, but that he didn't want to. Those 3 acquired territory lords from the Azure Sun territory died because they had no eyes and accidentally offended this killing star. I have also offended him today. The black-faced territory lord instantly felt chills enveloping his whole figure. You dare to attack me? Good, very good. Then I'll attack you too. Yang Kai had a wicked grin as he raised his large fist and acted like an angry child who stubbornly wanted revenge. This time I can finally have a good battle. I've been in retreat for so many years and regrettably I have no way of testing out my current strength. Those 3 acquired territory lords in the Azure Sun territory were only the appetizers. If I want to test out my full strength, I have to find an innate territory lord, but none of them have dared to challenge me so far. The black-faced territory lord immediately turned around and ran without intending to fight Yang Kai. A black ink cloud rolled in and encased the territory lord's figure while he screamed frantically, "Save me!" He was naturally screaming towards the other 2 territory lords overseeing this place. Those 2 had also swept over the moment they sensed the fallout, but they had frozen in place after hearing the black-faced territory lord screaming Yang Kai's name. Most territory lords weren't that fearless. In fact, many feared death greatly, so if they could stay out of this mess, they were more than happy to do so. Accept 3 of my moves. If you can survive, I will let you off. Refuse and no one can save you today. Yang Kai's voice was like a gust of cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, making that territory lord shiver even more. However, besides being terrified, the territory lord also felt a sense of hope. If it's just 3 attacks, I might be able to resist them. After all, I'm still an innate territory lord, so of course I'm not weak. No matter how powerful this killing star is, he's being too arrogant. Thinking so, the black-faced territory lord decisively stopped, and his voice echoed from inside the black ink cloud, "Really?" The territory lord knew he couldn't escape because, according to rumors, Yang Kai had astonishing attainments in the Tao of space and was unmatched when it came to fleeing and chasing. Therefore, trying to outrun this human was impossible. Also, it wasn't realistic to hope that the other 2 territory lords would come to his aid because they were trying to stay out of this situation. Otherwise, they would have come forward and helped him long ago. His only hope now was that Yang Kai meant what he said. Yang Kai approached the black-faced territory lord while speaking slowly, "I can even keep the promise I made with the Black Ink clan, so what's there for you to worry about?" That made sense. Although this killing star had caused the Black Ink clan to suffer a huge loss, he had integrity. Since they made peace, he had never voluntarily broken the agreement. He only attacked those territory lords in Azure Sun territory because they attacked him first. The Black Ink clan couldn't complain about him acting in self-defense. Deal? The black-faced territory lord gritted his teeth and accepted the challenge. He had 3 attacks to decide his fate, and he didn't believe that he would be that useless. All sorts of intel on Yang Kai appeared in his mind, and he immediately used his divine sense to protect his soul. This guy has a special artifact that can injure others without them noticing. Amongst all those territory lords Yang Kai killed, many of them were killed because of that special artifact. Therefore, the black-faced territory lord felt that his soul was the most important thing to protect. If it were 2,000 years ago, the territory lord's decision would have been a smart one, but now that Yang Kai's strength had increased significantly, and he was itching to test the extent of his power, he naturally wouldn't be using the soul-rending thorn. The black-faced territory lord was only giving himself false hope when he used his divine sense to protect his soul. Chapter 56:23 Hey Ha. In the divine spirit ancestral land, there were several helpless and furious Black Ink clansmen looking upwards, watching as one of their territory lords was about to resist 3 moves from Yang Kai to decide his fate. The Black Ink clan felt helpless because they weren't strong enough and couldn't interfere in this matter. When Yang Kai killed those Black Ink clansmen just now, he showcased such great strength that the feudal lords here knew they couldn't compete with him. As for why they were furious, that was because even though Yang Kai's reputation resounded throughout the 3,000 worlds, it was far too arrogant of him to say that he would let an innate territory lord live if he resisted 3 attacks from him. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, wanting to kill an innate territory lord in 3 moves was too presumptuous. The other 2 territory lords were also watching nervously while their divine senses flickered as they silently conversed with each other. According to their understanding of the black-faced territory lord, they estimated the probability of him still being alive after 3 attacks was quite high. Like the black-faced territory lord, they thought that since they were innate territory lords, they could withstand 3 attacks no matter how strong Yang Kai was. They confidently believed that they could return to their black ink nests to recuperate as long as they didn't die on the spot. However, despite their silent conversation, they didn't intend to interfere with this matter as they didn't want to draw fire to themselves. Even if they banded together now to face Yang Kai, the chances that they would all then die were extremely high. Immediately after the black-faced territory lord protected his soul, the black ink cloud around him expanded to a 1,000-kilometer radius. While the black ink cloud hid the territory lord's aura, it also moved towards Yang Kai. The territory lord wanted to seize the initiative to attack. As an innate territory lord, he had his own principles and pride. Therefore he couldn't sit back and wait for his doom when facing such an aggressive enemy. He understood that in battle, the one who attacked first had the advantage. The dense black ink cloud spanning 1,000 kilometers in all directions was enough to confuse any enemy's senses. Moreover, this was a black ink cloud condensed by an innate territory lord, so if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have to dive into the black ink cloud first. With a bold strike from the territory lord, the distance between them quickly decreased. Inside the black ink cloud, the black-faced territory lord was still guarding against Yang Kai's mysterious soul attack, but all he saw was Yang Kai stomping 1 foot forward hard before squatting slightly. Both his hands were clenched into fists that were placed on either side of his waist, with his left fist forward and right fist curled back. It was just an ordinary stance one took before making the most standard of punches. However, no matter how ordinary this stance was, it still had great power when it was executed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. More importantly, the 8th Order Master before him right now was the publicly acknowledged strongest of them all. Instantly, the entire atmosphere in the ancestral land changed. It was like the world itself had transformed into an ancient ominous beast, making every inch of the space dangerous and filled with murderous intent. The black ink clansmen below instantly felt chills as though there was a sword hanging above their heads, ready to drop at any moment. On the other hand, the 2 innate territory lords watching from afar stiffened as their expression turned stern. At that moment, they suddenly had a terrifying feeling as though a vicious beast was eyeing them, and any sudden movements would lead it to strike. And all of this was just from the residual power Yang Kai was giving off. They found it hard to imagine how much pressure the black-faced territory lord was currently facing as he was the actual target of Yang Kai's wrath. They previously felt there was a high chance their black-faced companion would make it out of this duel alive, but they were quickly losing confidence in that prediction. As for the black-faced territory lord himself, he was currently feeling a sense of unparalleled crisis. Even though he was hiding inside a huge black ink cloud while constantly changing his position, that feeling didn't fade in the slightest. Refusing to just stand there waiting for death, he exerted more power and used a secret technique to instantly triple his speed. It was at that moment that Yang Kai finally moved. His right fist slowly moved forward, seemingly pushing through unbearable resistance as he thrust it forward. As his fists continued to slowly extend out, space itself seemed to compress layer upon layer. When Yang Kai's fist finally fully extended, the entire world rumbled in response. The 1,000 kilometers wide black ink cloud that was charging at him abruptly stopped just 100,000 kilometers away from him. The originally fiercely roiling black ink cloud instantly froze and became perfectly still, as if a rushing river had suddenly turned to ice. Even the tiniest of waves were frozen in place. Hey! At that moment, Yang Kai let out a low growl. That growl was like a trigger as the ice exploded, and the 1,000-kilometer black ink cloud was instantly shattered into wisps of black mist that revealed the black-faced territory lord hidden inside. In fact, it wasn't the black ink cloud dissipating, but rather the space which encompassed it fragmenting. That was because the strength coming out of Yang Kai's fist was filled with incredibly dense space principles. Like the broken fragments of a smashed mirror, many pieces of the void brushed past the black-faced territory lord's body, leaving all sorts of deep cuts on him. He was just fortunate that he possessed incredible strength and durability, or else he would have been cut into pieces by the void cracks then and there. Even if he did keep his life though, he was as haggard as could be. Looking into Yang Kai's eyes across the gap between them, the black-faced territory lord was filled with terror and reluctance. Unleashing a fierce roar, he tried to break free of the space principle's entanglement, but like a mortal caught in a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forget charging out to meet Yang Kai, just moving forward at all proved almost impossible. Yang Kai drew back his right fist with a calm expression. At the same time he thrust his left fist out. But this time his left fist moved extremely fast, so fast that even the other two territory lords who were watching closely couldn't tell just how this punch was delivered. While they were still in a daze, the punch was already sent out. Their hearts were already stuck in their throats after witnessing how frightening the power of the previous fist was. They didn't know what this punch could do. However, from what they saw, this fist seemed extremely ordinary, as though Yang Kai hadn't even exerted half as much strength as before. What's more, the black-faced territory lord didn't appear to have suffered any further injury. But soon they discovered something was wrong. When Yang Kai delivered his first blow, the black-faced territory lord was still pushing his strength wildly despite the awkward situation because he was desperately trying to defend himself. With his innate territory lord strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to break free of his current situation. With just 1 or 2 breaths of time, he could escape from the shattered space. However, Yang Kai clearly wasn't going to give him that chance. During a battle between masters, life and death could be decided in the blink of an eye, let alone 1 or 2 breaths. After the second fist attack was delivered, the black-faced territory lord stiffened in place and stopped moving altogether. A multicolored river of light seemed to have appeared in a flash as time constantly warped in the local space. Ha! Yang Kai released a guttural shout. Success! Yang Kai stood up straight and unclenched his fists, placing one on his dantian as he exhaled lightly. The Tao of Time and the Tao of Space were the most powerful grand Taos he mastered and were also the most mysterious and unpredictable. With his almost peak 8th order open heaven realm strength, using these 2 grand Taos had become even easier for him. Back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai had reaped many benefits but was unable to completely digest them. If the 3-attack challenge hadn't restricted that black-faced territory lord, he wouldn't have been in such a haggard state. Yang Kai was sure that in a battle with no constraints, he could kill this territory lord in 10 moves, but by goading his opponent into a duel of sorts, Yang Kai managed to release all his strength at his target without having to worry about other distractions. Though it seemed like a good plan, it was actually quite foolish. Moreover, this was the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Yang Kai was now a pure-blood dragon clan member and an extremely powerful ancient dragon. In this place, every divine spirit was protected and favored by the world itself. The previous 2 punches he delivered not only housed his own strength but also received a boost from this land. Just like how Yang Kai could borrow the Star Boundary's power to defend against enemies stronger than himself, he could also borrow the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. Therefore, that black-faced territory lord could not withstand 2 attacks. Taking advantage of the terrain and the opponent's mental state was perfectly normal in battle. The black-faced territory lord only had himself to blame for being unlucky. As the space had been frozen and the time had been distorted, anyone who barged inside here would feel their minds become stagnant and their bodies become stiff. However, Yang Kai was an exception. Using space and time principles to capture an innate territory lord was still a difficult task, as all innate territory lords could easily escape the interference caused by these 2 strengths and restore their freedom in short order. However, the space-time strength Yang Kai used to warp both space and time all at once was far more difficult to resist and break free from. Therefore, despite being an innate territory lord, getting out of this trap would require much effort and time on his part. Yang Kai raised his finger and slowly pointed it at the territory lord's forehead. Emerk. Before the black-faced territory lord finished his first word, Yang Kai's finger had already touched his forehead. The territory lord felt his head tremble violently, and when Yang Kai withdrew his finger, there was a blood-red hole in the territory lord's forehead. His eyes quickly dimmed and black ink strength leaked out of the hole but was quickly trapped by the surrounding space-time strength and was unable to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's expression looked calm, even somewhat bored, as he felt that this territory lord had lost before he could really experiment with his new strength. The 2 territory lords watching from afar were now feeling like someone had pulled their souls from their bodies. Their knowledge of Yang Kai came from the intel they received from elsewhere, so they only knew he had killed quite a lot of territory lords by relying on a special soul-type artifact. As such, there would always be slight spiritual energy fluctuation every time he attacked. But this time they didn't sense Yang Kai using any kind of soul-type attack. He only used 2 seemingly ordinary punches to easily incapacitate an innate territory lord who was just about as powerful as they were on the spot before casually walking over and executing him with a poke to the forehead. This human was far stronger than those reports described. Such a strong human master was the Black Ink clan's greatest misfortune. Once the 2 races started their final conflict in the future, there was no telling how many Black Ink clansmen would die at this human's hands. "I'll give you a cup of tea's time to scram. Otherwise, this king doesn't mind none of you ever leaving here." Yang Kai glanced over and ordered. Once he said those words, the Black Ink clansmen, who were still in a state of shock, became frantic and immediately sped off. Even the 2 territory lords shivered and quickly flew towards their Black Ink nests. Ordinary Black Ink clansmen could easily leave this place, but they couldn't because their Black Ink nests were still here. If they lost their Black Ink nests, they wouldn't have a place to recuperate after being wounded. Moreover, each mid-rank Black Ink nest was extremely important to the Black Ink clan. The feudal lords with low-rank Black Ink nests had similar thoughts. At that moment, Yang Kai roared, "Everything in the ancestral land is mine, you dare try to take my things away?" With a loud clap of thunder, the feudal lords who were trying to remove their Black Ink nests abruptly halted. The 2 territory lords exchanged bitter looks as they felt unresigned. Still, they knew they couldn't take their Black Ink nests away now. Chapter 56-24 From Adopted to Favorite Son. Soon, all the Black Ink clansmen in the ancestral land had curried away, leaving only their Black Ink nests of various sizes behind. Even after leaving the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan didn't dare to stop as they were afraid the Killing Star might suddenly chase after and slaughter them ruthlessly. Under the 2 innate territory lords' lead, the Black Ink clansmen ran for their lives. In the meantime, Yang Kai floated above the ancestral land, silently feeling the land's slight changes. If he were to say that the feeling he had when arriving at the ancestral land was like coming home, now he felt like this world had given him a trace of recognition. Was it because he chased away the Black Ink clan who came here and committed such outrage? Yang Kai didn't know the answer, but the feeling of being recognized by the ancestral land didn't seem false. With his current 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and the dragon vein from his 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon form, he could feel even the subtlest change in the world around him. Suppose that the ancestral land was a matriarch, and all the divine spirits were her children. This land had nurtured generation after generation of divine spirits from the primordial era to now. Therefore, the ancestral land had many, many children. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, even the ancestral land couldn't escape their grasp, so the divine spirits were forced out, leaving the ancestral land, their matriarch, alone and without anyone to rely on. The Black Ink clan who moved into the ancestral land were the ruthless invaders of this land. They hatched numerous Black Ink nests here, trying to turn this place that had been here since ancient times into their territory. Perhaps they could even crack the secret behind why the divine spirits could resist Black Ink's strength and find a solution in time. As the old and lonely matriarch couldn't stop them on her own, she could only silently resist. That was until Yang Kai came and chased all the Black Ink clan away. Like any universe world, the ancestral land had its own will and acknowledged Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai wasn't a true pureblood. He started out as an ordinary human, but was lucky to gain the golden divine dragon source through an opportunity in his youth. Coincidentally, that golden divine dragon source originally belonged to the 3rd-generation dragon emperor. After so many years of constantly refining his bloodline and cultivating in the dragon pool, Yang Kai had managed to purify his bloodline and become a real member of the dragon clan. Now he also had the right to enter his name in the dragon tome. However, Yang Kai was still nothing more than an adopted son to the ancestral land. In comparison to her biological children, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be given as much attention and favor. It was the same with humans. Even if their children were good for nothing, they were still their blood-related children. What Yang Kai did today successfully helped him move closer towards the biological son level from the adopted son level. This period was when the ancestral land was at its loneliest and most helpless. Even the divine spirits found it hard to do anything, but Yang Kai, the adopted son, came and chased away all the invaders. That was why Yang Kai immediately felt the slight change between this land and himself after he drove out the Black Ink clan. He felt as though this land was more affectionate to him, and there was even the feeling of the omnipresent ancestral strength entering his body. Such a feeling made Yang Kai raise an eyebrow. The one who nurtured numerous divine spirits. I guess matriarch would be a fitting way to address it. I wonder if she really exists. If chasing away the Black Ink clan could cause such a change, what about removing all the Black Ink nests and dispelling all the Black Ink strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel some anticipation, so he didn't hesitate as playing tricks with the world's will was unnecessary. It was better to simply be straightforward. Moreover, even without the favor of the ancestral land, Yang Kai would still remove the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength here. With a wave of his hand, all the Black Ink nests were uprooted from their positions and thrown inside Yang Kai's small universe to be suppressed and sealed. Then, Yang Kai used purifying light to dispel all the Black Ink strength still lingering in the land. Yang Kai's hard work, or rather his filial piety, wasn't in vain because, following the removal of Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength, the connection he felt with this land became even closer. When all the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength were cleaned out, Yang Kai could feel that he had surpassed the level of a biological son and jumped straight into being the matriarch's favorite son. It was as if what was left was for the ancestral land to reveal its kind smile and compliment Yang Kai for being a good boy. The sky cleared as ancestral strength flowed into Yang Kai's body from all directions, making his dragon veins stir to life. This made Yang Kai feel elated because he felt all his efforts weren't in vain. At first, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to visit the dragon pool someday to continue refining his dragon vein, but now it seemed like he didn't have to go through that trouble because it seemed that cultivating in the ancestral land would have a similar effect. The ancestral strength inside the ancestral land was the most primitive divine spirit power that any divine spirit could absorb and refine, just like how any cultivator could refine world energy. That was also why those divine spirits scattered outside instinctually wanted to return to the ancestral land. While being here they could greatly improve their strength and bloodline. It was especially so for young divine spirits because living in the ancestral land could greatly shorten their growth period. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to cultivate though, because the aim of his journey here wasn't to refine his dragon vein but to find clues about the primordial light. Now that he was here, he still didn't have any idea about how to find those clues. Worse, looking around probably wouldn't be of much use because the clues about the primordial light couldn't be seen. After 1 month, Yang Kai had almost circled the entire ancestral land, but still couldn't find anything. But that was reasonable because, if there were any unique clues, it was impossible for those divine spirits living here not to know about them. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel defeated and wondered if his approach was all wrong. While strolling around, Yang Kai suddenly came to a huge empty area. This was where the ancestral strength was the strongest, seeming to be the center of the entire ancestral land. It wasn't the geological center but rather the core of its power. Also, this was the exact place where the third-generation Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress sealed that Black Ink giant spirit god. They had even sacrificed half of the ancestral land's territory and used the sacred treasures from 16 of the divine spirit clans to form a grand array to transform this place into one giant seal. This place continuously extracted ancestral strength to grind away the Black Ink giant spirit god's Black Ink strength. Therefore, this place was considered the center of the ancestral land, making it the optimal location to suppress the Black Ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, thinking of whether it was plausible to put his hopes on the primordial light to defeat the Black Ink clan. According to what he knew, the burning light and serene glimmer certainly had a high possibility of being forces separated from the primordial light. The divine spirits might also have a connection to the primordial light, but Yang Kai had no clue about what that connection was. The primordial light no longer had the same appearance as before, and no one knew what was left of it after separating the burning light and serene glimmer. Yang Kai estimated that he had to find something like a medicinal catalyst to help Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan fuse together and rebuild the primordial light. Without even mentioning whether he could find a catalyst he had no clue about, even if he did somehow accomplish that, would he really be able to use that to fuse Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan back together? And if he was, would Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan still exist in this world? That thought had been on his mind since he left the chaotic dead territory. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had been nothing but good to him. Purifying light was something essential for the humans to defend against the Black Ink clan, and the small stone ray soldiers nurtured by the two of them had provided the humans enormous help during many instances. In the humans' eyes, even though those two had been living in the chaotic dead territory all this time, and never descended the mountain to directly help them, they had still made massive, irreplaceable contributions to the war effort. If wiping out Mo required sacrificing Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's lives, Yang Kai would never agree to it, no matter the reason. He never had a chance to think carefully about this matter before, or perhaps he had unconsciously been avoiding doing so, but now that he calmed down and began to ponder the issue, he suddenly felt as though had betrayed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Could those two not have thought of what would become of them if Yang Kai ever found the fusion catalyst? Of course they had. When Yang Kai went over and saw them trying to fuse together, though it seemed like they were playing around, would they have even attempted such a monumental thing without considering the consequences? They had provided so much assistance to the human race, but never asked for anything in return, so how could Yang Kai just discard them after all they had done? If the only way for the human race to survive was to betray their greatest benefactors, repaying kindness with enmity, would they even be worthy of continuing to exist? Once Yang Kai changed the way he thought about this matter, the issues that had been plaguing him for so long melted away. Relying on external forces and the benevolence of others to end this tragedy was not but an act of desperation born from weakness. Even without the primordial light, was there really no other way to completely eradicate Mo? Song and the others could use the primordial heaven source grand restriction to seal Mo, which meant that Mo wasn't omnipotent. The human race couldn't do anything about Mo now purely because they weren't strong enough. If the human race could transcend their current limits, they wouldn't even have to bother about all this complicated primordial light or darkness. In the end, the fundamental problem was strength. It wasn't enough to be in the 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm. Humans had to at least reach the creation realm like Mo to be able to defeat it. Song and the others couldn't reach that peak, but that didn't mean that he couldn't. New talents appeared in each generation, and though the great achievements of their forefathers were admirable and worthy of praise, that did not mean the descendants should stop striving to outdo them. Perhaps the ancestral land felt her favorite son's strong desire for power, or maybe realizing it could not escape unscathed from a disaster that threatened her whole family, the matriarch who had always been fair to every divine spirit, finally revealed her doting side to Yang Kai. The entire ancestral land suddenly began shaking, and an unimaginable amount of ancestral strength from all directions flowed towards Yang Kai like a torrent and poured into his body. Yang Kai's figure trembled, but he was only surprised for a moment before calming down. He then opened his heart and mind to accept the world's gift. He was currently almost at the peak of the 8th order, but ancestral strength wasn't of any help to his open heaven realm cultivation. Instead, it was extremely beneficial to his strength as a divine spirit. Yang Kai could feel his dragon vein surging. Following the ancestral strength entering his body, he felt like he had lost control of the suppressed dragon force within him, and tiny dragon scales began appearing on his outer skin. Chapter 56:25, A Chance. 2 lumps had appeared on his forehead as well, and Yang Kai felt as if something was about to pop out of them. Even his bottom felt a little itchy. Yang Kai hadn't activated the dragon transformation secret art. His body was simply showing signs of dragon transformation on its own. This was something that didn't happen even when he was cultivating inside the dragon pool. The dragon pool was the dragon clan's origin and sanctuary, and was useless to other divine spirits besides the dragon clan. However, ancestral strength was an energy that could benefit any divine spirit. If Yang Kai had to compare, the ancestral strength was undoubtedly more primitive and wild. With a loud dragon roar and a bright golden flash, a 70,000-meter-long giant golden dragon suddenly appeared where Yang Kai had stood. Since he couldn't suppress it, he would just allow nature to take its course. Instantly, ancestral strength began flooding in more rampantly. The golden dragon shook its head and flicked its tail while its dragon scales trembled as it felt its whole body itching. It could also clearly feel its size increasing rapidly, and following that increase, it felt elated. Since Yang Kai entered the dragon pool to cultivate and reached his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, his dragon clan bloodline had been developing very slowly. It had been nearly 3,000 years since then, but his dragon form hadn't even grown another 1,000 meters. The main reason was that he had no time to purify his dragon vein. Also, besides cultivating inside the dragon pool, it was extremely hard for a dragon to continue growing after its dragon vein reached Yang Kai's level. Previously, Fu Guang was healing his injuries inside the dragon pool, and after he came out, Yang Kai was still in his retreat. Therefore, he didn't have the time to head over to the dragon pool. Now that ancestral strength was pouring into his body, Yang Kai's dragon form was clearly growing, and at breakneck speed, just like when he was cultivating in the dragon pool back then. Though this didn't help him in increasing the order of his open heaven realm cultivation, the increase of his dragon vein was also an increase in his strength. Yang Kai instantly felt like this trip was worth it, and he finally stopped obsessing over finding the primordial light. While the wind was blowing and the ancestral strength was surging inside the ancestral land, 2 innate territory lords led the large group of Black Ink clansmen that had escaped back to the No Return Pass. Sitting on a tall throne was the only royal lord of the Black Ink clan. His face was pale and colorless, which gave others a demonic but also feminine feeling. He had his chin propped on his hand while listening to the 2 territory lords' fearful and trepidatious report. Huge bones formed the throne he was sitting on, and every one of them was glowing with colorful lights and flowing with various Tao strengths. These weren't any ordinary bones but rather the bones of divine spirits. After so many years of battles, the divine spirits also suffered casualties. Some of those dead divine spirits would have their corpses collected and buried by their allies, but some would be taken away by the Black Ink clan and have their bones extracted to add to the royal lord's throne. Building such a huge throne must have taken over 10,000 large bones, so one could guess how many divine spirits had died in battle during these years. Even many Dragon and Phoenix clan members died in battle, especially during the battle when the No Return Pass was breached. During the final battle in the Barren Territory, even the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders had perished. Although the royal lord didn't release his aura and was simply listening quietly, the 2 territory lords below felt like they were standing on pins and needles. Retreating without a fight was considered a dereliction of duty. They were responsible for guarding the ancestral land, but after one of their fellow innate territory lords was killed, they chose not to fight with Yang Kai and ran away instead. They even discarded their mid-rank Black Ink nests. Such crimes were enough for them to lose their heads. Of course, an innate territory lord was a precious asset to the current Black Ink clan, and many of them had died in battle over the years, so there was a huge decrease in their numbers. The royal lord wouldn't easily execute these 2 and would most likely just send them to the 6 battlefields that had masters from both races so that they could atone for their sins. On the 2 sides of the main hall were 2 rows of innate territory lords. Though the Black Ink clan had quite a lot of acquired territory lords now, they were either battling the human race masters on the battlefields to fine-tune themselves, or devouring Black Ink strength inside Black Ink nests as they cultivated their strength. The only ones free were the innate territory lords because their abilities were fixed right after birth. At this moment, most of those territory lords had sympathetic expressions on their faces. They had also heard of Yang Kai's reputation during these years, so they knew that it was already lucky to be able to survive after an encounter with that killing star. Of course, it was also because that fellow was worried about the agreement between the 2 races and didn't dare to break it easily. Otherwise, these 2 territory lords might have already been killed. Once the 2 territory lords finished their report, they looked up at the throne, waiting nervously for their fate to be decided. After a long time the royal lord asked, "What you mean to say is Yang Kai has entered the divine spirit ancestral land?" "Yes." "Indeed," a territory lord with 2 large wings on his back, which made him look like a huge bat, answered respectfully. "Why did he go there?" the royal lord asked as he was reminded of the appearance of the human who escaped from him around 2,000 years ago. That territory lord answered, shaking, "I don't know." The royal lord frowned. To think of it, he had encountered Yang Kai twice. The first time was when Yang Kai led the remnant army to attack the No Return Pass. During that time he used the Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor's corpse and the strength of the Ox Monster to forcefully kill many Black Ink clansmen to open a bloody road and send the remnant humans to the barren territory. The other time was when Yang Kai came back from the Black Ink battlefield alone. That time he destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests, killed numerous innate territory lords, and finally escaped all on his own. Back then the royal lord flew into a rage because of that but couldn't do anything about it. He soon heard the news about Yang Kai from the frontline battlefields and knew that Yang Kai had killed numerous territory lords. That fellow was now the biggest hidden trouble for the Black Ink clan. If the royal lord hadn't learned that Yang Kai could never break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he would have ordered his death no matter the cost. That was because Yang Kai was already such a menace when he was an 8th Order master, so how terrifying would he be if he managed to reach 9th Order? Perhaps by then even the royal lords might not be his opponent. It was because the Black Ink clan knew that Yang Kai was destined to be unable to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm that they slightly suppressed their intentions to kill him and maintain their peace agreement with the human race, though the bigger reason was that both sides needed time to accumulate strength. Once the Black Ink clan had nurtured enough royal lords, Yang Kai would no longer be able to affect the overall situation despite being a menace. Of course, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up a chance to kill Yang Kai either. Therefore, when the royal lord heard that Yang Kai had entered the ancestral land, which the Black Ink clan previously controlled, he thought that this might be an opportunity. During these recent years, Yang Kai seemed to be searching for something which had brought him from one great territory to another. However, neither the Black Ink clan nor the humans knew what he was searching for. But no matter what it was, it would surely be bad news for the Black Ink clan. If they could besiege and kill Yang Kai in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, his plans would all be in vain, and he would no longer restrict the Black Ink clan. At that moment, they could boldly break the treaty between the two races and restart the wars in every great territory. They had to reduce the human race's territory so that they wouldn't have the ability to accumulate more strength. That way the Black Ink clan could wipe them out someday. No matter how strong that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was, he couldn't defeat a royal lord. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space and was unmatched when it came to escaping. He would run away when he knew he couldn't win, which made others unable to do anything to him. That was how he escaped from the royal lord. When dealing with such a person, the royal lord understood the need for a heaven-sealing earth-locking technique to block all escape routes before going for the kill. Suddenly, the royal lord thought of something and looked down at the two territory lords before ordering, "Return there and see what he's up to." The two innate territory lords felt bitter hearing this order, but although they were frightened, they didn't dare to disobey the royal lord's command, so they could only master up their courage and head back the way they came. 1 month later, the two territory lords appeared outside the ancestral land. They had bitter expressions as they hesitated, secretly hoping that Yang Kai had left. Otherwise, they didn't know how to explain their appearance if they bumped into him. They couldn't say that they were here to visit him, right? Even though they were nervous, they weren't too afraid because if Yang Kai wanted to maintain the agreement between the two races, he wouldn't openly attack them. Therefore, this trip might be dangerous, but it wasn't life-threatening. Carefully approaching the ancestral land, the two territory lords soon sensed something strange. The Divine Spirit Ancestral Land seemed to have changed drastically from how it was when they were last here. An inexplicable energy was surging and permeating the entire world, and even the wind and clouds were churning. At first, they were carefully hiding their bodies and aura lest they be exposed, but after looking at the current state of the ancestral land, they became bolder. Then, they released their divine senses to look around and gradually discovered what was happening. All that energy seemed to be moving in one direction. There was a vague golden light shining in that direction and a huge being hibernating amidst the clouds. When they looked through the clouds, they could vaguely make out a figure of a curled-up Dragon Clan member. It was Yang Kai. With all the intel the Black Ink clan had gathered, the fact that Yang Kai could transform into a true dragon was no longer a secret. After all, there were many Black Ink disciples who were loyal to the Black Ink clan hiding in the dark now. Those two territory lords looked at each other and revealed ecstatic expressions. They suddenly realized why the royal lord wanted them to return here. Silently retreating, they hurried back to the no-return pass. This time it didn't take them a whole month to reach the no-return pass. When they got back, they once again bowed down before the royal lord's throne of bones and reported everything they saw and heard to him. The royal lord sneered, "As I had expected." When he first heard that Yang Kai went to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, he made several guesses. Now, it seemed like he had gone there to cultivate. According to what he heard, it was said that the power inside the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land was very beneficial to divine spirits. "Did you two expose yourselves?" the royal lord asked. The Batwing Territory Lord shook his head. No. Yang Kai was entirely immersed in his cultivation and didn't sense anything. Very good. The Royal Lord nodded in satisfaction while tapping his fingers on the back of his throne while looking down at the two. Qing Fu Muyu, don't complain that this king didn't give you a chance to make up for your crimes. The two of you are to immediately enter the Black Ink nest together for source fusion. Once those words were said, all the territory lords became pale. The two territory lords, Qing Fu and Muyu, shivered as they looked up at the royal lord with terrified eyes. Muyu even screamed frightenedly, "Sir, please have mercy." It was as though the so-called source fusion was a death sentence. Even though Qing Fu didn't say anything, he had a depressed and desperate look on his face. However, the royal lord didn't show any change in expression. Instead, he looked at them calmly before declaring, "If you live, that is your good fortune. If you die, that is your fate. Go." Chapter 56-26, Source Fusion Technique. The humans had many sayings for when one returned home, each describing it as something glorious after enduring difficulties or achieving something astonishing that brought honor to the family. However, source fusion in the Black Ink clan had nothing to do with returning with honor. The only similarity with those sayings was that it was somewhat related to going home. To the humans, one's homeland was their place of birth. In that sense, the Black Ink Nests were the Black Ink Clan's homeland because they nurtured all Black Ink clansmen. To the Black Ink Clan, source fusion was both punishment and glory. Moreover, only territory lords could perform source fusion. Technically speaking, source fusion was a type of secret technique that only the Black Ink Clan could use, and to use it they must have a high-rank Black Ink Nest. A territory lord would enter the high-rank Black Ink Nest and use the source fusion technique to fuse their body and essence with the Black Ink Nest. Though any territory lord could easily perform the technique, it had never been used since ancient times. That was because when the territory lord fused their body with the Black Ink Nest, there was a huge possibility that they would be devoured by the Black Ink Nest and cease to exist. Despite the fact that there were quite a lot of territory lords in the Black Ink Clan, they were all pillars of the various battlefields, so it wasn't easy to sacrifice any of them. Of course, with such a high risk, the reward naturally wouldn't be small. If the territory lord who performed the source fusion technique could withstand the Black Ink Nest devouring and instead assimilate the Black Ink Nest, they would achieve earth-shattering changes. Simply put, the relationship between the territory lord using the source fusion technique and the Black Ink Nest was that they had to devour each other. Only one between them would survive. Since the day of their birth, an innate territory lord's abilities were fixed and had no way of increasing. This limitation, however, wasn't completely impossible to overcome, as they could have a chance to greatly increase their strength by performing the source fusion technique, even though the chances of success weren't high. High-rank Black Ink Nests were derived directly from Mo. Therefore, one could see the Black Ink Clan as Mo's creations. If the creation devoured the source chi from their creator, they would gain unimaginable benefits. By using the source fusion technique, an innate territory lord would have the chance to become a royal lord. Of course, such a royal lord would inevitably be weaker than an ordinary royal lord and could only be called pseudo-royal lord. Such a secret technique needed the Black Ink Clan to sacrifice many territory lords to succeed, and even if they did, they would lose a high-rank Black Ink Nest. Each high-rank Black Ink Nest was connected to dozens, if not over 100 mid-rank Black Ink Nests, and thousands of low-rank Black Ink Nests which birthed and served massive Black Ink Clan armies. Back when Yang Kai destroyed a few high-rank Black Ink Nests in the No-Return Pass, the Black Ink Clan had been distressed about it for many years. Additionally, that incident thwarted several plans the Black Ink Clan had for some great territories. In short, the Black Ink Clan was loath to lose any high-rank Black Ink Nests. These were the reasons why no territory lord had even performed this secret technique and why the humans had no idea about it despite having waged war against the Black Ink Clan for so many millennia. If it weren't for the importance of killing Yang Kai, the royal lord would never have been willing to make such a sacrifice. However, that killing star had now become a dangerous obstacle to the Black Ink Clan's plans, so if they could remove him, the situation between the two races would change entirely. At the very least, the Black Ink Clan would no longer have to obey the so-called peace deal between the two races. It would be best if one of these two territory lords could succeed, but it didn't matter if they didn't because their failure would contribute to the next territory lord's chances of success. When it came to the source fusion technique, the more territory lords that failed to consume the high-rank nest, the greater the chances the following territory lords who performed the secret technique would have of succeeding. Therefore, as long as the Black Ink Clan was willing to make enough sacrifices, they would eventually succeed. However, the Black Ink Clan weren't sure what the odds of success were because there had never been a territory lord who had used this technique. Even the royal lord only had a rough estimation that the initial chances of success were around 10%, and would increase by about that much for successive attempts. In other words, even if things went smoothly, they still had to sacrifice around a dozen territory lords before a pseudo-royal lord could be born. Of course, those estimations didn't account for the amount of territory lords, feudal lords, and ordinary Black Ink clansmen that the destruction of a high-rank Black Ink nest would implicate. Such a huge sacrifice for such a small reward was obviously not cost-effective for the Black Ink clan outside of extremely special circumstances. However, sending territory lords was no longer a viable method to deal with Yang Kai, so a royal lord was required. Unfortunately, there was only one royal lord in the entire Black Ink clan currently, and he had to oversee the no-return pass and couldn't leave at will. The royal lord clearly remembered the incident where a pure White Dragon clan member boldly barged into the no-return pass roughly 1,000 years ago. According to the intelligence they possessed, the Black Ink clan naturally knew that this divine dragon was stronger than any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. Luckily for them, that white divine dragon didn't attack the no-return pass and seemed to just be passing by as he dashed off into the depths of the black ink battlefield. That dragon clan member disappeared and hadn't returned since then, and no one knew what he was up to. However, the mere existence of this kind of master made it impossible for the Black Ink clan to leave the no-return pass undefended. A pseudo-royal lord was also a royal lord. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay, the Black Ink clan had to kill Yang Kai in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Qing Fu and Mu Yu felt devastated as they left. Though they were reluctant to die in such a way, it was in the Black Ink clan's nature to obey those superior to them. Since the royal lord had given the order, they could only abide. After finding a high-rank Black Ink nest, the two innate territory lords looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly at each other before flying into the Black Ink nest. When they arrived at the innermost part of the Black Ink nest, the two territory lords sat cross-legged and began performing the Source fusion technique. At that instant, the fleshy walls of the Black Ink nest squirmed as the two territory lords' bodies gradually sank downwards as if they were in a swamp. Their figures disappeared in a few short breaths as the Black Ink nest completely devoured them. Only their auras remained, trying to resist the Black Ink nest from within. As time passed, the two territory lords' auras weakened before finally disappearing. Back inside the main hall, the royal lord and many territory lords were monitoring the situation. When they were certain that the two territory lords' auras had completely disappeared, many of the innate territory lords sighed. It seemed like the Source fusion technique really wasn't something that could be easily used. But the sacrifice these two made was destined to not be wasted, as they soon heard the royal lord asking, "Is there any of you who is willing to perform Source fusion with this Black Ink nest?" It was almost like asking if any of them would be willing to die. Having witnessed Qing Fu and Mu Yu's end, none of the innate territory lords below dared to volunteer to perform Source fusion with the Black Ink nest. Therefore, it was complete silence after the royal lord asked his question. Finally, after a long time, a territory lord came forward and declared, "Sir, I am willing to try." Coming forward while everyone was silent made this territory lord stand out greatly, and many gazes of all sorts landed on him. The royal lord sitting above them revealed a gratified expression. Although many Black Ink clansmen were afraid of death because of the personality they were born with, there were still some who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of their race. Nodding, the royal lord said, "If that's what you wish, Di Wu, I'll give you a chance." "Yes." The territory lord called Di Wu cupped his fist and waited to receive further orders. "Is there anyone else?" The royal lord turned to look around but didn't get any response, so he was a little frustrated and began calling out a few territory lords' names with no trace of politeness. The faces of those few territory lords instantly became ashen as they came forward with difficulty. Meanwhile, the other territory lords watched the scene and secretly analyzed the situation. Then they realized that those territory lords had either lost to human race masters or made blunders on the battlefield that harmed the Black Ink clan. It seemed like the names the royal lord called out weren't at random, which made a few territory lords feel relieved. Di Wu stays behind while the rest of you go ahead. Black Ink Eternal. Though the few territory lords couldn't put their feelings into words, their expressions still became stern as they yelled, "Black Ink Eternal." After that, they turned around and set off. Moments later, the auras of the chosen innate territory lords disappeared one after another inside the high-rank Black Ink nest, obviously indicating that they had failed. Although it all failed, those auras were hung on for longer and longer, which meant that the Source fusion technique was getting closer to success. At that moment, the desire in those innate territory lords still on the scene were ignited. An innate territory lord was indeed strong, and ordinary 8th Order masters weren't their opponents, but it had always been a point of frustration that their abilities were fixed with no way of increasing in the future. Right now, the innate territory lords could still occupy a pivotal place in the war against the human race, but once the final battle between the two races began, there would surely be quite a lot of royal lords and 9th Order masters. By that time, what was the use of being an innate territory lord when they couldn't even save themselves from danger? They also wanted to have greater power and become royal lords, even if they were only pseudo-royal lords. In the meantime, 6 territory lords had gone through Source fusion with the Black Ink nest, which meant the chances for succeeding was growing increasingly higher. Perhaps one of them might be able to devour the Black Ink nest, break through their innate shackles and transcend to the next level. While they feared death, they also craved power. If the innate territory lords in the hall could be said to be avoiding the Source fusion technique before, they were now feeling a little excited. After the 8th territory lord had fallen, the royal lord asked again, "Who else is willing to give it a try?" The territory lords were now far more enthusiastic than before. Of course, the royal lord knew what they were thinking, but he still nodded lightly while looking at them with a gratified expression. However, he didn't let the territory lords take action together this time. The ones before were to build a foundation, and now that it had been built, it was time to carefully collect his harvest. Under the royal lord's command, the first territory lord in line entered the black ink nest and performed the source fusion technique. Half a day later, his aura disappeared. Following that was the second territory lord, then a third. Each territory lord was able to last much longer than the previous one, which meant they were creeping closer to success. However, it wasn't until the 13th territory lord failed to return that the other territory lords below the throne began looking at the royal lord with burning gazes. Anyone could see that success was near. Perhaps it would be the next one or the one after that. Since the royal lord hadn't said anything, none of them dared to move, and those whose names were called out were looking at the royal lord with anticipation filling their eyes. Chapter 56:27 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array. On top of the throne of bones, the royal lord gently tapped his fingers, seemingly hesitant about something. After a long time he finally opened his eyes and looked down at the territory lords. "Jianghu, you go." That order was directed at the first territory lord that had volunteered. Jianghu was pleased and grateful for the royal lord's favor, so he cupped his fist and quickly said, "I won't disappoint you, sir." Turning around determinedly, he strode out of the main hall. The rest of the territory lords looked at each other before smiling bitterly because they couldn't stop Jianghu, nor did they dare to blame the royal lord for being biased. Since Jianghu was the first to stand up and volunteer when the royal lord asked who was willing to perform the source fusion with the black ink nest, he had shown that he was braver than the other territory lords. The royal lord naturally appreciated and favored such a territory lord. In addition, it was obvious that the royal lord had chosen Jianghu to receive the benefits in the end, all along. The previous territory lords who went to perform the source fusion technique were all sacrifices to pave the way for Jianghu. Now that the royal lord had instructed Jianghu to head over, it undoubtedly meant that the royal lord also felt that success was at hand. If Jianghu didn't move now, he might not get a chance to. Several divine senses were probing at what was happening inside the high-rank black ink nest as Jianghu entered and quickly performed the source fusion technique, letting the black ink nest devour his body while leaving behind his aura. This time, his aura endured for a long time without weakening, constantly resisting the black ink nest's devouring. His aura stayed longer than any of the previous territory lords. Meanwhile, the other territory lords had complicated feelings as they continued to sense what was happening. They both anticipated Jianghu's success, but also hoped he would fail. If he succeeded, he would be the first pseudo-royal lord that emerged from using the source fusion technique, a momentous occasion for the Black Ink clan. But if he failed, the other territory lords present would have a chance to obtain that glory for themselves. Several days later, the long battle between auras suddenly quieted down, and the royal lord sitting on the throne relaxed his furrowed brow before grinning. Success! The territory lords below hurriedly offered congratulations. It was indeed a success. Jianghu had undoubtedly devoured the high-rank black ink nest and even absorbed part of the strength from the 13 territory lords before him. In short order, he would break through the innate territory lord's restrictions and become a pseudo-royal lord. That time wouldn't be too long either. No one in the Black Ink clan was sure whether their decision to sacrifice a high-rank Black Ink nest and 13 innate territory lords in exchange for a single pseudo-royal lord was worth it. Still, if they could use this newly acquired strength to kill Yang Kai, it would be a huge strategic win for them. Now that everything was prepared, it was time to start planning their attack. The royal lord released a burst with his divine sense, and several 7th-order Black Ink disciples soon came to the main hall before bowing down. While leaning forward to look at an old man among the Black Ink disciples, the royal lord asked, "How is your research progressing? Is your 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array usable yet?" That old man replied, "Reporting to Sir Royal Lord, we have already perfected it long ago and have refined many array boards and banners." Then the old man's expression became serious. "My lord, are you planning on using this array?" In recent years, quite a lot of humans were corrupted by Black Ink strength and turned into Black Ink disciples, but very few were proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. The few standing before the Royal Lord were the array masters among the Black Ink disciples that had high attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays. More than 2,000 years ago, the royal lord began gathering these specialists in the no-return pass, providing them with protection and any materials or resources they required while giving them a single order, to develop a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array that they could use when needed. Although the royal lord didn't specify who they would use that spirit array on, the Seventh Order Black Ink disciples weren't fools. It wasn't enough to just deduce a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, however. Refining array boards and banners had also cost numerous resources, and powerful masters were also needed to set up and maintain the grand array. Considering the massive investment, the royal lord must want to use this grand array for a special purpose. That target must be a tricky enemy who was great at escaping. Among all the Eighth Order masters in the human race, there was only one who the Black Ink clan would take so seriously. However, such a huge array wasn't easy to arrange. The person they were trying to trap could easily escape if they alerted him and he found out about the grand array before it was fully activated. That was why they hadn't used this grand array despite it already being ready to deploy. They didn't expect the royal lord would gather them here today. After listening to the old man's answer, the royal lord nodded calmly. Very good. Yang Kai has trapped himself inside the divine spirit ancestral land and seems to be immersed in cultivating. This is a perfect chance to deal with him. The divine spirit ancestral land. That old man seemed surprised. Sir, are you going to use this grand array to seal that place? Can it be done? The royal lord looked at that old man with a serious expression. How could that old man dare to say no? Judging by the royal lord's behavior, he might perish on the spot if he said no. So the old man quickly replied, yes. If Yang Kai is indeed immersed in cultivation, there is a high chance for success. But the divine spirit ancestral land is an incredibly vast place, and this old master doesn't have enough strength to seal it entirely. I must trouble sir to allocate some territory lords to cooperate with me. How many do you need? 8. No, 10 territory lords. The royal lord replied flatly, I will give you 20 innate territory lords. This plan can only succeed and not fail. When the old man heard this, he was taken aback. It was no small deal using 20 innate territory lords to deal with one human, but it also showed how cautious the Black Ink clan was of that human. He had also heard of Yang Kai's reputation, but no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he would not be able to escape after being trapped inside this grand array. Therefore the old man accepted the order. Yes, sir. Afterwards, the royal lord called out 20 territory lords and gave them an order. You will accompany them and offer whatever assistance they require to set up the grand array. However, don't act recklessly before Diwu arrives. Once Diwu arrives, he will take charge. All the territory lords accepted their orders. Yes, sir. Go. With a wave of the royal lord's hand, the 20 territory lords and several Seventh Order array masters immediately left the main hall and flew away. Looking outside the main hall, the royal lord appeared gloomy. Although he couldn't personally kill Yang Kai to vent his rage, this small displeasure was nothing before the Black Ink clan's plans for total conquest. In fact, if they hadn't lost more than a dozen territory lords to the Source fusion technique already, he wouldn't have only sent 20 territory lords but 30. When dealing with someone like Yang Kai, there were only two options before them, leaving him alone or attacking him with overwhelming force to ensure he died. Once this battle was over, the Black Ink clan would no longer have any worries, and that agreement between the two races would become meaningless. The Black Ink clan masters immediately left the no-return pass, but soon after, a Black Ink clan army consisting of 1 million troops followed behind under the leadership of many feudal lords. They were also heading for the divine spirit ancestral land, but weren't in a rush to get there, so the territory lords departed before them. After all, no one knew how long Yang Kai would remain in the divine spirit ancestral land. It would be a total waste of effort if they arrived too late and Yang Kai had already left. As they were moving quickly, it only took the group of masters 20 days to pass through the Divine Ability Sea and arrive at the outskirts of the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they didn't dare to expose their whereabouts and auras lest Yang Kai notice them. Next, they let a territory lord who was skilled in concealment go forward to scout the place. Soon, that territory lord returned and told the others what he discovered. Strange things were happening inside the Divine Spirit ancestral land. The wind and clouds constantly churned, causing a huge commotion, but Yang Kai was obviously still immersed in his cultivation and unaware of his surroundings. That news made the other territory lords feel relieved. In the meantime, that Seventh Order old man laughed mockingly. That fool is courting death by creating such a huge commotion while cultivating, but the commotion gives us cover while we prepare. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and tell us what we have to do, one of the territory lords asked impatiently. Black Ink disciples never had much of a status among the Black Ink clan. Therefore, the group consisting of only innate territory lords naturally would look down on them. However, the territory lords didn't act outrageously because they still needed these Black Ink disciples to arrange the grand array. That was because the Black Ink clan had little to no aptitude in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Yes, sir. That seventh order old man nodded and bowed before instructing them politely, "Please come with me." While saying so, he took the lead and flew away. He had already told the territory lords the basics of the grand array and even gave them a jade slip each to let them better understand it. These territory lords might be powerful, but it was difficult for them to understand anything about spirit arrays. That was why these territory lords still didn't know much about the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array, despite having 20 days to study it already. If possible, that old man would rather work with the other 6 7th Order Black Ink disciples to set up the Grand Array, not these innate territory lords. However, he needed these powerful territory lords to enhance the Spirit Array's power, so he was stumped. For now, his only choice was to teach them while hoping these territory lords wouldn't be too ill-tempered. Under the 7th Order old man's guidance and directions, the territory lords stood in prearranged positions while holding an array banner each. Then, the old man followed down the line and placed several array boards before arranging for the other 7th Order Black Ink disciples to stand in the critical nodes. This arrangement took them more than 10 days. The old man was tuckered out and secretly grateful to the royal lord for sending 20 territory lords over. At first, he thought they would only need a few territory lords for this spirit array, but after arriving here, he discovered that he had greatly underestimated how vast the divine spirit ancestral land was. In the end, they used 12 innate territory lords and every 7th Order Black Ink disciple to seal this place up. Luckily for them, Yang Kai, who was cultivating in the ancestral land, had no idea of the changes being made outside and was still immersed in his cultivation. Once everything was ready, the old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He went over and stood at one of the critical nodes of the Grand Array and with a serious expression, pulled out an array banner and channeled his strength into it. Instantly, world force surged. Around the void, the Grand Array's nodes and array boards hummed simultaneously while the anxious territory lords also inserted their strength into their array banners. Chapter 56-28, Going Back in Time. Following the activation and trembling of each array banner, the array boards also quickly released their aura and intertwined with them. Invisible energy appeared and passed through the place where the 7th Order Black Ink disciples and 12 innate territory lords stood. After 10 days of hard effort, they succeeded in activating the Grand Array. Instantly, the void where the divine spirit ancestral land was located was entirely enveloped by the Grand Array, isolating it from the outside world. It was only then that the old man responsible for setting up the spirit array finally felt relieved. He was terrified of the possibility that Yang Kai might realize the Grand Array was being assembled before it was done. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to trap him. Now that the Grand Array had been activated though, no matter how proficient Yang Kai was in the Tao of space and escaping, he would have no way to flee. The only way out was to destroy the Grand Array, but now that it enveloped the entire ancestral land, that would be no easy task. The old man's expression became stern as he used the array banner in his hand to inform everyone, "The Grand Array's successful formation has caused a substantial change in the surrounding void, so Yang Kai must have already noticed it. Sirs, please be on guard." If others were trapped inside the Four Gates 8 Places Great Pagoda Array, they might not sense any changes. Moreover, they went with a more stable plan and used 12 innate territory lords to activate this Grand Array and seal the entire ancestral land to guard against any unexpected events. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, and this was a heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array that would isolate the inside from the outside. Such a huge commotion wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's senses. The territory lords felt anxious after hearing the old man's warning and raised their guard up while using their divine sense to scout their surroundings, afraid that Yang Kai might suddenly appear and attack them. After waiting for an entire day though, they didn't notice any suspicious movements. They waited another day but it was still very quiet. The territory lords used their array banners to converse with each other secretly and were dumbfounded by what Yang Kai might be planning. One of the territory lords couldn't help asking, "Are you sure that guy is still here?" It wasn't their fault for doubting because if Yang Kai was here, how could he remain so idle? According to how domineering he usually treated the Black Ink clan, He would definitely have caused a huge scene if he noticed he was sealed inside this place. Even if he didn't cause a commotion, he would at least show his face and not be as quiet as he was now. There were several territory lords with the same doubts. Soon, another territory lord's voice came from the array banners. He should be here. When I scouted this place earlier, I felt a strange change in the ancestral land, which is clearly his doing. Did you actually see him? I didn't. Since the territory lord didn't dare to expose his whereabouts, he was very careful when scouting ahead and didn't dare to investigate too deeply. What if he accidentally alerted Yang Kai while scouting, causing him to get suspicious and leave? He wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Let's just wait. Maybe he's lurking around in the dark. The group of territory lords calmed down and continued to wait. But several more days passed and there were still no signs of Yang Kai. By now, all the territory lords had grown anxious. All the signs pointed to the possibility that Yang Kai might no longer be inside the divine spirit ancestral land. If that was really the case, all their efforts would be for naught. Another silent conversation was exchanged, and they decided to send someone out to investigate. They had been afraid of Yang Kai sensing their presence before, but now that the Grand Array was active, they had already revealed themselves. Therefore, it didn't matter if they went over to investigate the situation. However, they couldn't reach a conclusion on who would be going. All of them were aware of Yang Kai's reputation, and any territory lord who encountered him back then had a high chance of dying once he struck out. Now they even used a heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, which was clearly meant for him, so how could Yang Kai show mercy when they encountered each other? Therefore, all the territory lords passed the responsibility among them as no one was willing to enter the ancestral land. Luckily for them, the Black Ink clan army from the No-Return Pass, that had departed after them, had now arrived. So, the territory lords picked out a feudal lord and ordered him to lead 3,000 soldiers into the ancestral land. That unlucky feudal lord felt bitter but couldn't do anything but follow his orders. Moving forward carefully, the troops soon arrived in the sky above the ancestral land, but before landing, the feudal lord sensed a suppressive force coming at him from all directions. He had never felt this kind of sensation, and under this suppression he found that he couldn't circulate his black ink strength as smoothly as before. Even his feudal lord aura had slightly decreased. Such a change surprised him and he quickly stopped moving before looking around. He noticed the 3,000 Black Ink clan soldiers he brought with him also wore uncomfortable expressions. Is this the suppression of the ancestral strength? The feudal lord's expression turned gloomy as he wondered. Of course, he knew that the divine spirit ancestral land had ancestral strength. After all, the Black Ink clan had occupied this place for thousands of years and had sent back comprehensive reports describing the ancestral strength in the ancestral land that had a certain amount of resistance to Black Ink strength. Therefore, the Black Ink clansmen with lower strength would feel more uncomfortable being in this place. However, the feudal lord didn't expect the suppression to be this intense. He was barely at the outskirts now and hadn't even entered the ancestral land. What would happen if he dove deeper inside? Though he was worried, he didn't dare to disobey the orders given to him by the territory lords, so he could only muster up his courage and lead the Black Ink clan soldiers to continue forward. As the feudal lord expected, the closer they got to the ancestral land, the more obvious the suppression of their strength was. His feudal lord aura was constantly weakening as if there was a mysterious force suppressing the strength inside him. When he finally arrived at the ancestral land, his expression had already turned extremely stern. He summoned his strength but realized that his current output was only on par with that of a high-rank Black Ink clansman. That omnipresent, extremely dense ancestral strength had actually suppressed his strength by an entire realm. If this was his condition, the other 3,000 Black Ink clansmen would naturally be in an even worse state. The lower the strength, the more obvious the suppression. There were already some Black Ink clansmen who couldn't stand the pain and released suppressed roars. Meanwhile, the feudal lord was terrified and immediately knew that there was something off about this piece of land. He suppressed the discomfort he was feeling and began looking around. Then he led his army away after not finding anything. It wasn't until they left the divine spirit ancestral land that the feeling of suppression gradually faded. The feudal lord reported what happened to the territory lords, making all of them frown. Is the divine spirit ancestral land suppression really so powerful? How did Qing Fu and Mu Yu stand living in this place back then? Unfortunately, those two had undergone source fusion with a Black Ink nest. Otherwise, the other territory lords would have asked them to come over because they would certainly learn more about this situation. They're dead, but there are a few feudal lords that escaped alive at that time. "So, we'll know the answer after asking them," one of the territory lords said. It was a plan. Among the millions of soldiers that followed them here, there were a few feudal lords who had previously guarded the ancestral land. Those feudal lords were called over and asked about the previous situation here. After finding out that things were completely different now, the territory lords were certain that, while there was previously ancestral strength here as well, it wasn't nearly as dense as it was currently. It was clear that the ancestral land had gone through a dramatic change they knew nothing about, which was likely caused deliberately. In other words, Yang Kai was still inside the ancestral land, but no one knew where he was hiding or what he was doing. Should they keep searching for him? Now that they had a Black Ink clan army that consisted of millions of Black Ink clan soldiers, there was a huge possibility of finding Yang Kai in his hiding spot if they scattered enough people around the ancestral land. However, what would they do with him after finding him? Another round of discussion later, the territory lords decided to just lay low and wait. They were now very sure that Yang Kai was still inside the ancestral land, and as long as he was here, he couldn't run away. Moreover, the royal lord had ordered them to wait for Di Wu to arrive and take over, so they would do just that. After Di Wu successfully performed the source fusion technique, he became a pseudo-royal lord. Now, all he needed to do was to absorb the power from the Black Ink nest and all 13 innate territory lords sacrificed before him, and he would have enough power to defeat Yang Kai. Once a decision was made, all the territory lords felt relieved and waited silently. In the meantime, Yang Kai had sunk deep into the ancestral land, but this wasn't by his own doing. At first, he was just an adopted son to the ancestral land, the so-called matriarch, and then he advanced into a true son after contributing something. Later, he became the ancestral land's favorite son. Following that, the ancestral land might have sensed Yang Kai's desire for power and decided to help him with all it could. Yang Kai transformed into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon before beginning to absorb and refine as much ancestral strength as he could from the ancestral land. While refining his dragon vein, he was so immersed in his cultivation that he didn't notice that his body had involuntarily sunk into the ground and arrived deep below the surface of the ancestral land. Yang Kai didn't even notice signs of his body fusing with the ancestral land. This phenomenon was naturally not the same as the Black Ink clan source fusion technique, which required devouring one another. It was as though the matriarch had opened her arms to welcome Yang Kai into her embrace because she was trying to inject that huge amount of strength into his body. With the constant refining of his dragon vein, Yang Kai noticed that the effects here were even more outstanding than those he had while cultivating in the dragon pool. As Yang Kai had entirely sunk into the ground, not only did he not notice that the Black Ink clan had set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array called the Four Gates 8th Palace's Great Pagoda Array, but the Black Ink clan who came in to look around for him also wouldn't be able to find him. Time passed by and Yang Kai's fusion with the ancestral land was becoming stronger, like he was about to become one with it. At a certain point, his perspective seemed to entirely change, becoming both ancient and wide. As his dragon vein continued to be refined, he felt a strange power seeping into his body and gradually resonating with the entire ancestral land. It was the purest form of Time Dao essence. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time. If a Dragon Clansman's bloodline reached a certain level of purity, they would naturally become proficient in the Tao of Time and gain the ability to use time principles. Yang Kai possessing a dragon vein might have been a huge factor as to why he could reach such high attainments in the Tao of Time back then. Now, the Time Tao essence of this world seemed to have caused some kind of strange change. Though Yang Kai still retained his consciousness, it had expanded greatly as he felt himself fuse with the ancestral land. The sensations of his body faded away as he then saw a strange phenomenon. He witnessed several Black Ink clansmen investigating something in the ancestral land before leaving quickly. This wasn't strange in and of itself, but what was odd was the scene seemed to be occurring in reverse. Yang Kai even saw some Black Ink clansmen walking backwards. Next, he saw a grand array, which enveloped the entire void around the ancestral land, disperse before several Black Ink disciples began running around with a number of territory lords seemingly disassembling it. Another 2 territory lords suddenly appeared outside of the ancestral land, but left after investigating what was inside. Those 2 territory lords seemed like the 2 he had previously released. Yang Kai also saw the territory lord he killed revive from the dead. He even witnessed himself withdrawing his finger from that territory lord's forehead before their battle played out in reverse. All these scenes rapidly appeared and disappeared, but Yang Kai's emotions remained as tranquil as an ancient wall. It was like he was a bystander who was observing what had happened in the ancestral land. Even watching himself kill that territory lord didn't draw any kind of reaction from him. At that moment Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was going back in time. Chapter 56-29 No Way to Escape. The Tao of Time was profound and mysterious. Since ancient times, there were very few cultivators who cultivated this grand Tao. Cultivators of the Tao of Time were even fewer than cultivators of the Tao of Space. Only the Dragon Clan, who had their bloodline talent, would reliably become extremely gifted in the Tao of Time. Back when Yang Kai was outside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he used his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel to shatter spacetime and glimpse the future. Later, everything that happened proved that what he saw was real. However, that opportunity was an accidental coincidence. Yang Kai had tried using the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel again, but never saw the future in that way again. That experience led him to understand that if he could master the Tao of Time to its extreme, he might be able to peer into the future. Moreover, the ability to foresee the future was definitely a great method to avoid danger. The truth was that, once a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they would naturally have a bit of prophetic ability, allowing them to sense danger and crisis before they happened. But without the Tao of Time, they couldn't see the future and would only have vague intuitions. Since the Tao of Time could allow a cultivator to foresee the future, of course, it could allow them to see the past. Time flowed from the beginning of the universe, through ancient times to the present, and continued flowing towards the end of all things. Therefore, if one glanced at where the river was flowing, they could see the future, while looking back would allow one to see the past. Though Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Time weren't low, possibly even among the best in the vast world, when it came to mysterious matters such as the past, the future, and even the nature of time itself, he was still fairly clueless about them. Just like this time, he had unknowingly triggered the rewinding of time in the ancestral land. This rewinding of time wasn't like he was traveling to the past, because the flow of time in the ancestral land remained unchanged. After Yang Kai fused with the ancestral land, he simply became a bystander who was observing the reverse flow of time in this land. Such a strange encounter must have some sort of connection with him being a Dragon Clan member and the fact that the ancestral land was pampering him. All these factors combined led to this astonishing development. Yang Kai should have been extremely happy to encounter such an opportunity, but he didn't feel any changes in his emotions. It was as if he had completely turned into the ancestral land and had become restrained and emotionless. Also, this act of rewinding time was just this piece of land silently reminiscing about the past. But all of that didn't stop Yang Kai from receiving benefits. Following each passing breath, Yang Kai found his understanding of the Tao of Time increasing slightly. This kind of comprehension differed slightly from what he received by refining temporal rivers back in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Temporal rivers were filled with time Tao essence and strength, so Yang Kai naturally could increase his attainments in the Tao of Time by refining and absorbing them into his small universe. However, that was only refining external energy. By fusing with the ancestral land, Yang Kai was now experiencing this mysterious land reminiscing about its past like he was thinking back to his own life's experience. Of course, those were illusions, as the one with these memories was the divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai's current situation was more like using his body to replace that of the ancestral land, but this change didn't hinder Yang Kai from obtaining benefits. Yang Kai silently comprehended what was happening, and his emotions completely calmed, disregarding the changes in time and other things happening outside. Inside the ancestral land, that dense ancestral strength kept surging and flowed towards one spot. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan army outside the ancestral land stood there with their guards up. The 20 innate territory lords and several 7th Order Black Ink disciples treated this situation seriously and kept the Grand Array activated, sealing everything inside. Time gradually passed, and about 2 years later, an extremely fierce aura sped over from the far-off void, causing the innate territory lords to look in that direction with shocked expressions. Diwu had finally arrived. He had absorbed the power of a high-rank Black Ink nest and 13 territory lords who had sacrificed themselves to it. Naturally, he needed quite some time to refine everything and consolidate his new strength. Fortunately for him, the others had sealed this place with a Grand Array so that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape, therefore he wasn't in much of a hurry. Also, this counted as the first time the Black Ink clan produced a pseudo-royal lord with the Source fusion technique, so the other territory lords were naturally curious about Diwu's condition. After they briefly probed Diwu, the territory lords all turned grim. That was because Diwu had a blaring aura. By comparing only their auras, Diwu seemed to have the strength of a real royal lord, but all of the territory lords knew that this was just an illusion. The reason Di Wu's aura was so pronounced was that he could not control it. Royal lords didn't wantonly release their aura because they could perfectly control their strength. Therefore, the rampaging aura was a sign that Di Wu couldn't actually handle his current power properly. It was obvious from this situation that no matter how strong an innate territory lord was, and what methods they used to bypass their innate shackles, there was still an absolute limit. Even though Di Wu had received a power that was far above his original strength and had 2 years to adapt to it, it was still hard for him to fully control himself. Perhaps it would be impossible for him to gain full control over that power in his lifetime, or else he wouldn't be regarded as a pseudo-royal lord. Rather, he would be a true royal lord. Despite knowing all that, the innate territory lords were still envious of Di Wu because their strength had been fixed since their birth. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Especially when there was an unavoidable final battle between the Black Ink clan and humans brewing. More power meant better protection for oneself when facing the catastrophe that was about to sweep through the entire universe. It was a pity that the others could only admire Di Wu because the birth of a pseudo-royal lord meant that a high-rank Black Ink nest and more than a dozen innate territory lords had to be sacrificed through the Source fusion technique. The Black Ink clan could not create a large amount of pseudo-royal lords unless they were in a desperate situation, and even then, it was doubtful if such sacrifice would be worth the gains. A while later, a deep, dark cloud arrived before them. Even the innate territory lords couldn't see Di Wu's appearance because he was enveloped in extremely dense Black Ink strength. The shocking momentum and murderous intent coming from the Black Ink cloud made the territory lords even warier. When Di Wu was still a territory lord, he was more of a staid individual, but now he was like a caged ominous beast that had broken free, wanting to devour every person he saw. "Where is he?" Di Wu's raspy voice came from within the cloud. The territory lord nearest to him quickly pointed in a specific direction. He should still be inside the ancestral land. Once that was said, the Black Ink cloud immediately shot towards the ground. A short while later, a violent vibration seemed to have come from below, accompanied by Di Wu's angry roar, "Come out!" The world shook and the wild shockwave made the void itself tremble. Even the Grand Array was slightly affected, forcing the territory lords to channel more strength to stabilize it quickly. Inside the ancestral land, the Black Ink cloud seemed like a rampant child as it continuously released the huge power it suddenly acquired. Soon Di Wu, who was inside the Black Ink cloud, noticed something strange. He clearly felt a dense ill will coming from all directions, like the world itself was rejecting his presence. It wouldn't have bothered him if that was all, but this strange will also had the power to suppress his strength. Ancestral strength. Of course, Di Wu wouldn't be unaware of the most primitive strength of the divine spirits. It was just that he had never visited the ancestral land before and never anticipated that the ancestral strength here would be so dense. Being a pseudo-royal lord, even if he couldn't completely control his strength, dealing with an 8th order open heaven master like Yang Kai shouldn't have been a problem. However, the dense ancestral strength here suppressed almost half of Di Wu's strength, leaving him only slightly stronger than he originally was as an innate territory lord. Knowing Yang Kai's ferocious reputation and ridiculous strength, Di Wu wasn't confident that he could win against him with such a limitation placed on him. He came here with full confidence, but now he was suddenly worried, which was quite embarrassing. In this situation, not only might he fail to kill Yang Kai, but he was actually at risk of being the one killed. Looking around, he had a serious face as he prepared himself for Yang Kai's sudden appearance. Luckily for him, there weren't any movements around him. Frowning, he began investigating his surroundings. He found that all the ancestral strength on this land was gathering in one direction. "Is that bastard still cultivating?" Di Wu vaguely muttered to himself after reaching his own conclusion. Under normal circumstances, he would have interrupted Yang Kai's cultivation no matter what because, as an enemy, he couldn't just sit and watch Yang Kai become stronger. That killing star was already too strong, so what benefit would there be to let him grow stronger? However, Di Wu currently had another plan. Since Yang Kai was busy devouring the ancestral strength to cultivate, perhaps he should just let him be. After all, this land couldn't have an infinite amount of ancestral strength. Therefore, the longer Yang Kai cultivated, the less ancestral strength there would be. Once all the ancestral strength here had been depleted, there would be nothing suppressing the Black Ink clan's strength, and by that time, he could exert his full power. Although Yang Kai would also become stronger, as long as he didn't break through to the 9th order open heaven realm, Di Wu was confident that he could defeat Yang Kai. Could Yang Kai break through to the 9th order open heaven realm? The answer was no. This man had reached his limit at the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. The Black Ink clan wouldn't mess up such a critical piece of intelligence, or else they wouldn't have agreed to negotiate with the humans. Once he decided, Di-Wu didn't remain any longer and flew up into the sky, heading back towards the Grand Array. When he returned, many pairs of eyes fell on him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Luckily he was hiding inside a thick black ink cloud so the other territory lords couldn't see his face. I haven't mastered my current strength, so I'll let him live a while longer and head over to kill him once I've become better familiarized with myself. It was clearly an excuse, and the territory lords all knew what Di-Wu was thinking. They secretly snickered but didn't dare to show anything on the surface. Sir Di-Wu, you're the one in charge. We will keep a close watch on Yang Kai's movements. Di-Wu nodded lightly. Inform me immediately if there are any changes. After saying that, he shot to the side and silently began familiarizing himself with his strength. Despite spending 2 years devouring the strength from the Black Ink Nest and 13 territory lords, this wasn't strength he had built up through his own efforts, so it was somewhat incompatible with him and rioted regularly. That was also one of the reasons he could not stop releasing his aura. If he let Yang Kai continue to cultivate, he could also gradually polish the strength that didn't belong to him and make himself stronger. At the same time, in the depths of the ancestral land, Yang Kai was still looking into the past while fusing with the ancestral land's aura. But a moment ago, there seemed to be a kind of external force that almost interrupted his cultivation. Chapter 56:30 Bright Light. Fortunately, the interruption ended as swiftly as it arrived. In the meantime, the ancestral land's time had rewound to almost thousands of years ago, and Yang Kai saw incidents that happened then. Once again he saw himself moving around the ancestral land. That scene was when he first arrived at the ancestral land. Back then, the Kun clan had forced him to open the land that had been sealed for ages, and it was also the first time he saw a black ink giant spirit god. Everything was going backwards as the time rewound while Yang Kai, the bystander, watched everything that made the ancestral land what it was today. At the same time, the omnipresent ancestral strength was still continuously flowing into his dragon form, causing his dragon vein to constantly grow stronger. His original dragon form was 70,000 meters long, and his dragon clan bloodline was extremely pure. At that point, it would have been difficult for him to refine his dragon vein further without massive amounts of time. That was why his dragon form only grew about 1,000 meters after leaving the dragon pool. In such a state, only by returning to the dragon pool to cultivate would he have any possibility of quickly improving his dragon vein. But now, his dragon form was obviously changing as he continued to absorb more ancestral strength. As his dragon vein grew stronger, so did his attainment in the Tao of Time, which then increased the speed at which time was being rewound. For the first 2 years, the ancestral land only rewound through some 40,000 or so years. In the following 2 years, 50,000 years passed by. 2 more years later, 60,000 years. Yang Kai had now witnessed historical moments that happened in the ancestral land over multiple millennia and soon even reached the incident during the late ancient era where the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress made a blood sacrifice to seal the Black Ink giant spirit god. After watching that incident, Yang Kai became even more silent. This review of time was now significantly longer than when he was cultivating in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, as he had only spent some 4,000 years there. This journey back through the ancestral land's past had lasted millions of years already, and he might need to spend a similar amount of time to return to the present. Outside the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan's 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array was still operating. Since no external forces were attacking this grand array, the territory lords only had to keep it active, which didn't require much strength at all, so they didn't feel tired. However, they didn't dare to slack off. It had now been several decades since they first set up this grand array, but they hadn't seen any traces of Yang Kai. Only the continuous surging of ancestral strength below indicated that Yang Kai was still cultivating. At the same time, Di-Wu had been familiarizing himself with his strength. After the time he ignorantly barged into the ancestral land and caused a commotion, he didn't dare to step foot into the divine spirit ancestral land again. He couldn't use his full strength under the suppression of the rich ancestral strength and was afraid of encountering Yang Kai under such conditions. Therefore, he could only stall for time, hoping that the ancestral land would someday be depleted of ancestral strength. During these dozens of years, though he didn't personally head back inside, he had ordered the territory lords to head inside the ancestral land to check the situation. However, the reports he received were disturbing. Even though several dozen years had passed, the ancestral strength was showing no signs of being depleted. It was as if this mysterious energy was completely inexhaustible. The royal lord had sent people over from the no-return past to check on them a few times. Jianghu didn't dare lie, so he reported everything that happened honestly. The royal lord wasn't upset with him though and only instructed him to wait for the perfect opportunity. When the time came, he had to kill Yang Kai in the ancestral land. In that sense, the royal lord wasn't worried about waiting. After getting the royal lord's reply, Jianghu felt more assured and was filled with determination as he waited. 100 years passed, but the situation inside the ancestral land remained unchanged. By now Yang Kai had rewound through untold ages. Currently, he was witnessing an abundance of divine spirits in the ancestral land. There were even some species that Yang Kai had never seen or heard of before. This was during the early ancient era when the monster race ruled the universe and the divine spirit's glory had faded. Despite that fact, the ancestral land was still a paradise for the divine spirits. Rewinding further, he witnessed an unimaginably huge battle that happened in the ancestral land. That battle was an internal struggle between divine spirits. Those large bodies were as tall as the sky and broad as the earth, and during that period the ancestral land was actually far broader than what it was now. That war resulted in many divine spirit species, and an enormous amount of divine spirit sources shattering. Even a vast stretch of the ancestral land was destroyed. Further back was the primordial era. This was the time when the divine spirits ruled, and it was also when they were at their prime. They were so strong they were practically invincible. If they hadn't gone through that internal war, the monster race wouldn't have had a chance to rise up. Yang Kai suddenly had a strange feeling, like he was witnessing something unfathomable. That feeling started vague, but as time passed and the longer he witnessed the ancestral land's reverse evolution, the more that feeling became obvious. At this moment, the rewinding of time was extremely fast, and many scenes were rushing by as though they were only flashes of memory. If Yang Kai hadn't become one with the ancestral land and was currently relying on it to look back in time, he wouldn't have been able to see those scenes at all. It wasn't until one moment that all the divine spirits on the ancestral land had completely disappeared, and the entire land was filled with an ancient and barbaric aura that a bright light flashed across the land before everything returned to stillness. Yang Kai felt his heart skip a beat as he suddenly felt anxious. Then, for the first time, he took the initiative to activate the time principles to affect the huge ancestral land. The rate of time rewinding slowly and gradually came to a stop. It was then that Yang Kai was able to get a closer look at this land. The ancestral land of this era was different from all other eras because this was what it looked like before divine spirits and ancestral strength existed. In this era, the ancestral land was only a vast, empty expanse. Such an ordinary world could be found everywhere in the 3,000 worlds of this time. Yang Kai didn't see the bright light from before and knew he had gone too far back in time. After that realization, he couldn't help but feel anxious as he vaguely felt he had missed something of critical importance. It was meaningless to continue looking back in time as the ancestral land was now just an ordinary continent. Yang Kai wouldn't be able to get any new information if he just let things proceed. How this continent became the divine spirit ancestral land was the most important piece of information, and that bright light that flashed past just now. Yang Kai immediately searched his time principles, making the ancestral land lock onto that specific time and dig into the memories branded deep inside it. Slowly, time began to flow again, but this time, it wasn't flowing backwards but forwards from the point at which Yang Kai had stopped. The vast and barren land was quiet and without any vitality except the lush green forests. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky and illuminated everything. The light was so bright that it lit up every part of the continent that would be the ancestral land. When Yang Kai was rewinding the time, he caught a glimpse of the primordial light, but it flashed by so fast that even he couldn't be sure he could capture its true appearance. That was why he decided to use time principles to take a closer look. Never had he seen such a bright and powerful light. It was as if all the colors in existence had combined into this ball of light but didn't fuse. Every color was radiating its own glow. This scene made Yang Kai subconsciously think of the primordial light he had been searching for. Yang Kai suddenly had the urge to laugh. He had spent hundreds of years visiting one great territory after another, trying to find any trace of the primordial light only to come up empty. Then he came to the ancestral land and decided to abandon his search. However, he didn't expect that he would be able to see the primordial light while looking into the ancestral land's past. How could he have stumbled upon such fortune? After thinking about it, Yang Kai thought this was a preordained result. Since the primordial light had a close connection to the burning light, serene glimmer, and all divine spirits, of course Yang Kai would see something related to it in the ancestral lands past. This was also why Yang Kai came to the divine spirit ancestral land in the first place. But he didn't expect that the connection would be so direct and that he would manage to see the primordial light's actual form while rewinding time. This was certainly the most important moment for this world, so Yang Kai focused all his attention and carefully observed what happened, not daring to miss the slightest detail. He had a feeling that he might be able to solve many mysteries surrounding the primordial light today. However, an external force suddenly attacked at that moment, surprising Yang Kai and almost severing him from this strange situation. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly calmed himself down before focusing his attention on controlling time principles to make time flow forward faster. He didn't know what was happening outside and only knew that he had seen the Black Ink clan set up some sort of grand array outside the ancestral land when he just began peering into the past. Therefore, he suspected that the external attacking force might have something to do with the Black Ink clan. If he didn't speed things up, there was a huge possibility that he would be completely interrupted and forced out of this mysterious state, which was naturally something he couldn't accept. It had been extremely difficult for him to come this far, so she couldn't stop at the cusp of success, only to return empty-handed. He quickly felt rage rising up inside him, but the destabilization of his mood seemed to disrupt his state of mind even further, so he quickly calmed himself and discarded all distracting thoughts. Soon he saw the bright light sweeping down from the void. Thousands of colors flickered within the light, making for a beautiful sight. That light was flawless, just as one would expect from the first light in this world. However, Yang Kai soon noticed that the primordial light was extremely unstable. The countless colors within the light were in conflict with each other, and even the light's true form showed signs of collapsing. After observing it for a while, Yang Kai realized that this was the primordial light after it had separated out the powers of the Yang and Yin. It already had some deficiencies, so it was no longer in its perfect state. Before coming here, the primordial light had lost the power of the Yang and Yin. After countless years of confusion and silence, those two most fundamental energies would transform into the burning light and serene glimmer. Since those two had conflicting powers, they then unconsciously created the chaotic dead territory. How could the primordial light maintain stability when it had lost its two most fundamental energies? In a blink of an eye, the primordial light ruthlessly crashed down onto the most primitive continent from billions of kilometers away. At that instant, the light enveloped every inch of the ancestral land, and the thousands of different colors splashed out across the world. Chapter 56:31. Both were surprised. The heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array outside the ancestral land, the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array, was still active. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral land, Di-Wu was recklessly releasing his strength to vent his rage. 300 years had passed. He had been waiting here for 300 years, but there were still no signs of Yang Kai. Although the royal lord in the no-return past didn't urge him, he knew that not taking down Yang Kai after such a long time showed his inability. It wouldn't be too bad if he were a territory lord, but now that he was a royal lord, though not a true royal lord, he still represented the peak of the Black Ink clan. Before, Di-Wu dared not head too deep inside the ancestral land because he was still unfamiliar with the huge new power inside him. Also, the extremely dense ancestral strength of this place had a massive suppressive effect on him. Back then he wasn't confident in defeating Yang Kai even if he managed to lure him out. So many years of waiting weren't in vain though, because 200 years ago, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land began gradually decreasing and thinning out day by day. Until this day, the amount of ancestral strength remained stagnant. Now, although there was still ancestral strength in the ancestral land, it wasn't nearly as dense as it was 300 years ago. It was at a level that Di-Wu could tolerate. Of course, the more important reason was that he had finally gained more control over his strength after so long. It was impossible to fully control the strength he obtained from the Black Ink Nest and 13 sacrificed territory lords, because if he could, he wouldn't be a pseudo-royal lord but a real royal lord. In other words, by using the Source fusion technique, the total strength Di-Wu possessed wasn't any less than a real royal lord, but his ability to control that strength was inferior to one. Now that the environment had changed and he had gained better control over his strength, Di-Wu finally had the bravery to attack. Every time Di-Wu attacked with his majestic Black Ink strength, the ancestral land would tremble. If this had been an ordinary universe world, it wouldn't have withstood the ruthless bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord and might have been shattered already. However, the divine spirit ancestral land was different. This was a continent that had existed since the primordial era and had nurtured numerous divine spirits. Whether it was the land's robustness or the strength of its grand Taoan principles, all were far beyond ordinary. While Yang Kai was looking into the past, he even witnessed the internal war between the divine spirits. There were countless powerful divine spirits involved in that battle, including many as strong as the Dragon Emperors and Phoenix Empresses, which made it difficult to estimate how many divine spirits had died in that battle. That war was definitely among the most shocking the universe had ever witnessed, with few if any matching its magnitude and intensity. Even that great battle that involved the entire ancestral land didn't destroy this world though and only damaged it somewhat, so how could a lone pseudo-royal lord be capable of that? Therefore Diwu couldn't help but be dumbfounded after releasing a series of attacks. The divine spirit ancestral land was far more mysterious than he imagined, and most importantly, his actions seemed to have evoked hatred and resistance from this world. The humans had an old saying, "The world lives." Even a relatively young universe world like the star boundary had its own will, let alone one as ancient and vast as the ancestral land. When the primordial light fell onto the ancestral land and turned into numerous colorful rays of light, the ancestral land's consciousness appeared. As a result, this world's will was far stronger and purer than other universe worlds. If this wasn't the case, the ancestral land wouldn't have shown such favoritism to Yang Kai. All of this was because the ancestral land could feel the golden divine dragon source inside Yang Kai was one of those colorful rays. Of course, Diwu's efforts weren't totally in vain, as he had almost shaken Yang Kai from his strange state. If he had succeeded, Yang Kai would have been frustrated to the point that he spat blood. After using so much time to witness the ancestral land's history and evolution, he had reached a moment of critical importance, so failing at this point would be too much to bear. Luckily for him, he quickly calmed down his emotions after noticing the strange sensation. "Come out!" Diwu's roar spread throughout the entire ancestral land, especially in the direction the ancestral strength was moving in. He could roughly guess where Yang Kai was hiding, but since he couldn't break the ancestral land apart, he didn't have a way to get Yang Kai to come out. He had been waiting here for long enough and wasn't willing to continue idling, so he decided that no matter what, he must make Yang Kai come out of hiding and kill him. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar came from below the surface. It sounded furious and Diwu could clearly feel a powerful aura rising from below. Diwu wasn't surprised but happy because, to him, making Yang Kai come out was the most difficult task. As for killing Yang Kai, Diwu thought that it wouldn't take too much effort to kill him, so he immediately prepared. Right after he had readied himself, that strong aura closed in. Following that, a huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared from the ground. That dragon head had 2 horns with thick dragon scales all over its body. Its dragon beard was swaying under its widely opened mouth that looked like it could bite away a mountain. The dragon's mouth bit down fiercely at Diwu as though it was about to swallow him whole. Time principles surged, and even with his newfound strength, Diwu couldn't help but fall into a daze. Luckily for him, he instantly woke up and quickly retreated. The dragon chased after him with eyes that were filled with fiery rage, seemingly wanting to burn him to ashes. In that moment of running and chasing, the pseudo-royal lord and dragon leapt 1,000 kilometers into the sky, and it was only then that Diwu caught a glimpse of what this dragon looked like. It was a huge dragon form that seemed to be 100,000 meters long. Though the dragon head was right before him, the dragon tail seemed to stretch out forever, and the dragon pressure was so strong that it was like a furious wind that shook the world around it. Diwu felt his heart sink. Is this guy Yang Kai? He couldn't help but doubt whether the intelligence had been mistaken because the being before him wasn't an ordinary dragon, or even a powerful ancient dragon, but quite possibly a divine dragon. According to the information the Black Ink clan had obtained, while Yang Kai possessed a potent dragon clan bloodline, he was still far from becoming a divine dragon. Yang Kai's dragon form was supposed to be just 70,000 meters long. But the dragon before him was unquestionably 100,000 meters in length. A 100,000-meter-long dragon was a divine dragon, a master superior to ordinary royal lords and Ninth-Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Not to mention Diwu, who was a mere pseudo-royal lord. Even the royal lord back at the No-Return Pass would have to act cautiously if he encountered a divine dragon. However, there was only one white divine dragon left among the dragon clan, and that divine dragon had flown into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield over 1,000 years ago, disappearing without a trace. How could there be a second divine dragon here now? Along with everything he saw these past 300 years, Di Wu immediately concluded that the divine dragon in front of him was indeed Yang Kai, and these years of cultivation allowed him to gain significant growth. This is bad. My pseudo-royal lord strength is enough to crush an 8th order master, but if Yang Kai has become a divine dragon, I'm the one in danger of dying today. While Di Wu was panicking, Yang Kai was also shocked and half of the rage in his eyes faded. A royal lord? How could there be a royal lord here? Previously, an external force almost interrupted his hard work of many years, so Yang Kai was naturally furious. After witnessing the primordial light landing on the ancestral land and what happened shortly after, he furiously charged out from the depths of the ancestral land. It seemed like he had been too lenient and determined to adhere to the agreement between the two races. The Black Ink clan might have forgotten what it felt like to fear him, so Yang Kai had decided to teach them a lesson about the consequences of enraging him. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't be so reckless and would instead examine the situation before devising a plan, but his strange experience made his consciousness spend millions of years in the past, so his subconscious took over and did everything instinctively under the influence of his rage. When he felt the aura of the Black Ink clansman in front of him though, he finally regained his senses. The Black Ink clan wouldn't challenge him if they weren't confident that they could kill him. So, the royal lord before him was undoubtedly the Black Ink clan's trump card. Has the one at the no-return pass come all the way here? Wait. This royal lord isn't the one from the no-return pass. Yang Kai had encountered the royal lord from the no-return pass a few times, so he knew what he looked like. However, the Black Ink clansman before him was someone he had never seen before. The Black Ink clan actually has a second royal lord. Yang Kai was shocked. If the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord, wouldn't that mean they could have a third or a fourth? At that instant, Yang Kai suddenly had no idea how many years he had spent in the ancestral land. Could he have been here for a few 1,000 years? If not, how could the Black Ink clan have a new royal lord? But no matter what it was, he couldn't remain here and fight a meaningless battle. The escaping and pursuing pair were both lost in their own thoughts at the same time, but came to their senses just as quickly. Following that, the dragon released a powerful dragon breath from its huge maw, which became a blast of raging golden fire threatening to burn the sky down. In response, Di Wu threw a few punches that were surging with Black Ink strength with all his might. A loud boom sounded in the air, and the dragon breath was put out while the Black Ink strength dispersed. Yang Kai and Di Wu were both sent flying. The huge golden dragon suddenly shrunk and returned to human form. Then Yang Kai immediately flew away without turning back. He didn't have any intention of fighting a royal lord. With his current strength, it was still quite difficult for him to kill a royal lord, and he was anxious to find out what had happened in the outside world. How long had he been here, and what was the state of the human side? However, he had only flown a short distance when he heard an angry roar from above. "Get down!" Immediately after that, the void trembled and a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down on him. Although the bolt wasn't overpowering, it wasn't weak either. Not expecting to encounter an ambush, Yang Kai looked up and saw a territory lord holding an array banner while pointing at him from afar, looking nervous but feigning calm. Yang Kai coldly snorted before manipulating space principles, preparing to flee. But just as his instantaneous movement activated, it sputtered and he was ejected from the void. That short pause caused the thunderbolt to hit him directly, making him tremble. Even a few strands of his hair were made to stand on end. A heaven-sealing earth-locking array. At the thought of that, Yang Kai's face fell as a memory from the depths of his mind emerged. He vaguely recalled that when he was looking back in time, he saw a group of territory lords setting up some sort of grand array outside the ancestral land. Now it seemed like they had sealed the ancestral land. No wonder the Black Ink clan dared to attack me. It's because of this. Chapter 5632 Mysterious Light. Instantaneous movement was indeed one of the most mysterious and unpredictable techniques among space techniques, and Yang Kai relied on it to escape from many masters in the past. However, the Black Ink clan's arrangement prevented this secret technique from activating. With the heaven-sealing earth locking in effect, everywhere inside this grand array was cut off from the outside, meaning if one wanted to leave, one had to destroy the grand array first. It wouldn't be easy to break such a grand array though. Not only was a royal lord targeting him, but Yang Kai was sure that this grand array had other functions besides being heaven-sealing earth locking. The thunderbolt that hit him just now was obviously created by this grand array because Black Ink clansmen didn't have such an ability. Having charged out in a fury but being met with such an awkward situation, Yang Kai couldn't care about being angry anymore. Adding on to the fact that his consciousness had witnessed millions of years of the ancestral land's history, he was still a little muddle-headed and knew this wasn't the time to get entangled in a battle with the Black Ink clan. At the very least, he had to figure out his current situation first. Thinking so, Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and his figure flickered before instantly disappearing. He didn't use instantaneous movement to leave. Instead, he escaped into the depths of the ancestral land and concealed his aura. The ancestral land was incredibly firm, and even Di Wu, a pseudo-royal lord, couldn't cause any real damage to it despite attacking with full force. However, Yang Kai didn't feel any resistance from the land when escaping to its depths. That was because this land had shown its pampering attitude towards Yang Kai. This was just like how he was a Star Boundary's great emperor and could instantly travel to any corner of it with just a thought as long as he was within its borders. Although he wasn't the great emperor chosen by the ancestral land's world's will, he was not far from it. Next, Yang Kai's divine sense flowed out like the tide and quickly examined the ancestral land and its surrounding void, which was indeed enveloped by an unknown grand array that had sealed this place and separated it from the outside world. Yang Kai's face fell. It was bold of the Black Ink clan to come after him, but judging by the arrangements they had made, they did have the capital to do so. With a royal lord overseeing the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array and who knows how many innate territory lords hiding in the dark, the Black Ink clan could take the risk to fight for victory. How many years has it been since I came to the ancestral land? Calming down, Yang Kai began estimating the days and soon felt relieved. Thankfully, it had only been 300 years. When he saw an unfamiliar royal lord, Yang Kai worried he had spent thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the ancestral land, but it seemed only 300 had passed. Though 300 years wasn't a short amount of time, it wasn't too long either, as Yang Kai had just previously spent 1,700 years in retreat. In such a short period, the situation between the Black Ink clan and human race couldn't have changed much. However, since that was the case, where did this unfamiliar royal lord come from? Logically speaking, a territory lord wouldn't have grown to become a royal lord in such a short time frame. Could it be that this royal lord had been hiding in the dark all this while? But that seemed impossible, because if the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord available, they wouldn't have hidden him away. With the situation on the battlefield, if the Black Ink clan deployed a royal lord, the humans would at least have to give up a few more great territory battlefields and countless more of 8th Order masters would have died in battle. Yang Kai couldn't figure this point, and soon worried about something even more disturbing. If the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord, would there be a third, or perhaps even more? If that were the case, the humans would be in trouble. Temporarily discarding such worries, Yang Kai calmed down and tried to reach the World Tree, thinking of using Old Tree's power to help him get out of this situation. If he succeeded, he could instantly head to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. He had done something similar before in Acacia territory back then. The Black Ink clan still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai left Acacia territory with more than 10,000 human refugees when they had blockaded all the territory gates and never saw a trace of Yang Kai. As Yang Kai had refined thousands of universes' worlds back then, he and the World Tree's connection couldn't be broken. Even in a place like the Black Ink battlefield, that wasn't possible. In fact, even now there was still a connection between them, but Yang Kai's plan of using the World Tree's strength to escape this situation proved impossible. Unless he could break the seal of the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, he wouldn't be able to head to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Though Yang Kai had somewhat expected this, he still felt frustrated. After figuring out his situation and having spent time in a type of cultivation trace, Yang Kai was no longer so anxious. Now, it seemed like this wasn't a well-thought-out conspiracy enacted over thousands of years by the Black Ink clan, but just a plan which took advantage of fortuitous circumstances. His long stay in the ancestral land had simply allowed them to act against him. If he hadn't remained in the ancestral land for so long, or fallen into a near unconscious state because he was witnessing the ancestral land reminiscing about its past, he wouldn't have been oblivious to the changes in his surroundings. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't cautious enough, there were just some unexpected things in this world that could not be avoided. Moreover, he was only trapped here, which couldn't be compared to the benefits he received while witnessing the ancestral land's evolution. That multicolored light entity. Even when he recalled that moment, Yang Kai couldn't hide his shock. The world couldn't have such a magnificent light anymore. Naturally, the primordial light that was born at the beginning of the universe was the most magnificent of all lights. Towards the end of the rewound time, Yang Kai saw the primordial light crash onto the ancestral land and explode. A myriad of colorful lights dispersed and melted into this ancient and barren world, turning it from ordinary to extraordinary. Later, this vast land gradually became a land filled with a mysterious energy that still existed today. The places where those colorful streams of light landed had experienced the passing of countless years before gradually giving rise to the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and many other Divine Spirit clans. In the end, this land became the Divine Spirit's birthplace and homeland. More importantly, this was also why the Divine Spirit's strength could restrain Black Ink's strength to a certain degree. The Divine Spirits were the same as the burning light and serene glimmer. They were all born from the primordial light, so all of them came from the same source. The rumor that said the burning light and serene glimmer were the progenitors of the Divine Spirits was just nonsense. The more accurate description would be that the burning light and serene glimmer were the big brother and big sister of all Divine Spirits because they were the ones that were first separated from the primordial light. Those two had lived since the primordial era until now, and their strength was pure and unchanged throughout history. On the other hand, the Divine Spirits had gone through generations after generations of inheritance, so the characteristics of their strength had diverged from the primordial light over the eons and had a less obvious effect on Black Ink's strength compared to the purifying light. When Yang Kai saw what finally happened to the primordial light, he knew that it was impossible to find it because how could he search for something that didn't exist anymore? Unless he could really turn back time and return to the primordial era to stop the primordial light before it disappeared, but that was not something a human could do. Luckily, Yang Kai had long given up hope of relying on the primordial light. The humans had to rely on themselves to eliminate MO. Since humans had become the favorite of this era, Yang Kai naturally had to take up the responsibility of protecting it. If he couldn't even take up such a small responsibility, he would have no right to exist. As for the primordial light, Yang Kai had a general understanding of its history and end, but there was one thing he cared about. While he was watching the primordial light crash onto the ancestral land and explode, he could vaguely make out a blurry and distorted human figure at the place the light landed. However, the rays of light were too intense so he couldn't make out what that was. Does the primordial light have a connection with humans as well? What could it be? While the monster race were the descendants of the Divine Spirits, created to battle one another, humans had been born from the universe's energy itself. The primordial era and early ancient era all had traces of human activity, but the humans were far too weak back then. So, no matter whether it was the Divine Spirits or the monster race, they all saw humans as ants, unworthy of their attention. It wasn't until the late ancient era when Tsang and the other martial ancestors were enlightened by the World Tree and created the open heaven realm cultivation method that true masters began emerging from the humans who could resist the rampant monster race and Divine Spirits. Later, it was the human race that gradually assumed the position of rulers of the universe. Humans were born weak and couldn't even be compared to the average beast in their formative years, but perhaps because of their humble beginnings, humans had infinite possibilities for their futures. Yang Kai soon stopped thinking about this matter because he had decided not to insist on finding the primordial light, and it was meaningless to think about these things at the moment. The most important thing now was to solve the problem he was currently facing. Since a grand array had sealed this place and stopped him from escaping, his only option was to fight his way out. Even if it meant fighting a royal lord, Yang Kai had to try. Among his current means, the soul-rending thorns were still the sharpest weapon he had to deal with a royal lord. The soul-rending thorns were what played the biggest role when he killed a royal lord outside the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. Back then he had used 4 soul-rending thorns consecutively, which caused him to fall into a dazed state, but with how strong his soul was now, Yang Kai estimated he could use 5 soul-rending thorns at once and still barely maintain lucidity. No matter how that royal lord guarded himself, 5 soul-rending thorns could critically injure his soul. Moreover, Yang Kai's strength had reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so he was far stronger than he was when he had just come out of the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. He was able to kill that royal lord back then mainly because he was lucky, but luck was never something one could rely on. However, Yang Kai soon brightened up because he discovered that his dragon vein had grown significantly stronger after 300 years of cultivation. Just now, though he had managed to battle the royal lord in his dragon form for a short while, he didn't pay any attention to the changes in his dragon vein. After examining himself though, Yang Kai could feel that his dragon vein seemed to have hit a bottleneck. It was the bottleneck between the ancient dragon realm and the divine dragon realm. If he could achieve a breakthrough, he would be able to advance from an ancient dragon into a divine dragon. This realization greatly enthused Yang Kai. A divine dragon was in existence on the same level as a royal lord or ninth order master. Also, in general, a divine dragon would be stronger than other masters in the equivalent realm. When Yang Kai met Fu Guang in the depths of the dragon pool, the latter was in the same state as he was currently. But Fu Guang was now a white divine dragon. Even without transforming into his dragon form, Yang Kai knew that he had reached an astonishing 99,999 meters in length. Once he could take that last step forward, he could reach the 100,000 meter mark and regain the glory of the third-generation dragon emperor whose source he had inherited. Chapter 56:33 Changes in himself. If so, he wouldn't be embarrassing the third-generation dragon emperor who had passed away. Yang Kai's gold divine dragon source came from the third-generation dragon emperor, and the third-generation dragon emperor didn't only have a 100,000 meter dragon form. 100,000 meters was only the minimum required length to reach the divine dragon realm, while only the strongest among divine dragons would have the right to be crowned a dragon emperor and command the dragon clan. During the third-generation dragon emperor's era, there wasn't just one divine dragon in the dragon clan, so being able to stand out among all the divine dragons meant that the third-generation dragon emperor was indeed unmatched. But even such a strong master had paid the ultimate price along with the Phoenix Empress of that era just to suppress and seal the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, which clearly showed how powerful a Black Ink Giant Spirit God was. In regards to the speed of cultivation among dragons, Yang Kai was ridiculously fast. Looking at today's dragon clan, he could be said to be the second strongest dragon after Fu Guang. He had expected his dragon vein to be refined because ancestral strength constantly flowed into his dragon form while he had been hiding deep below the ancestral land these 300 years. It would be stranger if his dragon vein had not been further refined. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the ancestral strength in the ancestral land had thinned out a lot because of him. The refining of his dragon vein had caused his dragon form to grow from 70,000 meters to 99,999 meters. As for the increased length of his dragon form, though it didn't bring any benefits to his open heaven cultivation, his strength had undoubtedly increased. At the very least, the intrepidness of his physique and ability to withstand punishment had increased appreciably, which would be of great importance when battling the royal lord later. However, the benefits didn't stop there. The dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, so the more refined their dragon vein was, the higher their attainments in the Tao of Time rose. That was one of the benefits gained from inheriting a divine spirit bloodline. The dragon clan didn't need to have strong comprehensive skills. As long as their bloodline reached a certain purity, they would naturally comprehend things that ordinary people couldn't. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his attainments in the Tao of Time had greatly increased. Since coming out of the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, his Tao of Time could be said to have reached the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. All these years of constantly absorbing the things he gained from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, he had gone much further in this stage. Now, following the growth of his dragon vein, Yang Kai's attainment in the Tao of Time had entirely surpassed the 7th level and reached the 8th level, summiting the peak. It was now on the same level as his Tao of Space. All this while, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space had always led his attainments in the Tao of Time. This wasn't only because he had been cultivating the Tao of Space for longer, but also because he had a natural aptitude in the Tao of Space. If he hadn't obtained an extremely pure Dragon Clan bloodline, there was a huge possibility that he wouldn't have any attainments in the Tao of Time at all. Now that his attainments in these two grand Taos had become even, they had a huge effect on him. The first was that time in his small universe now flowed even faster. If the previous speed of time in his small universe was between 6 and 7 times faster than in the outside world, it was now 10 times faster. The faster flow of time in his small universe meant that his heritage would increase faster as well. Of course, this didn't hold much meaning to Yang Kai anymore because he would soon reach his innate limit in the open heaven martial Tao. Once he reached that peak, his heritage and realm wouldn't improve no matter how much strength he accumulated. However, if he could break through the 8th order open heaven realm's restrictions, this change would become very meaningful. The 9th order open heaven realm was a new start, and a 10 times flow rate of time in his small universe could help him save many years of bitter cultivation. While the changes in his small universe's time flow were directly affected by his advancement in mastery of the Tao of Time, there was another effect that wasn't so direct. That was with his strongest secret technique, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. A long while ago, Yang Kai had noticed that because his attainments in the Tao of Time and Tao of Space had some disparity, he would always feel like there was something incomplete with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel limiting its power. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a secret technique that combined both Grand Daos to create a brand new spacetime strength. Since his attainments in the two Grand Daos were different, with one slightly higher than the other, this spacetime strength was unstable. That was why he couldn't perfectly combine the full strength of those two Grand Daos. Yang Kai had previously surmised that when both these Grand Daos had reached the same level of mastery, he might be able to use the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's complete power. But after so many years, even he didn't have a way to force the two Grand Daos into a balanced state. That was until today. Since Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space and Tao of Time had both reached the 8th level, how much power would he be able to exert when he used them to activate the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel? At the thought of that, Yang Kai became excited and secretly decided to test this out as soon as possible. With the growth of his dragon form, improvement of his dragon vein, and new attainments in the Tao of Time, Yang Kai's overall strength had increased dramatically over the past 300 years. So what if he had to face a royal lord? Since he couldn't escape, he would just have to kill his way out. However, he first needed to understand the Black Ink clan's plan. When he was fighting with that royal lord earlier, everything happened too quickly and he was too muddle-headed, so he didn't have time to carefully assess the situation. The only thing he knew was that there was a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array outside the ancestral land, a royal lord waiting for a chance to strike, and an unknown number of innate territory lords lurking in the shadows, observing the situation. At the same time, in the sky above the ancestral land, the arrogant expression on Di Wu's face was gone, replaced with one of uncertainty. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord and gaining tremendous strength, he was confident that he could succeed in killing Yang Kai, but how could he have anticipated that a single clash with Yang Kai would terrify him so greatly? Yang Kai was just a half-step away from becoming a divine dragon, and in his fluster earlier, Di Wu nearly turned around and ran. Luckily for him, Yang Kai ran even quicker, or else he might have humiliated himself. Now that Di Wu carefully thought back on the previous exchange, though Yang Kai's aura was indeed powerful, it had not yet reached the stage of a divine dragon. Di Wu had previously felt the aura of the white divine dragon back at the no-return pass and clearly remembered that it was far more imposing and majestic than the aura Yang Kai exuded. Although that guy has grown significantly while cultivating in the ancestral land, he has still yet to break through that final barrier, so he should still be an ancient dragon. Having realized that, Di Wu felt relieved. If Yang Kai really had become a divine dragon, Di Wu would have no choice but to flee. Di Wu was a pseudo-royal lord, while Yang Kai could be regarded as a pseudo-divine dragon, so the two were on par with neither side being the genuine article. In fact, being a pseudo-royal lord meant that he was the stronger of the two because he possessed the raw strength of a royal lord. Even if he couldn't control that strength properly, he still had it, as opposed to Yang Kai whose total strength was still lacking by comparison. Now that Yang Kai had gone into hiding though, things had become difficult for him because, if he couldn't damage the ancestral land with his strength, he wouldn't be able to find Yang Kai. In short, although the Black Ink clan had cut off Yang Kai's hope of escape with the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, as long as Yang Kai didn't reveal himself, there was no way for them to kill him. This was what troubled Di Wu the most. Before coming here, he didn't expect the situation in the ancestral land would turn out like this. Di Wu could sense Yang Kai's divine sense probing around, checking the situation, but he couldn't pinpoint where the ladder was, so he could only sit and wait. Just as he was thinking about how to lure Yang Kai out, he suddenly felt the ladder's aura appear somewhere inside the ancestral land. Over there. Di Wu turned his head and saw Yang Kai's figure shooting up into the sky. Then he immediately moved his body and shot towards Yang Kai while shouting, "Stop him!" They couldn't let Yang Kai hide within the depths of the ancestral land again. As Di Wu shouted his order, a thick bolt of lightning shot down from above. The innate territory lords responsible for maintaining the Grand Array had activated one of its functions, a killing array. Numerous lightning bolts appeared in the sky, resembling a thunder dragon flying through the sky and instantly stopping before Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered across the sky as he easily dodged the attack, but the thunder dragon chased him as if it had a mind of its own. At the same time, more bolts of lightning rained down from above. Yang Kai managed to dodge many of these attacks before finally arriving at the edge of the Grand Array. With the Azure Dragon Spear in hand, he unleashed a powerful thrust. Space shattered, and even the Grand Array shook, revealing the figure of an innate territory lord in one of the array nodes. He was the one who first summoned lightning bolts just now. When the two pairs of eyes met, the innate territory lord shivered as he was filled with terror. Among all the humans there were a few masters that the Black Ink clan was wary of, but there was only one that inspired fear in all. This couldn't be helped as too many innate territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands. Even if 3 innate territory lords ran into him, their deaths were almost assured if they couldn't quickly receive assistance from more territory lords. Even though they had the Grand Array as a barrier between them, the innate territory lord didn't feel the slightest bit secure. He would have long fled by now if he didn't need to operate the Grand Array. However, he was a crucial part of this Grand Array, so he couldn't escape. The only thing he could do was to fiercely gather his strength while channeling it into the Array banner, trying to strengthen the barrier in front of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai only attacked once before he immediately flew away with no intention of striking again. It wasn't because he didn't want to strike again but because he couldn't. The Royal Lord was about to arrive, and lightning bolts were closing in on him from all sides. Any delay could land him in a critical situation. However, that one spear attack gave Yang Kai some insight into this heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, and he realized it wasn't nearly as sturdy as he originally thought. With his strength, he could easily break through this Grand Array given half a cup of tea's time without any distractions. Of course, Black Ink clan wasn't going to give him a chance to do that. With the continuous strikes condensed by the territory lords operating the Grand Array, Yang Kai soon noticed that the bolts of lightning were increasing in number so rapidly that there was almost no place for him to run anymore. Therefore, he could only use space principles to exile his body to the void. The moment his figure turned illusory, the many lightning bolts hit their mark. Since Yang Kai had phased his body though, he managed to avoid most of the attack while the remnants didn't have enough power to harm him. This was the biggest advantage of having an extremely pure dragon vein. The Dragon Clan was unparalleled when it came to physical resilience and even had a high degree of resistance when it came to most secret techniques and divine abilities. So, it wouldn't matter if he was hit by some of the attacks. But before Yang Kai had the time to recover, 4 figures suddenly jumped out at him, each charging at him with their auras blazing. They were 4 innate territory lords that had been hiding nearby. These 4 innate territory lords had linked their auras in a battle formation which Yang Kai was very familiar with. Frowning, Yang Kai muttered, 4 symbols formation. The 3 fortunes, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 paths, 7 stars, 8 desolations, and 9 palaces were the most standard battle formations of the human race, which were used by its soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield in particularly dangerous or dire circumstances. For example, when their warships were destroyed. Chapter 5634 Trapping Array. A warship was the largest reliance a human squad had when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Whether it was back at the Black Ink battlefield or on the current Great Territory battlefields, when both races fought, the humans were outnumbered. The only reason the humans could persevere was that the average strength of their soldiers was greater than that of the Black Ink clans, and they had warships. Each warship was essentially a mobile fortress with numerous artifacts that could greatly enhance the offensive and defensive capabilities of its crew. If the humans didn't have warships, they would have been wiped out long ago. Without mentioning anything else, it was difficult for humans to resist the corruption of Black Ink's strength when they were either too weak or injured. However, a warship could offer such humans safety and protection. After so many years, the humans had used countless resources to build and maintain their warships. It could be said that the number of resources used on warships was larger than the amount cultivators used to cultivate. Every time there was a large-scale battle, warships were damaged and destroyed. Once a warship was destroyed though, the human soldiers would have to face the Black Ink clan's attack and the corruption of Black Ink's strength without this additional layer of protection. When that happened, the survivors would often use battle formations to greatly increase their chances of surviving. 3 humans could create a formation called the 3 Fortunes formation. Add 1 more person and it would be the 4 Symbols formation. 5 people would form the 5 Elements formation, and so on and so forth until one reached the 9 Palaces formation. Under normal circumstances, the more humans in a battle formation, the stronger it would be. When Yang Kai was on the Black Ink battlefield, he led the many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Dawn squad to form the 8 Desolations formation several times to kill their enemies, producing outstanding results. However, such battle formations could not be formed on a whim as they needed a long period of joint practice. Additionally, the people forming a battle formation had to be familiar with and trust each other, because once it was formed, not just their auras, but their very lives would become linked. If one suffered, all suffered, and if one prospered, all prospered. If there wasn't enough trust between partners, it would be impossible to even form a battle formation, much less bring out its full strength. On the Great Territory battlefields, there were significantly fewer 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters than Territory Lords, but the reason the humans could stubbornly resist the Black Ink clan's continuous onslaught was that they made good use of battle formations. The Black Ink clan generally wouldn't use such formations because they didn't trust each other like how the human cultivators would. Rather than wasting their time and effort in forming battle formations, they preferred fighting alone because they could more freely use their strengths. Yang Kai had never encountered a situation where the Black Ink clan used a battle formation, and never expected to see it happen today. More importantly, it was 4 innate territory lords that formed this formation, which illustrated the Black Ink clan's determination to kill him. In the face of the huge pressure of confronting Yang Kai, these 4 territory lords had set aside all their reservations and banded together to defeat this formidable enemy. These 4 territory lords with linked auras charged forward, and though Yang Kai could see at a glance that their battle formation wasn't tightly bonded, he didn't want to be entangled with them for too long. With a sweep of his spear, Yang Kai thrust out more than a dozen times in the direction of those territory lords to slow down their approach. Then he quickly flew downwards before immediately shooting away. Those 4 territory lords immediately changed directions and chased after him. The royal lord also quickly changed directions, trying to cut Yang Kai off. Despite there not being much difference in their speed, Yang Kai was proficient in space techniques, so it wasn't easy for the royal lord to block him. After flying around the ancestral land several times, the Black Ink clansmen sadly found that although they had taken advantage of the time Yang Kai was cultivating to seal him here, there was nothing they could do about him if he didn't fight them head-on. On the contrary, Yang Kai had managed to discover the Black Ink clan's strength with his constant probing. This made Di Wu furious. At that moment, a voice entered Di Wu's ear. It was from the 7th Order Black Ink disciple responsible for setting up the Grand Array. Once Di Wu heard what was said, he revealed a happy expression and nodded subtly. While Yang Kai was moving around the ancestral land, the killing array linked to the Grand Array surrounding the ancestral land didn't stop and was constantly sending lightning bolts towards him. It was a pity that this Grand Array's primary function was to act as a heaven-sealing earth-locking barrier. Though it had a killing array embedded inside, it wasn't very powerful, so Yang Kai could easily dodge its attacks. With Yang Kai's current strength, only a Grand Array set by a great Grandmaster in the Tao of Spirit Arrays could completely incapacitate him. A spirit array set up by a few 7th Order Black Ink disciples with mediocre achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays naturally wasn't as profound. As the chase continued, the ancestral land suddenly became covered in mist. This mist wasn't that dense in the beginning, but as time passed, it became denser and denser until visibility became essentially zero. Even divine sense was restricted to only being able to extend 100 meters from an individual. All of that was because the Grand Array had changed. Since the killing array was useless, they had switched it for a trapping array. Yang Kai couldn't help but slow down and carefully probe his surroundings. There were sounds of wind blowing, birds chirping, and a vague sound of a cry and howl. Knowing that all these were disturbances generated by the spirit array, he couldn't help but snicker. Everyone, including the Black Ink clan, knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Taoist time and space, but very few knew he had dabbled in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Of course, his attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays weren't particularly high and were all gained from his experiences in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Back then, there were Grand Tao rivers of all kinds flowing inside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, and Yang Kai had absorbed and refined many of them. Yang Kai had taken so many Tao rivers with different great Taos filled with Tao essence into his small universe that talents in all kinds of different Grand Taos were now born in the Void Continent. If Yang Kai only relied on these shallow attainments, he wouldn't be able to see through this trapping array, but that wasn't all he had to rely on. He closed both eyes, and when he opened them next, a golden cross flashed across his left pupil. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was an eye secret technique he inherited from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven. It could see through all illusions and was rumored to be able to see the past and tell the future once cultivated to its extreme. Yang Kai didn't have any intentions of seeing the past and looking into the future, but the Demon Eye of Annihilation's ability to see through illusions was the perfect thing to unravel spirit arrays. With this secret technique active, Yang Kai was able to see through the mist and get a clear view of his surroundings. Even though he hadn't reached the point where he wasn't affected by the mist at all, it was enough to help him in this situation. If the Black Ink clan had placed their hopes on this trapping array to restrict his movements, they had made the wrong choice. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to reveal his secrets though, so he wore a gloomy look on his face and slowed down his actions so that he could test the Black Ink clan and learn more about their situation. Soon, he saw the royal lord had stopped near the border of the Grand Array, seemingly ordering some kind of attack while looking in his direction with murderous intent filling his face. But Yang Kai noticed the royal lord didn't intend to charge right at him, which surprised him as he didn't know what the other party was worried about. Diwu was indeed worried. Despite knowing that Yang Kai wasn't a true divine dragon, when they exchanged moves earlier, he had fully experienced how strong Yang Kai was. Adding on to the invisible suppression from the ancestral land, Diwu wasn't confident he could kill Yang Kai without being injured. To a Black Ink clansman, being injured was a troublesome thing. They could endure minor injuries, but they would have to hibernate inside a Black Ink nest if they got seriously wounded. Diwu couldn't accept the idea of having to hibernate and recuperate after his first battle as a pseudo-royal lord. Moreover, Yang Kai had a strange method to attack one's soul, and he had yet to use it, so Diwu thought that he had to wear down Yang Kai's strength and means before he could deal the finishing blow. Otherwise, if he were attacked with that technique, he couldn't be sure whether he could make it out of this conflict alive. In the meantime, Yang Kai saw 4 figures quickly arrive beside Diwu. They were the 4 that formed the 4 symbols formation. Soon after that, another 4 innate territory lords appeared. This scene shocked Yang Kai. He didn't notice the other 4 territory lords before and couldn't help but secretly exclaim at how determined the Black Ink clan was. When he was circling the ancestral land earlier, trying to investigate the Grand Array, he saw at least 10 innate territory lords maintaining its operation from the outside. Adding on the 8 territory lords before him, and perhaps a few that were still hiding, didn't that mean the Black Ink clan had sent a royal lord and more than 20 territory lords to deal with him? When faced with such a lineup, even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would find it difficult to handle, let alone an 8th Order Master like himself. Yang Kai soon learned that wasn't all though, for the Black Ink clan had also apparently deployed a massive Black Ink clan army as well. Moments later, the Black Ink clan army mustered their courage to charge into the mist under the Black Ink clan master's orders. It was obvious that they were planning to exhaust Yang Kai using these cannon fodder. What's more, there might still be other arrangements on the Black Ink clan's side that Yang Kai was unaware of as of yet. Inside the mist, Yang Kai pretended to be disoriented as he walked around in circles, acting like a headless fly. When he tried to escape the mist by flying into the sky, he couldn't. Also, he failed when he tried to dive down and hide inside the ancestral land. This spirit array was actually quite good, which showed that those few 7th Order Black Ink disciples did have some talent in the Tao of spirit arrays, or else the royal lord wouldn't have looked so highly upon them. Just as Yang Kai was looking dazed and dizzy, the Black Ink clan army that had charged into the mist surrounded him. Immediately afterwards, the feudal lords followed the instructions of the 7th Order Black Ink disciple operating the spirit array and swarmed towards Yang Kai. A battle immediately broke out. A long spear swept back and forward, sending out spear strikes like a dense rain. Immediately after, black blood spurted everywhere as bodies exploded into pieces. With Yang Kai's current strength, how could that army of Black Ink clan cannon fodder defeat him when the strongest among them were just feudal lords? To put it bluntly, with sufficient time, Yang Kai alone could wipe out these 10 million Black Ink clan troops. Group after group of Black Ink clansmen were killed, and the speed at which lives were lost was unimaginably fast. On the ground, the fresh black blood had gathered into a pool, which then became a river and soon began to look like an ocean, one filled with the broken corpses of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai killed methodically without feeling any kind of joy or frustration. Since the royal lord was willing to sacrifice these Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai was more than willing to oblige. The more Black Ink clansmen he killed here, the fewer the humans had to face on the battlefields. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100, 000. Yang Kai's spear never stopped. In the beginning, Yang Kai moved around to more efficiently slaughter his enemies, but as time wore on, he could no longer be bothered exerting himself like that and simply stood in place while allowing the Black Ink clan army to come to him. The scene resembled water splashing onto a rock that was blocking a river, which was an astonishing sight to see. So many had died so quickly that the Black Ink clan army would have broken and routed if not for the territory lords and royal lord overseeing them, forcing them to continue. Chapter 56-35, Scheming Against the Unexpected. No one could maintain their calm when facing a hopeless battle. The humans couldn't, and neither could the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan soldiers attacking from all directions couldn't even get within 1,000 meters of Yang Kai. No matter whether it was a feudal lord, a high-rank Black Ink clansman or low-rank Black Ink clan member, they perished with a single swing of the spear. Under such desperation, the Black Ink clan army's morale soon crumbled. However, the royal lord and many territory lords were watching them from the outside, so they dared not retreat and could only force themselves to continue charging forward. A day later, Yang Kai's kill count had grown from 100,000 to 200,000. The breath Yang Kai let out was so intensely hot that it seemed like it was about to burn a hole through the void. The hand he held his spear with was still as firm as ever. A few days later, 200,000 became 500,000. Half of the million Black Ink clansmen that came to the ancestral land had died, causing the battlefield to reek of blood. Under Di Wu and the other territory lords' gazes, Yang Kai's speed finally began slowing down. He was sweating profusely and his complexion seemed a little pale. Di Wu was satisfied with what he saw. If he could exchange 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers for Yang Kai's life, he would do it without a frown. Moreover, if he succeeded and returned to the no-return pass, rather than punish him, the royal lord would certainly reward him. 1,000,000 lower Black Ink clansmen was nothing because as long as they had Black Ink nests and resources, they could easily produce more such soldiers. On the other hand, how many innate territory lords had died at the hands of Yang Kai over the years? Innate territory lords came from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so each one killed meant there was one permanently lost. Therefore, 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen couldn't compare to even one innate territory lord. Since Di Wu had great understanding of the human's open heaven realm, he knew that a human's strength came from his or her small universe. The stronger the heritage of the small universe, the stronger the human was. But the strength inside a human's small universe wasn't inexhaustible. Yang Kai had been fighting alone non-stop for days and had killed over 500,000 Black Ink clansmen, so he must have consumed a lot of energy. It's time? As Di Wu thought so, he didn't hesitate and flew straight into the mist. Then, he followed a 7th-order Black Ink disciple's directions and silently advanced towards his target. Meanwhile, the 8 territory lords noticed the situation and mustered their courage to follow behind Di Wu. Although Yang Kai was killing the Black Ink clan soldiers, he still noticed these external movements and couldn't help but frown. It seemed like things weren't moving according to his plan. He was feigning lethargy right now. To him, the best outcome here would be to lure a few territory lords over so that he could kill them first and weaken the Black Ink clan's overall strength. But the royal lord didn't act as Yang Kai expected and instead led 8 territory lords against him all at once. At that moment, Yang Kai felt a huge sense of danger as he quickly revised his plans. This trapping array couldn't hold him as he could see through it quite easily, but there was no use in simply overcoming the trapping array because the ancestral land was still sealed by the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Since he couldn't escape, would he have to play the game of cat and mouse with the Black Ink clan masters again? Of course, he wasn't willing to waste his time doing so. What's more, he understood that it was better to kill a single territory lord than 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. In an instant, Yang Kai calmed down. Since the territory lords dared to come over, he had to let them know the consequences of their actions. If he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one. Having determined his next course of action, Yang Kai pretended to be even weaker. The 8 territory lords had split into 2 teams and hid within the Black Ink clan army, concealing their auras while nearing Yang Kai. 4 of them were mixed within the army while 4 remained on the outskirts. Meanwhile, the royal lord was hiding even further away, silently watching Yang Kai's every move as if he were a predator hiding in the dark, waiting to pounce. As the distance between them decreased, the 4 territory lords nearest to Yang Kai began secretly linking their auras. Yang Kai knew it was time for him to act, because once those 4 territory lords linked together, they could easily form a battle formation. By then it would be much harder for Yang Kai to kill them. As the thought came to his mind, Yang Kai's murderous intent flared up. Instantly, whether it was Di Wu or the 8 territory lords, all of them could clearly sense the sudden change in Yang Kai. He was radiating a dangerous aura and the paleness on his face had vanished. That sudden change caught them off guard. Di Wu immediately stared in the direction Yang Kai was standing, and although there was a dense layer of fog between them, he could see a pair of black eyes looking right at him. In the next instant, an endless darkness enveloped him. Almost instantly, Di Wu felt like he had fallen into an abyss that contained not even the tiniest bit of light. He seemed to be alone in the universe and even his senses failed to detect anything around him. It was one of the two core eye secret techniques of the myriad demons' heaven, the Black Purgatory Eye. If Yang Kai had enough proficiency in the secret technique, he could engulf Di Wu in such deep darkness that he could never escape and could be easily killed. Of course, Yang Kai's proficiency in this secret technique wasn't nearly high enough for him to do that. Moreover, there was a huge gap between their raw strengths, so it only took a moment before the darkness around Di Wu to quickly disappear and the latter to regain his senses. The moment light returned, however, Di Wu trembled and let out a pained roar. His voice sounded so agonizing that it frightened all who heard it. Also, his Black Ink strength was being released uncontrollably and all the Black Ink clan soldiers struck by it perished, wiping out the Black Ink clan army within a 10-kilometer radius around him. Di Wu felt like a needle had pierced into his head, making him feel immense pain as his body and mind shivered. It was as though that invisible needle was constantly tearing into his soul. At that moment he felt like his thoughts froze and he became unable to think clearly. He finally understood how the other Black Ink clansmen felt when Yang Kai attacked them with his mysterious soul secret technique, and also why those innate territory lords would get killed right after encountering Yang Kai. When he first heard about these stories, he thought those dead territory lords were too weak and careless, but now that he had experienced it himself, he realized that those territory lords were neither of those things. It was simply because no one could endure such sudden and excruciating pain. Di Wu shouldn't have suffered such intense pain because since the Black Ink clan found out about Yang Kai's strange soul secret technique, all territory lords who encountered Yang Kai would quickly use their strength to protect their soul. Only by doing that could they best weaken the effects of this insidious secret technique. Di Wu naturally did so as well, but the Black Purgatory Eye caused him to lose all his senses and disrupted his focus. Although he recovered quickly, he had lowered the defenses of his soul for a brief moment. Without protection against the soul-rending thorn, the consequences were extremely painful. Even a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu found it hard to endure. At the same time Di Wu screamed in pain, for other screams rang out as well. Those screams came from the 4 territory lords nearest to Yang Kai, who were about to form a battle formation. Yang Kai used the element of surprise and sent out 5 soul-rending thorns in quick succession, 1 at Di Wu and the other 4 at the closest territory lords. That was his limit. Using any more soul-rending thorn would cause him to lose consciousness. Even at this moment, Yang Kai felt dizzy and was seeing stars. Fortunately, he had experienced this many times and had long grown used to it. Now, the intense pain in his head even had the effect of keeping him awake. A royal lord couldn't bear such pain, but Yang Kai was used to it. No one's success was without reason, as only by withstanding constant tempering could a person achieve great things. Yang Kai's figure still floated atop the mountain of corpses. But that was only an afterimage, as his true body had already reached the territory lord nearest to him. Then he smashed apart that territory lord's head with 1 spear thrust. Following that, a second territory lord fell. Yang Kai struck out at the 3rd territory lord, but he failed to kill him in 1 stroke. Territory lords weren't so easily killed. When the 4 territory lords approached Yang Kai, they had paid attention to protecting their souls, so although the soul-rending thorns were powerful, the territory lords could greatly decrease the damage they took by taking precautions. They would still feel pain and have a blurry conscience, but they wouldn't completely freeze up and become easy targets. Still, this scenario was a testament to Yang Kai's cunning and ruthlessness. Before the 4 territory lords could form a battle formation, Yang Kai launched a preemptive strike. With most of their focus on linking their auras to successfully form the battle formation, they never expected Yang Kai to launch a sneak attack. They had thought that Yang Kai was completely trapped in the spirit array and hadn't noticed them silently approaching. How could they have known that Yang Kai had been carefully monitoring their every move? What happened was the outcome when someone schemed against the unexpected. This was a desperate gambit within a hopeless battle. The entire ancestral land had been sealed with no way to escape, and there were many Black Ink clan masters here, leaving Yang Kai with no chance of escape or victory on his own. However, the original predicament changed because of the enemy's trapping array. A real master needed the ability to turn even the enemy's advantage into their own. If one only had brawn but no brain, they would forever be a reckless fool. That was why Yang Kai was the army commander of Profound Nether Territory, while Yang Lai could only be a division commander who had to obey Yang Kai's orders. It was this quality that was valued by the Supreme Headquarters and why they entrusted Yang Kai with such an important role. In an instant, 2 powerful innate territory lords had died and their 4 symbols formation couldn't be linked. The 3rd territory lord regained his senses when being attacked, which was why he barely managed to block Yang Kai's strike. However, he was still run through by the Azure Dragon Spear, and when a burst of world force followed up, his body was still split in two, killing him. Like a fierce tiger, Yang Kai lunged at the fourth territory lord. It was only then that the other four territory lords outside finally reacted, but after recovering from their initial shock, they seemed hesitant. The situation before them was different from what they imagined. Having heard of Yang Kai's fierce reputation, those four territory lords didn't immediately know how to react. Luckily for them, Di Wu had finally gathered his wits, and when he noticed the obvious signs of territory lords dying, he was shocked and furious while roaring, "Kill him!" Chapter 56-36, Miscalculation. After Di Wu gave the order, the four territory lords forced themselves to charge towards Yang Kai, but before they reached him, they were forced back by a storm of secret techniques. At that moment, those four territory lords quickly joined their auras, wanting to form a battle formation. In the meantime, Yang Kai was exchanging a third attack with the fourth territory lord, whom he hit with a soul-rending thorn. His assault grew fiercer with every swing of the Azure Dragon Spear. It was purely a release of raging power without any form of technique. The pain coming from Yang Kai's soul made his expression fiercer and more horrifying by the moment, and his behavior also grew more vicious and ruthless. It had only been 3 breaths of time since he began his counterattack. He first used the Black Purgatory Eye to disrupt Di Wu's senses, then sent out 5 soul-rending thorns before killing 3 territory lords. The change in situation was so fast that it was difficult to comprehend. Only by acting faster than the enemy could Yang Kai maximize the advantages of his plan. The fourth territory lord barely managed to resist Yang Kai's third spear attack, but the same could not be said for the fourth. With a great thrust, the black ink cloud before him dispersed, revealing his unprotected body. This territory lord didn't last long because he was stronger than his 3 companions, but rather because he was the last to be targeted by Yang Kai. The first territory lord to get killed wasn't expecting the attack and didn't protect himself, but the fourth territory lord was prepared, which was why he could resist 3 spear attacks before succumbing. When Yang Kai arrived at the ancestral land 300 years ago, he killed a territory lord in his prime with 3 attacks. There were some elements of opportunistic trickery and verbal incitement, but it still showed how strong Yang Kai was. Now, even though his order hadn't changed after these 3 centuries, the heritage in his small universe had become a bit stronger. What really changed, however, was the increase of power in his dragon vein and his attainment in the Tao of Time, allowing Yang Kai to confidently say he was twice as powerful as he was 300 years ago. Furthermore, those territory lords had been hit by soul-rending thorns, so they couldn't exert their full strength while their minds were in a blurred state. That was why the fourth territory lord couldn't avoid the fourth spear attack. All he felt was a deadly aura enveloping him and a huge sense of fear filling his entire body, replacing most of the pain in his soul. Never had he felt so close to death. Save. When he opened his mouth to speak the first word, the Azure Dragon Spear had already pierced the protective layer of black ink strength he created and stabbed through his wide-open mouth. The territory lord's last word was stuck in his throat as space principles wrapped around him, destroying his last hope of escape. The long spear shot out from the back of the territory lord's head, leaving a huge hole in its wake. That territory lord's aura flared up before instantly melting like snow under the burning sun. Before Yang Kai could pull back his spear, however, 4 very powerful secret techniques were fired at him from the other 4 territory lords. At such close range, Yang Kai might not have been able to dodge these attacks in his prime, let alone in his current state. At the same time, he felt like his head was about to explode, and his consciousness began turning blurry as his thoughts slowed down. Meanwhile, on his face, except for the fierce expression he had because of the pain, his eyes turned dull, making him look a little dazed. Those were the symptoms of his soul being heavily injured. Many cultivators lost all sentience and sense of self after suffering heavy injuries to their soul. Luckily, Yang Kai's instincts were still intact, so when those 4 secret techniques were about to reach him, he channeled his dragon vein's power and a patch of small, dense dragon scales appeared on his skin. The dragon scales made his exposed skin suddenly turn shiny, as if he were wearing a gold robe. The next moment, Yang Kai was enveloped by those 4 secret techniques. As black ink strength burst out, a large boom sounded, and the world around Yang Kai shook as he released a muffled grunt. Before the effects of the territory lord's secret techniques had faded, the angry Di Wu arrived from behind and lunged at Yang Kai. Di Wu knew that since Yang Kai had used his strange soul secret technique, this would be the best chance to kill him. Before this he was wary of Yang Kai's means, but now Yang Kai was like a toothless tiger to him, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. At the same time, the 4 territory lords that had formed the battle formation exchanged a glance before quickly moving back while maintaining their formation. Since Di Wu had made a move, they didn't have to do anything else besides keeping up the 4 symbols formation and preventing Yang Kai from escaping. The truth was that they were happy to see this situation as well because they were still afraid of dealing with Yang Kai. They were scared of getting killed by this human killing star, so they had no qualms about letting Di Wu take the lead. Sounds of explosions kept ringing in everyone's ears while there seemed to be figures flying about within the dense black ink strength. Soon a figure flew out like an arrow leaving its bow. The figure spat out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. It was Yang Kai, and he clearly couldn't control his body. At this moment he seemed extremely haggard. Not only was his hair in a mess, but the layer of dragon scales covering his body was also like a broken net, shattered and peeling off in many places. With the help of an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, he could easily kill innate territory lords, but that didn't mean innate territory lords were pushovers. Every one of their attacks was incredibly strong, so Yang Kai didn't feel good after forcefully taking 4 such attacks. Then Di Wu came right after that and attacked Yang Kai, rendering him dizzy and looking disheveled. The advantage of having a stronger dragon vein was evident at this moment. If Yang Kai's dragon form was still 70,000 meters long, he might not have been able to withstand such a heavy beating, but now, though he was injured, he didn't lose all combat ability. This was the specialty of a powerful dragon vein. It granted the physical body incredible resilience. All the attacks were first weakened by the dragon scales before reaching the body, so the impact was naturally weakened. It was especially so for the 4 secret techniques used by those 4 territory lords. First, they were obviously weakened by the dragon scales before they hit Yang Kai. However, the effect of the dragon scales protection was greatly weakened when facing physical attacks like the ones Di Wu used. Following Yang Kai's haggard figure was Di Wu. He also flew out from the area covered by black ink strength while staring coldly at the pale figure before him, roaring loudly, "Yang Kai, suffer death." Yang Kai's expression became even more angered as veins throbbed on his forehead, his fury obvious to all. His original plan was to use the soul-rending thorn to kill those 4 innate territory lords and then quickly escape from the trapping array before hiding back inside the depths of the ancestral land to recuperate. Once he had another few years to heal his soul, he would come back out and ambush the others. He couldn't kill the royal lord, but he could kill the other 4 territory lords. Also, if he was decisive and found a good opportunity, he could kill every territory lord that came, just like how he had on the profound Nether territory battlefield. Back then he killed so many territory lords that they all trembled in fear whenever they heard his name. When fighting the enemy, it was best to leave nothing to chance, and it was natural to make full use of all of one's strength and advantages. The soul-rending thorn was now Yang Kai's trump card when facing territory lords and royal lords. It could be said that this move worked every time. All Yang Kai needed was patience, because someday the Black Ink clan forces here wouldn't be able to withstand the losses and would take the initiative to retreat, or deploy even more territory lords. Either way, it wouldn't be much of a loss for Yang Kai. That was his original plan. But even the best-laid plans often fail to withstand the first clash of battle. No one could predict what would happen next in the heat of combat. In the end, Yang Kai still overestimated how much his soul could tolerate. He thought that he could still manage to keep a clear mind after using 5 soul-rending thorns, and he had built the rest of his plan around that idea. However, after he threw those 5 soul-rending thorns out, his consciousness became blurry while he barely managed to maintain some clarity. To put it simply, though he could still think at the moment, his instincts were taking over and he was now showing some signs of falling into a daze. If a cognitively impaired person was attacked, they would either try to escape or retaliate fiercely. Yang Kai obviously gravitated towards the latter response, which was already illustrated by his behavior back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Otherwise, he would have escaped when he lost consciousness back then. That was why, despite having taken on 4 secret techniques from the territory lords and being beaten up by Di Wu, Yang Kai still glared fiercely at Di Wu in his battered state. Veins were protruding from his forehead as he widened his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "You dare hit me?" Hearing this, Di Wu was filled with murderous intent and turned gloomy after. What nonsense is he talking about? This is a life-or-death battle. Who else would I hit if not you? You actually dared to hit me? Yang Kai growled through gritted teeth. He was like a bullied child questioning why he was being targeted while suppressing the vexation he felt inside. Enough nonsense, die. Di Wu roared before immediately charging at Yang Kai. After the previous attack, he was sure that Yang Kai was no longer his opponent. Although he still needed some effort to kill Yang Kai, today was going to be the day of Yang Kai's death. From today onwards, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have to be worried about this human anymore, which was a great contribution on his part. While the thought flashed across his mind, Di Wu's expression suddenly fell because at that moment, Yang Kai's supposedly weakened aura exploded out. Since you hit me, I'll hit you back. The aggrieved child was finally retaliating. Heavens and earth, lend me your strength. The injury to Yang Kai's soul made his mind become a little unstable, and the endless rage had influenced his thoughts into forgetting his original plan. However, he still had his natural abilities, so he instinctually knew he had to go all out when dealing with a royal lord. If his own strength wasn't enough to deal with a royal lord, he would just borrow strength from others. He was going to borrow strength from the ancestral land. What he did 300 years ago won him the favor of this land. Then he fused with it for 300 years, which allowed him to look back in time and see the evolution of this world. Also, the huge amounts of ancestral strength entering his body had helped his dragon vein grow stronger and allowed his dragon form to grow from 70,000 meters to 99,999 meters. Even cultivating inside the dragon pool for 300 years wouldn't have been so beneficial. The entire ancestral land had opened its arms for Yang Kai, letting him have whatever he wanted. Under such conditions, it wouldn't be hard for Yang Kai to borrow some strength from the ancestral land. Chapter 5637, A Huge Mistake. When Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had used his identity as Void Great Emperor to borrow the Star Boundaries world strength. It was only through that method that he could deal with Zuoquan Hui, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Thousand Cranes Paradise. During that battle where he used the Star Boundaries world strength, Yang Kai's strength advanced from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, which helped him solve the crisis he was facing. This time, though it wouldn't increase his order, he might be able to take advantage of the favorable conditions and advantageous position here to overcome his enemy. Moreover, this was what Yang Kai had secretly planned for long ago. If he were forced to face the royal lord, he knew he had to borrow the ancestral land's strength. It was just that his anger got to him and he exposed this secret method far earlier than he wanted to. A loud humming sounded all across the ancestral land. The ancestral strength, which had been gradually thinning out throughout the past 300 years, suddenly became dense again. It was as though the ancestral strength hiding deep inside the land had surfaced and surged in response to that one sentence from Yang Kai. Not only that, the ancestral strength from the entire ancestral land was gathering towards Yang Kai's body from all directions. Then, the ancestral strength formed a layer of brilliant protection around Yang Kai's figure in the blink of an eye. While watching the scene, Di Wu felt his face twitch. It didn't matter if this change only affected Yang Kai, but following the increase in density of ancestral strength, Di Wu realized that the suppression this land had on his strength also increased. The most important sign was that he felt his black ink strength circulation become sluggish when he tried to use it. He only attacked after waiting 300 years because of the ancestral land's restriction on his strength. Before, that suppression was very obvious and he wasn't confident in dealing with Yang Kai if he managed to lure the latter out. He only acted after the ancestral strength had thinned out significantly and the restriction on his strength was almost non-existent, so he never expected everything would change again with just a few words from Yang Kai. The original confidence Di Wu possessed was replaced with a sense of danger. Before he could think more about it though, a bright light suddenly appeared before him. It was Yang Kai and he was actively attacking Di Wu. The pain in his soul and rage from being beaten had made Yang Kai lose his rationality. He didn't even use the Azure Dragon Spear and instead raised his bare fist and threw it out at Di Wu. At the same time, the dense ancestral strength had formed a dense protective light barrier around his skin and even fit to his fist. This punch was powerful and heavy as Yang Kai had used all his strength. If that fist landed on a universe world, it would undoubtedly be destroyed. Even a master as strong as Di Wu couldn't react in time as Yang Kai was too fast. Along with the use of space principles, Yang Kai literally instantly appeared before Di Wu. In his rush to protect himself, Di Wu could only cross his arms in front of him. The punch landed on the spot where Di Wu's arms crossed, and when it struck, Di Wu sank back and the black ink strength around him was scattered. Even standing mid-air, there were obvious signs that his knees were buckling and almost made him kneel. Realizing this, Di Wu was enraged and gathered all his might to throw a punch at Yang Kai's face as Yang Kai was throwing his second punch. Right after throwing that punch, Di Wu gained an understanding of how much the ancestral land had affected his strength. The ancestral strength didn't restrict his strength too much, only shaving about 10% off his peak, which was still within an acceptable range. It seemed like the surging of ancestral strength was just an illusion and wasn't as bad as he had imagined. This wasn't surprising as Yang Kai had kept devouring ancestral strength these 300 years, so the ancestral land had been severely depleted. Even though there were some left behind, it didn't amount to much. Therefore, Di Wu only had to persevere, and Yang Kai's state after borrowing the land's power would soon fade on its own. If Di Wu's strength had been suppressed by over 30%, he would have to think about whether he should retreat now. With two loud booms, both fists hit their respective targets. Di Wu was sent tumbling backwards quite a distance while Yang Kai was sent flying away. Neither of them had gotten the upper hand in this round. In regards to absolute strength, Di Wu was definitely stronger than Yang Kai, so when both of them punched each other, the force Yang Kai received was much greater. However, the ancestral land had dampened Di Wu's strength somewhat while adding a protective layer that had weakened his attack further. As such, Yang Kai wasn't at much of a disadvantage. Yang Kai managed to stop his figure in midair and didn't pause for a moment before charging at Di Wu like a madman. He arrived before Di Wu in an instant and threw another punch. Meanwhile, Di Wu was dumbfounded. He had previously fought with 8th-order humans, but never had he encountered such a situation. More importantly, his opponent seemed like he had lost his rationale and thus became hard to predict. When faced with an unreasonable Yang Kai's intense close-quarters attack, Di Wu could only give it his all to resist. At that moment, the two figures flickered about the ancestral land, constantly entangled in a brutal brawl. The scene was extremely lively, with neither side acting like a powerful master would. This scene was captured by the eyes of the 4 territory lords at the outskirts of the trapping array and even the other territory lords who were powering the 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array, and all of them were shocked. Despite the scene looking a little childish, the territory lords could clearly feel the horrifying power being delivered by those attacks. Every punch and kick unleashed in this battle caused the territory lords to shudder. Has the killing star grown to such an extent? The fear the Black Ink clan had for Yang Kai basically flowed from the fact that he had a strange soul secret technique. Even strong innate territory lords could be crippled by that technique, resulting in their swift execution. That was why they would all quickly protect their soul whenever encountering Yang Kai. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan wasn't too concerned with Yang Kai's raw strength. Yang Kai was acknowledged to be stronger than any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master, but there was still a limit to that strength. If they didn't count the strange soul secret technique, they estimated that 2 or 3 innate territory lords would be enough to resist Yang Kai. That was the objective and impartial analysis given by all the territory lords that had encountered Yang Kai, which also formed the general impression the Black Ink clan had of him. That was why Di Wu felt like Yang Kai was a toothless tiger that would be easy to deal with after he used up his soul-rending thorns. Not only did Di Wu have such thoughts, but the other territory lords did as well. They all believed this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Kai because if the latter managed to recover and regain the use of that strange soul technique, they would be in trouble. But when Di Wu and Yang Kai seriously began fighting each other, the Black Ink clan masters finally discovered the horrible truth that reality was far different from how they had imagined. Though Yang Kai was indeed at a disadvantage in this clash, the fact that he could still fight with a pseudo-royal lord to this extent and not get killed immediately was a shocking revelation. Of course, the ancestral land's restriction and assistance played a part in this, but that did not diminish the astonishing strength Yang Kai possessed. It seemed like the past 2,000 years of cultivation had allowed this killing star's strength to grow to a truly unprecedented height for his 8th Order cultivation. The territory lords were shocked and couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. It was fortunate that this human couldn't reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in this lifetime, for if he could, even the royal lord would have had endless sleepless nights. At the same time, the battle raged on, and Di Wu found a chance to escape from Yang Kai's entanglement before opening up some distance between them. Then Di Wu repeatedly used secret techniques from afar to target his opponent. Di Wu had also noticed that Yang Kai's actions seemed a little strange. It was obvious that his mysterious soul attack had drawbacks, which caused Yang Kai to lose rationality and recklessly charge at him. This to Di Wu was quite an opportunity. Powerful secret techniques were released from the pseudo-royal lord hands one by one, and that dense black ink strength continued to pummel Yang Kai, causing him even more discomfort and damage. Even the layer of ancestral strength protection was constantly breaking apart and restoring. Fortunately, the ancestral strength was still continuously gathering over, creating a strong protective layer around Yang Kai. Without entirely destroying that layer of protection, it would be impossible for Di Wu to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. Occasionally, Yang Kai would also take advantage of an opening and appear before Di Wu and give him a few punches. Whenever that happened, Di Wu would feel extremely distressed. It wasn't easy to escape from an opponent proficient in the Tao of space, and Di Wu was just lucky that Yang Kai was basically moving completely on instinct. Otherwise, if Yang Kai had used his space principles consciously, Di Wu would have had to engage Yang Kai in close quarters even if didn't want to. The firm body of a pseudo-divine dragon wasn't something a pseudo-royal lord like him could compare to. A while later, Di Wu saw that the protective layer around Yang Kai's body had been completely restored again and finally gave up on the idea of fighting Yang Kai alone. He insisted on fighting Yang Kai alone until now because this was his first battle as a pseudo-royal lord, and his opponent was Yang Kai. Therefore, he wanted the credit all to himself so that he could enjoy all the glory before the royal lord back at the no-return pass. But since that no longer seemed possible, there was no need to force the issue. When he escaped Yang Kai's range again and threw another secret technique at him, Di Wu roared, "What are you waiting for?" The 4 territory lords standing outside the battlefield secretly complained but didn't hesitate to attack Yang Kai with their secret techniques. Yang Kai had just steadied himself when he was enveloped by the secret techniques coming from afar. The ancestral strength gathered around his body instantly broke, and his figure flew out and tumbled like a sack. Right after landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, Yang Kai became aware of the cool feeling in his mind, causing his consciousness to wake up a little. The soul-warming lotus had kept working to mend his injured soul this whole time, but since his soul was injured quite seriously, it took a while to have any noticeable effect. Yang Kai was confused by his current situation and the danger around him, but he didn't have time to think about it as several secret techniques were already flying his way again. Instinctively, Yang Kai wanted to use his strength to protect himself, but before he could, the ancestral strength, once again, gathered around him and formed a thick barrier. Unfortunately, even this protection didn't last a single breath before breaking apart again. Feeling those secret techniques landing on his body, Yang Kai felt his 5 viscera and 6 organs churning and an immense pain coming from his bones, a number of which were now broken. Yang Kai's heart sank as his blurry consciousness became clear again. Everything that happened quickly flashed across his mind and he realized that he had unconsciously made a huge mistake and inexplicably caused this to happen. Chapter 5638, Making the Best of a Bad Situation. Yang Kai felt frustrated. He didn't mind getting beaten up a bit because his injuries would slowly restore on their own. The key was that he had exposed his ability to borrow strength from the ancestral land, which was one of his hidden trump cards. That was also what he was counting on to battle the royal lord. On the other hand, he felt lucky that he instinctively borrowed the ancestral land's strength after sensing danger. Otherwise, this situation would have ended badly. However, there was still doubt in his mind. Even though he had borrowed strength from the ancestral land, obtaining both favorable conditions and an advantageous position, his opponent was a royal lord, so he should have lost long ago. After all, a royal lord was equivalent to a 9th-order old ancestor. Also, Yang Kai had previously fought a royal lord, so he clearly knew how strong they were. Despite the fact that he could kill innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs, he knew he was no match for a royal lord. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the no-return pass and destroyed their black ink nests without bothering to try to maintain some random insincere peace treaty. The environment in the ancestral land had a certain degree of restriction on the royal lord, but Yang Kai knew he had devoured too much ancestral strength these past years and greatly decreased the ancestral land's heritage, which meant that the suppression wouldn't be too significant. In other words, the ancestral land's restriction on the royal lord wouldn't affect him too much. After carefully recalling his battle with the royal lord, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Without question, the strength exerted by this royal lord was indeed at the level of a royal lord, but he seemed quite bad at controlling it. He had 100% of the strength of a royal lord, but could only exert 70% to 80% of it, making every attack feel like he was holding back. On top of that, there was also the suppression from the ancestral land's environment and the protection the ancestral strength granted Yang Kai. It was the combination of all these factors that allowed Yang Kai to stay alive until now. This guy must be a newly advanced royal lord, which is why he can't perfectly control his strength and why the humans had never heard of any news about him. Yang Kai thought he had guessed the truth, unaware that the real situation was completely different. If he hadn't been immersed in his cultivation inside the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have sacrificed 13 innate territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink next to create a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu. The Black Ink clan could create such a master from the start but hadn't done so until now. To the current Black Ink clan, every innate territory lord and high-rank Black Ink nest was indispensable, so considering the overall situation, it just wasn't cost-effective to create a pseudo-royal lord. But if they could use Di Wu's strength as a pseudo-royal lord to kill Yang Kai, that would definitely be worth it. Without mentioning the Black Ink clan's plan, Yang Kai was now having a headache about his predicament. The trapping array had been completely destroyed, so the royal lord and 4 territory lords by themselves might not be able to stop him if he wanted to disengage. Of course, it was still impossible to leave the ancestral land because this world would still be sealed before the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array was broken. However, Yang Kai didn't need to leave the ancestral land, he only needed to dive deep into it to heal his injuries. If he did so, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Unfortunately, the idea of retreating now made Yang Kai feel quite reluctant. His trump cards had been exposed one after another, so he would lose the element of surprise in the next battle. Since that was the case, he figured it would be better to just go with the flow and end this debacle once and for all. He made the plan to hide deep inside the ancestral land after killing the 4 territory lords because he thought he wasn't the royal lord's opponent, but now that he knew he was up against a royal lord who couldn't exert his full strength, Yang Kai thought that there might be a chance he could kill his enemy here today. Yang Kai was secretly even hoping for the royal lord to lose his patience and use his royal lord secret technique. Back outside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai had killed a royal lord shortly after breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, not because he was strong, but because many coincidences came together. His biggest opportunity was when the royal lord used the royal lord secret technique on him, wanting to corrupt him with Black Ink strength. The royal lord secret technique was something only a royal lord could use. When performed, it was silent but had an incredible impact. Even 8th Order masters couldn't resist and would immediately become corrupted. On the barren territory battlefield, a single royal lord had corrupted 3 8th Order masters, converting them into Black Ink disciples. It was those 3 Black Ink disciples who resurrected the Black Ink giant spirit got in the divine spirit ancestral land, triggering the collapse of the entire human battlefront. It could be said that the royal lord had made a huge contribution to today's situation where the Black Ink clan could fully suppress the humans. Without the royal lord who corrupted those 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples, it would have been impossible to resurrect the Black Ink giant spirit god, and the human race army would still have been able to bottle up the Black Ink clan on the barren territory battlefield. Although it didn't end well for that royal lord, the Black Ink clan had achieved their goal. A royal lord wouldn't easily use the royal lord secret technique though, because they would have to pay a high price. Not only would their strength suffer an immediate and substantial drop, they would also have to endure a long period of weakness. On the battlefield, such a situation would give the enemy a great chance to kill them. Outside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, that royal lord had used the royal lord secret technique on Yang Kai, causing himself to become weak and lose a huge portion of his strength. Then he suffered a direct hit from Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Wheel while having his soul torn apart by 4 soul-rending thorns. Under such circumstances, his chances of surviving decreased greatly. Even so, Yang Kai also lost consciousness and started a mad killing spree before winning. Back then he was only a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Now he was almost at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and had help from the ancestral land, so his strength was several times higher than back then. If this royal lord couldn't hold back and used the royal lord secret technique, Yang Kai could easily kill him with his spear. By then, the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array would become useless. However, Yang Kai's anticipations were in vain because a royal lord wouldn't use the royal lord secret technique unless they were certain of success or it was their last resort. According to what the Black Ink clan had learned over the years, Yang Kai was fully resistant to Black Ink strength's corruption, so Di Wu wouldn't be so stupid as to use the royal lord secret technique to deal with him. Moreover, a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu couldn't use the royal lord secret technique. But Yang Kai didn't know that. Realizing that hoping his enemy would make a fatal mistake wasn't plausible, Yang Kai figured he could only create his own opportunity. After all, the ancestral land wasn't his only trump card. Yang Kai's consciousness had recovered quite a bit now, but he still pretended to be muddled. Faced with attacks coming at him from all directions, He roared in an aggrieved manner at Di Wu. You called for help? I can call for help too. Come out, my servants. The way he was acting was like a kid kicking up a fuss after getting beaten up. However, in the next breath, the Black Ink clan masters suddenly became gloomy. That was because small stone race soldiers suddenly appeared one by one beside Yang Kai, transforming into a huge army in the blink of an eye. They were densely packed, making it impossible to count how many of them there were. The Black Ink clan naturally recognized the small stone race. Between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, this strange race was very active on every great territory battlefield. They seemed like they didn't have much sentience and had no concept of strategy or tactics, but they weren't afraid of death or being corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Their presence had brought the Black Ink clan quite a lot of trouble during wars. Numerous Black Ink clansmen had died at the small stone race's hands. Following the continuous killings of the small stone race over the years though, their numbers decreased until they more or less disappeared. Occasionally, some cultivators would bring out some small stone race soldiers left over from the various battles, but there would only be a dozen of them at most. From what the Black Ink clan gathered from the Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai was the source of the small stone race. In addition, Yang Kai had also used the small stone race when he attacked the no-return pass back then. The Black Ink clan initially thought that those strange beings had been essentially wiped out, so they never anticipated seeing such a huge bunch of them be summoned in the ancestral land. At that instant, the Black Ink clansmen stopped attacking while Di Wu's expression became as gloomy as a rain cloud. This couldn't be helped because back when Yang Kai attacked the no-return pass, Di Wu had personally witnessed the attack this killing star had executed with a similar small stone race army's help. Back then, Yang Kai seemed to have used some kind of technique and instantly sacrificed 2 million small stone race soldiers to form a terrifying explosion of purifying light that even seriously injured the royal lord, giving Yang Kai a chance to escape. Therefore, in Di Wu's memory, while these small stone race members weren't that terrifying, the means they gave Yang Kai access to was frightening. Kill him quickly. Seeing that the small stone race army was growing larger and larger, Di Wu immediately roared while retreating to put some distance between himself and Yang Kai. The 4 territory lords didn't need Di Wu's order for them to go all out as they fired their secret techniques at Yang Kai. But by now the space around Yang Kai had become densely packed with small stone race. Although those attacks killed and injured a large patch of small stone race soldiers, Yang Kai remained untouched. Hong long long. Thunder came down from the sky and another fight started. The territory lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples operating the Grand Array had reactivated the killing array to target the small stone race army. Not only that, the Black Ink clan army, which had retreated far away while Yang Kai was fighting Di Wu and the territory lords, came forward once again and surrounded the small stone race from all directions. In an instant, the battle between masters had become a violent war between 2 armies, further heating up the atmosphere in the ancestral land. The small stone race roared and pounded their chests as their desire to kill the enemy had been raging since they were summoned by Yang Kai. Since the 3rd time he visited the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai had discovered that the small stone race nurtured by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were extremely sensitive to Black Ink's strength, probably because they were opposites of each other. Therefore, on the battlefield, the small stone race would charge fearlessly whenever they sensed Black Ink's strength and either kill their enemy ruthlessly or die trying. In the beginning, the humans didn't have a method to control them because of these characteristics. Once the small stone race were sent to the battlefield, they became like unleashed wild horses, which caused the humans to lose many more of them than necessary. Later, the humans began using a beast taming method and an artifact refining method to control the small stone race. The situation had improved quite a lot. At the very least, the humans could now issue the small stone race simple instructions. The small stone race soldiers Yang Kai summoned just now obviously hadn't undergone any such taming or refinement. After he gained these small stone race members from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Yang Kai just kept them inside his small universe and ignored them. That was why these fellows began running around after being let out, charging in the direction where they sensed Black Ink's strength. At that moment, the scene was a chaotic mess, but Yang Kai just laughed like a madman. Die. All of you must die. Ah. Chapter 5639, End of the Road. A fierce battle was happening in the ancestral land. The small stone race's intrepid nature doomed them to have a bad ending if no one controlled them. Many small stone race soldiers charged at the 4 territory lords, but could not get near them because they were rendered to pieces of stones scattered on the ground by the latter's secret techniques. Even the Black Ink clan army that came back had begun surrounding these unruly and scattered combatants. Numerous small stone ray soldiers were being broken to pieces with each breath. However, large amounts of small stone races were still appearing around Yang Kai. It was like there was an infinite amount of them, impossible to wipe out. On the other hand, Yang Kai's laughter grew louder and wilder, as though he had gone crazy. Di Wu had withdrawn his aura and was now hiding among the Black Ink clan army, cautiously observing the situation. The memory of the technique Yang Kai used at the no-return pass, in which he sacrificed 2 million small stone ray soldiers, was still etched in Di Wu's mind. Therefore, Di Wu immediately retreated when Yang Kai began summoning his army to avoid being surrounded and experiencing the same tragedy from that time. Back then, the royal lord had been injured, causing his aura to drop by at least 10%. It took the royal lord a full 1,000 years to recover from that incident. So, if Di Wu, a mere pseudo-royal lord, was hit by the same technique, he would likely end up in an even worse state. In addition, if Di Wu remembered correctly, there were some powerful masters among the small stone race. The Black Ink clan had previously encountered a number of massive small stone race soldiers roughly 1,000 meters tall that had strength similar to that of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though they had lower sentience and couldn't wield this strength efficiently, their attacks were still not to be underestimated. After observing for a long time, Di Wu noticed that none of the small stone ray soldiers Yang Kai summoned were 1,000 meters tall. The strongest of them all was only 100 or so meters tall, which gave them power equivalent to 7th Order Masters and feudal lords. Di Wu didn't take these small stone ray soldiers seriously, and even the 4 territory lords currently in battle could easily kill vast swaths of them. As chaos swelled on the battlefield, Yang Kai summoned more small stone ray soldiers. The 4 territory lords were in a better situation as they had formed the 4 symbols formation, so they only had to hold their ground and kill every small stone race member that came at them. However, the Black Ink clan army seemed to be having difficulties holding on despite having help from the killing array. Originally, 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers had been deployed to the ancestral land. Yang Kai had already killed half of them, leaving only about 500,000 of them. Now that the small stone race had joined the battle, even fewer Black Ink clan soldiers were left standing. Although the small stone race undoubtedly suffered greater losses, the Black Ink clan army would be wiped out eventually if this continued. Despite the disadvantageous situation, the Black Ink clan soldiers didn't dare to retreat because the territory lords were still fighting, so how could they withdraw? On the other hand, Di Wu finally rejoined the fight, but his target wasn't Yang Kai. Instead, he was still hiding among the Black Ink clan army and killing the small stone race soldiers, his cautious personality making him decide to continue observing the situation for now. 4 days later, the 500,000-strong Black Ink clan army had been reduced to only a few tens of thousands, and all the survivors were soaked in blood and had unstable auras. Despite their discomfited looks, the surviving Black Ink clansmen all seemed excited. They won. They killed all the small stone race soldiers that came at them. During these few days, they estimated they had killed at least 2 million enemy soldiers. It wasn't because they were strong, of course, but because they had a pseudo-royal lord hiding among them. The small stone race soldiers only had masters on par with 7th Order humans as their strongest combatants, so how could they stand against a pseudo-royal lord? Di Wu could kill hundreds or even thousands of small stone race soldiers in a single move. Moreover, the Black Ink clan had help from the Grand Array. The lightning bolts fired from above had culled many small stone race soldiers as well. More importantly, this was only the accomplishments of the Black Ink clan army and Di Wu. Even though the 4 territory lords didn't kill 2 million small stone race soldiers, they managed to slaughter at least 1 million of them. The originally loud ancestral land suddenly fell silent, with pieces of stone scattered everywhere, which were naturally the remains of the fallen small stone race soldiers. Nearly 3 million small stone race were lost over the past few days, which was a huge number. Some time ago, Yang Kai had stopped summoning small stone race soldiers and engaged the 4 territory lords on his own. His face was filled with rage and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Also, his aura fluctuated wildly as though he was not in a stable state of mind. Every time he charged at one of the 4 territory lords, he would be repelled by their combined attacks. He would have lost a long time ago if he hadn't borrowed strength from the ancestral land and had ancestral strength shielding his body in an impenetrable protective layer. Of course, the ancestral land's suppression of the territory lord's strength was also very important. Even a pseudo-lord like Di Wu lost 10% of his strength, not to mention the territory lords. Those 4 territory lords felt an even heavier suppression of their strength and were now some 20% to 30% weaker than normal. If they battled Yang Kai one-on-one in such a state, they wouldn't be his opponent at all, but since they had formed the 4 symbols formation and linked their auras, no matter which territory Lord Yang Kai targeted, it was akin to him trying to attack all of them at once. So, how could Yang Kai win in such a situation? It could be said that the strength of the 4 territory lords combined, though not as high as a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu, was greater than that of an innate territory lord at their peak, which was also why they could stand a chance against Yang Kai. In the beginning, the 4 of them were still hesitant when facing this killing star, but after battling each other for a while, they felt that Yang Kai wasn't as strong as they had imagined. Or more precisely, it wasn't that he wasn't strong. It was more like he had suffered a huge backlash after using his strange soul secret technique and now could not fight effectively. In the human's words, this man was now an idiot, so he couldn't exert his full strength anymore. This realization greatly bolstered the territory lord's confidence. Since the small stone race had all been ruthlessly killed, and Yang Kai had fallen into this demented state, they had the confidence to slowly whittle away his energy and kill him eventually. The ancestral strength in the ancestral land couldn't be inexhaustible, so once it was completely drained, Yang Kai wouldn't be far from death. Successfully killing Yang Kai was an incredibly glorious achievement, and it could only be obtained once in this world. If the royal lord decided to create more pseudo-royal lords in the future, they would be the first in line to gain such power, just like Di Wu. Of course, innate territory lords wished for greater strength, but they could only become pseudo-royal lords, and they would have to pay a high price for that. Therefore, the royal lord wouldn't create a pseudo-royal lord if it weren't a dire situation. Regardless, these territory lords wouldn't be able to get their wish because Di Wu was the one in charge of this mission to kill Yang Kai. He was turned into a pseudo-lord just for this mission, and now that things were leaning in their favor, how could Di Wu possibly let the territory lord steal the credit from him? If that were to happen, it would make him seem too useless. After several days of secretly observing Yang Kai, Di Wu concluded that this human-killing star was an arrow at the end of its flight. According to the current situation, Yang Kai couldn't turn things around. Di Wu felt a little lucky that Yang Kai had overused his secret technique, messing up his mind and revealing his trump cards. Borrowing strength from the ancestral land and the 3 million small stone race army were definitely the secret trump cards Yang Kai had. If he were in a conscious state of mind and used those 2 methods to corner Di Wu. If that happened, Di Wu would definitely have been taken by surprise. Once that happened, with the strength Yang Kai had revealed, they would most likely have failed their mission. At the thought of that, Di Wu shivered. Although they had lost 4 territory lords and 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers, that was still nothing compared to being able to kill Yang Kai. When Yang Kai was blown away by one of the territory lords again, the light barrier made of ancestral strength around him became extremely dim and did not immediately recover like usual. Seeing that, Di Wu didn't hesitate and dashed over like lightning. Yang Kai was immediately thrown to the ground, and before he stabilized his footing, Di Wu arrived. With a fierce explosion of power, Di Wu used his hand like a knife and pierced through the ancestral strength's protection and into Yang Kai's chest. Following that, Di Wu roared, "Die!" "I did it." Di Wu suddenly felt a little excited as he could even feel Yang Kai's beating heart in his chest. Wait, why is his heartbeat still so strong? While frowning, Di Wu instinctively felt something wasn't right and looked over at Yang Kai. He saw Yang Kai standing before him, unmoving, his black hair hanging over his forehead, creating a dense shadow that covered his eyes so that no one could see his expression. Only his lips were showing, curled up in a meaningful grin. Di Wu then heard something that terrified him. "You finally decided to come out." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, and Di Wu immediately saw a pair of bloodshot eyes. Those eyes were filled to the brim with ruthlessness and murderous intent, but there was no trace of madness in them. A trick. Di Wu immediately thought. What he saw all this time was just what Yang Kai wanted him to see, making him think that the killing star was not in a conscious state of mind and had uncontrollably revealed all his trump cards. He might even be feigning weakness right now, making it seem he had reached his limit after being besieged by the 4 territory lords. All of this was just to lure Di Wu out. But why would Yang Kai do this? Did he have another way to turn the tide of battle even from this dire situation? No matter what Yang Kai was up to, Di Wu wouldn't let him use any more tricks. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, Di Wu exerted strength into his hand and stabbed it further into the former's chest. If he could pierce just a finger length deeper, he could tear apart Yang Kai's heart. To an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai, having his heart destroyed might not be a lethal blow, but it would still be a severe injury. But just as Di Wu exerted his strength, a large hand grabbed his wrist and firmly held him in place. In terms of cultivation, a pseudo-royal lord was indeed stronger than an 8th Order Master like Yang Kai. However, in terms of raw physical power, a pseudo-divine dragon like Yang Kai surpassed Di Wu by a wide margin. Therefore, how could Di Wu move when he was restrained in such close proximity to Yang Kai? Although Di Wu had been stopped, he wasn't flustered. He clenched his other fist and threw a punch at Yang Kai's face. Before his fist could reach its target though, it too was seized by Yang Kai. A pseudo-royal lord and a pseudo-divine dragon were now standing face to face at arm's length from one another, locked in mortal combat. Chapter 5640, Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Di Wu was entirely at a disadvantage because Yang Kai had the absolute upper hand when it came to physical strength. The excruciating pain coming from Di Wu's wrist was something he had never experienced before. Next time, don't make others wait so long. Yang Kai bellowed before headbutting Di Wu. The aggressive force was like the whole world was coming at him, making Di Wu feel dizzy and almost disperse the black ink strength he had gathered inside him. The sudden change rendered the 4 territory lords dumbfounded. Originally they thought that this would be an easy kill for Di Wu, but the results shocked them. In their flustered state, the territory lords didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly attacked Yang Kai with their secret techniques, trying to save Di Wu. A series of explosions sounded across the ancestral land. Since the light barrier protecting Yang Kai had been torn open by Di Wu, Yang Kai had to take on consecutive attacks from the territory lords with his own body. Although he had his own layer of protection from his world force, resisting the attacks was difficult. His body was instantly battered and he kept spitting out golden blood. "Are you done? I've been enduring you all for too long." Yang Kai roared. Suddenly, a pair of bright but also strange patterns appeared on the back of Yang Kai's hands. They were the great sun and moon marks. An extremely mysterious force appeared from within the marks, which then began permeating out across the ancestral land. In an instant, tiny wisps of light flew out from the small stone race corpses. Those lights were either pure yellow or blue. When they first began appearing, there weren't that many at a glance, but in the blink of an eye, the ground and sky were densely packed with a sea of blue and yellow covering the entire battlefield. Some 3 million small stone race soldiers had died in this vast land over the past few days, and if Di Wu had observed carefully enough, he would have noticed that these small stone race soldiers had 2 different characteristics. There were even numbers of Great Sun Small Stone Race and Great Moon Small Stone Race. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had spent years painstakingly nurturing these special beings with their power, and with the Small Stone Race's nature of devouring and refining resources to grow themselves and breed new clansmen, it could be said that they were now living yellow and blue crystals, although less pure than the real ones. They had the purest form of yang and yin energy contained inside them. Despite being smashed, this pure energy hadn't dissipated, and if other small stone race members came across this place, they could devour the corpses of their fallen brethren to continue growing stronger. These 3 million small stone race soldiers weren't sacrificed in vain. Since deciding to summon the small stone race, Yang Kai had been planning for this very moment. Never would the Black Ink clan have thought that the dead small stone race could still have such great power even after death. After all, there were only a dozen or so divine spirits who had the great sun and moon marks, and none of them had shown such mysterious techniques before on the battlefield. Di Wu thought he had been careful enough, but the reality was that he would never be able to understand just how cunning humans could be. When he recovered from his dizzy state, the 2-tone lights he saw around him made alarm bells ring in his head, and he was once again reminded of the time when Yang Kai trashed the no-return pass. The black ink strength inside Di Wu surged madly as he desperately wanted to escape from Yang Kai's grasp. At the same time he yelled, "Let go!" Too late. Yang Kai snarled while using all his strength to activate the 2 marks on the backs of his hands. At that instant, the yellow and blue lights merged, causing the 2 colors to disappear instantly and transform into the purest white light. The light gradually condensed into a ball that rapidly expanded across the battlefield, like a great rising sunday. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment, and under cover of the intense purifying light, the scattered black ink strength and black ink clouds formed from the massive amount of black ink clansmen killed in this battle were instantly vaporized. It was as if they had never existed before. On the other hand, the surviving black ink clansmen felt like ants that had been thrown into boiling oil, screaming and struggling, but unable to resist the erosion of the purifying light at all. The black ink strength inside their bodies quickly dissolved and their auras grew fainter. Those weaker ones were soon killed on the spot, while the stronger ones were barely clinging to life. At the same time, the 4 territory lords fired more secret techniques at Yang Kai, but these attacks were severely weakened by the purifying light and lost at least half of their power by the time they hit their mark. Not only that, but the territory lords were also enduring the pain of having their bodies literally melting as the purifying light invaded them, destroying their very foundation. As for Di Wu, who was right in front of Yang Kai, he was experiencing the worst of these effects. Since he was the strongest and was literally being held down by Yang Kai, the place he was standing was where the purifying light was the most intense. At this moment, the pseudo-royal lord was like a melting candle. The jet-black ink strength was continuously flowing out of his body, which would then be neutralized by the purifying light. Fortunately for Di Wu, he had mustered all his strength and pushed the knife hand being gripped by Yang Kai further into the latter's chest just before Yang Kai activated the purifying light. Although Yang Kai wasn't willing, he was forced to let go at that last moment and quickly put some distance between them to avoid his heart being pierced through. Now that Di Wu wasn't being restrained, he immediately flew into the sky, desperately wanting to escape the area being enveloped by purifying light. At that moment, space suddenly became extremely viscous and simultaneously felt like it was being stretched out infinitely. It was only for a moment, but it was still torturous for Di Wu. It only took 3 breaths of time for the blast of purifying light to dissipate, but during that short moment, the Black Ink clan had suffered a terrifying loss. Di Wu finally escaped the space binding and charged out of the area being encased by purifying light, but when he looked down he felt devastated. The tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers that had survived the previous slaughter were now reduced to less than 2,000 by the intense purifying light. However, even these survivors were like flickering candles in the wind, at risk of being snuffed out at any moment. As for the 4 territory lords who had formed the 4 symbols formation, all 4 of their auras had disappeared. Soon, Di Wu saw Yang Kai covered in blood, and in his hand was a huge head. That head belonged to one of the territory lords, and the expression on its face was filled with reluctance and disbelief. Obviously, this territory lord never expected their originally advantageous situation to suddenly make a huge turn for the worse. Yang Kai was cornered and at his limit, but he suddenly regained control of the entire situation in the blink of an eye and even had the time, while Di Wu was escaping, to kill the 4 weakened and stunned territory lords who were being tortured by the purifying light to the point of wanting to die. Yang Kai seriously injured a true royal lord by sacrificing 2 million small stone race soldiers back at the no-return pass. Today 3 million small stone race had died here, so how could mere innate territory lords withstand the resulting burst of purifying light? Moreover, there was also suppression from the ancestral land. If Yang Kai targeted them in such a situation, where they couldn't even access 50% of their maximum strength, they were still doomed even if they had formed a battle formation. When the 4 eyes suddenly met, Di Wu once again felt hopeless and terrified. He came here in full confidence, but suddenly discovered after this huge battle that perhaps killing Yang Kai was an impossible task. At that moment he suddenly had the urge to retreat. Now there's only the 2 of us. Yang Kai casually tossed the head away as if he were throwing out the trash. When compared, Yang Kai's injuries were definitely more serious than Di Wu's. His soul was constantly throbbing and his body was completely battered. Even so, Di Wu's mental state right now was far worse than Yang Kai's. Yang Kai looked at Di Wu with his deep, cold eyes while asking, "Are you ready to die, Sir Royal Lord?" However, Di Wu just turned around and made a mad dash while yelling, "Open the Grand Array." Since the heaven-sealing earth-locking 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array was still active, he couldn't escape without it first being opened. Once he gave the command, a crack appeared on the Grand Array, and Di Wu immediately charged at it like lightning. But when it came to speed, none could match Yang Kai. Di Wu felt his sight blur for a moment before he saw Yang Kai already blocking the opening while looking down at him. This scene stunned the Black Ink disciples and territory lords managing the Great Array, and they didn't know what to do. With this strong opponent blocking his only path of escape, Di Wu steeled himself and gathered all his strength to form a black ink cloud before charging at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lifted his hands, and a great sun ascended into the sky as a golden crow cawed. At the same time, the full moon rose into the air, bathing the world in its icy glow. The mysterious scene of the sun and moon rising together reappeared, and Yang Kai stood below them like a deity. Both Yang Kai's trump cards of borrowing strength from the ancestral land and the small stone race army were just external aids, while the one he displayed right now was wholly his own. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. That was a secret technique only Yang Kai could perform because it was the extreme fusion of both the Tao of Space and Tao of Time. Even though Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi could also stimulate the mysterious spacetime strength, they were still two individuals and could never truly comprehend the essence of this esoteric power. Since Yang Kai had first comprehended this secret technique, he had used it many times in battle against enemies he couldn't defeat through conventional means, and it had not disappointed him before. However, he had never been able to call upon it so smoothly and with such ease as he did today. Before now, his attainments in the Tao of Space had always been higher than his attainments in the Tao of Time. Even though he could still use the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, since one of the two grand Taos that it was formed from was stronger than the other, the technique had always been unbalanced. It was only after he came to the ancestral land this time and his attainments in both grand Taos reached a balance that something had changed. The Sun and Moon began orbiting around Yang Kai as time and space principles permeated the air. These two principal strengths then began fusing together, creating a new spacetime strength. Everything happened incredibly smoothly. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai gained an epiphany. Time and space were originally two interdependent principles, so when they fused and integrated, they were just returning to their natural state. Space without time was like a tree without roots or a river without a source, and time without space was only a vast emptiness that had no substance to it. Time was the imprint of space and space was the carrier and root of time. After millennia of studying and comprehending both the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space, Yang Kai was finally showing signs of gaining true understanding and mastery of them. This newfound enlightenment had immediate tangible benefits in how the Sun and Moon Divine Will manifested. Originally, the Sun and Moon Divine Will took the form of a great sun and the full moon rapidly spiraling towards each other as they shot forth, blasting out waves of spacetime strength as they flew forward. But now that Yang Kai had gained a deeper understanding of spacetime, the Sun and Moon were able to fuse entirely and turned into a mysterious seal that was one half great sun and one half full moon. This seal was not nearly as dazzling and awe-inspiring as the original Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but it was actually far more profound as it had condensed all the power which had been blasting out into a single point. With unstoppable momentum, the seal fiercely slammed into the black ink cloud that Di Wu was hiding within. Chapter 5641 Your End Has Come. The black ink cloud was destroyed, revealing Di Wu's figure, before the Sun and Moon Divine Seal slammed into Di Wu's face and silently entered his body. Di Wu instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning, and his body visibly shook. When the profound spacetime strength exploded, it was like a million tiny millstones began grinding inside him, causing his pseudo-royal lord aura to weaken at breakneck speed. At the same time, Di Wu could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The strange strength inside him felt like innumerable sharp daggers slicing into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. What is this divine ability? Di Wu was absolutely terrified. The newly formed Sun and Moon Divine Seal wasn't as imposing or overbearing as the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but it was far more deadly. After all, the seal was the result of Yang Kai's comprehension after balancing the Tao of Time and Tao of Space, so it was impossible for it not to have improved. The power of this new divine ability didn't disappoint Yang Kai. Di Wu's aura constantly weakening was the best evidence of its efficacy. At first, the ancestral land already had a trace of suppression on Di Wu's strength, and after being bathed in rich purifying light, Di Wu lost a huge amount of his strength, affecting his foundation. He was not a real royal lord but a pseudo-royal lord that was created through the Source fusion technique. Previously, at the No-Return Pass, the royal lord had been struck by a similar blast of purifying light, and although he was injured seriously and had 10% of his heritage wiped away, his foundation remained stable. It was a different case for Di Wu because once his pseudo-royal lord foundation, which was already unstable, was affected, there was a huge possibility that he would fall back into the innate territory lord realm. He couldn't accept that, and the royal lord wouldn't forgive him if that happened. The Black Ink clan had paid an enormous price to create a pseudo-royal lord, which was why Di Wu chose to escape in the end. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had blocked his escape. Now that he was struck with the Sun and Moon Divine Seal, Di Wu's already weakened pseudo-royal lord foundation finally reached the point of rupturing. At that moment, dense and viscous black ink strength began pouring out of his body, but it wasn't by his own doing. Instead, it was a sign of his inability to control his own strength. Di Wu's expression became extremely pained. He was using all his strength to suppress the rioting strength inside his body, but the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was still wantonly destroying him from the inside, so how could Di Wu succeed? When Yang Kai noticed Di Wu's state, he was puzzled but didn't think too much of it. He summoned the Azure Dragon Spear again and stared coldly at Di Wu. "Sir Royal Lord, your end has come, suffer death." Those words Di Wu had spoken before were returned to him. Who would have thought that their situations would make a complete turnaround after just a few days? Once those words were spoken, Yang Kai thrust his spear at Di Wu. When the light from the spear bloomed, a myriad of Tao strengths wove together, giving the spear an unstoppable momentum. Di Wu roared madly as he counterattacked, and the two figures instantly became entangled with each other. Even with the suppression from the ancestral land, and after being weakened by purifying light and the Sun and Moon Divine Seal, Di Wu still had the strength to fight. However, his strength was constantly slipping away, and as time passed, he would only become feebler. Once his pseudo-royal lord foundation fully cracked, he would return to his original territory lord state. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the royal lord before him, he noticed the madly decreasing black ink strength and thought that this newly advanced royal lord did not seem to have a stable foundation. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. When Yang Kai first met this royal lord, he didn't have any intention of fighting him because he knew he wasn't a royal lord's opponent. Fighting such a strong enemy would only make things difficult for him with minimal chances of success. However, a series of accidents changed the battle and caused it to escalate to this point. On the other hand, Di Wu was not an unbeatable royal lord anymore. He was now an enemy that could be killed. While the two of them were fighting, several powerful auras approached from all directions. They were the innate territory lords managing the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array. They noticed the situation had grown dire and came to help. If Di Wu died here, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the royal lord after returning. Therefore, they couldn't stand by and watch as Di Wu was killed. Moreover, there were 12 of them, so if they worked together with Di Wu, they wouldn't need to be afraid of Yang Kai. There was only one problem with their plan. Without them powering the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array, the heaven-sealing earth-locking effect would disappear, so no one would be able to stop Yang Kai if he decided to escape. In other words, the moment they decided to stop operating this grand array, their mission to surround and kill Yang Kai had basically failed. But at this moment they couldn't care too much about it because if Di Wu died, it would be meaningless to keep the grand array running. After all, Yang Kai could easily break through it. This grand array was sealing an extremely vast region, so it wasn't very sturdy. The aura from the many territory lords approaching was very obvious, so Di Wu and Yang Kai could sense them coming. Di Wu's flustered expression calmed down slightly, probably because he thought he had a chance to survive, but at the same time he felt a little humiliated. He was a pseudo-royal lord, and he led so many innate territory lords here to kill Yang Kai, but still failed. Not only did he lose 1,000,000 soldiers and 8 innate territory lords, but he was also heavily injured to the point of his foundation almost rupturing. In the end, he still had to rely on the other territory lords to come to his rescue. Now, he didn't even know how he would explain himself to the royal lord after returning to the no-return pass. It seemed like he didn't need to explain anything. Just as his expression calmed down, it changed again because a small universe portal suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai and a large number of 1,000-meter-tall figures leapt out one after another. Small stone race masters. In an instant, nearly 300 of these 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters appeared, each of them radiating extremely imposing auras that made it obvious they had the strength of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Of course, since they didn't have much sentience and acted entirely out of instinct, their combat capabilities were far lower than 8th Order Masters. Moreover, ordinary 8th Order Masters were weaker than innate territory lords. However, none of that mattered with this kind of advantage in numbers. 300 small stone race masters was an enormous lineup. All the remaining Black Ink clansmen were thoroughly shocked because, from what they knew, the small stone soldiers were a very special race that was difficult to nurture. After some 3,000 years of war, the small stone race had basically been wiped out. Even if there were still some, there wouldn't be many. Yang Kai summoning the 3 million small stone race soldiers was already very shocking for the Black Ink clan. Back then, Di Wu even specially observed the small stone race, trying to see whether there were any of these more powerful masters among their ranks, but he never spotted any. Since Yang Kai could summon so many small stone race, how could it be possible that he didn't hide any small stone race masters? It was just that Yang Kai didn't want to bring them out. When they witnessed so many small stone race masters appearing before them, the Black Ink clan realized their mission to surround and kill Yang Kai had failed before it even began. However, Yang Kai kept this advantage hidden and continuously used his discomfited state to give the Black Ink clan false hope. He even exposed a number of his tricks and trump cards just to grind away at the Black Ink clan's strength. At this moment he finally showed his final hidden hand, as if to spell out for them how hopeless and pitiful all their plotting truly was. 8 territory lords were dead, and a Black Ink clan army of 1 million soldiers was wiped out. Also, the pseudo-royal lord Di Wu was seriously injured and the existence of the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array was exposed. These were the losses the Black Ink clan had suffered in this battle, but what about Yang Kai? Some serious injuries? 3 million dead small stone race soldiers? Did any of that even matter? Di Wu felt both aggrieved and angry at the same time. What a scheming bastard. The instability of his state of mind caused his pseudo-royal lord foundation to falter even more. Adding on to Yang Kai's constant attacks, he knew he couldn't hold on much longer. After getting summoned, those 300 small stone race masters dispersed in all directions, roaring as they charged at the approaching 12 and 8 territory lords. The territory lords were stunned at the same time and didn't know whether to continue forward or retreat. If they continued trying to save Di Wu, they would inevitably be besieged by these small stone race masters, with each of them having to face at least 20 on their own. Even if these small stone race masters didn't have much sentience, their incredible strength wasn't easily dealt with. Once the territory lords were surrounded by these small stone race masters, death was basically guaranteed. But it wouldn't be appropriate for them to retreat either. At that instant, the territory lords were caught in a dilemma. Run! Di Wu roared through gritted teeth. Head back and report to Sir Royal Lord that Di Wu has failed his trust and deserved his death. Hearing what Di Wu said, the territory lords all turned around and ran. If they had decided to run themselves, they wouldn't have been able to explain it to the Royal Lord, but now that Di Wu had ordered them to do so, they no longer had a reason to hesitate. Meanwhile, the small stone race masters were chasing after them. Back on the battlefield, Di Wu seemed to have come to a decision after shouting his order. At first, he thought that though he was in a critical situation he still stood a chance to escape, but after the appearance of those small stone race masters, that last hope was thoroughly destroyed. When even the possibility of survival disappeared, he actually felt a sense of relief. The surging Black Ink strength inside his body that he was trying hard to suppress was now free of restraints as he roared, "Yang Kai, so what if you win against me today? This universe belongs to the Black Ink clan." At that instant, black filled the sky as the dense and fierce Black Ink strength turned into a huge tornado that was madly spinning with Di Wu in the center. Yang Kai suddenly felt pressured. He had fought against many Black Ink clansmen, killed territory lords, and even won against a royal lord, but never had he seen such a fierce and dense Black Ink strength coming from a single Black Ink clansman before. This isn't normal. At a glance, Yang Kai could see that Di Wu was about to suffer a fatal backlash from his own strength. The best choice now would be for him to escape the battlefield because it was impossible for Di Wu to maintain this state for long. However, Di Wu seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's plan. Since Di Wu had decided to use his death to show his loyalty and resolve, how could he let Yang Kai escape that easily? Since he had to die here, he would at least bring Yang Kai with him. Enough nonsense. Today either you die or I perish. Yang Kai roared while madly gathering the strength in his small universe before channeling it to his spear. Space-time strength hovered around him while the ancestral land thrummed. What was left of the ancestral strength flowed in from all directions and turned into a bright barrier around his body. As the matriarch, this was the last protection the ancestral land could give her favored son. The next moment, Yang Kai boldly charged at Di Wu. When the bright and dark lights smashed together, the entire world shook as space ruptured. Both lights exploded, enveloping 100,000 kilometers in a blinding brilliance. At that moment it seemed like time itself had ceased to flow. Chapter 5642 Asking Questions. In an instant that seemed to last millions of years, the two lights suddenly disappeared, and the violent energy calmed down, signaling the end of the epic battle. Yang Kai coughed up a large mouthful of blood as his consciousness blurred. Thanks to the Azure Dragon Spear, he barely remained standing. Despite doing his best to seal the gaping hole in his chest by tightening his muscles, the wound was reopened and blood was now pouring out. Not far before him, Di Wu was standing with his head held high, but his body was completely battered and full of wounds. Black Ink strength would occasionally spurt from his wounds, but even that had lost the powerful momentum it used to have and seemed quite weak. His royal lord aura had already weakened long ago, and his vitality was almost gone. Completely unshackling his rupturing pseudo-royal lord foundation had caused a lethal backlash, so how could he possibly survive? However, he wasn't dead yet. Creakingly turning his head, he stared at Yang Kai with blurry eyes filled with mixed emotions before gathering the last of his strength to chant, "Black Ink Eternal." Then his body fell with a thud, kicking up the dust around him. Just like that, his aura completely disappeared. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't sure Di Wu was dead, so he forced himself to remain conscious as he stumbled over to Di Wu. After giving the corpse a few hard stabs with the Azure Dragon Spear and confirming that Di Wu was gone, Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood and cursed. "Black Ink Eternal, my ass." He had heard that saying for thousands of years, but never saw the Black Ink clan dominating the universe. The human race was not dead yet, so the Black Ink clan could forget about being eternal as long as Yang Kai remained alive. While supporting himself with the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai slowly sat down on the ground, regulating his obviously disordered power and activating the power of his dragon vein to heal his injuries. His gaze was still slightly unfocused. Having been locked in a very intense battle for several days and having been constantly thinking of ways to deceive and lure out the Black Ink clan, he had exhausted both his mental and physical strength. The injury to his soul was still there, and it would require a long recovery time before it could be fully restored. He also suffered a lot of injuries to his body during this battle. At that instant, he seemed to have forgotten why he came to the ancestral land in the first place. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered he had come here to seek out clues about the primordial light. Fortunately, his journey had been fruitful. Even though there were still some mysteries surrounding the primordial light, Yang Kai had learned its history. Then he continued to cultivate in the ancestral land for 300 years, during which time his dragon vein was greatly refined. Then he proceeded to kill 8 innate territory lords and a royal lord. No matter which angle he looked at it from, this trip to the ancestral land was a very rewarding one. The only thing that would have made it even better was if he wasn't in such a terrible state. Yang Kai didn't rest for long though, because the 300 small stone race masters were still chasing after those escaping innate territory lords. Although it was probably impossible for the small stone race to catch up to those territory lords, Yang Kai still needed to oversee their situation. 300 small stone race masters were a huge war asset, and if Yang Kai didn't go retrieve them, given the small stone race's nature, they would most likely get lost or even destroy each other. So, no matter what, he had to get those small stone race masters back. Yang Kai only slightly adjusted his breathing before getting up and dragging his extremely tired body to manipulate space principles and shoot away. Just as he expected, the small stone race masters didn't manage to catch up with the innate territory lords. Innate territory lords were already very powerful, and if they were determined to escape, the small stone race wouldn't be able to do anything about it. While Yang Kai moved throughout the void, picking up batch after batch of scattered small stone race masters, he chanced upon a surprise. Since the 12 innate territory lords powering the Grand Array had already escaped, the small stone race weren't able to catch them. Yang Kai didn't intend to chase them either, because those territory lords couldn't hide forever. There was bound to come a day when Yang Kai would settle accounts with them. On the other hand, the few 7th Order Black Ink disciples that came with the Black Ink clan weren't able to escape as quickly because their strength was far lower. Therefore, they were still being chased by the small stone race masters. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, those 7th Order Black Ink disciples were badly beaten up. If Yang Kai had come any later, the small stone race would have killed them. The moment those Black Ink disciples saw Yang Kai, they began calling for help as if they saw their savior. To the Black Ink clan, Black Ink disciples would forever be slaves, but there were also times when the Black Ink clan needed these Black Ink disciples to do something for them that they weren't capable of. Therefore, they wouldn't kill Black Ink disciples at will. To the humans, if they encountered Black Ink disciples, those capable of taking them on would do their best to capture them alive rather than kill them. That was because the humans now had a method to save these Black Ink disciples. In other words, Black Ink disciples could survive among both races. The 7th Order Black Ink disciples could not escape from the small stone race masters' pursuit, but there was little they could do other than go all out, as their loyalty was currently to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai naturally didn't make things difficult for them and summoned the great sun and moon marks to retrieve the small stone race masters. After that, he used purifying light to dispel the Black Ink strength from within those Black Ink disciples. Without Black Ink strength affecting their minds, the Black Ink disciples regained their true nature and hung their heads in shame. The leader among the 7th Order Black Ink disciples, the old man, cupped his fist at Yang Kai while sweating. This old man and his companions have committed a great crime. Please punish us, sir. Every Black Ink disciple who was freed from the influence of Black Ink strength would have such thoughts. When they recalled their actions while being Black Ink disciples, it all seemed like a nightmare that they couldn't understand or accept. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai assured them, "You didn't act willingly, so you don't have to blame yourselves. If you still feel ashamed, return to the battlefield and kill more enemies." The several 7th Order Open Heaven Masters nodded and agreed. "Wait for me at the border of the ancestral land. I have some questions I want to ask you," Yang Kai ordered. The old man replied, "Yes, sir." After saying that, the 7th Order Masters shot towards the ancestral land while Yang Kai continued searching for the small stone race masters. Yang Kai spent more than 10 days scouring the entire shattered heaven but still couldn't find all the small stone race masters he summoned, but in the end he did a count and found that about 10 were missing. He had no idea whether the innate territory lords killed them or if they had simply gotten lost. That was a regretful discovery because each small stone race master was equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a pity to lose 10 of them. But Yang Kai could do nothing about it because that was how the small stone race was. They had simple sentience and acted according to their instincts. Yang Kai didn't have any other choice but to summon those small stone race masters before he could tame or refine them because he needed them to block the incoming innate territory lords. In conclusion, if he hadn't gone to visit Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and gotten so many small stone race soldiers before coming here, he would have been in a dangerous situation. When Yang Kai returned to the ancestral land, his face still looked pale and the throbbing pain in his soul was still evident. The several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were waiting for him and came over as soon as they sensed his return. Raising his hand, Yang Kai skipped the formalities with them and got straight to the point. "Have you all been staying at the No Return Pass?" The eldest 7th Order Master, the old man, nodded. "Yes. We all had some talent in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, so we were specially sent to the No Return Pass after being corrupted. The Black Ink clan there seemed to be particularly interested in humans like us." After a short pause, the old man elaborated shamefully, "The heaven-sealing earth-locking 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array was also created by us. After Sir made a name for yourself on the profound Nether Territory battlefield back then, the Royal Lord ordered us to come up with a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array that could be used to deal with you. Previously, there were some Black Ink clansmen who reported to the Royal Lord that you were in the ancestral land and seemed to be immersed in cultivation. Therefore, the Royal Lord thought it was a good opportunity and ordered several innate territory lords to bring us here to set up the grand array." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Even though he didn't get a chance to carefully investigate the so-called 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array, he could sense that it had many rough patches. If it wasn't for Di Wu pestering him, Yang Kai was confident he could have broken the grand array and eliminated its heaven-sealing earth-locking effects in short order. More importantly, 12 innate territory lords were needed to power this grand array, which was another sign that this wasn't a high-end grand array. If that was the case, these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had limited attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and might even have lower attainments than Yang Kai himself. Although Yang Kai never formally studied the Tao of Spirit Arrays, he had refined several Array Tao rivers in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, so his small universe had quite a lot of Array Tao essence in it, which meant he wasn't without any foundation in this grand Tao. "How many royal lords are there in the Black Ink clan?" Yang Kai asked. He wanted these 7th Order Masters to stay behind because he wanted to ask about this matter. An unfamiliar royal lord had suddenly appeared in the Black Ink clan. Though Yang Kai had killed that royal lord using all sorts of means, it was still a very difficult battle. After this fight, Yang Kai would have to recuperate for at least 100 or 200 years to fully restore himself. Who knows whether the Black Ink clan still has more royal lords or not? The previously Black Ink disciples looked at each other before the old man replied with a frown. "I know what Sir is worried about, but according to our knowledge, the Black Ink clan has only ever had one royal lord." "Only one?" Yang Kai was confused, but the 7th Order old man nodded and said firmly, "Only one." Yang Kai frowned as he thought these 7th Order Open Heaven Masters had spent many years at the No Return Pass, so they should know some of the Black Ink clan's details. But now, it seemed like they weren't able to get their hands on the core secrets. However, even if the Black Ink clan had hidden a royal lord, the Black Ink disciples should have heard about it. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan also knew that once the Black Ink disciples got caught by the humans, the Black Ink strength inside them would be expelled. Then, those humans would regain their consciousness, so if they knew any confidential information about the Black Ink clan, that information would probably get exposed, so perhaps they were keeping better control over vital information than Yang Kai first thought. Actually, we're confused as well. While the old man spoke, he looked at Di Wu's corpse on the far end. This Di Wu, he used to be an innate territory lord, but he somehow became a royal lord. Wait, Yang Kai interrupted him, you said this guy was an innate territory lord? Nodding, the old man explained, yes. He was an innate territory lord and one of the royal lord's confidants. The other Seventh Order masters nodded in agreement and confirmed Di Wu's identity as an innate territory lord. How is that possible? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 56-43 Speculation. All innate territory lords were born from the primordial heaven source grand restriction and were directly created by Mo. It was also common knowledge that innate territory lords could never advance to become royal lords. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the mysteries of the creation force, he did know that each innate territory lord was born with more powerful strength than an ordinary territory lord. Mo must have used some kind of strange means to stimulate their full potential, completely exhausting it, causing them to be unable to gain more strength afterwards. No one knew where the news came from, but the humans believed it. In fact, it had been more than 3,000 years since the battle outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, yet even with so many innate territory lords, there was never any news about one of them becoming a royal lord. But the matter they thought was impossible had happened now. Yang Kai felt his heart sink. It wouldn't be too concerning if this was a special case, but if the Black Ink clan did have some sort of way to make innate territory lords into royal lords, the situation between the two races would change drastically, with the humans being at a huge disadvantage. Also, he didn't believe the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in front of him were lying because, as fellow humans, there was no need to joke about such things. Just as he was thinking about this matter, the Seventh Order old man added, "Sir, you don't have to worry too much about this. According to this old man's observations, while the Black Ink clan has a way of making innate territory lords into royal lords, it must not be easy to accomplish. There must be a huge price to pay." Why would you say that? Yang Kai was taken aback. The old man thought back on his memories before explaining, about 300 years ago, I recall something strange happening at the no-return pass, but we weren't allowed to roam freely so I couldn't go and investigate. Over about a month or so, a large number of innate territory lords entered one specific high-rank Black Ink nest, but never came back out. It was like they vanished from existence. Di Wu was the last one to enter that Black Ink nest. After that, we were ordered to come here together with 20 territory lords and arrange the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. However, 2 years later, Di Wu appeared here as a royal lord. Although these Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't know about the Black Ink clan source fusion technique, there was quite a commotion when the innate territory lords were performing this technique, so they naturally sensed something was happening. However, as Black Ink disciples they had no right to pry, otherwise they would have known a lot more. When Yang Kai heard what the old man said, he frowned. It seemed like there was a sudden change in the Black Ink clan that the humans didn't know about, or in other words, the Black Ink clan possessed some kind of technique unknown to the humans that they had never used before. In addition, this technique allowed an innate territory lord to become a royal lord. That was enough to make alarm bells ring in Yang Kai's head. There was only Di Wu this time, but if there had been another royal lord, Yang Kai might not have been able to win despite all his powerful trump cards. How many innate territory lords entered that high-rank Black Ink nest back then? Yang Kai asked. The old man replied, at least a dozen. Another Seventh Order master interrupted them, if I'm not mistaken, before Di Wu, there should have been 13. If we include Di Wu it would make 14. Frowning, Yang Kai exclaimed, 14. Calming down, Yang Kai began thinking about the situation more carefully. After a long time he spoke up, if what you said is true, could the Black Ink clan have some sort of technique that is similar to a sacrificial ceremony, using the high-rank Black Ink nest to gather the strength from many innate territory lords to create a royal lord? Even though Yang Kai's estimations weren't entirely correct, he wasn't far from the truth. Technically speaking, the source fusion technique and sacrificial ceremonies were still different. It was just that the more innate territory lords performing the source fusion technique inside a high-rank Black Ink nest, the greater the chances of success. The Seventh Order old man nodded, That is what this old man thinks too. Then Yang Kai suddenly realized something. No wonder. Before, he kept having the feeling that Di Wu's performance as a royal lord was underwhelming. Di Wu clearly had the raw power of a royal lord, but he wasn't able to utilize it smoothly, resulting in him only being able to display about 70% to 80% of his full strength. In the last moments of the battle, Di Wu even suffered backlash from his own strength, which should have been impossible unless he used some kind of forbidden technique. Yang Kai originally thought that Di Wu's condition was because he was a new royal lord and wasn't familiar with controlling his new strength, but what if the truth was like what he had just guessed? Di Wu didn't become a royal lord through his own cultivation, but through some strange technique. He had suddenly gained a massive increase in strength, but that strength didn't belong to him, which was why he had difficulty using it. If that were true, the situation might not be as bad as Yang Kai feared. Though it wasn't clear whether sacrificing 14 territory lords to create a royal lord like Di Wu was a loss or gain for the Black Ink clan, it did give hope to the Black Ink clan in killing him while he was cultivating in the ancestral land. That was why the royal lord decided to use this hidden technique. If the Black Ink clan could kill Yang Kai, that sacrifice would be worth it. Sending out one royal lord, 20 territory lords, a few Black Ink disciples, and a 1,000,000-soldier Black Ink clan army clearly showed how determined the Black Ink clan was, but how could they have expected that Yang Kai alone could force the Black Ink clan to abandon everything and flee? Also, even the new royal lord Di Wu had also lost his life in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. The Black Ink clan had a lot of innate territory lords at the start of the war, but there wouldn't be many of them left now. Innate territory lords were very powerful, and ordinary 8th Order masters couldn't easily deal with them. Therefore, the utility of a dozen or so innate territory lords on the battlefield was definitely higher than one defective royal lord. While thinking so, Yang Kai felt more relieved. Even if the Black Ink clan used that technique to make another royal lord, it wouldn't affect the overall situation too much. At the very least, it wouldn't reach the point of suppressing the humans. Then Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and said, "This matter is quite important, so I need you all to head over to the Supreme Headquarters and provide them with a full report." Even though this matter didn't change the overall situation much, the humans still had to take precautions. What if a few royal lords suddenly appeared on one of the battlefields? If that happened, the humans would definitely suffer a huge loss. Therefore, it was necessary to report this matter to the Supreme Headquarters as soon as possible. "We would be glad to do so." The 7th Order old man cupped his fist and moved to leave. "Wait, there's no hurry to leave." Yang Kai stopped them. "It's a long journey there and there will be dangers along the way. Although the two races are still abiding by the peace agreement, there's no telling whether the Black Ink clan will make a move after this incident. If they do decide to break the treaty, there would be nothing restricting them. I'll give you all a small stone race master each so that you can refine them and use them for protection." While saying so, he waved his hand and summoned a few small stone race masters. Since the great sun and moon marks were inhibiting them, the few small stone race masters remained docile for the moment. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters were ecstatic and thanked Yang Kai. Then they each found one small stone race master and began taming them. With these small stone race masters protecting them, they wouldn't be vulnerable even if they encountered a couple of territory lords. Actually, Yang Kai could personally make the trip to the Supreme Headquarters and bring the 7th Order masters with him, but his injuries hadn't recovered yet. Therefore, he had to treat them immediately. Moreover, he suffered a huge loss after being ambushed by the Black Ink clan, so how could he be willing to let this matter slide? Even though the Black Ink clan suffered a huge loss in the end, that was because Yang Kai had many trump cards. If Yang Kai was unlucky this time, he might already be dead. Since the Black Ink clan dared to offend him, they should be ready for his retaliation. While the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters tamed the small stone race masters, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and began healing his injuries. After the battle, the ancestral land had returned to its former peaceful state. However, Yang Kai could sense that the heritage accumulated by the ancestral land over many millennia was almost depleted because of him. First, it was because he had been cultivating here for 300 years, constantly absorbing massive amounts of ancestral strength, which helped his dragon form grow to 99,999 meters long. After that, he engaged in a massive battle with the Black Ink clan and borrowed strength from the ancestral land, further exhausting the ancestral strength. To the ancestral land, who resembled a kind and gentle matriarch, Yang Kai was like a black sheep son who spent almost all her wealth in a short time. But Yang Kai also knew that this was inevitable because, During that life-or-death situation, the ancestral land's full support allowed him to use the ancestral strength as constant protection to block off the bulk of the powerful attacks he faced. Without the protection from the ancestral strength, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a protracted battle against such powerful enemies. Fortunately, this situation didn't greatly affect the ancestral land. The birth of the ancestral land was because the primordial light had landed here. When that happened, the originally ordinary continent became the source of all divine spirits. Therefore, this land would be forever indestructible. With enough time, the ancestral land could restore its heritage. It might need thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years for that to happen, but it would eventually happen. There would be a time when the ancestral land would be restored to its former glory, but all of that hinged on the human race defeating the Black Ink clan. If the humans failed, the ancestral land would no longer exist. 2 months later, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters finished refining their small stone race companions. Their cultivation was much lower than those of small stone race masters, so it took them quite a while to tame them. However, despite having tamed them, it was difficult for the Seventh Order Masters to fully control those small stone race masters and could only order them with basic commands. Once these small stone race masters moved too far away from them, the Seventh Order Masters would lose control of them. They all gathered before Yang Kai, who opened his eyes and retrieved several dozen world beads. These world beads were made by Yang Kai sacrificing small parts of his small universe to refine. Although it affected him somewhat, the damage wasn't too substantial. Moreover, with the World Tree clone assisting him, the damage would gradually be repaired. After giving those world beads to the Seventh Order Masters, he exhorted, "Every bead contains a sealed world with 4 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters and 500,000 small stone race soldiers." The Seventh Order Masters drew in a sharp breath after hearing this. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 beads containing such an army, as they had already witnessed Yang Kai summoning some 300 small stone race masters earlier while operating the Grand Array. The point was that every bead also included 500,000 small stone race soldiers. That number was terrifying because Yang Kai had given them about 50 world beads. Wouldn't that mean there were 25 million small stone race soldiers? That was a huge force, and if they introduced all of them to the various Great Territory battlefields, it could shift the balance between the humans and Black Ink clan. Chapter 5644 Conspiracy. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters solemnly received and carefully put away the several dozen world beads. Then Yang Kai told them, "If you encounter a Black Ink clan army, just use the small stone race soldiers to kill them. There's no need to worry about preserving them if it's going to cost you your lives." Even though the small stone race soldiers and the world beads weren't tamed, they still retained their basic instincts, so they would try to kill any Black Ink clansmen they encountered. With the protection from so many small stone race soldiers and masters, these Seventh Order Masters could safely return to human territory. After thanking Yang Kai again, the Seventh Order Masters left. Yang Kai watched until the Seventh Order Masters disappeared from his sight before withdrawing his attention and diving deep into the ancestral land to focus on healing his injuries. At the same time, in the No Return Pass main hall, the Royal Lord was sitting on his throne of bones with a gloomy expression. Below him were 12 guilty-looking innate territory lords with their heads bowed. The atmosphere inside the Grand Hall was silent and depressing, and the many innate territory lords on both sides of the hall wore differing expressions. The only similarity was the look of disbelief on all their faces. When they heard that the mission to kill Yang Kai had failed, the Black Ink clan masters were all shocked. A pseudo-royal lord had led 20 innate territory lords and had help from a heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, all just to kill a single Eighth Order master. How could they have failed? This mission was supposed to be an easy success, and the Black Ink clan wouldn't have even attempted it if they weren't fully confident. But they had failed. Not only did they fail, but the Black Ink clan suffered enormous losses. The deaths of 8 innate territory lords weren't too heartbreaking considering the human killing star had killed far more than 8 innate territory lords already. But Diwu was dead as well. That was the first pseudo-royal lord the Black Ink clan had ever created through the Source fusion technique. When the many innate territory lords heard this news, they were all terrified. Had Yang Kai grown that much stronger? At that moment, the territory lords were worried as they wondered if even a pseudo-royal lord wasn't enough to deal with Yang Kai anymore. If that was true, did it mean that the royal lord would have to take action personally for there to even be a chance at success? The depressing atmosphere was like an approaching storm, causing the territory lords to feel suffocated. Meanwhile, The silent glare from the royal lord on his throne made the few territory lords below feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. "Waste. All of you." The royal lord roared, "Diwu, that stupid piece of shit. I trusted him so much, yet he went and got himself killed by an 8th order human? How could he be so useless?" In the meantime, the territory lords maintained their silence because they didn't dare to interrupt while the royal lord was raging. Above them, the royal lord had risen to his feet and continuously cursed and reprimanded the 12 territory lords that had just returned and the dead Diwu. His aggressive aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on the territory lords to the point that they couldn't breathe. Only after a long tirade did the royal lord calm down and through gritted teeth snarl, "Report every detail of what had happened to me." Even though it pained him to suffer such a huge loss, and he hated Diwu for being useless, this incident had already happened. At the very least he should know what went wrong during this plan and how Yang Kai, a mere 8th order master, was able to kill a pseudo-royal lord. Immediately, the 12 territory lords began talking one after another as they told the royal lord what happened after Diwu arrived at the ancestral land. Of course, they skipped over the 300 years they were waiting for Yang Kai to come out because nothing worth mentioning happened during that time. When the territory lords on both sides of the Grand Hall heard that Yang Kai could now use his mysterious soul secret technique to hit 5 targets, and even kill 4 territory lords in rapid succession while being trapped inside the Grand Array, their expressions immediately changed. It seems like the killing star's strength has indeed grown. He wasn't capable of this 2,000 years ago. Meanwhile, the royal lord could roughly guess the rest of the story after hearing that Yang Kai summoned a massive batch of small stone ray soldiers. Back when Yang Kai came to the no-return pass, he had also summoned a large small stone race army to deal with him. Diwu should also have known about this, but this was the first time the Black Ink clan learned that even after those small stone race soldiers died, they could still be used by Yang Kai. As a result, all the surviving Black Ink clansmen, including Diwu, were enveloped in an intense burst of purifying light that dramatically diminished their strength. The Black Ink clan fell into an irreversible disadvantage in the battle after that. After listening to the full story, the royal lord's expression was dark as a storm cloud, while the uninvolved territory lords felt slightly relieved. The territory lords thought that Yang Kai was now strong enough to kill a pseudo-royal lord, but now it seemed like the main reason Diwu failed was that Yang Kai had many coincidental advantages on his side, especially when it came to the battlefield. The divine spirit ancestral land could suppress the Black Ink clan's strength and even offered its strength and protection to Yang Kai. Such a situation greatly reduced the difference in strength between the two sides. In addition, Yang Kai was a scheming fellow who used purifying light to weaken the Black Ink clan masters and deal a crippling blow to Diwu. Now it seemed like though Yang Kai was strong, he still had obvious limits. For some unknown reason, this realization made the territory lords feel relieved. After the 12 territory lords finished reporting, they stood silently in their spot, not daring to speak. The royal lord sat back on his throne and swept his gaze across them before looking to the side. "Emonayi, what do you think?" One territory lord stepped forward, and it just so happened to be someone Yang Kai knew. It was the innate territory lord who led the operation against Yang Kai back in the Acacia territory. Later, Yang Kai faced off against this same territory lord in profound Nether territory. Emonayi was undoubtedly the most strategic and insightful of all the territory lords, which was why the royal lord decided to still use him after the humiliating incident in Acacia territory. After Diwu became a pseudo-royal lord 300 years ago, the royal lord recalled Emonayi from the front lines to serve as his right hand. First, Emonayi bowed to the royal lord before speaking. "Sir Royal Lord, I think that what we must do now is prepare for Yang Kai's retaliation." The royal lord frowned. "You think that fellow would come to the no-return pass and try to raise chaos?" Emonayi nodded heavily. "He definitely will. Although I haven't encountered him many times, everything I have observed and learned of him indicates that he is not one to simply suffer a loss. The Black Ink clan planned to deal with him in the divine spirit ancestral land while the agreement between our two races was still in effect, so he definitely won't let this matter slide. The human race needs to maintain this current situation, so he wouldn't openly break the agreement. On top of that, he knows that we will not just let him go around killing territory lords. In such a situation, his only real option to gain revenge is to attack the no-return pass." Slightly angered, the royal lord bellowed, "He dares?" He was personally overseeing the no-return pass. Even though it happened before, if Yang Kai caused a scene here again, it would mean that Yang Kai had disregarded him, a royal lord, completely. Mo Yi added, "He has always been a reckless risk-taker." The royal lord was silent because he had to agree that what Mo Yi said was justifiable. No matter what the Black Ink clan had done in the ancestral land, both races still needed to maintain the so-called agreement to ensure the overall situation. Since they needed to maintain the agreement, it was unlikely that Yang Kai would go off and kill territory lords on the various battlefields lest he forced the Black Ink clan to launch an all-out retaliatory war. That was the last thing the humans wanted right now. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan also didn't want to break the agreement because if they did, many more innate territory lords would die in the coming days. Therefore, coming to the no-return pass to make a scene was Yang Kai's only option. "When do you think he will come?" the royal lord asked. Mo Yi replied, "Within 200 years. On what basis?" Back in profound nether territory, Yang Kai would make a move every 2 years to kill territory lords. I'm guessing that the reason he took that long in between attacks was he needed time to deal with the huge backlash of using his soul-injuring technique. Every time he used it, he would need a long period to recuperate. However, this time, in the ancestral land, Yang Kai not only overused his soul technique, he also suffered numerous severe physical wounds. Although humans have an advantage when it comes to healing rate compared to our Black Ink clan, he must need at least 100 to 200 years to recuperate. After listening to the explanation, the royal lord nodded as his gloomy eyes showed appreciation. If all the innate territory lords had the same intelligence as Mo Yi, he wouldn't be so troubled. Unfortunately, most of the territory lords didn't have sharp minds, while the humans seemed to have plenty of cunning people. "Sir Royal Lord, please take the necessary precautions early. The humans might already have a new Ninth Order master," Mo Yi added. Hearing that, the royal lord turned solemn. "Is this news reliable?" Mo Yi shook his head. "The humans have established extremely strict control over any such news, and only a few higher-ups would know whether a new Ninth Order master has been born. The low-level Black Ink disciples we have converted have no way of knowing about these things. However, according to the reports I have received from the front lines, a few prominent Eighth Order masters have completely disappeared from the battlefields. Without mentioning anyone else, Xiang Shan has been missing for nearly 1,000 years now. No one knows where he is, but if he has not shown up in so long, it must be because he's trying to break through to the Ninth Order. In the worst case, he may have already succeeded and is simply remaining hidden because it is still not the time for Ninth Order masters to appear." The royal lord's expression became far gloomier when he heard this. Even though the Black Ink clan had always prided themselves as the mightiest army with the finest arms, never having suffered a true defeat on any of the great territory battlefields, they were constantly wary of some Eighth Order masters breaking through to become Ninth Order, as even one such master could alter the course of the war. Among those humans, the one they were most wary of was Xiang Shan. Even their worries about Yang Kai were dwarfed in comparison. After all, Yang Kai's limit was the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai was destined to come to the no-return pass and cause a ruckus, and Mo Yi just happened to mention a possible new Ninth Order master. All of that made the royal lord think about a lot of things. Many years ago, Yang Kai had come to the no-return pass alone, and though the Black Ink clan injured and repelled him, he still managed to kill a number of territory lords and destroy several high-rank Black Ink nests, which made the royal lord fly into a rage. In fact, the royal lord was still secretly frustrated about this incident even after so many years. 2,000 years later, Yang Kai had definitely become much stronger than before, and even managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord while borrowing some external aids. Yang Kai alone would be tricky to deal with, but if a new Ninth Order master came along with him, how could the no-return pass stop them? If the Black Ink clan lost a few more Black Ink nests, they would quickly find themselves at a huge disadvantage. The royal lord soon realized that he alone was not enough. He needed a helping hand. Di Wu was a good adjutant, one who was loyal and listened to orders, but unfortunately, a dead helper was worthless. The royal lord slowly turned to look at Mo Yi before gazing at the 12 territory lords that returned from the ancestral lord before making up his mind. "All of you, go and perform the source fusion." The 12 territory lords all showed shocked expressions. They didn't escape all the way back to be source fusioned into a Black Ink nest. Meanwhile, Mo Yi lowered his head as his lips undetectably curled into a slight smile. All according to plan. Chapter 56-45, Returning to the Barren Territory. Once bitten, twice shy. Yang Kai had already caused a huge scene in the no-return pass once. Thus, the royal lord would definitely be worried about Yang Kai coming back. He would not be able to protect the numerous black ink nests in the no-return pass on his own. This was not a solo life-and-death battle. Considering the strength of a royal lord, he was naturally not afraid of an 8th Order master, even if that 8th Order master had killed a pseudo-royal lord. However, if Yang Kai really appeared at the no-return pass, then his purpose would not be to fight with the royal lord nor the territory lords, but to destroy high-rank black ink nests. High-rank nests were the root of the Black Ink clan right now. The Black Ink clan army was created through the various black ink nests, and all mid and low-rank nests shared an intrinsic link to the high-rank black ink nest which spawned them. The source fusion technique also required a high-rank black ink nest to be sacrificed. Once the high-rank black ink nests were all gone, the Black Ink clan would not be able to replenish their numbers and would not be able to grow stronger. Eventually they would die out. Thus, even if the royal lord was strong, if Yang Kai avoided fighting him and instead targeted the black ink nests, it would be impossible to stop him on his own. It wasn't just that though, there was also a possible new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master the royal lord needed to be wary of. Therefore he needed assistance. He could not count on the innate territory lords and could only hope for help from a pseudo-royal lord. However, in all these years the Black Ink clan had only ever created a single pseudo-royal lord, Di Wu. Which innate territory lord did not aspire to become a pseudo-royal lord? In the anticipated final confrontation, the role innate territory lords could play would diminish significantly. Perhaps they would one day encounter a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and be killed by them. Mo Na Yi also wanted to become a pseudo-royal lord, but he was not one of the royal lord's favorites. How could he receive such benefits for no rhyme or reason? If he had such an opportunity, then it would have been him and not Di Wu who was selected in the first place. Now he had an opportunity. The other territory lords were still shocked by Yang Kai's terrifying powers, which highlighted Di Wu's incompetence. They were all intimidated by the royal lord's anger. However, through this crisis, Mo Na Yi was able to spot a light. The 12 territory lords who had escaped were how he could potentially make a breakthrough. These 12 territory lords were now considered to be guilty of serious crimes. If nothing was done, they would probably be sent to the 6 great territory battlefields by the royal lord to fight against the 8th Order humans for an extended time as punishment for their crimes. However, this was not what Mo Na Yi wanted to see. With just a few words, he was able to influence the royal lord's decision on the fate of these 12 territory lords. Throughout everything he had said, at no point did he mention any of his own ambitions. This spoke volumes of his intelligence. In contrast to Mo Na Yi's exuberance, the 12 territory lords were extremely frightened. They did not flee from the ancestral land just to be sent to perform the source fusion technique. While they could become a pseudo-royal lord if they succeeded, their hopes of success depended on the number of sacrifices before them. No one could guarantee that they would be successful. Just as Di Wu never guaranteed his success. Di Wu simply had better luck, and the accumulation from the source fusion technique was sufficient by the time it was his turn. However, the royal lord had already given the order, so they could not refuse. Don't say this king isn't giving you a chance. All of you enter the black ink nest together. Who succeeds or fails will depend on your own abilities, the royal lord said indifferently. The 12 territory lords all replied bitterly, yes. The last time the source fusion technique was performed, their 13 territory lords were sacrificed in a row before Di Wu succeeded. This time when all 12 of them entered the black ink nest together, if one territory lord had enough luck, he might be able to succeed. At least this was better than having no hope at all. The 12 territory lords left the grand hall together and found a high-rank black ink nest and entered it. Soon, many auras merged and a lot of commotion came from within the black ink nest. Half a day later, the auras began to disappear one by one until finally, 22 days later, the last one faded away. Many territory lords in the grand hall now appeared excited. If the 12 territory lords were all sacrificed, then the chances of success for the next one who entered would increase significantly. However, the territory lords knew that this opportunity would not be given to them. Many pairs of eyes looked towards Mo Na Yi, who had gained the royal lord's favor. It was most likely that the royal lord would choose him. As expected, the royal lord turned his head towards him and said, Mo Na Yi. Mo Na Yi stepped forward as he suppressed the excitement within him and replied calmly, Sir. If you were to perform the source fusion technique next, what do you think are your chances of success? Mo Na Yi pretended to ponder for a moment and then replied, 70%. The royal lord frowned slightly. Although 70% was fairly good, there were still some risks. Such a wise and resourceful territory lord like Emonayi was incredibly rare. It would be a pity if he died trying to execute the source fusion technique. As such, the royal lord called out, "Who is willing to perform the source fusion technique?" As soon as he said that, a group of territory lords became excited and all of their eyes lit up and were about to answer. But Emonayi did not give them a chance as he quickly cupped his fist and said, "Sir Royal Lord, please allow me to try." The royal lord frowned and said, "But there is still some risk. If you die from the source fusion technique." Emonayi interrupted the royal lord and quickly said, "If I am too afraid to try when I have a 70% chance, then what use could I possibly be to Sir Royal Lord in the future? Even if I were to fail, I can still lay the foundation for my other comrades to succeed, so I will die with no regrets. Sir, please give me a chance." This was a tactful statement. Originally, the other territory lords were upset with Emonayi for not letting them speak out. However, after hearing this and seeing Emonayi's sincerity, their resentment quickly dissipated. They now felt that Emonayi's dedication to the Black Ink clan's great cause was both respectable and admirable. "Please allow me, sir," Emonayi pleaded again. He would not give up this opportunity to the other territory lords no matter what happened. After all, he had meticulously planned for this moment. Although there was a risk of failure, the chance of success was decent. If the other territory lords managed to grab this opportunity, then it would be a case of desperate to cry but unable to shed any tears. The royal lord seemed to hesitate in deciding, but Emonayi had already expressed his willingness to risk his life. If the royal lord still refused now, then he would seem very biased against Emonayi. He had no choice but to nod and agree. "In that case, go ahead." Emonayi's eyes lit up with joy. "Many thanks, sir." He turned around immediately, walked out of the grand hall and entered the high-rank Black Ink nest. His aura began to fluctuate. The divine spirit ancestral land remained undisturbed for nearly 100 years before a figure finally emerged from its depths. It was Yang Kai. After 100 years of recuperating, his wounds had now completely healed. With the soul-warming lotus, even the most serious injuries to his soul could be restored, though this time it had taken quite a bit longer as the damage resulting from using 5 soul-rending thorns at once had been quite serious. Yang Kai was not only healing during the past 100 years though. He had also been reviewing his new comprehension of the grand Taos of time and space, which he benefited a lot from. If he performed the Sun and Moon Divine Seal again right now, it would be much more powerful than his previous attempt. Although he was here for more than 100 years, Yang Kai quickly realized that the ancestral land situation had not changed much and its ancestral strength was still very weak. In such an environment, even if a divine spirit was cultivating in the ancestral land, they would not benefit much. It would take a long time for this world to fully recover. Yang Kai bowed and gave a respectful salute to this world. If the ancestral land really had a will, then it must be able to feel his heartfelt gratitude. He then straightened up and took off into the sky. Yen Kai left the ancestral land, traveled across the divine ability sea, passed through the shattered heaven, entered a territory gate, and arrived at the barren territory. He did not come here to enter the no-return pass from the barren territory though. Although this route was the fastest, it was also the most dangerous. The no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan, and not only was there a royal lord stationed there was also a large number of territory lords. Yang Kai did not know the situation at the territory gate either, so if he just barged in, and there was some kind of ambush, he would have sacrificed himself for nothing. After all, he had done this before, so the Black Ink clan must have taken appropriate precautions by now. The reason why Yang Kai came to the barren territory was because he wanted to check out the situation of the Black Ink giant spirit god here. Thousands of years had passed since the battle in the barren territory. During these thousands of years, the 2 Ninth Order's old ancestors were unable to move at all. Likewise, the Black Ink giant spirit god was also unable to extricate itself. Although they were separated by the boundary wall of the Great Territories, they were literally chained to each other. At least, that was the case initially because at that time the Black Ink giant spirit god was seriously injured. It was pursued from the divine spirit ancestral land into the barren territory. Then, as it passed through the battlefield, it was bombarded by the human race army and numerous masters. Thereafter, it was attacked by numerous Ninth Order old ancestors and was severely wounded. Old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing found the opportunity to secure its arm through the territory wall between the barren territory and wind mist territory, but they were forced to remain in wind mist territory as a result. However, Yang Kai now wondered if the black ink giant spirit god had restored itself after all these years. If it was restored, the two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't restrict its movement by themselves. If this black ink giant spirit god broke free, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the human race. The human race was currently incapable of resisting a black ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai was amazed by how quiet the barren territory was when he entered. The last time Yang Kai came over, giant spirit god Aer and the other unshackled black ink giant spirit god were locked in a brutal battle that shook the entire great territory, so it was odd that everything was so calm right now. Yang Kai used his divine sense and very soon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that in a vast void, these two giant spirit gods who had been fighting for thousands of years were now entangled in a physical stalemate, one of them body-locking the other while the other headlocked the first. There was no telling when they ended up in this grappling hold, but it was clear that both had fought viciously as there were wounds all over their bodies. There were even big chunks of their flesh drifting about, looking like asteroids in the void. Chapter 56-46, Collect Some Interest. This battle had been going on for thousands of years, its two combatants evenly matched. The only one who could stand up to a black ink giant spirit god was a true giant spirit god. From what Yang Kai saw, these two giant spirit gods who had been fighting for many years would simply fight on for the rest of eternity if no external factors were introduced. Yang Kai watched them silently for a while but did not bother them. Then he turned his attention to the other black ink giant spirit god. This black ink giant spirit god was seated and slightly hunched over. Its lofty figure obscured the large void with one of its arms poking through the boundary wall. This arm was being locked down on the wind mist territory side by the two Ninth Order's masters, rendering it immobile. Originally, it had many wounds caused by the human masters and the dragon and phoenix clan leaders during the barren territory battle. Black ink strength oozed like thick mucus from those wounds. However, after all these years, the wounds on its body had been healed significantly and were no longer such a gory sight. Its injuries were slowly recovering. Yang Kai was astonished. All black ink clansmen, even royal lords, had to enter a black ink nest to recover from serious injuries, but it seemed the black ink giant spirit gods were exceptions to this rule. Although the speed of healing looked slow, it was indeed healing. Supreme Masters clearly could not be judged using common knowledge. When this black ink giant spirit god was being suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land, its aura had been completely wiped away by the omnipresent ancestral strength. A few years after it resurrected, when Yang Kai saw it next after he sent off Wu Kuang, this black ink giant spirit god's aura had clearly decreased again after suffering the final attacks of the top human and divine spirit masters. Now, however, there were no longer any severe injuries on its body and its aura was stronger. It was clear that this strange creation could heal itself. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's prying eyes, the black ink giant spirit god, who had its eyes shut to recuperate, suddenly opened them and turned its head to look at him. Invisible oppression instantly weighed down heavily on Yang Kai's shoulders, causing him to feel dwarfed by the giant. The cultivation of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a far cry from that of a giant spirit god. This was not the first time Yang Kai found himself in such a situation. When this black ink giant spirit god was revived in the divine spirit ancestral land, Yang Kai had tried to outmaneuver it. He even tried to sink it into the void, but ultimately he was powerless to do anything to it. Yang Kai steeled himself before he started organizing something in his small universe. In the distant void, the black ink giant spirit god seemed to snicker lightly before it stopped paying attention to him. To it, this insect was no more dangerous than a common fly, there was no need to pay any attention to it. What was an Eighth Order master? It did not even bat an eyelid about Ninth Order old ancestors and could only be restrained by 20 such masters. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, they opened again and he shouted loudly, "Greetings, old ancestors." His voice reached old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, who were sitting in wind mist territory, the arm of the black ink giant spirit god trapped between them like a wall. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao quickly called out, "Yang Kai, you're in the barren territory?" "Yes." Yang Kai replied as he opened his small universe portal and began to summon a small stone race army. When he was in the ancestral land, he had given several former black ink disciples some 25 million small stone race soldiers, but he still had a few million left within him. However, those small stone race soldiers that he had retained did not include any of the 1,000-meter masters. They were all ordinary small stone race soldiers who could not play too big a role in a battle against top masters. However, for him they were still the best assistants available. "What are you doing over there?" Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao asked curiously. "What is the situation of the human race right now?" Yang Kai continued to summon more small stone ray soldiers and was soon surrounded by a vast army, all while communicating. "The situation is quite stable. Old ancestors do not need to worry about anything. I'm here to collect some interest from the Black Ink clan." "Collect interest?" Wu Qing asked curiously. Yang Kai bellowed, "Two old ancestors, please be careful." "What are you going to do?" In Wind Mist territory, Wu Qing suddenly had a bad premonition. He glanced at old ancestor Xiao Xiao, and both of them became alert and raised their guard. In the barren territory, the Black Ink giant spirit god also frowned and watched Yang Kai's movements closely. Yang Kai raised his arm before swinging it down. Afterwards, a 2 million strong small stone race army swarmed towards the Black Ink giant spirit god like locusts. They did not fear death even in the face of such an overwhelming enemy like the Black Ink giant spirit god. Their sentience was low and their nature was to grow by devouring materials. Thus they did not fear death. Death was just another part of life to them. The advantage was that they were unmoving in the face of fear, but the disadvantage was they were not flexible. Once a small stone race member died in battle, however, their remains would be left behind where they fell. This kind of swarm attack was most suitable against the Black Ink giant spirit god who was immobile. The 2 million small stone race army reached the Black Ink giant spirit god in a matter of breaths. Even 2 million such soldiers, however, were insignificant compared to the giant. It was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around an elephant, annoying but not of any real threat. The Black Ink giant spirit god's vast black ink strength emerged from its body at that moment. Even royal lords and pseudo-royal lords were incomparable to it. The Black Ink giant spirit god did not know what Yang Kai was up to, but it would not let him just sit there and let him do whatever he pleased. The rich black ink strength enveloped the small stone race army like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, receded again to reveal all 2 million small stone race soldiers had perished without a single injury. Even Yang Kai did not know how the Black Ink giant spirit god killed them. "That's it?" Black Ink giant spirit god finally asked smugly. The 2 marks on the back of Yang Kai's hand began to heat up and he said fiercely, "No, this is." The Black Ink giant spirit god's smile instantly froze. The marks glowed yellow and blue, filled the void and then mingled with each other. The black ink tide, which had just receded, surged outwards again, this time in a much more aggressive manner. In the blink of an eye, a pure white light began to bloom into a huge white sundae. This mass of pure white light was 10 times more intense than the one Yang Kai tossed out in the divine spirit ancestral land. The light not only enveloped the void but it also enveloped the huge body of the Black Ink giant spirit god. The sacrifice of a mere 2 million small stone race soldiers naturally could not achieve such results. When Yang Kai was in the divine spirit ancestral land he sacrificed 3 million, but the result was less than 10% of the current power. The reason for this huge difference was that Yang Kai had made preparations this time. He distributed a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals to the small stone race members before summoning them. This time, the sacrifice was not only the residual power of the fallen 2 million small stone race soldiers, but also a literal mountain of yellow and blue crystals. In one move, Yang Kai had consumed 40% of the supplies Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had prepared for him this time. With such a huge amount of materials invested, the results were remarkable. The Black Ink giant spirit god was soon engulfed and the purifying light began seeping into its body. Black ink strength was quickly dispersed and vaporized both inside and outside of it. The Black Ink giant spirit god roared in a rage and struggled violently. In Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing finally understood why Yang Kai warned them to be careful. The 2 of them had been stuck here for around 3,000 years and had been working together to pin down one of the Black Ink giant spirit god's arms with a joint secret technique. Normally, the 2 of them would not be strong enough to do this. However, when the arm of the Black Ink giant spirit god had broken through the boundary wall, that meant that they were fighting with Black Ink giant spirit god across great territories. The Black Ink giant spirit god's power was greatly weakened by its circumstances, so the 2 old ancestors were able to remain safe and stable. However, at this moment, the Black Ink giant spirit god began to struggle madly as it was suffering in agony due to the purifying light. The first thing it wanted to do was to pull its arm back to wipe away the light and crush Yang Kai, who was the orchestrator of its misery. The chains clattered on the huge mountain-like arm, and boundless black ink strength began to surge wildly, as it tried to break free from the chains. Wu Qing and Xiao Zhao's expressions changed dramatically as they spared no effort to enhance their secret techniques to keep it restrained. Over these years, the two old ancestors had constantly been reinforcing their secret technique. Otherwise, the black ink giant spirit god could have broken out of it long ago. Even so, the two were under a lot of pressure to ensure that the black ink giant spirit god did not escape, so they were now surprised and relieved by what Yang Kai was doing. They were surprised at how Yang Kai was able to cause the black ink giant spirit god so much agony, while they were relieved that the new generation of humans was so talented that an 8th Order junior had the means to hurt a black ink giant spirit god to such an extent. The pure white star exploded after a dozen breaths of time before it slowly dissipated. To old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, it seemed like they had spent thousands of years engaged in a brutal battle. When everything calmed down, the two looked at each other and each saw the sweat and fear on the other's forehead when they realized part of the chains had broken into countless pieces. They panicked and quickly rushed to repair them. Of course, they knew that if Black Ink Giant Spirit God really wanted to get out of this trap, it could do so at any moment by sacrificing its arm. Fortunately, it did not seem things had come to that point yet. Losing an arm would not affect a Black Ink Giant Spirit God's life in the long run, but its strength would diminish significantly. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God would not accept such humiliation unless absolutely necessary. In the barren territory, Yang Kai's face was calm as he quietly looked at the huge figure that was still shrouded in a white afterglow. Chapter 56-47 The Net. The tremors and thunderous commotions within the barren territory calmed down as soon as the Black Ink Giant Spirit God stopped struggling. It sat in the void, with the arm that penetrated the boundary wall secured from the other side as it stared at Yang Kai with intense rage. Technically speaking, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was both Mo's creation and Mo's soul clone. It meant that there was no big difference between Mo and it. Apart from the vast difference in strength, it inherited all the thought processes and experiences of Mo. It was not easy to anger such an ancient supreme being, which has survived for millions of years, to such an extent. During the battle in the barren territory, it was attacked repeatedly by Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders had joined in on the assault. The wounds they caused were far more severe than what it was suffering just now. Later on, it was shackled in place by the two surviving Ninth Order old ancestors, but even then, it was not as angry with them as it was now. To it, all the resistance of the human race was just an appetizer before Mo's unification of everything was complete. Not only would it not be angry, it felt that it could have some fun along the way. However, what Yang Kai did today really upset it. Not only did the pure and flawless white light reopen its wounds that took thousands of years to heal, but it also wiped away a large portion of its power. In a mere dozen breaths, Yang Kai ruined thousands of years of cultivation. The pure white light had caused its heart to be filled with rage. "You worm! You have truly enraged the Supreme One," bellowed the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, causing the entire barren territory to reverberate. Yang Kai taunted in response, "Come and kill me then." In Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were immediately put on edge. There was nothing they could do if the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was willing to sacrifice its arm in order to get out of their restriction. Of course, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's powers would be severely impacted if it lost an arm. However, even if the Black Ink Giant Spirit only had one arm, two Ninth Order Masters were still no match for it. They were secretly praying that this damn brat would not provoke this monster again, because if it really got upset, the situation would only get worse. Though the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was furious, it had no intention of sacrificing its arm to get out of this trap. The two Ninth Order Masters were relieved when it did not move its locked arm. Yang Kai, however, did not stop provoking it. When he saw that Black Ink Giant Spirit God was not moving, he increased his taunts. "It looks like you are all talk. If you don't kill me today, I will kill you in the future. Not only will I kill you, but I will also go to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to destroy your lair and slaughter your true body." The two old ancestors who had just heaved a sigh of relief were now anxious again. They wanted to yell at Yang Kai to shut the hell up. Worse, Yang Kai's threats were the most shameless of boasting. Instead of getting more upset though, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God calmed down considerably and after sizing up Yang Kai, said, "I'll look forward to the day when you can say that in front of my true body." It was as if he had heard something very interesting and wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded his head very seriously and replied, "Hope you meant what you've said." After saying that, he bowed at the boundary wall that the arm pierced and said, Many thanks for your efforts, old ancestors. This junior will take his leave now. Turning around, he shot away towards the territory gate. He had achieved the purpose of this trip. He said that he was here to collect some interest, but that was only part of the reason. Yang Kai was aware of the possible consequences of attacking the black ink giant spirit god with purifying light. If he was just here to collect some interest, then how was it possible for him to do something so risky? His real purpose here was to weaken the black ink giant spirit god. He already had this idea when he last came to the barren territory, however he had not done so because at that time, the black ink giant spirit god was still badly injured, so there was no need to aggravate it. Now, after thousands of years of recuperation, if Yang Kai did not weaken it, the black ink giant spirit god might become strong enough to free itself. For this reason, Yang Kai was willing to utilize 2 million small stone race soldiers, and a mountain of yellow and blue crystals. However, this tactic could only be used once. The black ink giant spirit god would never give him another chance to weaken it like this again. Although it could not move from where it was still able to destroy a small stone race army far away from where it sat. While the barren territory was in turmoil, a figure rushed through the territory gate between the barren territory and the no-return pass and arrived at the other side. A short while later, the royal lord gathered the territory lords in the grand hall. On the bone throne, the royal lord looked over at the figure sitting on his left side and nodded approvingly. Your analysis is impeccable, Emonayi. Yang Kai is really coming to take revenge. Emonayi stood up and bowed. Many thanks for your compliments, sir. I've studied Yang Kai closely. After all, he is currently the biggest threat to the Black Ink clan. Emonayi was able to become a pseudo-royal lord after the sacrifice of 12 territory lords. He had been cultivating in retreat for the past 100 years or so and had now adapted to his new strength. However, his situation was essentially the same as that of Diwu, who was killed by Yang Kai. Although he had the power and might of a royal lord, he could not control or restrain it very well. This was a drawback that was difficult to solve for pseudo-royal lords, as the power they obtained was gained through the source fusion technique and not from their own cultivation. Thus, it was naturally difficult to attain true mastery over it. Of course, even if Emonayi was never able to overcome this problem, he was already extremely satisfied. He was an innate territory lord before, and would never have arrived at his current position without careful planning. When the tide of the new Black Ink clansmen rose, the number of new Ninth Order humans and Black Ink clan royal lords would definitely be significant. While innate territory lords could be considered the backbone of the Black Ink clan army, a lone territory lord could not decide the future situation of the two races. Even if a pseudo-royal lord was slightly inferior to a real royal lord, Emonayi had already slogged for so many years for this position. It did not matter if he was slightly inferior, as he was happy with making any progress at all. Furthermore, he had always been wiser and more resourceful than the rest of the Black Ink clan, so he was confident that he would not be worse off than any other royal lords in the future. The most important factor was, with this new strength, if ever he encountered a Ninth Order master, even if he couldn't defeat them in battle, he could always escape. If he was still an innate territory lord, any Ninth Order human would be able to squash him. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord, Emonayi even had his own seat during these gatherings. He no longer had to stand with the rest of the territory lords, which was a clear display of status. His seat was to the left of the royal lord, which was an indication of his importance. It could be said that today's Emonayi was third only to Emo and the royal lord. It was a huge honor to stand above billions of Black Ink clansmen. This honor originally belonged to Diwu, but unfortunately for him, he had messed up and gotten himself killed. From what Sir said, that Yang Kai has already arrived? Emonayi asked. The royal lord nodded. According to the news from the barren territory, Yang Kai is over there now. Emonayi exclaimed in surprise. So fast? He arrived much earlier than expected. He had thought that Yang Kai would have to cultivate for about 200 years this time to fully recover, given the severity of his wounds. After his defeat in Acacia territory, Emonayi gathered all the information he could find about Yang Kai and now had a fairly good understanding of his character and behavior. From that point on, he paid close attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, his speculations weren't entirely wrong, as Yang Kai had yet to fully heal. It was just that the latter had decided to take action now rather than wait. The royal lord continued, the arrays that have been set up around the territory gate and are ready to be activated. If Yang Kai dares to show up, he will walk right into our trap. Emonayi, this time I will leave the task of capturing this nuisance to you. I hope that you will not let me down. Emonayi rose again and bowed. Rest assured, sir. If Yang Kai dares to show up this time, he will not be able to go back. The royal lord nodded with satisfaction. I will remain here and only enter the battlefield if Yang Kai enters our net. Emonayi was relieved to hear what the royal lord said. He was not eager to repeat Di Wu's mistakes, where he fell in the ancestral land along with 8 territory lords. Although the results were unexpected, it was obvious that the Black Ink clan had severely underestimated Yang Kai's means. This time was different. The No-Return Pass was the base of the Black Ink clan with a true royal lord, a pseudo-royal lord, and 100 territory lords that could be mobilized. If Yang Kai rushed in through the territory gate and fell into their prearranged array, he would have no hope of escape unless he was a Ninth-Order master. Emonayi rolled up his sleeves and suddenly understood Di Wu's urgency back then. This was his first battle after becoming a pseudo-royal lord, and he was dealing with a pillar of the human race at the heart of Black Ink clan. If he managed to capture Yang Kai, then his achievements would be unquestionable and his position in the royal lord's heart would be firmly established. At his command, 50 territory lords were deployed and lay in wait around the Black Ink nests near the territory gate. They waited for Yang Kai to show up and then they would activate the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. Emonayi would not be hiding nearby, but further away, inside a high-rank Black Ink nest so he could use the undulating aura of the Black Ink nest to conceal his presence. A pseudo-royal lord could not fully utilize their power or control their aura. Thus, Emonayi could only do this to avoid Yang Kai noticing him. The trap was set and now they lay in wait for him to show up. They waited and waited but there were no signs of Yang Kai. All was quiet at the territory gate. Even the Black Ink clan squads that were supposed to deliver supplies from the No-Return Pass to the 3,000 worlds were temporarily halted. Emonayi waited patiently but as time wore on, he grew more and more anxious. Chapter 56-48, Emonayi's Suspicion. What is Yang Kai doing? With his speed, he should be able to arrive at the No-Return Pass within hours after entering the barren territory. After waiting for another month, Emonayi could not stand it anymore. Thus, he sent a territory lord to the barren territory to find out what was happening. He was surprised to hear that Yang Kai was no longer in the barren territory. He struck and wounded a Black Ink giant spirit god and then left. Emonayi was stunned for a long while when it was reported that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. If Yang Kai had not entered the No-Return Pass and was not in the barren territory, then where could he be? Could he have been wrong and Yang Kai had no intentions to come to the No-Return Pass to retaliate? Inside the Grand Hall, Emonayi could feel a scrutinizing gaze coming from the Bone Throne, one which carried a slight hint of dissatisfaction. The dissatisfaction was not because Emonayi's speculation was wrong, but because his speculation had caused the royal lord to be determined to create another pseudo-royal lord. 13 territory lords were sacrificed to create the first pseudo-royal lord, only to have Di Wu die shortly after. 12 territory lords were sacrificed for the second pseudo-royal lord, Emonayi. On top of these, the creation of each pseudo-royal lord resulted in the loss of a high-rank Black Ink nest. This kind of consumption had a significant impact on the very foundation of the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan had new acquired territory lords being born frequently on the various battlefields, so even if all the innate territory lords died, the royal lord would not feel too distressed. In fact, acquired territory lords were even more valuable now because they had a chance to become royal lords in the future. However, the high-rank Black Ink nests couldn't regenerate. The number of high-rank nests they brought out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction was the maximum number they would ever have. The loss of a high-rank Black Ink nest was permanent. Emonayi knew that he had to remedy the situation to soothe the royal lord Sir's dissatisfaction with him. He quickly searched through his mind for clues and information about Yang Kai and soon said, "Sir, if Yang Kai has already left the barren territory, then perhaps his objective is not the No-Return Pass. He could be going after the other territory lords on the great territory battlefields, especially the 6 where our 2 races masters are fighting." Royal Lord looked sternly at Emonayi and his dissatisfaction grew. This was the exact opposite of what Emonayi said 100 years ago. At that time, he said with conviction that Yang Kai would not risk breaking the peace treaty between the 2 races by showing up on the primary battlefields. Thus, he would come to the No-Return Pass to retaliate. Now, 100 years later he sang a different tune. "Sir, please send an order to warn all parties and instruct the territory lords to be careful in the coming days," Emonayi said urgently. If Yang Kai really recklessly attacked the territory lords outside, there would be huge losses to the Black Ink clan. Emonaye's head ached as he thought of the consequences. Yang Kai was too frightening and unpredictable. It reminded him once again of the incident at the Acacia territory. Until now, they still could not figure out how Yang Kai escaped with over 10,000 human refugees without even creating a sound. As Emonaye considered that particular incident, however, he suddenly froze as if he just thought of something. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a layer of fog blocking his thoughts. Immediately, he sank into contemplation as his thoughts spun rapidly. At the same time, the royal lord had begun to pass down orders to instruct all territory lords of the great territories to be on alert for Yang Kai. Of course, the royal lord still felt some dissatisfaction towards Emonaye, but this pseudo-royal lord had already been created and was destined to become his right-hand man in the future. Thus, the royal lord could not be too harsh on him. In fact, Emonaye had objectively done a very good job. If not, he would not have called Emonaye back to the no-return pass to hear his opinion before he sent out his orders. The orders were sent down and soon were disseminated through the high-rank Black Ink nests to all parties. Down below, Emonaye's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked up and said, "Sir, when Yang Kai was harassing the no-return pass years ago, I heard that he attacked from the direction of the Black Ink battlefield." Although Emonaye did not experience it personally as he was in charge of some affairs in another great territory during Yang Kai's assault, he had heard some information about the incident from the other territory lords. However, most territory lords were secretive about that incident and were unwilling to mention too much about it. After all, it was a disgrace to the royal lord, thus who dared to keep talking about it? Over the years, the royal lord also never mentioned this matter and seemed to actively want to forget those unpleasant experiences. The territory lords in the Grand Hall instantly felt the ominous atmosphere and they all quickly lowered their heads even more. From above, the royal lord's gaze was much colder than before as he said indifferently, "That's right." As if unaware of the sensitivity of the situation, Emonaye continued to ask, "Before that attack, did he ever pass through the territory gate to enter the barren territory from the no-return pass?" "Are you questioning me?" As the royal lord leaned forward slightly, it felt as if a huge mountain had leaned down on those in the hall with boundless pressure. Emonaye was startled and bowed. "How could I dare question you? Sir, please don't be angry, I just want to clarify certain details which are very important." The royal lord stared sternly at Emonaye's eyes. He did not sense any trickery. Instead, he saw the enthusiasm and sincerity which appeased the royal lord's heart. If Emonaye thought that he could disrespect him after he became a pseudo-royal lord, then the royal lord did not mind putting him in his place. However, it really seemed that Emonaye was trying to figure something out. Thus, even though he was ashamed of that incident and was unwilling to revisit it, he swallowed his pride and answered, "No." Emonaye's expression changed slightly and then said, "If he did not pass through the territory gate and attacked from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, but before that he had appeared in various other great territories. Furthermore, during the war in the Barren Territory, he led a group of remnants of the human race army to storm the no-return pass and managed to break through. However, he returned alone to rescue that dragon clansman before escaping into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Some years later, he reappeared in the 3,000 worlds." In one sentence, Emonaye seemed to be explaining and also muttering to himself. The layer of fog in Emonaye's mind quickly dissipated as he looked up and said eagerly, "Sir, Yang Kai must have discovered a passage from somewhere within the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield other than the one here at the no-return pass." The royal lord raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "How are you so certain?" Most of the territory lords were also confused, with only a few of them actively trying to figure it out for themselves. Emonaye was flabbergasted. He had already made it so clear, so why was everyone here unable to figure it out? He suddenly began to worry about their intelligence. However, this was the sad reality of creations like the Black Ink clan, which were not regular living beings and had instead been spawned by Black Ink strength. Black Ink strength was unparalleled when it came to the ability to corrupt things, and the Black Ink clan could reproduce at speeds unmatched by other races. However, nothing was perfect. Perhaps creation through means not deemed natural by the heavenly way caused their intelligence to suffer. Emonaye seemed to be a unique case in the whole Black Ink clan. At this moment, Emonaye could only explain patiently, "Sir, Yang Kai did not pass through the territory gate connected to the Barren Territory back when he attacked the no-return pass, yet he launched that attack from the direction of Black Ink battlefield when he should be completely isolated from the 3,000 worlds. Doesn't that explain everything?" The royal lord pondered for a moment and then responded, "You're right. You didn't notice this until now?" Yi sighed in his heart. If he had known this information earlier, he would have deduced what Yang Kai was planning by now. "Where is this passage then?" the royal lord asked, then remembered something. Could it be in the Acacia territory? The last time Yang Kai disappeared was in Acacia territory. It would make sense if the second passage was in the Acacia territory. For a moment, the royal lord praised himself for his wisdom before frowning and rejecting this idea. If the passage was in Acacia territory, he could have entered the Black Ink battlefield from Acacia territory, but how could he return without being spotted? According to the information reported by the Black Ink disciple, after he disappeared from the Acacia territory, he went straight back to High Heaven territory. At this time, a territory lord boldly interjected, "This human is proficient in the Tao of space, and not only do we have no understanding of the Tao of space, but the vast majority of human masters are also ignorant of it. Perhaps his mastery over the Tao of space has reached a height where he discovered some means that allow him to travel freely through the boundary walls?" Yi gave an approving look to that territory lord and replied, "It is possible." Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were able to speculate and imagine, like how Yang Kai managed to deduce the process of creating pseudo-royal lords. Although he did not know all the details, by analyzing the available facts, he could arrive at a hypothesis that was quite close to the truth. Likewise, the Black Ink clan might not be the most intelligent, but they weren't fools and could come up with reasonable theories once pushed hard enough. In truth, Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space, no matter how profound, was still far from allowing him to freely traverse through all of space under the heavens. He could only do what he did because he had the help of the world tree, which was connected to all universe worlds with intact grand Taos. Each such universe world was represented by a world fruit on the world tree. Yang Kai was able to establish a very close relationship with the world tree, and he was able to use it and his mastery of the Tao of space to arrive at the grand ancient ruins boundary from anywhere in the 3,000 worlds, then from their head to any living universe world. If it was a dead universe world, then Yang Kai was helpless, as when a universe world died, its world fruit would wither and die. Hence, he could not use dead universe worlds to move around. If that's the case, then it's not just the territory lords of the great territory battlefields who need to guard against Yang Kai, but also the no-return pass, Yi slowly murmured. Before he finished his sentence, he turned his head and looked in a direction where a powerful aura was approaching at an extremely terrifying speed. Yang Kai. The royal lord stood up from his bone throne. With a flicker of his figure, he rushed out of the grand hall and headed straight towards the approaching aura. Yi hurriedly did his best to control his aura while heading to the nearest high-rank Black Ink nest, so as not to reveal his existence. Yang Kai should not know that there was another pseudo-royal lord here at the no-return pass, so he could use this to his advantage and may have an opportunity to trap Yang Kai completely. A few moments ago, Yang Kai lurked in the void at a place 1,000,000 kilometers outside of the no-return pass, staring at it as a sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. Chapter 56-49 Yang Kai's Attack. The no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan, so how could he just barge through the territory gate? It was different now compared to previous years. During the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan in the barren territory, the corpse of the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was distracting the royal lord's attention. The Black Ink clan never expected that Yang Kai would return from the barren territory to rescue the captured Ji Lao San. The situation between the two races appeared stable, and the Black Ink clan's control over the no-return pass was far stronger than before. If there was an ambush against a human race master at the territory gate, then he would be walking right into it. Therefore, after he left the barren territory, he hid his tracks and passed through one great territory after another to reach the Black territory. Thereafter, he entered Black Ink battlefield silently from the Black territory. This was the only known other passageway connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, and only Yang Kai could pass through it. Every time he passed through it, he would block the way back and seal it up. Thus, the Black Ink clan should never be able to find out about the existence of this passageway. Even if the Black Ink clan investigated, after how much his mastery over the Tao of space had improved, they would never be able to discover the existence of this secret passageway. This passageway had helped Yang Kai several times. He was currently somewhere within the Blue Sky Theater. Naturally, Yang Kai could no longer see Blue Sky Pass, a structure that had stood for countless years. On the way, he encountered some Black Ink clan mining teams, but Yang Kai did not pay any attention to them, and it only took him 2 to 3 months to reach the periphery of the no-return pass. Such speed was only possible because he was well versed in the Tao of space. However, when he entered the black ink battlefield and started to head toward the no-return pass, Yang Kai suddenly had an ominous feeling as if something bad was about to happen. The closer he got to no-return pass, the stronger the feeling became. When he arrived outside the no-return pass, the uneasiness had reached its peak. Now, looking at the huge Great Pass, it was like a beast that was ready to devour anyone foolish enough to approach. It was a warning. Perhaps because his Tao of time had improved again, which enabled his perception of the potential future crisis to become sharper. Since there were great dangers ahead, the wisest thing to do was listen to his gut and retreat immediately. Even if he wanted to seek revenge on the Black Ink clan, the no-return pass was not the best choice. There were many territory lords in the great territory battlefields. The Ancestral Land battle was the first one in which Black Ink clan broke the agreement without warning. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill some territory lords to ease his anger, the Black Ink clan would just endure the losses and not engage in a battle with him. However, he had to come. The Black Ink clan's ability to turn an innate territory lord into a royal lord had to be investigated no matter what. He would not worry about it if it was an exception. However, if it became a possibility, then the human race had to be careful in the future. So, without further delay, Yang Kai rushed boldly toward the no-return pass. He considered hiding his aura, but since a royal lord was present here, there was no way he could effectively do that. Thus, instead of sneaking around and hiding his power, it was better to come openly and blatantly. Yang Kai's speed is extremely fast. The moment his aura was exposed, he used instantaneous movement and dashed to the top of a high-rank black ink nest. He then fiercely smacked down on it. The huge black ink nest rumbled and disintegrated from top to bottom like a mountain of jade pillars. Although the black ink nest was the foundation of the Black Ink clan and could spawn countless Black Ink clan members, it was not strong enough to withstand an attack by a top 8th Order master like Yang Kai. Even a random 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven Realm master could destroy a black ink nest with a single blow. Yang Kai had done this previously. At that time, he destroyed 6 high-rank black ink nests. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had learned from their mistakes. After he destroyed one, there were no more signs of high-rank black ink nests nearby. The high-rank black ink nests were now positioned far away from each other. Thus, even if Yang Kai could destroy one of them, he would need time to destroy the second one. The moment the high-rank black ink nest was destroyed, a figure emerged from the ruins, but it was a territory lord. After feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent, he turned his head and exclaimed, "Yang Kai." Yang Kai's reputation was evident when he was immediately recognized by a random territory lord. The territory lord was terrified and had no intention of fighting with Yang Kai. He turned around to run away, but the void suddenly froze and his vision dimmed. When he looked up, he saw a huge palm descending from the sky to slap his head down. The territory lord was using black ink strength like mad, but it was difficult for him to resist the terrifying power of this palm, and was directly slapped. Yang Kai withdrew his hand. He was slightly stunned that this territory lord was far too weak. It soon dawned upon him that this was not an innate territory lord, but an acquired territory lord. He had been hiding in the black ink nest to cultivate but had suffered an untimely death. Killing the innate territory lord or the acquired territory lord did not make much difference to Yang Kai. But if he had to choose, he would rather kill the acquired territory lord. This was not because the acquired territory lords were weaker and easier to kill, but because acquired territory lords had the potential to become royal lords. By killing more acquired territory lords, he could prevent them from ever becoming royal lords. Exterminating the black ink nests and killing the territory lords seemed to be tedious, but in fact, it was extremely fast. However, at that moment he sensed a powerful aura. The royal lord is here. Yang Kai was not surprised. The royal lord was always here at No Return Pass. Since he came to cause trouble, it was natural that he came out. The moment he manipulated space principles, his chi fluctuated violently, and in a flash the void was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. The void rippled and Yang Kai's body swayed. Although the instantaneous movement was successful, his position was vastly different from where he was supposed to be. It was too late to reposition himself. The royal lord came from the depths of the no-return pass with a terrifying power and appeared close to him in the blink of an eye. His voice thundered, "Die." He raised his hand and brought his palm down at Yang Kai. The power of this palm turned heaven and earth upside down. Although Di Wu had the strength of a royal lord when he was at the ancestral land, the difference was immense. Yang Kai hastily took up the Azure Dragon Spear. With the subtle space-time strength lingering on the long spear, it managed to stab the Royal Lord a dozen times. Each time Yang Kai and the Royal Lord moved, they would leave a vivid residual image in place, as if they were portraits painted by the most skilled artists. The figures of the Royal Lord and Yang Kai could be seen everywhere throughout the void, filling up the huge void in the blink of an eye. A group of territory lords that had rushed out from the depths of the no-return pass were dumbfounded. They could not tell which of those figures was real and which were just residual images. However, they did not worry about those. Dozens of territory lords ran toward the battlefield. More than 10 territory lords tried to set up a formation to block heaven and earth. Those 7th Order Black Ink disciples who were good at Tao of Spirit arrays had developed the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array. Though they were saved by Yang Kai, and had now returned to the human race's side with a large number of small stone ray soldiers, they had still left behind arrays and formations that they made or shared with the Black Ink clan. Thus, although they were no longer present, the Black Ink clan could still set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array. The remaining territory lords formed the 4 Gates or 5 Elements formation and were ready to go to the battlefield for support. When they arrived at the battlefield, a figure fell out of the sky. Its face was pale and a long spear lay next to its body. His chest was sunken, making him look quite miserable. It was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was satisfied with his face-to-face encounter with a royal lord, even though he was knocked away in just 3 breaths. Back then, when he was messing around at No Return Pass, he did not dare to fight with this royal lord because he would most likely fall and not be able to perform a space secret technique with his strength at that time. That would be playing with his life. Thus, when he faced the royal lord, he immediately ran. After 3,000 years, he met the royal lord again. Although he was still far from being a match for his enemy, they at least fought, which was much better than the last time. This was considered a positive development. It was difficult for a royal lord's strength to improve, but it was different for Yang Kai. He had been an 8th Order master for around 3,000 years. Now, he was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and might have a chance to break through and become a 9th Order master. When he reached the 9th Order, he was confident that he would be able to kill such a royal lord with ease. Even so, there was still a long way to go. Behind Yang Kai, Black Ink's strength was like a tidal wave. The royal lord's murderous intent was revealed and he was in hot pursuit. Yang Kai manipulated space principles and was about to leave with the instantaneous movement. However, since the last encounter with Yang Kai, the royal lord seemed to have found a way to deal with Yang Kai. Just like the royal lord who chased him out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The way to deal with Yang Kai was to use his own aura to destabilize the void around Yang Kai while he was performing the instantaneous movement technique. In this way, although it could not interrupt him, it could cause the location of the teleportation to deviate. This was proven in the royal lord's previous attempt. As expected, when Yang Kai used instantaneous movement again, the royal lord used his aura to destabilize the void and the instantaneous movement did not meet Yang Kai's expectations. Not only was the distance much shorter, but the position was not even close to 1,000 kilometers. However, Yang Kai was still more than satisfied with this. He still remembered the time when he escaped from primordial heaven's source grand restriction. When the sheep-headed royal lord chased him, every aura blast would hurt him. Now, it was just his instantaneous movement that was affected. It was much better than getting hurt. Chapter 5650 Helplessness. One chased while one fled, quickly moving away from the no-return pass. It was a similar scene to the past, and this alarmed Yang Kai. Previously, he managed to lure the royal lord out of the no-return pass and then used his space beacons to quickly wheel around and destroy several high-rank Black Ink nests. After suffering such a loss, could the royal lord really still be so gullible? He was either overwhelmed by rage or the Black Ink clan had a backup plan. As the supposed only royal lord of the Black Ink clan, guarding the no-return pass was his biggest responsibility at the moment. How was it possible that he could let his rage control him to the point he forgot the bigger picture? The only logical conclusion was that the Black Ink clan had some way to guarantee the no-return pass's safety. The royal lord was confident that even if he was not here, the Black Ink clan would be able to deal with Yang Kai's attack. That meant that there was at least one more royal lord hiding there, possibly more than one. Even though he had already guessed this, Yang Kai had to follow his original plan. He had planned to draw out the hidden royal lord no matter the price he needed to pay. Yang Kai kept using instantaneous movement. However, each time he was interfered with by the royal lord's aura, causing small wounds to gradually build up. Although his strength was far superior to last time, Yang Kai could not keep this up forever. The two gradually moved further away from the no-return pass. The territory lords behind wanted to chase after them, but Emo Na Yi sent an order in time to stop them. Emo Na Yi sighed slightly as he looked in the direction the royal lord disappeared. He chastised himself for not understanding the situation sooner, so that he could discuss with the royal lord about countering Yang Kai before he appeared. This situation was not what he had expected. If he had any say, Emo Na Yi would not have let the royal lord chase after Yang Kai. If he could not kill Yang Kai, then what good would it be to chase him away? As long as the no-return pass was properly set up, the Black Ink clan's numerous territory lords and two royal lords had a good chance of trapping Yang Kai as soon as he showed up. As long as the territory lords were able to get into position in time and seal Yang Kai off, then the two royal lords could join forces and slaughter him. Unfortunately, the royal lord did not give Emo Na Yi a chance to make proper arrangements and just rushed out as soon as he noticed Yang Kai's aura. Now, it was difficult to ambush Yang Kai since he was alerted to the situation. Now, Emo Na Yi could only do his best to respond accordingly. He gave his orders for the territory lords to set up the area. As for himself, he did all he could to restrain his aura. In the void, the royal lord chased Yang Kai 1 billion kilometers from the no-return pass. Soon, Yang Kai felt he had led the royal lord far enough and activated the great sun and great moon marks on the backs of his hands. A pure white light enveloped his figure. The royal lord, who was behind him, was stunned. In that instant, the aura he had locked onto Yang Kai was cut off. The purifying light has such a mysterious effect. As soon as the royal lord's aura was severed, Yang Kai's mind connected to a space beacon he had placed near the no-return pass, and he vanished as soon as his space principles surged. The royal lord chased Yang Kai to the place where he disappeared. He then coldly snorted and turned his head to look back at the no-return pass, secretly praying that Emo Na Yi would not let him down. Yang Kai must have thought that there is no strong master at the no-return pass now. With his skills and past battle records, he would definitely not take the territory lord seriously. If he is complacent enough, he might be trapped by the array. When that time comes, Emo Na Yi can engage him, and when I return, we can easily kill this menace off. With such thoughts in mind, the royal lord hurriedly dashed back towards the no-return pass. At the same time, Yang Kai appeared inside a black ink cloud some 10 million kilometers away from the no-return pass. Without stopping and without hesitation, even though he knew that the no-return pass was a lion's den, he rushed out to attack. With his own aura surging openly, the territory lords guarding the no-return pass went on high alert as they awaited their greatest enemy. As his figure flickered forward, Yang Kai pushed his time principles madly, trying to intuit where the future crisis might come from. He did not think that there would be much risk even if there was one or two royal lords hidden at the no-return pass. He could still run away if he was no match for them. The greatest danger was undoubtedly the heaven-sealing earth-locking 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array. If he was trapped in such an array, the royal lord would pose a fatal threat to him. Thus, Yang Kai had to look out for the locations where this array might appear. The array needed a certain number of territory lords in order to be activated, so in fact, he only needed to take note of the location of those territory lords. It was a pity that there were too many black ink nests around. Not only were there around 100 high-rank black ink nests, there also were thousands of mid-rank black ink nests. The aura of each of the black ink nest was so strong that Yang Kai could not detect any territory lord hiding inside. The only thing he could use was the faint sense of crisis he felt, but unfortunately he could not do anything about it. Thus, he could only use time principles to try to peer into his future. Soon Yang Kai closed in on the no-return pass, but instead of attacking he began circling the perimeter. He could clearly sense the divine senses of numerous black ink clansmen probing him from the black ink nests below, which allowed him to determine which ones were occupied. Emo Na Yi did not intend to engage Yang Kai as he hid in one of the high-rank black ink nests. He just sat like a rock while reigning in his aura. With the information transmitted through the black ink nests, he was able to monitor Yang Kai's movements without actively searching for him. Naturally, he became alarmed by Yang Kai's movements. Since Yang Kai had already lured the royal lord away, this should have been his best opportunity to go on a rampage and create a huge mess. If Yang Kai wanted to, with his current strength, destroying several high-rank black ink nests was entirely possible. If he did that though, the Black Ink clan would have a chance to trap him during the chaos. However, Yang Kai did not do that. Instead, he kept circling the no-return pass. What keen instincts! Mo Na Yi definitely did not reveal his presence. However, Yang Kai's experience in the ancestral land must have made this killing star wary of the Black Ink clan. Perhaps he could guess that there was still another royal lord lurking at the No Return Pass. Mo Na Yi was both excited and worried. He was excited because it was more to his liking to fight such an enemy. He felt such clashes were far more interesting than simple head-to-head battles. However, he was worried about this enemy being so difficult to handle. Even with all his arrangements, they might not be sufficient. Outside the No Return Pass, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly narrowed before retreating immediately. Before he arrived at the No Return Pass, he already had a very strong ominous feeling. Now that he was here, that feeling spiked tremendously. This undoubtedly meant that he was in extreme danger. If he attacked the No Return Pass from this direction, he might fall into the Black Ink clan's ambush. Is it a royal lord? Or is it the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array? Yang Kai could not be certain. After silently calculating the time, Yang Kai continued to circle the No Return Pass without slowing down before coming to certain conclusions. 3 locations caused him to feel especially uneasy, indicating they were particularly dangerous. There were some aura fluctuations in those locations, but the differences were not that great. It now appeared that his mastery over the Tao of Time was quite useful in detecting future threats. He had just thought of trying this out and planned to practice it more frequently from now on. Time was running out as the royal lord whom he lured away should be back soon if he came back at full speed. After a brief hesitation, Yang Kai decided on a direction and swooped down, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear as a golden crow cawed. A great sun manifested at the tip of his spear before flying straight down towards a certain Black Ink nest. Inside this particular Black Ink nest, an innate territory lord was scared to death when he saw this. He had never met Yang Kai head-on, so this was the first time he was feeling such a terrifying presence. Although he had heard of the horrifying reputation of this killing star, it was only today that he realized just how powerful he was. He swore and cursed at Yang Kai, thinking there were more than 100 high-rank Black Ink nests at the No Return Pass distributed over a vast area, yet this killing star just had to target the one he was hiding in. It was a better than 100 to 1 chance, yet he was that unlucky one. In the face of Yang Kai's attack though, he could not even escape. He had to do whatever he could to protect the high-rank Black Ink nest. If he dared to run now, then he would definitely be the first one to perform the Source Fusion technique the next time. With a roar, the territory lord rushed out of the Black Ink nest and headed straight for the great sun with a defiant look on his face. In the face of death, this territory lord managed to summon his courage. At the moment the aura of one of the hidden territory lords was revealed, many nearby territory lords linked their auras to form a battle formation and shot towards Yang Kai. In the Black Ink nest where Mo Na Yi was hiding, he could not help but sigh and had no choice but to lunge out. Yang Kai knew that danger was waiting for him at the No Return Pass, and yet he still came. Even though Mo Na Yi knew he would not be able to trap Yang Kai if he showed himself right now, the moment the enemy attacked, he could not hide any longer. It would be difficult for the territory lords to stop Yang Kai from destroying the Black Ink nest, so if Mo Na Yi did not move, the damage would surely be catastrophic. Sometimes even a powerful master like a royal lord was helpless. Mo Na Yi surged his royal lord might towards Yang Kai, hoping to frighten him off. Unfortunately, rather than looking frightened, Yang Kai actually appeared relieved when he perceived the aura of a royal lord. One of his primary objectives for this trip had now been achieved. Chapter 56-51 Probe? There was more than one royal lord at the No Return Pass. In addition to the one lured out by him, there was another one lurking in the shadows. Yang Kai even felt that this royal lord's aura was somewhat familiar. It was as if they had met somewhere previously. Yang Kai did not have time to ponder over the issue as he poured even more strength into the great sun as he thrust his spear towards the territory lord. The huge Black Ink cloud instantly disintegrated as if the powerful innate territory lord was struck by lightning. He spurted black blood and flew out even faster than he emerged, his body completely charred. He was severely wounded in just one blow. He had heard about Yang Kai's ability to kill his fellow territory lords in just 3 moves but believed all that was hearsay and rumors. Now that he was on the receiving end of this killing star, he realized just how powerless he was. How could such a master be born among the human race? The only thing the territory lord was glad about at this moment was that Yang Kai did not cast his soul secret technique, otherwise he was certain he would already be dead. The shockwave from the clash soon hit the high-rank Black Ink nest below, causing all the Black Ink clan's nerves to tense up. However, the impact was not too powerful and the black ink nest remained unharmed. Nearby territory lords who had formed a four symbols formation rushed towards Yang Kai while the royal lord's aura was also approaching rapidly. He would be in grave danger if he was to engage four territory lords and a royal lord. Furthermore, the moment he attacked the black ink nest, he sensed that more than 10 territory lords were flying over from all directions, each holding an array banner in their hands. From the way they positioned themselves, it was obvious that they were going to set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. The Black Ink clan's response was truly swift, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. No matter which direction Yang Kai attacked from, he would be vulnerable to this trap. Yang Kai knew that this was no time to dwell on the territory lords who had formed a battle formation. He had no way to deal with them quickly unless he activated the soul-rending thorns. However, that would only damage his soul and force him to withdraw for an extended time. It would be suicidal if he lost control again like what happened back in the ancestral land. Thus, he made a quick decision and thrust his spear fiercely at the black ink nest below before immediately surging space principles to leave using instantaneous movement. The four territory lords who had formed the battle formation had already sprinted to the fight, but Yang Kai still disappeared right before their eyes. Immortality also stopped in place and stared in disbelief. The territory lords who were holding up the array banners were still getting into position as they had yet to notice Yang Kai had already escaped. Only the territory lord who was wounded by Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun, roared angrily. Disregarding his own serious injuries, he rammed himself at the spear shadow that Yang Kai left behind. This spear shadow would surely hit the high-rank black ink nest if he did not block it with his body. His heart was filled with grief and rage, but there was nothing more he could do. He barely managed to condense a black ink cloud before being run through. He had already absorbed a killing strike from Yang Kai, and now was forced to take a second. No territory lord was unluckier than him today, and he finally understood why it was said that innate territory lords could be killed by Yang Kai in just 3 moves. He might have lasted longer if he was in a direct fight with Yang Kai and there were no distractions, but the result would not have been much better. With such an injury, it would take him at least a few hundred years of hibernation and recuperation to recover. Stop him! Immortality suddenly roared in a certain direction. Though Yang Kai disappeared using instantaneous movement, he did not move too far away. Instead, he appeared on the opposite side of the no-return pass where another high-rank black ink nest lay and launched an attack. There were also territory lords guarding these nests, so when they heard Immortality's order and felt Yang Kai's aura, they did not hesitate, rushing out from their hiding place as their auras quickly linked together. Yang Kai did not even look at them, and just as he had previously done, he summoned a spear, raised the great sun as the golden crow shrieked, and blasted it towards the high-rank black ink nest. This time, no territory lord was rushing out of the black ink nest to block it. The great sun flew towards the black ink nest while Immortality, who was rushing over, instantly roared furiously, courting death. He ordered the 4 territory lords nearby, protect the nest. The 4 territory lords hastily activated their secret techniques to intercept the great sun and managed to land some impacts on the great sun, causing its light to dim and its course to be thrown off. It was just in time as the great sun broke apart, and though the black ink nest shook a few times, it remained safe and sound. All from the black ink clansmen heaved a sigh of relief as Immortality dashed towards Yang Kai as fast as he could. The 4 territory lords in formation had not reached Yang Kai and were trying to pin him down. They did not need to hold him for too long, just a few breaths would be enough for Immortality to arrive. Yang Kai would naturally not give them this opportunity and use space principles to disappear again, only to appear at a different location. A great sun rose into the sky as the golden crow reappeared. All the territory lords suddenly felt exhausted while Immortality felt overwhelmed. Facing such an unpredictable opponent, they found they could not restrict his movements and trap him regardless of how many experts they had. All the territory lords were basically like puppets that Yang Kai could manipulate at will. When Yang Kai went east, all of them headed east. When Yang Kai went west, all of them went west. Furthermore, Yang Kai was so strong that the territory lords had to form a 4 symbols formation before they even dared to take him on. Time and time again, Yang Kai flickered around the no-return pass, summoning one great sun after another and causing huge explosions wherever he went. Each time he tried to destroy a black ink nest though, his attack would be intercepted or disrupted by the nearby territory lords. This could not be helped as there were just too many territory lords in the no-return pass. No matter which direction he went, there were always territory lords to block him. Emo Yi also played a big role by coordinating them. However, Yang Kai's purpose had already been achieved. These multiple attempts to destroy high-rank black ink nests were not just about trying to cause damage but were also to check if there were other royal lords hidden here. The answer was no. If there really was a third royal lord, he would not be able to resist coming out to fight Yang Kai after he repeatedly attacked so many black ink nests. If there was another royal lord, when supplemented by the many territory lords, they would have a far better chance to take him down. Thus, Yang Kai's previous assumptions about the Black Ink clan's creation of royal lords were not too far off. The Black Ink clan indeed had some means to create royal lords, but the price to pay was far too great, so, under normal circumstances they would refrain from doing this unless absolutely necessary. Over the years, the Black Ink clan did not use such means and only created Di Wu as Yang Kai had been in a kind of trance as he cultivated in the ancestral land. Now, the Black Ink clan had created another one for some reason, perhaps to guard against Yang Kai causing trouble at the no-return pass. The royal lord he lured out should be returning soon, so there was no time for Yang Kai to dwell on the issue. This time, Yang Kai did not disappear immediately after launching his initial attack. Instead, he rushed towards a high-rank black ink nest with his spear. Emo Yi's pupils suddenly constricted and he yelled from afar, "Yang Kai, you dare?" Yang Kai laughed and roared, "Open your eyes and see if I dare." The four nearby territory lords were so dumbfounded that Yang Kai easily slipped around their battle formation and reached the top of Black Ink Nest. "Kill him!" Emo Yi yelled again. The four territory lords reacted almost on instinct and each blasted Yang Kai with their secret techniques. The void was violently shaken by the intense power and the majestic Black Ink Nest disintegrated from the subsequent explosion. The faces of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale as they looked at the crumbling Black Ink Nest in disbelief. Emo Yi raged furiously until his eyes were bloodshot and he used a special technique to boost his speed. Yang Kai stood amid the collapsing Black Ink Nest as blood trickled from the corner of his lips. He was injured by the four territory lords' attacks. Before he could steady himself though, a beam of black ink strength furiously shot at him from afar. Yang Kai's body was now covered with fine dragon scales, so he did not panic in the face of this terrifying attack. Drawing world force from his small universe to protect himself, he thrust out his spear. The explosion and shockwaves spread out. Yang Kai rode the shockwaves out as his fine dragon scales bristled in a golden light, though they quickly dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His defense was barely able to absorb the royal lord's angry blow. Yang Kai was lucky that his dragon form had become far more powerful than before and was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon. His physique was far more resistant to such attacks than previously. The aura of the royal lord who had been lured away by Yang Kai appeared in the distance at that moment and was approaching rapidly. Just in time. While risking serious injury, Yang Kai wanted to send a message to the Black Ink clan that one royal lord alone was insufficient to stop him from destroying the Black Ink Nest here. Yang Kai surged his space principles and used instantaneous movement but did not go too far. He moved just 1,000,000 kilometers out before he turned around to look towards the no-return pass. The territory lords were about to chase, but Emo Yi raised his hand and warned, "Don't pursue him." The territory lords actually heaved a sigh of relief and settled down. When the royal lord returned, he sensed Yang Kai's aura from afar, but did not move towards him as he knew doing so was futile. He looked around to assess the situation at the no-return pass and his mood instantly became very gloomy. 2 high-rank Black Ink nests were destroyed. A Black Ink nest was destroyed even though Emo Yi was here at the no-return pass. He was very upset about this. He expected to see Emo Yi and the territory lords besieging Yang Kai when he returned, but it turned out to only be wishful thinking. Sensing the royal lord's displeasure, Emo Yi could only bow and apologize for what had happened. The royal lord did not say a word as although he was very angry, he still understood Emo Yi had done his best. Facing an enemy like Yang Kai, even he was not certain he could have done better under the circumstances. Chapter 56-52, Threatening with Violence. Emo Yi and the royal lord communicated with each other for a while at the no-return pass. Yang Kai only saw the royal lord looking troubled and occasionally looking at him and nodding slightly. No one knew what they were discussing. With the royal lord's permission, Emo Yi turned around and headed outside the no-return pass. It seemed he wanted to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Although the Black Ink clan had 2 royal lords here, they had still suffered a loss. Though their losses were significant, their overall combat strength had not weakened considerably. In such an environment, it was unfortunate for them that the no-return pass was targeted by a human master like Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not leave the no-return pass immediately, instead he gave the Black Ink clan a chance to talk to him. Yang Kai stood in the void calmly. Even though he had been injured from the battle, he had no intention of running away. He had the confidence to stand there. He would have fled long ago if he was facing a royal lord 3,000 years ago. Emonayi did not go too far, coming to a stop at the periphery of the no-return pass. He meant to show his goodwill that he was not going to attack Yang Kai. Nonetheless, he was on guard against any surprise attack the other party might launch on the no-return pass, however unlikely the possibility. Looking at each other, Emonayi cupped his fist and said politely, "Sir Yang Kai, we meet again." Emonayi, Yang Kai greeted him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai felt that familiar aura and then recognized who he was. Yang Kai had dealt with this Black Ink clansman several times previously. Among all the information that the human race had on the Black Ink clan, Emonayi was one of the individuals that they most focused on. Not only because he was among the strongest of the innate territory lords, but also because he seemed far more intelligent than the others. Every time he was sent to a great territory battlefield to act as commander, he showed incredible aptitude in positioning troops and launching attacks. He was responsible for severe human losses. He was also the Black Ink clan's primary negotiator during the peace talks between the two races. Yang Kai did not expect to see him at the no-return pass, and certainly not as a pseudo-royal lord. Based on the encounter they just had, Yang Kai knew that Emonayi was difficult to handle. Not only due to his strength but also due to his tactical and strategic acumen. It was clearly Emonayi who organized the territory lords in advance at the no-return pass, a major factor in disrupting his efforts to destroy Black Ink nests. Yang Kai judged that he was dealing with an intelligent and dangerous opponent. Emonayi smiled and respectfully, "It's an honor that Sir Yang remembers my name." It was as if the previous battle had never happened and they were old friends catching up. He's even adept at politics and diplomacy. Yang Kai thought and frowned. In response, Yang Kai scoffed and said, "I hope you will feel honored when I kill you one day." Emonayi laughed and said, "Sir Yang really has a great sense of humor. It is well known that you have no hope of becoming a Ninth Order while I, Emonayi, have already become a royal lord. Sir Yang Kai, how do you intend to kill me?" This was true. Although he could not do anything to Yang Kai, the opposite was also true. He used to be afraid of Yang Kai when he was an innate territory lord, but now he no longer was, and that feeling was only reinforced after he witnessed Yang Kai scurry around and avoid him during their battle instead of engaging him directly. This was also the reason why Emonayi went to great lengths to become a pseudo-royal lord. If he was still just an innate territory lord, he would not have the courage or capital to stand and talk to Yang Kai, as there would always be a risk of being killed when he spoke directly to this killing star. "Wasn't Diwu a royal lord?" Yang Kai said with a sneer. Emonayi was instantly dumbfounded when he realized that he had forgotten all about this point and cursed Diwu in his heart for being such a fool and bringing shame to the Black Ink clan. Emonayi became impatient with their exchange and fumed that he had to continue talking with Yang Kai. This was not something that the Black Ink clan was good at. The human race had always been better at verbal sparring and outwitting the Black Ink clan. Finally, Emonayi lost his patience and shouted, "Sir Yang, you came to the no-return pass to kill our territory lords and destroy our Black Ink nests even when we still have an agreement between our races. You have violated the terms of the agreement, and yet your excellency is so blatant about it. Don't you think that you have gone too far?" Yang Kai almost laughed. He did not expect Emonayi to lose his cool from just a little prodding. "So what?" Yang Kai raised his chin and said arrogantly, "You cannot stop this king from sweeping through the great territory battlefields and killing all of your territory lords." "You dare?" The real royal lord of the Black Ink clan roared furiously from the no-return pass. "Just wait and see." As Yang Kai said that, he turned around and the void started to ripple around him as he surged his space principles. "Don't leave, Sir Yang. Listen to what I have to say first." Emonayi shouted at the top of his lungs. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and said coldly, "What?" Emonayi cupped his fist respectfully, signaling him to wait a moment. He then turned to bow towards the no-return pass and communicated with the royal lord to calm him down. This caused Yang Kai's eyes to narrow slightly, and he found the situation rather interesting. The Black Ink clan did not care about seniority or etiquette. While the royal lord of the no-return pass had done a great service to the Black Ink clan for many years, Mo was now also a royal lord who was almost on par with him. Thus, there was no need for Mo to be that respectful of him. Looking at Mo's actions though, he still seemed to be a subordinate to the royal lord. Thus it must be related to their strength. Although Mo was now a royal lord, he didn't seem to be a true royal lord. Just like Diwu, he could only use some 70% to 80% of the strength a royal lord should be able to produce. Yang Kai had now decided to address a being like Mo as pseudo-royal lord to differentiate them from the real royal lords. Moments later, Mo ended his conversation with the royal lord, who was clearly extremely disgruntled. He wanted so much to join forces with Mo to capture Yang Kai right now, but Mo was right. Without the heaven-sealing earth-locking array set up, the chances of them capturing Yang Kai were basically zero, even if they combined forces. Worse, as soon as they completely fell out with Yang Kai here, he would no longer have to restrain his actions, which was not what the Black Ink clan wanted. The reason they had to negotiate peace with the human race on a large scale was because the territory lords were all at serious risk of being killed by Yang Kai, otherwise Black Ink clan would not have restricted themselves when they had the advantage. It was difficult to describe just how frustrating it was that one person managed to influence the Black Ink clan's plan to unify everything under the heavens. Moreover, he was even more powerful than before and could now kill territory lords essentially effortlessly. So, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not let Yang Kai leave, even though Mo knew that Yang Kai was just pretending to leave. If he left, all the territory lords across the great territory battlefields could only retreat to their camps and not reveal themselves. The peace agreement still benefited both sides. The evidence was how many masters both races had accumulated over the past 3,000 years. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sir Yang, Mo turned and said apologetically to Yang Kai. Say whatever you want, but if you upset this king again, I'll go kill 100 territory lords to relieve my anger. Mo frowned as he knew that the Black Ink clan's previous actions had truly annoyed Yang Kai and he could not do anything about it. Instead of blowing up though, he just smiled and said, Sir Yang, although the human race and Black Ink clan have fought for many years, there is currently an understanding between us. My generation has admired Sir Yang for a long time and do not wish to fall out with you here. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly when he noticed that Mo seemed humble, even apprehensive towards him. This sly and smooth, talking pseudo-royal lord would become a difficult character to deal with in the future if he was not killed soon. While bravery and strength were essential to winning a battle, knowing when to advance and retreat was essential to winning a war. So, the Black Ink clan intends to get rid of this king as soon as they can? Yang Kai questioned in a deep voice. Mo immediately appeared solemn and sighed, So, Sir Yang Kai is really here because of this. He looked as if he had expected this and also appeared sad. I, Mo wish to provide an explanation to your excellency regarding the recent unpleasantness. Go ahead. I'm all ears, Yang Kai grinned, interested to see where the conversation would lead and how Mo intended to resolve this situation. Mo continued, Earlier at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, a faction of my Black Ink clan saw an opportunity and acted impulsively, completely without authorization. Please believe me when I say that they were acting on their own and not on orders of Sir Royal Lord. During that time, Sir Royal Lord was in retreat and entrusted all outside affairs to Diwu, who was killed by you in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. It was always convenient to blame the dead. Yang Kai was naturally not a fool to be manipulated by Mo with such words. Unfortunately, since Diwu was dead, the truth of the matter died with him. Mo continued, Diwu had always been aggressive and prone to using force to solve problems, but in this case he has caused trouble and undermined the peace agreement between our two races, sullying the Black Ink clan's honor in the process. Thus his death is not worth pitying. Sir Yang has done us all a great favor by killing him. If he hadn't died in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, Sir Royal Lord would have taken his life as punishment for provoking the humans and your excellency. Yang Kai barely contained his urge to laugh out loud. If someone uninformed heard this speech, they might have thought that the Black Ink clan was some kind of benevolent race who treated others with honesty and respect. Mo swallowed both his dignity and pride to speak with Yang Kai like this. It would be impossible to find another pseudo-royal lord who was willing to act so humbly to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Chapter 56-53 Conditions. All this only made Yang Kai more determined to kill Mo. He had to seize any opportunity to eradicate this pseudo-royal lord as soon as possible. Mo was undoubtedly a Black Ink clansman on the inside, but on the outside he was as shameless and cunning as any human. In short, this guy was very difficult to deal with. Di Wu is now dead, and the territory lords who went to the ancestral land were also killed by you. So, it is the Black Ink clan who suffered a heavy loss. Mo Na Yi sighed. Yang Kai snarled in return, why shouldn't I have killed Di Wu and those 8 territory lords? Should I have stuck out my neck to let them chop my head off instead? That's not what I meant, Mo Na Yi waved his hand. I just want to say that their death isn't worth us fighting over. I just hope that their death can also calm your anger and allow this matter to rest. What do you say? What do I say? Yang Kai turned furious and then snapped, if this is what you want to tell me, then save it. I will go back to the 3,000 worlds and kill 100 territory lords to vent my fury. Ha, very well, Mo Na Yi smiled bitterly and said, if it were me I would not let this issue rest either. We both know that the peace treaty cannot be torn up right now, so let us see if we can come to some kind of arrangement. Sir Yang is undoubtedly unrivaled on the external battlefields, as my Black Ink clan does not have enough royal lords. Many territory lords would indeed die at your hands. However, once an all-out war breaks out, the future of your 8th Order masters will be equally perilous. I believe that this is not the outcome the human race wants to see. Threatening me is meaningless. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if a war is what you want, then that is what you will get. We'll see whether your territory lords or our 8th Order masters are wiped out first. Regardless of the outcome, I know I won't be the one to die. Mo Na Yi was dumbfounded. Indeed, with Yang Kai's methods, no matter what kind of war broke out, the chance of being killed was minute, unless the Black Ink clan created a few more pseudo-royal lords to corner him. However, right now, the number of Black Ink clan innate territory lords could hardly support the creation of more pseudo-royal lords. The acquired territory lords could certainly perform the source fusion techniques, but these seedlings were the future hope of the Black Ink clan to produce true royal lords, so how could they be willing to sacrifice them? Sir Yang, why don't you state your request openly? Mo Na Yi gave up trying to negotiate with Yang Kai as it was clearly not working. The Black Ink clan could not emerge unscathed from this, it seemed. Yang Kai had already prepared for this and said indifferently, those who are responsible should be punished. Di Wu and 8 territory lords who attacked me that day may be dead, but there were 12 other territory lords who escaped. Where are they now? Mo Na Yi was shocked that Yang Kai had such a big appetite. He clearly wanted to kill those 12 territory lords to appease his anger, but even if the Black Ink clan agreed to his demand, it was now impossible to find those 12 territory lords. Sir Yang Kai, if you want those 12 territory lords' heads, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Mo Na Yi sighed. After they escaped, Sir Royal Lord ordered them to be executed as a sign of his determination to uphold the agreement between the two races. Executed? Yang Kai was a bit stunned, but when he thought back on the earlier battle, he realized that he had not detected any of those 12 territory lords' auras. He was not familiar with the 12 territory lords who fled. However, he encountered all of them when he probed the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array in the ancestral land. For a master like him, once he met a territory lord, it was impossible to forget their aura after a mere 100 years. In their recent battle, all the territory lords at the no-return pass had to have been deployed to fight. The 12 territory lords couldn't be hiding from him. As for the claim that the royal lord executed those 12 territory lords just to maintain the peace between the two races, Yang Kai would be a fool to believe Mo Na Yi. The royal lord couldn't do such a thing to weaken his forces and their morale. At most he would send them to the 6 great territory battlefields as a punishment to redeem themselves. Yang Kai's brow twitched and swept his eyes over to look at Mo Na Yi. According to the information he got from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 13 innate territory lords were sacrificed so that Di Wu could attain the rank of pseudo-royal lord. At that time, there should not have been a second pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass. Now, Mo Na Yi had become a pseudo-royal lord, and the 12 territory lords who had escaped from the ancestral land were missing. Yang Kai suddenly realized how Mo Na Yi became a pseudo-royal lord, and was now curious about how the Black Ink clan turned an innate territory lord into a pseudo-royal lord. Although he had a lot of information now and it was assumed that it was done by some means of sacrifice, the in-depth details were still unknown. He also doubted the Black Ink clan would just tell him the truth. Perhaps I can try? What if I get something out of it? Yang Kai thought. While Yang Kai was thinking, Mo Na Yi nodded his head and replied, "It's true that they were executed. I know that you don't believe me, but there is no need for me to lie to you about this. Yang Kai said, "It does not matter. If they are dead, then let other territory lords take their place. 12 territory lords, I don't care who they are. I'll behead 12 and be on my way. If you can't bear to lose 12 territory lords, then let me destroy 12 high-rank black ink nests. That's right, I've already destroyed 2. Just give me 10. After all, you were the one who asked me to state my demands," Yang Kai sneered. Emonayi was barely able to maintain his smile as he replied, "Your Excellency, your demands are rather unrealistic. I'm afraid they could not be met." Whether it was territory lords or high-rank black ink nests, they were not assets the Black Ink clan could afford to sacrifice. If Yang Kai insisted on these, then there was no point in continuing the conversation. "It was you, the Black Ink clan, who attacked me first," Yang Kai said frostily. Emonayi could not help but sigh, as that was an indisputable fact. If this was a negotiation between 2 equal parties, logic and reason would allow them to reach a compromise. However, Yang Kai was currently a nightmare to all territory lords and had no reason to be reasonable. Emonayi silently cursed the dead Di Wu. If he had gone to the ancestral land to preside over that incident, things would not have deteriorated to this extent. Di Wu and the others were indeed at fault, but they were either killed by you or executed by Sir Royal Lord. Isn't that enough to quell your anger? 10 high-rank black ink nests or 12 territory lords, no bargaining. Yang Kai's was relentless. Emonayi frowned and said, "You know that this is impossible. If you insist, then I can only assume that you have no intention of maintaining the peace agreement between our 2 sides. It will not be beneficial to either of our races for things to collapse here. I would like to suggest resolving this matter. Are you willing to consider it?" "Go ahead. It is true that you were attacked and have suffered losses," Emonayi said, but then paused. When he thought about it, it was the Black Ink clan who had suffered losses. Yang Kai killed a pseudo-royal lord, 8 territory lords, and his rampage at the no-return pass had destroyed 2 high-rank black ink nests. These losses were extreme, and yet Yang Kai refused to let the matter rest. Still, Emonayi could not quibble about things here and simply said grudgingly, "Perhaps the Black Ink clan can compensate you with a large amount of resources to calm your anger." "How much is a large amount?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Emonayi said with a silent sigh, "It will definitely satisfy your excellency." Yang Kai stroked his chin and pondered. Although he came to the no-return pass looking for some revenge, his main goal was to find out the internal situation of the Black Ink clan. Now that his primary objective had been achieved, and he knew there were 2 royal lords here, it would truly be difficult for him to do anything more. His demands for 10 high-rank black ink nests or 12 territory lords were just him asking for the lion's share to see what he could squeeze out of the Black Ink clan. He also knew that the Black Ink clan couldn't agree to this demand, so the best-case scenario would really be getting some free supplies from them. The human race now has a large number of rising stars and a huge demand for resources. However, the number of great territories controlled by the human race was too low. Although the cave heavens and paradises had accumulated a massive quantity of materials throughout their existence, they would one day be depleted. The Black Ink clan was different. They now controlled some 99% of the 3,000 worlds as well as the entire Black Ink battlefield, so they were never short of supplies. This was also the reason why there were many human race hunters who plundered the Black Ink clan in the great territories outside the main battlefields. So, Emonaye's proposal to use resources to solve this situation was acceptable. However, Yang Kai couldn't dismiss this incident so easily. From the battle at the ancestral land, it was clear that the Black Ink clan wanted to kill him. He was lucky that he had a geographical advantage and coincidentally had a massive small stone race army from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan on hand. Otherwise, he would have faced a deadly situation. Since the Black Ink clan wanted him dead, they could not blame him for shaving off several kilos of flesh. Yang Kai said, "I have 2 conditions. If Black Ink clan can agree, then the ancestral land matter will be settled." Emonayi frowned and said, "Please tell me." Although he was relieved to hear this, Emonayi showed nothing on his face. As long as Yang Kai was willing to state conditions, that meant there was room for negotiation. Emonayi was only afraid that Yang Kai would insist on killing 12 territory lords or destroying 10 high-rank Black Ink nests. Those conditions were simply unmanageable. First condition, Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai held up a finger. "I want 100 Black Ink disciples in exchange for each territory lord's life. 1,200 for 12 in total, of whom no fewer than 100 must be 7th order. I know that the Black Ink clan has corrupted many Black Ink disciples over the years, so 1,200 should be nothing to you. Yi smiled bitterly and replied, 1,200 is not a small number. Yang Kai said, 100 Black Ink disciples for the life of a territory lord. I think I am being very generous to the Black Ink clan. I won't force you if you don't want to accept. Yi reached up and rubbed his forehead as if he was having a headache. However, Yang Kai noticed that he was actually using his divine sense to communicate with the royal lord at the no return pass. Chapter 56-54 Spying. Yang Kai decided to wait patiently since Yi was consulting with the true royal lord. However, he kept his guard up for any possible sudden turn of affairs. From this incident, he could see that the Black Ink clan would seize on any chance to kill him. He just had an encounter with them at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, and now the Black Ink clan gathered territory lords to set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking array to trap and exterminate him. Although there were currently many human race masters, the Black Ink clan was only really wary of Yang Kai at the moment. The Black Ink clan would no longer be constrained if he was to die. However, Yang Kai emerged unscathed from the battle in the Ancestral Land. The Black Ink clan was humiliated and had to negotiate for peace again, just like all those years ago when Yang Kai was terrorizing them. At that time, the Black Ink clan was forced into a peace agreement with the humans in certain great territories because Yang Kai had been killing innate territory lords time and time again. The losses were too heavy for the Black Ink clan to bear. Even now, the Black Ink clan was clear that Yang Kai was raising a huge fuss and making unreasonable demands, but there was still nothing they could do about it. A few moments later, Yi nodded at Yang Kai and said, "We agree to your demands for 1,200 Black Ink disciples." Yang Kai reiterated, "No less than 100 in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm." Yi said with a straight face, "Of course." Since the Black Ink clan had already agreed to this request, how could he haggle over the details? There were many Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by the Black Ink clan over the years. These Black Ink disciples would eventually grow into 7th Order or even 8th Order Black Ink disciples, of which Black Ink clan had a few. Originally, the Black Ink clan wanted to use these 8th Order Black Ink disciples to infiltrate the human great territories as spies to obtain critical information or perform sabotage. However, there was now an abundance of purifying light within the human race's side, and in order to enter any rear facility or territory, one had to enter a purifying Black Ink battleship. Under the purifying light, the Black Ink disciples would not be able to hide. Thus, those 8th Order Black Ink disciples were useless unless they were used to fight the human race masters on the battlefield. As Yang Kai said, 100 Black Ink disciples in exchange for the life of a territory lord was actually very reasonable. As long as the humans had hunters, the Black Ink clan would not lack in Black Ink disciples. "Sir Yang can state your second condition," Yi said. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded, "I want to know how you became a royal lord. As far as I know, an innate territory lord can't become a royal lord. So, how did you do it and how did Di Wu do it?" Yi calmly replied, "Who told you that innate territory lords cannot become royal lords? Di Wu and I had been cultivating for many years, so there is nothing strange about us achieving a breakthrough, right? Don't take me for a fool." Yang Kai snorted. Before Di Wu became a royal lord, 13 innate territory lords entered a high-rank Black Ink nest in the no-return pass and disappeared one after another. When you became a royal lord, 12 territory lords were conveniently executed. Are you trying to tell me there is no relationship between these events? Of course not. Yi tried to deny it, but after a moment he realized that Yang Kai should have gotten this information from those 7th Order Spirit Array Masters. After the Battle of the Ancestral Land, the 12 surviving territory lords escaped while the 7th Order Black Ink disciples went missing. They apparently had fallen into Yang Kai's hands and were rescued by him. During the time they had been in the no-return pass, although they did not know anything about the Source fusion technique, those 7th Order Masters weren't blind and surely took note of certain events. Were they sacrificed? Yang Kai looked straight into Yi's eyes and continued, "There must be some method the Black Ink clan possesses that allows a large number of innate territory lords to sacrifice themselves and integrate their power into a Black Ink nest. After enough power is accumulated, an innate territory lord can absorb all of it for themselves, allowing them to break through their shackles and become a royal lord." Yi maintained a straight face the whole time, so Yang Kai could not tell anything from his reaction. In the end, Yi just flatly stated, "Whatever your excellency chooses to believe, let that be the truth. Yang Kai stared at him deeply for a long time before he waved his hand and said, good. He also knew that he could not get an admission from the Black Ink clan. Even if the Black Ink clan did tell him some story, would he believe it? Whatever the Black Ink clan said still had to be verified, so there was no point in pushing the issue. Without dwelling on the matter, Yang Kai said, let's talk about the resources. Yi was exhausted from having to deal with Yang Kai all day, so he quickly cupped his fist and said, we need time to prepare the resources and gather the Black Ink disciples. Please wait for a while. Once they are ready, we will deliver them to you. Humans are truly disgusting and difficult to deal with, fumed Yi internally. Yi deeply appreciated how difficult it was to communicate with Yang Kai. He was glad that he did not argue with Yang Kai about the specifics of the supplies, or he might want him to list out all the materials in detail. He was just relieved that the negotiations were finally over. Yang Kai nodded lightly and tossed a communication bead to him and said, take your time to prepare. Send me a message when they are ready and I will come. Yi took the communication bead, but when he looked up, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He did not seem to worry that the Black Ink clan would renege on the agreement and did not even give a time limit. Yang Kai figured he did not need to give a deadline, for if the Black Ink clan dared to renege, the territory lords in the great territory battlefields would be in imminent danger. Yang Kai would surely kill 100 territory lords just as he promised. As for now, the Black Ink clan wanted him to be as far away as possible. They had nothing to gain by having him lingering around. Although the two royal lords were indifferent to having such a human master nearby, the territory lords couldn't help feeling nervous. Yi turned around and flew towards the no-return pass. When he reached the royal lord, he bowed low and said, sir, we subordinates failed in our responsibilities and caused a huge loss to our Black Ink clan. Please punish us, sir. To this declaration, the royal lord just waved his hand and said, it's not your fault. I was the one who underestimated him. He originally thought that everything would be safe with Yi guarding the no-return pass, but the growth of this human had vastly exceeded his expectations and caught him off guard. Clearly, Yang Kai's strength had increased several times since 3,000 years ago, to the point where even facing Yi and many territory lords, he could still destroy 2 Black Ink nests and make his escape. Back then Yang Kai did not have such strength. After calming down, the royal lord concluded that even if he was also here at the no-return pass, he might not be able to protect the high-rank Black Ink nests unless he could find a way to kill Yang Kai in one blow. I'll leave the preparation of the supplies and gathering of the Black Ink disciples to you. Just get rid of him as soon as possible. The royal lord glanced at the depths of the void with obvious disgust, as if Yang Kai was a dirty beggar who kept clinging on to him, refusing to let go. Yes. Yi replied respectfully. As orders were passed down through the Black Ink nests, teams with supplies and Black Ink disciples from the various great territories began to converge at the no-return pass. Some 50 million kilometers away from the no-return pass, Yang Kai retracted his aura while hiding inside a small universe fragment while he began adjusting his breathing and healing his wounds. Fortunately, he did not sustain any serious injuries this time, so it did not take much time to recover. Yang Kai had not received any contact from Yi, but he was not in a hurry. He just silently studied the grand Taoist of time and space. With the recent refinement of his dragon vein, his attainments in the Tao of time had grown to the same level of mastery as his Tao of space. Yang Kai's understanding of the space-time strength was also much clearer and more intuitive than before. Even so, he still had a long way to go. At least, in his own assessment of the grand Tao mastery, whether it was the Tao of time or the Tao of space, he had yet to reach the highest level, shocking history and dazzling the present. Yang Kai had a feeling that if his 2 grand Taoists reached the highest level one day, his spacetime strength would experience a dramatic change. Additionally, it was just about time for him to make a trip to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Wu Kuang agreed to guard the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, while Yang Kai promised to check in on him after 3,000 years. It was about time. Wu Kuang made a bold statement that 3,000 years would be enough for him to become a 9th Order Master. Yang Kai did not know if he succeeded, but still Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Shi, the original creator of the heaven-devouring battle law, and the possessor of the flawless purifying golden lotus. As long as there was enough power for him to devour, Wu Kuang would grow at a speed that no one could match. Inside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was the true body of Mo, whose Black Ink strength was immense. To cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law, Wu Kuang was practically devouring black ink strength without any limit. Guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction might have been a chore for others, even for the original Tsang and his compatriots, but it was actually a joy for Wu Kuang. It had been more than 3,000 years since the primordial heaven's source grand restriction war and the collapse of the human race grand army. Mo was struck by Mu's secret technique at the last moment and fell into a deep sleep, with no one knowing when it would wake up. Once it woke up, it would be disastrous if the human race still did not have the means to deal with it. Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. The cultivation of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm was still too weak in front of the rising tide of the universe. He hoped that he would not be disappointed with the three-cell source reconstitution art that Wu Kuang had given him. 3 months later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt something and took out the communication bead. When he infused his divine sense to look into it, it was Mo Na Yi who had sent a message that informed him that the supplies and 1,200 black ink disciples were ready for him. They were now waiting for Yang Kai to return to the no-return pass to settle the grudge over the ancestral land ambush. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had not been dragging their feet since he left that day. Yang Kai would not go to the no-return pass so easily though. That was the Black Ink clan's stronghold, with countless Black Ink clansmen gathered there. If he fell into the heaven-sealing earth-locking Saray again, then Yang Kai would be in great trouble. Thus he pondered a little and then sent a message. At the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi gripped the communication bead and was dumbfounded when he looked at it. What? The royal lord stood up and asked in a deep voice. Mo Na Yi shook his head and said, "This human is very cautious. He doesn't want to come to the no-return pass to receive the supplies, so he specified another location." Just as expected. The royal lord coldly snorted, "Go on then. Do not miss this opportunity." Mo Na Yi was surprised by the royal lord's persistence to kill Yang Kai. Although he did not think it was appropriate to provoke Yang Kai anymore, he had no choice but to agree. Chapter 56-55 Good deal. A full 6 months later, somewhere in the void, Mo Na Yi stood, looking extremely angry and upset. Anyone who had been made to dance like a puppet on strings would feel equally moody. Behind him, several innate territory lords sensed his anger spilling over and threatening to engulf them. In order not to incur his wrath, they kept silent and stayed as far from him as possible. Behind them were 1,200 Black Ink disciples gathered in various scattered groups and areas, looking confused and disorganized. It had been half a year since Mo Na Yi set off from the no-return pass with the 1,200 Black Ink disciples and the supplies he had prepared. In this half a year, Yang Kai repeatedly changed the location for the transaction 8 times. Furthermore, there were times that he made Mo Na Yi wait for dozens of days without any updates. Mo Na Yi was furious but could not do anything about it. He could understand Yang Kai being cautious and suspicious, as the royal lord had already instructed Mo Na Yi to seize any opportunity to kill this pest. However, with Yang Kai being so cautious, how could Black Ink clan have any chance to do anything? If Mo Na Yi wanted to take action against Yang Kai, he had to first set up the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array so that he could trap him in place. The Black Ink clan had no way to arrange anything in advance, though, as Yang Kai repeatedly changed the meeting location. Thus, Mo Na Yi no longer held any hope of taking Yang Kai down. The Black Ink clan was being sincere to Yang Kai, but he still treated them like vicious bandits, which frustrated Mo Na Yi. He decided that if Yang Kai changed the meeting location again, he would return to the no-return pass with the Black Ink disciples and supplies. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost. Before he appeared, neither the innate territory lords nor Mo Na Yi felt Yang Kai's aura. This space secret technique alone rendered the Black Ink clan somewhat powerless to deal with him. "It's been a long time," Yang Kai said as soon as he appeared. He had randomly and hastily decided to meet here, so the Black Ink clan couldn't set up the traps in advance. Additionally, he had secretly surveyed the vicinity with his demon eye of annihilation to ensure there were no hidden dangers before showing up. "Sir Yang is quite cautious," Mo Na Yi replied grouchily. He could be considered mild-tempered among the Black Ink clan, but now he was thoroughly incensed by Yang Kai's behavior. Yang Kai said frostily, "What's wrong with being cautious? Enough nonsense, where are the supplies?" Mo Na Yi kept a straight face and threw out a few space rings. Before Yang Kai caught them, he used his divine sense to check them for hidden traps and ensure that there were no problems. Each space ring was filled with resources and materials of various qualities and elements. The amount in each space ring was enough to allow a top second-class sect to sustain itself for 1,000 years. The amount and quality of the supplies was undeniably large. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and snickered, "The Black Ink clan's assets are truly remarkable." This wasn't a surprise though, as the human race were stuck in just over a dozen great territories while everywhere else was fully controlled by the Black Ink clan. What's more, the Black Ink clan did not care how they mined for resources, as even destroying universe worlds meant nothing to them. The 3,000 worlds of today was being fully exploited for its resources. After mining whatever they could, the Black Ink clan simply allowed the various universe worlds to crumble into universe fragments. Here are the 1,200 Black Ink disciples. Sir Yang, please inspect them. If these are acceptable, we will leave now. Yi urged him to accept the compensation so that he could leave and not have to deal with Yang Kai any further. They will do. Yang Kai did not bother to check, not because he trusted the Black Ink clan, but rather because he had already inspected these 1,200 Black Ink disciples before showing up. There were exactly 100 7th Order Black Ink disciples as agreed upon, while the rest were of various orders and strengths. In that case, goodbye. Yi cupped his fist and led the territory lords, who had constantly been on guard, to leave. Yang Kai saw them off warmly. This has been a happy cooperation. I hope there will be more such cooperation in the future. Yi paused momentarily and could not help but curse to himself. There will never be another time. If there is a next time, it will be you delivering your head to me. After Yang Kai watched the Black Ink clan masters fade into the distance, he turned to look at the 1,200 Black Ink disciples, but as soon as he did, someone shouted, "Disperse!" 1,200 people turned into 1,200 streams of light in an instant, scattering in all directions. Yang Kai entirely failed to stifle his laughter, as he knew that the Black Ink clan would not be so honest. It turned out that this was what they were up to. If he were a regular 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there would be nothing he could do in the face of such a situation. At best, some of these Black Ink disciples would be captured, but probably 90% of them would be able to escape. However, with Yang Kai being here, what the Black Ink clan did was pointless and doomed to fail. The moment the 1,200 streams of light shot in all directions, the void suddenly thrummed and solidified. The streams of light all faded to reveal the Black Ink disciples, who were now frozen in place, none of them able to move, each with a different expression on their face. Yang Kai stepped forward, and as soon as he walked past each of the Black Ink disciples, they would disappear. Each of the Black Ink disciples reappeared in Yang Kai's small universe and was immediately enveloped by a mass of purifying light which began to dispel the Black Ink strength in their bodies and return them to their original selves. In a short time, all 1,200 Black Ink disciples were taken in. Yang Kai took a long look in the direction of the no-return pass before turning around and disappearing into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. A short while later, he arrived at a secret place and established a connection to the World Tree. With the power of the World Tree, Yang Kai shuttled through the void and soon arrived at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, where he stood below the World Tree. The old tree still had the same old look, with almost all the world fruits still on the tree, being the ones corresponding to the universe worlds that Yang Kai had refined and saved at the beginning of the invasion. There were also world fruits corresponding to several universe worlds in High Heaven Territory and the New Great Territory. As for the other world fruits, they had all fallen off. On some of the branches of the old tree, there was a trace of black chi. "Thank you, old tree." Yang Kai bowed and saluted. The old tree did not show its face, choosing to just shake slightly. Yang Kai identified the world fruit that corresponded to the star boundary and shot towards it. The world fruit rapidly enlarged in his eyes as a familiar aura came towards him. Before he knew it, Yang Kai was already standing above the star boundary. He stepped forward and appeared in High Heaven Palace next, where a familiar divine sense immediately swept over, though it was withdrawn as soon as it scanned him. One of the great emperors stationed at the star boundary noticed that someone had entered it. However, once they identified that it was Yang Kai, they knew that he was not here to cause trouble. This time, it appeared to be Ice Feather Great Emperor, who was stationed at the star boundary. Yang Kai did not have many interactions with this great emperor and thus was not too familiar with him. Yang Kai's divine sense swept over the spirit peak where his parents lived, and found that the old couple were happily teaching some young disciples. With the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, no one could avoid joining the war effort. In fact, Yang Kai's parents had applied to join the army several times. However, High Heaven Palace always refused to allow them to go, claiming that they could contribute most by teaching the next generation of disciples. Naturally, no one, save for Yang Kai's parents themselves, raised any complaints about this. Yang Kai had made many invaluable contributions to the war over the years. In fact, if not for Yang Kai, the human race might have lost long ago. His wives, adopted son, and little sister were all fighting on the front lines as well. Since his parents were not that strong and there was a high probability of something happening to them if they went to the battlefield, the higher-ups all tacitly agreed to keep them out of the fighting. After all, how could they explain to Yang Kai if something happened to them? Also, who would dare to say anything if his parents remained in the star boundary? Without bothering his parents, Yang Kai called Hua Qingxi and asked about the situation in the star boundary. He also asked about the new great territory, the Myriad Monsters world. He learned that everything was fine here at the star boundary and the Myriad Monsters world was also doing well. The World Tree clone was showing its power, and after thousands of years of nurturing, many rising stars from the Myriad Monsters world had directly broken through to the 5th, 6th, and even 7th order Open Heaven Realm Masters. A Monster King had been recognized by the Myriad Monsters world's will and been named the first Great Emperor with the title Thunder Shadow. He left the Myriad Monsters world with some human companions and had now made a name for himself on the various battlefields. Nowadays there were several Great Emperors of the Myriad Monsters world. In addition to the original monster race Great Emperor with the title of Thunder Shadow, there was one more from the monster race and 2 humans who had been certified as Great Emperors. The Myriad Monsters world bottle still had positions open, so both monsters and humans were eager to attain the world's acknowledgement and seize this position for themselves. This was not only a matter of honor and prestige, of course, as anyone who obtained the Great Emperor position would see a dramatic increase in their speed of cultivation while in Myriad Monsters world, allowing them to grow stronger more rapidly than their peers. As for the human race as a whole, everyone, from the Supreme Commander to the ordinary soldiers, could feel the stress of the approaching storm. Everyone knew that in the near future the peace between the humans and the Black Ink clan would break down completely and a battle to the death would begin. Once that happened, only the strong would be able to protect themselves. On the whole, the expectations of the human race were high but filled with potential. Have Shower and Schwer sent any messages back? Yang Kai asked casually. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, Yang Xiao did send back a message. He said that the palace master had caused them a lot of trouble. Now they are constantly being hunted by the Black Ink clan. Whenever their whereabouts are exposed, they are bound to be pursued. It has taken them a lot of effort to repel the enemy. Yang Kai chuckled heartily and said, It looks like they're having a good time, I can rest assured then. This was probably due to the final lesson that Yang Kai gave his 3 disciples in Azure Sun territory. Although Yang Xiao, Yang Shui and the others were not present at the time, the Black Ink clan had sources of information. They would be able to find out about Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's relationship with Yang Kai and naturally wanted to handle them. Yang Kai was not too worried about their safety, of course. These little ones had all become 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so as long as they worked together and joined forces to defend themselves, the Black Ink clan, though strong, should not be able to harm them. Chapter 56-56, Mi Jingluan Speculation. Yang Kai did not stop for long at the star boundary. He exchanged a few words with Hua Qingxi and released a group of disciples who were ready to reach the Open Heaven Realm from the Void Dao Temple, leaving them under her care. He instructed her on some matters and then left. After passing through the territory gate, he arrived at the neighboring Great Territory, which was numbered but remained unnamed. Any great territory that was only represented as a number on the universe chart was ranked as an extremely low-grade great territory. It meant that it did not have any notable great force overseeing it. A great territory such as this usually had few universe worlds and sparse resources. Generally speaking, such a great territory was isolated from the rest of the world. High Heaven territory was like this in the past. In the whole High Heaven territory, there were only 2 habitable universe worlds. One was the star boundary and the other was the demon realm. The strongest masters were the great emperors and demon saints. There were no open heaven realm masters here. However, since the rise of the star boundary as an open heaven realm cradle, High Heaven territory made a name for itself. The neighboring great territory was not so fortunate, but it was the place where the supreme headquarters of the human race was located. Although the great territory was previously unknown and even deserted, it was now vital to the human race. Not only because it was the great territory that led directly to the star boundary, but also because it connected to more than 10 great territory battlefields. Just as the barren territory was the last barrier to the 3,000 worlds, this unnamed great territory was also the last bulwark for the human race today. If the Black Ink clan breached this place, they would be able to push straight into the heart of human territory. When that happened, the human race would have no choice but to completely fall back to High Heaven territory and the new Great Territory. With the Supreme Headquarters located here, this Great Territory was extremely bustling. No matter which battlefield the soldiers headed to or retreated from, they would transit through this place to rest and repair their equipment. Armies would be assembled here and be dispatched by the Supreme Headquarters as reinforcements to the Great Territory battlefields on a regular basis. Looking from afar, there were many human race soldiers coming and going in the void, and the glimmer of light from their bodies was as bright as stars. Yang Kai suppressed his aura and rushed to the universe fragment where the Supreme Headquarters was located. Without informing anyone, he flew straight to the main hall. Inside the main hall, Mi Jingluan was busy pointing at a territory map, and a few 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were in charge of transmitting orders nodded as they took careful notes. Yang Kai took a look and found the territory map was of Twin Poles territory. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, Mi Jingluan looked up and gave him a light nod, signaling him to wait for a moment. Yang Kai made himself at home, found a seat, poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely sipped it. After a little more than half an hour, the 7th Order Masters were sent away. Mi Jingluan stood in place in contemplation for several moments before rubbing his forehead. He then walked over to Yang Kai, sat down and pushed an empty teacup towards him. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and poured him a cup. Mi Jingluan heaved a long sigh and downed the tea like he was draining a bottle of wine. Yang Kai asked, "Things aren't going well in Twin Poles territory?" Mi Jingluan replied, "The Black Ink clan has intensified their attack on Twin Poles territory. They've recently gained more territory lords and deployed them there, so we are facing some difficulties." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he asked with a smile, "Why don't you take a trip there?" "Impossible." Yang Kai waved his hand, "I just got back from harassing the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass. If I go to Twin Poles territory at this time, wouldn't I be reneging on the agreement?" "What happened?" Mi Jingluan raised a brow and asked curiously. Yang Kai briefly told them about his experience at the No-Return Pass before handing Mi Jingluan the supplies he had extorted from the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan accepted them politely, and after a quick inspection he exclaimed, "Wow, the Black Ink clan was really generous to you." In his heart, he knew that this was due to Yang Kai's notorious reputation. If the Black Ink clan had to choose between losing territory lords or resources, they would definitely choose the latter. They could easily recoup the material losses even if they were given away. However, territory lords were all valuable assets, and it would not be beneficial to give Yang Kai an excuse to go on a killing spree. If Mi Jingluan tried to take advantage of the Black Ink clan like this, he would have been torn apart by the royal lord. Although he became an 8th Order Master much earlier than Yang Kai, he had to admit that he was no match for the latter's strength. This was a positive development though. The future of the human race would only be bright if the future generation could surpass the abilities of the current one. A few days ago, there was a report of many Black Ink nests scattered all over the Great Territories withering for no apparent reason. I figured it was you who went to the No-Return Pass to stir up trouble. From what you had just said, it seems my assumptions were correct. There was a precedent for this. Previously, Yang Kai went on a rampage at the No-Return Pass and destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests. This naturally disrupted the flow of reinforcements to the Black Ink clan as all the mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests spawned from those high-rank nests were destroyed. The human race was not sure what had happened at the time, but later found out that it was Yang Kai's doing. So, when a similar event happened, it was easy for Mi Jingluan to make a guess. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who returned from the ancestral land explained in detail what happened there, and the small stone race army you provided has also been integrated into our forces. Mi Jingluan said solemnly, "Junior brother, does the Black Ink clan really have the means to help an innate territory lords become a royal lord?" When they heard this news, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the Supreme Headquarters were shocked and decided to block the news immediately to avoid damaging the morale of the army. It was a pity that Yang Kai was like a dragon who shows his tail but never his face. Yang Kai came over whenever he wanted to see Mi Jingluan, but the reverse essentially never happened. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if Mi Jingluan wanted to find Yang Kai. Yang Kai drank another cup of tea and nodded. Indeed, the pseudo-royal lord I encountered at the ancestral land named Di Wu was created in such a manner. Unfortunately for him, he was too careless and was killed by me. Pseudo-royal lord? Mi Jingluan exclaimed with his eyebrows raised. It seems senior brother isn't aware of this point. Although the Black Ink clan has the ability to forcibly raise an innate territory lord into a royal lord, there are clear flaws with the process. Such a created royal lord may have the raw power of a royal lord, but they are unable to utilize it properly. I clearly felt this when I fought Di Wu. He could only exert about 70% to 80% of what a royal lord should be able to do. Thus, I regard them as pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jingluan heaved a sigh of relief and said, if that's the case, then there's no need to be too concerned. A pseudo-royal lord who could only exert an average of 75% of his power was not nearly as threatening to 8th Order masters as a true royal lord. It might only take a few 8th Order masters in a battle formation to resist such an enemy, though killing one was probably impossible. But there is another pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass right now. Mi Jingluan's eyes narrowed and asked, who? Senior brother, do you remember that innate territory lord named Mo Yi? Him? How could Mi Jingluan not know who Mo Yi was? Mo Yi was one of the innate territory lords that the human race was highly focused on. This guy was far more intelligent and cunning than other territory lords. It was definitely not a good development for the human race for this Black Ink clansman to become a pseudo-royal lord. Mi Jingluan thought about it momentarily but decided not to dwell on it any further. Now that Mo Yi had become a pseudo-royal lord, it was useless to brood over it. If they really encountered him, they could only directly take him on. Junior brother, have you found out how the Black Ink clan creates these pseudo-royal lords? Yang Kai shook his head and replied, Mo Yi was already a pseudo-royal lord when I arrived at the no-return pass. I tried to probe them about it, and it seemed like the information those 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered at the no-return pass was accurate. Even if the Black Ink clan has a method to create pseudo-royal lords, they have to pay a huge price. At the very least, they should have to sacrifice a large number of innate territory lords. When Di Wu transformed into a pseudo-royal lord, 13 innate territory lords were sacrificed. In Mo Yi's case there were at least 12. Hearing this, Mi Jingluan seemed to have suddenly thought of something before snapping his feather fan closed. He gently tapped the fan against his palm and said, perhaps, it also involves the sacrifice of a high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai wondered and asked, why do you think so? Perhaps junior brother isn't aware of this. About 400 years ago, some low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests suddenly withered. When the numbers were tabulated, the headquarters estimated that a single high-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed somehow. About 100 years ago, a similar situation occurred. Initially, I thought that it was junior brother who went on a rampage at the no-return pass and destroyed these high-rank Black Ink nests, but from your story just now that seems to not be the case. 400 years ago, after a little calculating, Yang Kai realized that was the time that he had just arrived at the ancestral land to cultivate. He also killed Di Wu just over 100 years ago. For the Black Ink clan, Black Ink nests were their foundation, so they would not be given up easily. There could only be one reason for those low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests to die all of a sudden. The high-rank Black Ink nest that produced them was destroyed. The timing was too coincidental, and the anomaly was equally obvious. The Black Ink clan was smart enough to hide the truth from him, but there were enough clues for the human race to make the necessary deduction. Yang Kai kept nodding his head. More than 400 years ago, when the Black Ink clan knew that he was cultivating in the ancestral land, they created Di Wu, a pseudo-royal lord, and ordered him to go to the ancestral land to kill him. Unfortunately, Di Wu ended up losing everything and died in the ancestral land. When they realized that Di Wu had died, the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass created Mo Yi. They did it twice, and each time they not only sacrificed more than 10 territory lords, they also lost a high-rank Black Ink nest in the process. It makes sense now, Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed and continued, the Black Ink clan does have the means to transform an innate territory lord into a pseudo-royal lord, but it requires the sacrifice of a dozen or so territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. No wonder the Black Ink clan has never used this technique before. The cost is indeed very high compared to the benefits. He looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, looks like that original royal lord is willing to pay any price as long as they can kill you. Yang Kai said, man proposes, the heavens dispose. If he did not have an army of small stone race with him when he went to the ancestral land, there was a good chance that Di Wu would have succeeded. The good thing was that this matter was considered resolved in his favor. The Black Ink clan tried to kill Yang Kai, but he managed to overcome that calamity and gained significant compensation for it. All of this was because the two races still needed to maintain the status quo. Chapter 56-57, Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. What happened at the ancestral land was considered resolved and there was no point in thinking about it further, so Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, "How are senior brother Xiang and the others?" Xiang Shan had stopped appearing in public and focused on cultivating to break through to the Ninth Order. The Black Ink clan suspected that Xiang Shan and the other Eighth Order masters who were expected to break through and reach the Ninth Order had already done so secretly. However, that was not the case in reality. The Ninth Order was the peak of the human race's martial Tao and was extremely difficult to reach. Now, there were not many humans who were qualified to make this breakthrough. There was indeed one person who had succeeded, but it was not Xiang Shan. When Yang Kai asked, Mi Jingluan sighed and replied, "It has been 1,000 years since they entered retreat, and still there is no news from them. In fact, with Brother Xiang's talent, he should have already reached the Ninth Order if nothing went wrong." The issue was that Xiang Shan's cultivation had once regressed. Long ago, in Blue Sky Pass, in the era when Yang Kai had not yet set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield, Xiang Shan was a famous existence and many territory lords died at his hand. However, he was so feared that he became a priority target for the Black Ink clan. They specifically targeted him and trapped him in a bitter battle where he became corrupted heavily by Black Ink's strength, forcing him to sacrifice a large portion of his small universe to preserve himself. Afterwards, he took a profound Een spirit fruit to repair his damaged small universe. However, the drop in one's cultivation was not something that was automatically made up for. For the many years that Yang Kai was stationed at Blue Sky Pass, he had never seen Xiang Shan because the latter was in secluded retreat. It was not until the leaders of the human race decided to form the Great Evolution Army to recover Great Evolution Pass that Xiang Shan returned to the limelight. What Mi Jingluan meant was that if that incident had not occurred all those years ago, Xiang Shan would already be a Ninth Order master. The cave heavens and paradises were filled with talented people, but throughout history few could match the reputation of Xiang Shan. It was a pity that his future accomplishments were greatly delayed, and now it seemed that dark injuries from that incident were preventing Xiang Shan from reaching the Ninth Order. The current situation between the two races was rather stable. Although the fighting never ceased, it was all in a managed situation rather than an all-out war. Thus, Xiang Shan took this opportunity to enter retreat and cultivate. Brother Xiang did mention that if necessary he would come out to face the enemy, regardless of whether he had achieved a breakthrough. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "What about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress? What's the progress?" The Suppressing Black Ink Fortress was a massive mobile palace artifact that Yang Kai had convinced the Supreme Headquarters to refine in order to deal with the Black Ink clan. It was quite similar to the Great Passes of old but far smaller. The current generation of artifact refiners, even compared to those from late ancient era, were not inferior. However, the human race sorely lacked resources at the moment. Great Passes were enormous mobile palace artifacts built up and refined over hundreds of thousands of years, consuming an unfathomable amount of resources. The human race could not afford to spend so lavishly in their current situation. If they tried to build such an artifact now, it would likely cripple the cultivation progress of the entire race, which was a situation that absolutely could not be allowed. Thus, they could only build the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress for which Yang Kai campaigned hard some 1,000 years ago, just before he left for the Myriad Monsters world. This mobile palace artifact was not destined for the great territory battlefields, however. When Yang Kai asked about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, Mi Jingluan replied, 300 years ago, the superstructure of the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress was completed, and over the subsequent years, various grand arrays and artifacts have been installed. It should be almost finished now. After a pause he asked, "Do you want to see it?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. The two of them left the Supreme Headquarters together and shot off into the depths of the void. The construction of the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress was kept highly confidential, with only those participating in the project and the heads of the Supreme Headquarters being in the know. This giant weapon of war was located at an extremely remote place in the Great Territory and covered with multiple arrays to conceal it. Patrolling human race masters also ensured that no one without authorization approached this region. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan traveled for about an hour before reaching a universe world that seemed to be covered in shadows. Although this universe world was ancient, its grand Tao and will were imperfect. Thus, there was no vitality here. This was a rather common sight throughout the 3,000 worlds. Although such a universe world generally had a lot of precious cultivation resources, it was not suitable for the survival of living beings, thus it was essentially dead. A divine sense swept over from afar, but after confirming Mi Jingluan's identity, it allowed them through. Yang Kai, led by Mi Jingluan, flew for a while around the universe world before arriving at a certain spot and heading down. They passed through a layer of thick, dark clouds before being hit in the face with an imposing aura. A huge and lofty object immediately filled their view, one that looked like a massive steel beast. This was the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. The Suppressing Black Ink Fortress was undoubtedly much smaller compared to a great pass from the Black Ink battlefield, being just 10% of the size. However, it was still a massive object. The entire Suppressing Black Ink Fortress looked like a small city with many structures, high walls and towers. Yang Kai could see people scurrying about inside the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, carrying materials and working on construction projects. There were huge artifacts mounted atop of the city walls, and at a glance one could tell how extraordinary they were. There were also traces of numerous grand arrays, but none of them were currently active, so it was impossible to assess their might. The human race seemed to be in decline as it only held a dozen or so great territories because of the Black Ink clan. However, no matter how bad things were, they still had a profound heritage. When the Grand Army was defeated in the war outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the humans were forced to retreat to the No-Return Pass, and then to the Barren Territory. The death of countless soldiers was certainly heartbreaking, but the loss of a great pass inherited since the end of the late ancient era was also a massive strategic setback for the human race. While many great passes were destroyed, others remained mostly intact at the No-Return Pass. Many wanted to take the great passes away with them, but they were too massive even for a ninth-order old ancestor to fit into their small universe. Thus, they had no choice but to abandon them. Presently, those great passes outside the No-Return Pass had become platforms for Black Ink nests. If the human race could defeat the Black Ink clan and retake the No-Return Pass, there was still hope to regain those great passes. The two landed on the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress and were immediately greeted by someone. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Grandmaster Donghua." It was Dong Guanping, who Yang Kai had met at Blue Sky Pass. He was an artifact refining great grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven and also the one who built the first purifying Black Ink battleship together with Yang Kai and a number of array masters. However, since Yang Kai left Blue Sky Pass, they had not seen each other again, mainly because Dong Guanping was in charge of artifact refining while Yang Kai's job was to kill the enemy. They fought on different battlefields, so it was natural for them not to meet each other. Yang Kai. Dong Guanping also recognized Yang Kai immediately and reached out his hand to slap his shoulder as he happily declared, "I should call you Junior Brother Yang now." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Senior Brother Donghua." He was happy to see him. Although Yang Kai had met many people on the Black Ink battlefield, few survived until today. Dong Guanping was also a bit emotional. When he first met Yang Kai, the latter was just an unknown sixth-order brat. He was only valued by Blue Sky Pass leaders at the time because he brought purifying light to the human race. Now, when Dong Guanping saw him again, Yang Kai was already the powerful Profound Nether Army commander and a perpetual thorn in the Black Ink clan's side. Such growth was truly immense as only 3,000 years had passed since then. Mi Jingluan said with a smile, "Senior Brother Donghua is one of the chief artifact refiners on the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress project. Junior Brother Yang, if you want to know more about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, please feel free to ask Senior Brother Donghua." "Many thanks, Senior Brother." Dong Guanping simply waved his hand. "Artifact refining is the job of this old master, it's not a big deal. However, can Junior Brother Yang tell me what this Suppressing Black Ink Fortress is going to be used for? This artifact is massive and took no less than 1,000 artifact refiners almost 1,000 years to construct. Although it is powerful, it is not suitable for the current war. Even if it is for a counter-offensive, one Suppressing Black Ink Fortress won't make much of a difference. If it weren't for Supreme Headquarters special orders, this old master would not have agreed to squander so many resources and so much manpower on this. The amount of resources poured into the thing could have benefited the Great Army in many other ways." It was clear that Dong Guanping had strong opinions about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. As he said, this thing was not very useful for the situation the human race was currently in. Unless more Suppressing Black Ink Fortresses were built, they could not be used to attack the enemy. This was certainly a very sharp weapon of war. However, its disadvantages were also very obvious. It took far too many resources and too much time to build just one, so if it did not achieve its intended purpose, then it was all just a huge waste of time and money? Didn't senior brother Mi explain the situation? Yang Kai was stunned. Mi Jingluan said in return, "It's better that fewer people know about this matter." Dong Guanping glared at Mi Jingluan and snorted, "What nonsense is this guy sprouting? He just said that it was a secret. What can this old master do to him if he refuses to say anything?" Yang Kai smiled before quietly whispering something to Dong Guanping. Dong Guanping immediately turned solemn and remarked, "I see." He had his suspicions considering the situation, however Yang Kai just confirmed his guesses. He was a veteran from Blue Sky Pass who had experienced thousands of years of war on the Black Ink battlefield. If the suppressing Black Ink fortress was used in that place, it was indeed the perfect tool for the job. "What are the chances of that happening?" Dong Guanping asked. Yang Kai replied, "It's bound to happen, it's just a matter of time." Dong Guanping replied, "Fortunately, this old master did not cut corners when I built the suppressing Black Ink fortress, otherwise, it would have been a big mistake." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Senior brother, please take us to look around." Dong Guanping was immediately reinvigorated. Although he had some reservations about building the suppressing Black Ink fortress, it was also the greatest masterpiece of his life. Now that he had succeeded in building it, he naturally wanted to show it off to others. It was pointless for him to brag about it to the builders. Thus, when Mi Jingluan and Yang Kai came, he finally had an audience to lead around and introduce all the wondrous features of his creation. Chapter 56-58 Tiger Roar Cannon. When the Supreme Headquarters gave the order 1,000 years ago, Dong Guanping led several artifact refining great grandmasters and brought over 1,000 artifact refiners to this place to work. Those artifact refiners had put their all into the suppressing Black Ink fortress, and it represented their proudest achievement. Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven contributed a huge amount of resources to create this artifact. Although each Cave Heaven and Paradise contributed a lot to this project, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven were the experts at artifact refining and thus contributed the most. Presently, the suppressing Black Ink fortress had various grand arrays, artifacts, and even some architectural uniqueness, making it essentially a mobile city. All of this was influenced by Dong Guanping, so he was intimately familiar with all aspects of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, making his introductions detailed and descriptive. Yang Kai soon began to appreciate the might of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. He was very satisfied with what he was hearing. Although the suppressing Black Ink fortress was only 10% the size of a great pass, its armaments and capabilities were basically on par with one. They paused for explanations and then resumed along the route. When the three of them arrived near a section of the city wall, Dong Guanping pointed to a huge artifact mounted up ahead. The shape of the artifact looked like a crouching tiger with an elongated neck gazing forward. There were several artifact refiners nearby who were busy working on it. Dong Guanping pointed at the artifact and said proudly, "This is a Tiger Roar Cannon, the main offensive artifact of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Over all four walls, there are a total of 1,200 of these. They were specially designed for the suppressing Black Ink fortress." Mi Jingluan looked at it for a while and asked, "How powerful is it?" Dong Guanping stroked his beard and smiled. When tested, 3 6th-order masters working together were able to unleash a strike equivalent to a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm master's full strength. If 3 7th-order masters worked together, the power unleashed would be similar to an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm master's attack. Mi Jingluan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Impressive, but creating such an artifact must have been expensive, right?" Dong Guanping replied with a solemn nod, "Didn't Supreme Headquarters say not to skimp on the cost? Creating a single Tiger Roar cannon consumes resources equivalent to building a standard warship." Mi Jingluan winced at the thought of the cost. With 1,200 Tiger Roar cannons, it was like having 1,200 standard warships, and that was just for the main armaments of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. There were other various supplementary artifacts as well as the grand arrays within the fortress, which also required a lot of resources. The entire suppressing Black Ink fortress was practically a weapon of war built from several generations of stockpiled wealth. It was fortunate that Yang Kai went to the no-return pass to pick a fight with the Black Ink clan and managed to get them to compensate him with so many materials. At least, that could help to replenish a good portion of the stock used in the production of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Otherwise, the human race would have to tighten their belts for a few years just to get by. However, this was something Yang Kai had specially requested. Although the cost was immense, it was worth the expenditure as long as it could produce the desired effect. As the two spoke, Yang Kai had already walked toward the Tiger Roar cannon, which had several artifact refiners busy working on it. One of them became upset when he noticed someone approaching without permission and stood up abruptly with the intention to reprimand him, but was immediately stunned. Yang Kai smiled at him and said, "Senior brother Su." The other person smiled and exclaimed, "Junior brother Yang? Haven't seen you in years, senior brother Su. You still have the same noble bearing as before." Yang Kai glanced at the chubby figure in front of him while comparing it to the one in his memories. In fact, there were no significant changes to fatty Su Zhen except for the traces of aging after all these years. Furthermore, Su Zhen was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Dong Guanping walked forward and asked curiously, "Junior brother Yang, you know my martial nephew?" Although they were both in the 8th Order, since they were born and raised in Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, Dong Guanping was still Su Zhen's senior and thus of a higher rank compared to a rising star like Su Zhen. Furthermore, while they were cultivators in the same realm and from the same sect, there was still some difference in their strength and achievements. In contrast, although Yang Kai was much younger than the rest, as long as his cultivation was on par with theirs, he was considered equal in terms of seniority to Mi Jingluan and Dong Guanping. "Of course I know him. I was drawn into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary with senior brother Su. We went through a lot of hardships together," Yang Kai explained. Dong Guanping suddenly understood. Over the past 10,000 years, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary only appeared once. Su Zhen coincidentally got dragged into it, and apparently so did Yang Kai. Therefore, it was normal that they knew each other from the incident. Sometime later, Yang Kai and Su Zhen also met in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. However, after Yang Kai went to the Black Ink battlefield, there was no longer any news of him. Su Zhen naturally heard about Yang Kai's exploits when the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that they could not meet until today. To construct the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven had deployed 30% of their sex artifact refiners, which was why Fatty Su Zhen was here. After some pleasantries, Su Zhen cupped his fist and said, "Martial Uncle is here just in time. This Tiger Roar cannon has some problems linking together with the Grand Array. No matter how we tried, we just can't get it to work smoothly. Perhaps Martial Uncle can figure out the problem." Dong Guanping, who never backed down from a challenge, stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look." He approached the Tiger Roar cannon, carefully investigated and quickly found the crux of the problem. He did not personally resolve it though, and instead carefully instructed Su Zhen and the others and let them do it. This was also a kind of on-the-spot education. The few artifact refiners soon became busy working on the cannon and forgot all about Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan, who were standing beside them. Yang Kai also knew something about the Tao of artifact refining, and although it was not as good as his mastery over the Taos of time, space and spear, he was still an artifact refining grandmaster, so he could more or less understand what they were discussing and was also interested in it. On the contrary, Mi Jingluan, who knew nothing about the subject, stood by the side, bored to tears. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother Mi, we have basically finished with the tour of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, but I would like to remain here and see the rest of the artifacts and spirit arrays. You should go on ahead first." Mi Jingluan nodded and said, "Good. I will make the rest of the arrangements at the Supreme Headquarters." Yang Kai made his request without holding back. "I estimate it will take a minimum of 5,000 and up to 8,000 soldiers to fully mobilize the power of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. I will have to trouble senior brother Mi to prepare them as soon as possible. Additionally, please send the divine spirits that I brought back from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary over here. Although they have been obedient over the years, the agreement I made with them was only for 3,000 years and will soon be up. It will be difficult for me to extend the pact, but there just so happens to be someone over on that side who can handle them." Mi Jingluan immediately understood and replied with a smile, "That's right, under that person's watchful eye, these divine spirits have no choice but to behave obediently." Naturally, the suppressing Black Ink fortress needs a divine spirit with great sun and moon marks to be able to create purifying light to protect against the encroachment of Black Ink strength. I'll make sure everything is prepared appropriately. Mi Jingluan quickly left and went back to the Supreme Headquarters to organize the troops while Yang Kai stayed. Once the suppressing Black Ink fortress was ready for action, Yang Kai would be responsible for sending it to that place. Dong Guanping was still instructing Su Zhen and the others to solve the problem of the Tiger Roar cannon, when Yang Kai heard a soft voice in his ear. He was surprised and decided to follow the voice. leaving the suppressing black ink fortress and heading towards a mountain valley some 3,000 kilometers to the west. He approached it and was stunned by what he saw within it. The entire surrounding land was barren and silent, but this mountain valley was full of vitality, with an abundance of fragrant flowers and vegetation. However, under careful observation and inspection, he realized that all the greenery was nothing but an illusion. This was obviously an extremely profound manifestation of power. He then noticed a delicate figure sitting quietly in the middle of the sea of flowers. As Yang Kai waded through the sea of flowers, the flowers were disturbed, detached from their stems and flew away from the branches. The flowers turned into yellow, red, and green butterflies dancing among other flowers. At that moment, the world was colorful and beautiful. Yang Kai was captivated by this beauty, even stretching out his hand and allowing a butterfly to land gently on his fingertips while flapping its wings. A few moments later, he approached the figure, bowed and greeted, "Old Ancestor." This was the only human who had advanced to become a ninth-order Old Ancestor since the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Only a select few of the upper ranks knew about this. Yang Kai was curious about where she was after she had reached the ninth order, and it was only when he heard her voice that he realized that she had been here the whole time, guarding the suppressing black ink fortress. The Supreme Headquarters must have arranged for this newly promoted Ninth Order Master to secretly guard the suppressing black ink fortress to ensure that absolutely nothing happened to it. Luo Tinghe smiled slightly, reached out her hand and spoke gently, "No need for formalities. In fact, I owe everything that I have to you." This Ninth Order Master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years. Many years later, Chu Huashang had entered the Samsara Pavilion vowing to live and die together with Yang Kai for 9 lifetimes or perish inside. Yang Kai managed to overcome this challenge and leave with Chu Huashang. It was through that opportunity that Luo Tinghe was also able to leave the Samsara Pavilion. If Yang Kai had not gone through the 9th reincarnation and succeeded in awakening Chu Huashang, Luo Tinghe would still be trapped in the Samsara Pavilion. She would not be where she is today. Old Ancestor is too kind. What happened that day was pure coincidence, Yang Kai said respectfully. Back then he had no idea Luo Tinghe was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion. All he did was break Chu Huashang's heart seal and awaken her memories. It was pure coincidence that he managed to get Luo Tinghe out as well. Coincidence or not, I still owe you a favor, Luo Tinghe insisted. Yang Kai could not say anything else. Luo Tinghe tilted her head and smiled as she said, "I've been thinking about how to repay you for that. I originally thought of giving you some benefits after I reached the 9th order. However, your cultivation speed is so fast that the benefits I can give you now related to that are far too limited." Chapter 56-59 Butterfly. Luo Tinghe would not be in such a tight spot if Yang Kai was only in the 6th or 7th order. All she needed to do was to give him some gifts and give him some pointers for his cultivation, which would not be difficult. However, Yang Kai's cultivation had been increasing rapidly over the years, leading to him reach the peak of the 8th order. In terms of strength as an 8th order master, Yang Kai was definitely the strongest. Even Xiang Shan was incomparable to him. This made it difficult for Luo Tinghe to figure out what she could give him in return. Since she successfully advanced to the 9th order and was stationed here to guard the suppressing black ink fortress, she had been thinking long and hard about this. "I pondered a lot on this. Since you are always out and about, you should be constantly in danger, so, why don't I give you something to protect yourself? It might come in handy one day." Upon saying so, she did not allow Yang Kai to refuse. Her slender jade finger gently lifted and the sea of flowers that blanketed the mountain valley started to detach and turned into balls of light that converged at her fingertip. The flowing lights lingered and gathered, slowly converging into one and reconstituted into a colorful butterfly which gently flapped its wings. When the glow waned, the butterfly completely materialized. She was not finished yet though, as Yang Kai clearly felt Luo Tinghe's world force surging madly and pour into the butterfly. The little butterfly, which was the size of a baby's palm, was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing world force from the 9th order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai was immediately dumbfounded. Although he did not know what mysterious secret technique Luo Tinghe had performed, he could tell that this senior who came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was injecting the heritage from her own small universe into this butterfly. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to her. When this butterfly was activated, it would be as if Luo Tinghe was present to take action. It was truly a treasure. Just as Luo Tinghe said, Yang Kai traveled around regularly as he no longer needed to cultivate in retreat. Previously in the ancestral land, he was surrounded by powerful Black Ink clan masters, and when he went to the no-return pass, he faced 2 royal lords and countless territory lords. He really did encounter a lot of danger, so such a defensive treasure could be a life-saving token in certain critical moments. Setting other incidents aside, if he had this butterfly when he was at the ancestral land, would Diwu have even been a threat to him? With the infusion of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe heritage, the secret technique butterfly became increasingly dynamic, as if it really came alive and was ready to fly. Luo Tinghe soon began to look fatigued. It was only after half an hour that Luo Tinghe exhaled a long breath and severed the connection between her small universe and the secret technique butterfly. With a flick of her fingertip, the butterfly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his palm and the butterfly landed on it. The gorgeous light then dissipated and turned into a butterfly-shaped crystal. If you encounter a dangerous situation that you can't get out of, activating this will certainly help. It contains my full power, but remember that it can only last for 30 breaths. Luo Tinghe warned. Although the butterfly felt light, Yang Kai's heart was heavy. He estimated that to create this secret technique butterfly, Luo Tinghe had sacrificed at least 500 years of hard cultivation. In other words, several centuries of effort had been used up to create this butterfly, which only lasted 30 breaths of time. In some sense, while such a secret technique was extremely damaging to Luo Tinghe, it was a potentially life-saving treasure to Yang Kai. Yang Kai put the secret technique butterfly away, bowed and solemnly said, "Many thanks for old ancestors' generosity." Luo Tinghe smiled lightly and said, "You are now a pillar of the human race. We cannot afford any mistakes with your life." After a pause, she continued, "You have been out and about a lot, and understand far more than others about the situation between the 2 races today. Tell me, if the 2 sides were to go to war today, what are the chances of the human race winning?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "The odds of our victory are actually quite high, but we cannot just focus on the immediate crisis." It was not that the human race did not dare to fight back against Black Ink clan in an all-out war today, but rather that they needed to not be short-sighted. Yang Kai gave up an absolute advantage in profound nether territory and made peace with the Black Ink clan to create a relatively safe environment for the next generation to grow up in. He did this because he realized that this was not a war that one person alone could control, and that the human race needed more masters if it truly wanted to win in the end. Later on, the scope of the peace talks extended to more great territory battlefield, and now that some 2,000 years had passed, the human race truly had nurtured many rising stars into powerful masters. The star boundary, the myriad monsters world, and even his small universe continued to witness the birth of such talents. Now, the human race had one more 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it could be said that their situation was much better than 3,000 years ago. If a full-blown war started today, the human race would likely win. Yang Kai alone would have a huge impact, as he would be unshackled, able to slaughter acquired and innate territory lords freely. Although the Black Ink clan could create pseudo-royal lords, they would have to sacrifice a lot of territory lords to do so, which would not be worth it, as a dozen territory lords were actually more useful than one pseudo-royal lord. So, if a full-scale war broke out, the human race's chances of winning were more than 70%, though they would have to pay a terrible price to achieve victory. Such a war would likely result in 50% losses on the human side. The problem was what came after. The root cause of the Black Ink clan was slumbering inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Even if the Black Ink clan that invaded the 3,000 worlds was ruthlessly wiped out tomorrow, the problem would not be resolved until MO was completely eliminated. The human race needed to be much stronger to deal with what was to come. The suppressing Black Ink fortress was one such preparation for that future. For the time being, delaying was the human race's best option. The longer they could delay, the greater their advantage would become. However, there was a limit to this. If Mo's true body completely awakened, the human race would have to deal with it, regardless of whether they were prepared or not. Thus, Yang Kai was willing to accept 1,200 Black Ink disciples and a multitude of resources to resolve his confrontation with the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass. It was not because he turned soft to them, but that now was not the time to confront the enemy directly. Speaking of the 1,200 Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that they were still suppressed in his small universe. He had forgotten to release them back at Supreme Headquarters when he was there. There was no hurry though. Furthermore, they posed no danger as they remained in his small universe for the moment. Yang Kai had a long chat with Luo Tinghe, describing the situation of the two races while she listened intently. Although she was a Ninth Order master, after leaving Azure Sun territory some 1,000 years ago, she had been stationed here the whole time. Thus, she really did not know much about the situation in the outside world. Yang Kai only knew so much because he was able to move around freely while the others could not. I understand now, Luo Ting. He nodded lightly, then smiled and said, "You are so certain of victory? Have you found a way to deal with that Black Ink giant spirit god?" If the two sides were go to war, the Black Ink clan's biggest advantage was not the huge number of troops they had, or that the number of territory lords exceeded the numbers of Eighth Order masters. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god who was pinned down by the two veteran Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters in the barren territory. That was the true existence that could single-handedly tip the balance of power between the two sides. The Black Ink clan now had two Black Ink giant spirit gods. One was held in check by Aer, so they did not need to worry too much about it. Those two had been fighting each other for several thousands of years and neither side had gained any kind of advantage. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god that had once been subdued by the divine spirits in the ancestral land that they had to worry about. Once it freed itself from the old ancestors' restraint, it would be an absolute disaster for the human race. Before, while it was seriously injured, it was locked in place by the two Ninth Order masters using their secret techniques. However, after so many years had passed, most of its injuries should have been healed by now. Nevertheless, that alone would not be enough of a reason for Yang Kai to personally go to the barren territory to torment it. If the Black Ink clan was in a life-or-death struggle, the Black Ink giant spirit god would not stand idly by. In that situation, it would likely sacrifice its arm to fight back. If it broke free, then it would be difficult for the human race to counter it. However, from what Luo Ting he had heard so far, Yang Kai did not seem concerned about it, so he obviously had a way to deal with it. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter and said, "Old ancestor is truly sharp." While Luo Ting he mentioned this, she did not ask any more questions about it. Yang Kai left after some more small talk and Luo Ting he continued to meditate to make up for the heritage that she had just used up. Instead of returning to the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Yang Kai flew directly up into the void, where he opened up his small universe and released the 1,200 Black Ink disciples he had received from the no-return pass. The Black Ink strength in their bodies had already been purged by purifying light and they were now ashamed to face Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had not got them back from the Black Ink clan, they would still be working for the enemy. Yang Kai was not surprised by this and did not say much to them. He only gave them instructions and then provided them in the direction of the Supreme Headquarters. The 1,200 saluted in unison, turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The Supreme Headquarters spent months mobilizing the necessary troops. It was not an easy task to gather so many Open Heaven Realm masters. They could not draw too many from any single battlefield, otherwise it may affect the situation on the front lines. They also needed to balance the personnel appropriately, which was no easy task. Before the arrival of the soldiers, a group of divine spirits came to Yang Kai to report. They were the divine spirits that he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Since Yang Kai killed Tao Wu in profound nether territory, these divine spirits had been performing much better on the battlefield because they were afraid of Yang Kai's ferocious methods. Tao Wu, who was comparable to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at the time, was beheaded by Yang Kai without being able to resist. None of the divine spirits wanted to be the next Tao Wu, so over the years whatever the humans requested, they would do their best to complete. The divine spirits all stood in a field near to the suppressing Black Ink fortress, but when Yang Kai looked out at them, he suddenly felt rather saddened. Chapter 5660 Riding a Pirate Ship. Yang Kai brought just over 100 divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, however, there were only about 60 of them standing in front of him today. A 40% casualty rate over 3,000 years of fierce battles was by no means small. Each of the divine spirits was more powerful than the average human race master in the same equivalent order, so one could imagine how perilous the war had been. Although there were not many of them, these divine spirits had already constituted an extremely powerful force, as many were comparable to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Their ancestors were imprisoned for various reasons in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by the Old Tree. In the special environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it was difficult for their bloodline to grow as powerful as it could be, even if their bloodline was pure. For example, Zhu Jiuyin, who Yang Kai brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary all those years ago, was as strong if not stronger than any 8th Order human master, but due to the suppression in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had only been able to exert the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master while trapped there. It was not until she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that she began to restore her true strength in the Void Land. These dozens of divine spirits had left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for almost 3,000 years and had already adapted naturally to the world principles of the outside world. Almost 80% of them were 8th Order, while the remaining 20% were 7th Order. Among the 8th Order divine spirits, there were several whose aura was particularly strong, indicating that if there was enough opportunity for them, they could reach the 9th Order in the future, which was the peak of the universe. After so many years of constant battling, these divine spirits were very intimidating, with their cold murderous intent lingering about their bodies, mixed with the innate might of divine spirits. As they stood here, the artifact refiners and array masters who were busy working on the suppressing Black Ink Fortress tried their best to keep their distances. Unfortunately for these divine spirits, the refinement of their bloodline became increasingly difficult the higher they climbed. It was no longer like during the primordial era when the heavenly way favored the divine spirits, resulting in fewer of them being able to ever advance to the 9th Order. Dragon Clan's Fu Guang had been cultivating in the dragon pool for so many years, but in the end, it was only with Yang Kai's help that he could become a divine dragon. As for the Phoenix clan, none of them had risen to the divine rank since the fall of the previous Phoenix clan leader during the Barren Territory War. The refinement of one's bloodline was not just a matter of dedication and effort, but also highly dependent on personal inheritance. No matter how long one lived, if their inheritance was insufficient, it would be useless. Yang Kai glanced at all the divine spirits and suddenly cupped his fist and bowed appreciatively, "Many thanks for all your hard work and sacrifice." The solemn atmosphere suddenly eased and a divine spirit smiled and said, "This is our duty, sir." Yang Kai glanced at the divine spirit who spoke, nodded lightly and said with a smile, "When I brought you all out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I made a bloodline oath with you for 3,000 years, and now that time has basically passed." Upon saying so, Yang Kai reached up his fingers and began to count. A voice from below softly said, "There are 79 years to go before the full 3,000 is up." A chorus of voices said, "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai looked up and chuckled, "All of you remember so clearly." The divine spirits smiled. How could they not remember this as it was related to their freedom? Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said, "When I asked you to make that great oath, I said that I would set you free after the expiration of the agreement 3,000 years later. I have no intention of breaking my word. However, all of you must know the situation that we are in, so I would like to ask all of you now. After the expiration of the 3,000-year great oath, where do you intend to go?" The divine spirits exchanged looks with each other and every one of them could see the indecision in each other's eyes. When they came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they did not know the situation in the outside world was like this, but they were no longer ignorant like back then. Now, when the 3,000-year agreement was ending, where could they go even when they were free? A divine spirit with an ox head said, "Sir, now that all life is under threat by the Black Ink clan, we have nowhere else to go. I'm afraid we can only fight alongside the human race to drive out the enemy." Yang Kai looked at the divine spirit and was surprised that it was Zhu Jian. He thought that these divine spirits could not wait to get far away from the battlefields after they regained their freedom. He did not expect them to be so righteous. He was relieved and asked, "Do all of you feel the same way?" A divine spirit yelled, "We're already riding this pirate ship, how can we get off now?" This caused many divine spirits to roar in laughter. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It is a blessing for my people and all people that you think this way. I, Yang Kai, hereby swear by my source and bloodline that in my lifetime, I will ruthlessly kill the Black Ink clan and eliminate them from this universe. When peace is finally restored, I will drink and celebrate with all of you. When that happens, you will be favored by the heavens, and perhaps restore the glory of your ancestors." At the end of his sentence, a golden illusory phantom flickered behind Yang Kai, which was a manifestation of his source great oath. All the divine spirits were moved. Zhu Jian immediately cupped his fist and said, "We are willing to serve, sir." The divine spirit also shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve." Excellent. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "I have asked all of you to come here because I have a task for you. This matter is of utmost importance and victory or defeat in this war will depend on it, so you must think carefully before accepting it." Zhu Jian immediately asked curiously, "Sir, what task is it?" Yang Kai smiled profoundly and said, "There is no hurry. We still have to wait for the human side to finish its arrangements. When the time comes, I will send you to a place. I will explain in detail when the humans are ready." The divine spirits did not ask any more questions, and Yang Kai allowed them to disperse and find a place to rest, away from the still busy artifact refiners and array masters. The divine spirits did not respect ordinary humans as they were more intimidating and powerful. However, Yang Kai was no ordinary human. Technically speaking, he was now a powerful ancient dragon who was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Days later, 6,000 soldiers finally arrived at the suppressing black ink fortress. These 6,000 soldiers included all sorts of talents and were enough to operate the suppressing black ink fortress like a real great pass. Mi Jingluan personally drafted these soldiers from across all the various battlefields. The 6,000 battle-hardened veterans gathered in a large courtyard, and their combined aura was truly awe-inspiring. The cultivation of each of these soldiers was no less than the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, with many 7th and 8th Order masters among them. Each one of them was battle-tested and had killed many Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. They suddenly received the transfer order from the Supreme Headquarters and were brought here, so none of them knew what was happening and did not know what they should do. At the very least, they could see the enormous suppressing Black Ink fortress. Thus, it was clear that something big was going to happen, and all of them looked forward to it. Yang Kai stood in front of the 6,000 men and women and began to look at them in detail, soon noticing many familiar faces in the crowd. Yuru Meng, Su Yen, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu Jiyao. His wives were all here except for Xia Ningchang, who had been stationed at the rear because of her mastery over the Tao of alchemy. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, Sui, all of whom were close to him, were also there. Yang Kai even saw Gu Pan, whom he had not seen for many years, and Zhang Ruoxi beside her, staring back at him with glittering eyes. The moment he saw Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai's heart suddenly began to race. He felt a strange impulse but was not sure what it was about. Yang Kai did not think much about it though, and just quietly said to Mi Jingluan, "Many thanks, senior brother Mi." It was obviously Mi Jingluan's idea to transfer his wives, Yang Xiao and his sister here. It was not so much as to take care of the people close to Yang Kai, but rather because the Black Ink clan was now targeting them. Once they appeared on the battlefield, they were always swarmed by the Black Ink clan. If it was not for the fact that some of them were proficient in the Tao of space, they would have been in deep trouble. "There is no need to thank me," Mi Jingluan, whose insight was exceptionally keen, knew what Yang Kai meant. "They are all heroes and this is the right time for them to contribute. Besides, the situation there might be even more dangerous than on the battlefield here." While the two of them were talking, somewhere below within the crowd, Yang Xiao said to Yang Shui, "Little Ant, what's wrong with that big head Mi? Our whole squad has been transferred over, so why did he leave Old Fang out? Although Old Fang is a bit laid back, he is very powerful. Hey, why don't you ask adoptive father to transfer Old Fang over?" Over the years, Yang Xiao and the others had made a big name for themselves. Since the Black Ink clan knew about his relationship with Yang Shui and Yang Kai, they had targeted them repeatedly. It was Fang Tianci who used his mastery over the Tao of space to lead them out of danger many times. The years of working together resulted in them bonding strongly with each other. Yang Xiao had high regards for Fang Tianci, but unfortunately for reasons unknown, Mi Jingluan had transferred all of them here except for Fang Tianci. They did not know why Big Head Mi had seemingly singled out Old Fang, but Yang Xiao was not happy about it. Now he was encouraging Yang Shui to go to Yang Kai to file an official complaint. Yang Shui would naturally not want Fang Tianci to be excluded as he had helped them a lot of times before. This time there was no telling what kind of missions they were being sent on, but from the lineup gathered here and the massive fortress in front of them, it was obviously going to be a task fraught with dangers. They would also be much safer with Fang Tianci by their side. Yang Shui faintly nodded and replied, I'll talk to Big Brother when I find a chance." In front of the square, Mi Jingluan said, "Junior brother Yang, I found an interesting person when I was making the transfers. This person was originally in the same squad as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He is also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with great strength and is also highly proficient in the Tao of space. Apparently he came from your small universe, but he came to me and said that he could not accept this transfer. I asked him for the reason, but he was unable to explain clearly. He only told me to come and tell you about this." Yang Kai seemed to know what happened and asked, "Was his name Fang Tianci?" Mi Jingluan nodded and replied, "That's him." Yang Kai said, I have a critical task for him, so I can't afford to send him to that place. Mi Jingluan was relieved and said, since it's junior brother's arrangement, then I see no problems with it.